Chapter 1: The Talent Cultivation System. My name is Yang Lin, and I'm currently at Shihong Zoo in Ningnan City, Long Country on Blue Planet. Staring at these half-dead animals before me, my face is the picture of utter despair. Despite being a top graduate from a prestigious 211 university, someone who should have had a bright future, my unreliable parents dumped this zoo inherited from my grandfather onto me and ran off abroad to enjoy their retirement. There isn't a single thing about this zoo, from its facilities to its animals, that's remotely normal. The park facilities are older than I am, and all the animals were rescued from circuses by my father and grandfather. A toothless lion, a bald tiger, a blind bear, a one-handed leopard, along with a chimpanzee suffering from severe hemorrhoids and a gibbon with depression, not to mention common animals like pigs, cows, sheep, and golden retrievers. Zoos like this attract no visitors, let alone turn a profit. If it weren't for my dad's strict orders before he went abroad, I'd really consider setting these animals free. Looks like I'll have to trick some out-of-town tourists online to earn ticket money. Otherwise, I won't even afford food tomorrow, I muttered. Sighing, I opened a live stream on Douyin. The live stream had just started when a few netizens were pushed into the room by the system algorithm. I quickly made an effort to promote, "Hey there newcomers, Shihong Zoo is having a year-end giveaway right now. 1 ticket plus 1 mega snack pack, and an additional animal snack pack, all for just 49.9. Here you can take photos with majestic Siberian tigers and play with adorable brown bears. 1 ticket grants unlimited access to the entire zoo with no time restrictions. Buy now and you might even get a random animal-themed souvenir." Almost immediately, comments popped up. 49.9? That's so cheap. Perfect timing since I'm visiting Ningnan this weekend, might grab one. Yeah, sounds like a decent deal. But before I could celebrate, another comment appeared, "Don't fall for it, everyone. I visited this Shihong Zoo last year, total scam. The place is run down and shabby. The animals were pitifully few, a local mutt tied up there was claimed to be a prairie wolf, and the gorilla was actually balding, completely ignoring visitors. The worst was the tiger, without a sign. I would have thought it was someone's skinny dog." As soon as this barrage comment appeared, the two netizens who were about to buy tickets immediately changed their minds. Holy shit, almost fell for that streamer's scam. Thanks, hero. Appreciate the heads up, savior of my wallet. I was instantly furious. Just when I was about to scam a couple of suckers, the whole thing fell apart. Kicking a cripple in their good leg, huh? I'll remember your name, daring to ruin my plans like this. While complaining, I clicked into this person's profile, but my anger evaporated the next second. Their favorites list was too refreshing. Had my self-control been weaker, I might have gotten stuck there. It took me quite a while to reluctantly close my phone. No, I can't keep slacking off like this. If this continues, I won't even have money for the animals' food tomorrow. I need to film a video to attract some traffic. With that, I headed into the zoo grounds. Within 10 paces, I came across an enclosed area where a balding chimpanzee sat with its back to me. "Ah Wei, turn around. I'll film a video of you, and you'll get bananas afterward." Ah Wei was the name of this adult chimpanzee. Who knows what granddad was thinking naming animals with human names. This gorilla's full name was Li Wei. Either Ah Wei didn't hear me or was deliberately ignoring me. No matter how many times I called, it refused to turn around. Helplessly, I went to find the depressed gibbon Li Chang next door, but its attitude wasn't any better than Li Wei's. Seeing that none of the animals were willing to cooperate with me in making videos, I fell into despair. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding. Talent Cultivation System activated. Initial skill binding in progress. Skill 1, Beast Language Mastery. Upon learning this skill, you can communicate seamlessly with all animals in the world. Skill 2, Talent Insight. Upon acquiring this ability, you can freely discern the hidden talents of any animal. Skill 3, Talent Allocation. After mastering this skill, you can activate animals' concealed talents through point allocation. As this is the host's first system binding, a complimentary talent gift package is awarded, containing 3 primary talents along with 3 talent points. At first, I was dumbfounded, then suddenly it hit me. Holy shit, a cheat. Wait no, it's a golden finger. Having been thoroughly steeped in online culture, how could I not recognize that this was the activation of my lifetime golden finger? I excitedly located the system in my mind and, after studying it for a while, quickly grasped how to use it. Simply put, it's about allocating points to nurture animals and awaken their hidden talents. Aside from the talent points gifted by the system, they can only be obtained through tasks or bought in the talent store. But after seeing the prices, I immediately abandoned the idea of purchasing any. Then the system notification chimed again. Ding. Host, please promptly select 3 animals to awaken their talents. Upon completing the task, you will receive 1 talent point. I knew the novice mission had arrived, so without hesitation, I turned to face the seated chimpanzee named Li Wei. Curious about what hidden talents this balding old fellow might possess, I cast a beam of insight light at it. The next second, a detailed list appeared. Talent 1, Tool Crafting, Golden Talent, Activation requires 5 talent points. Talent 2, Super Brain, Golden Talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Talent 3, Throwing Mastery, Green Talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Talent 4, Talent 5? Looking at these talents, I instantly chose to invest in Throwing Mastery because that was the only one I could afford at the moment. As soon as the allocation was completed, Li Wei underwent a strange transformation. The creature, which had been sitting with its back to me, suddenly turned around. Chapter 2 The chimpanzee smoker Li Wei suddenly turned around. Before I could figure out what was happening, I felt a dark shadow rushing toward me. Instinctively, I jerked my head to the side. Thud, a dull splash sounded behind me as something foul splattered against the wall, reeking of putrid decay. I froze at the sight of that clump of filth. Had I not tilted my head, it would have smacked right into my face, might have even ended up tasting it. The mere thought of it makes me sick. Ah Wei, you damn bastard, how dare you hit me with that disgusting crap. I pointed angrily at Li Wei in the cage and shouted. Right after yelling, I heard a gruff voice. What did you just call me, you little brat? Call me that again, and I'll throw more poop at you. I couldn't believe it. That sound actually came from the gorilla's mouth. I immediately recalled the animal language mastery skill previously mentioned by the system. Can I really understand its speech now? With a trace of doubt, I cautiously spoke to the chimpanzee in the cage. Ah Wei, was that you speaking just now? No sooner had I spoken than the chimpanzee in the cage answered with clear annoyance. Who do you think you are calling Ah Wei? By human standards, I'm already 80 years old. Hurry up and get me a cigarette, or I'll throw dung at you again. As it spoke, it picked up a piece of dried monkey dung and made a throwing motion. Terrified, I quickly ducked into the nearby zookeeper's office. When I returned, I was holding a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Hesitantly, I slipped the cigarettes and lighter through the cage bars. To my surprise, the chimpanzee Li Wei immediately took them. What surprised me even more was that Li Wei took the cigarette, skillfully lit one with a lighter, and soon began puffing away in the cage, occasionally blowing smoke rings. This tobacco was no good. When old Yang was here, I could occasionally get 60 yuan cigarettes. This pack of yours can't be more than 10 yuan, can it? I never expected this balding old chimpanzee to be such a seasoned smoker. No wonder it's been so listless since my dad went abroad a couple days ago. It was going through nicotine withdrawal. Watching the chimpanzee's practiced movements, I had a sudden inspiration and pointed my camera at Li Wei. After filming, I added background music and casually uploaded it to Douyin. This incident convinced me the system-given abilities were real. But so far, the throwing proficiency talent didn't seem very useful beyond flinging monkey dung. Let's check the other animals, I said, leaving the chain-smoking chimpanzee behind as I turned my attention to its neighbor, the gibbon named Li Chang. Li Chang once performed high-wire acts in the circus, but after leaving, he developed acrophobia and depression, spending his days in a daze. Yet when I cast insight upon it, its talent astounded me. Talent 1, Master of Imitation, Green, activation requires 1 talent point. Talent 2, King of Heights, Blue, activation requires 2 talent points. Talent 3, Spiritual Radiance, Gold, activation requires 5 talent points. Talent 4, Elder's Wisdom, Gold, activation requires 5 talent points. Talent 5, Brewing, Gold, activation requires 5 talent points. Aside from 1 green and 1 blue talent, the rest are all gold tier talents, far more impressive than chimpanzees. But I could only choose the green Mimic Master, so I added a skill point to it. The next second, the gibbon Li Chang seemed to sense something and turned its head. What stood before me felt not like a gibbon, but rather like an elderly human. Uncle Chang, it's me, Xiao Yang. Yang Guang's son, Yang Shan's grandson. Is your depression feeling any better? As soon as I finished speaking, a hoarse voice came from the cage. Little Yang, hurry and fetch your Uncle Chang a bottle of cola. Your Uncle Chang is thirsty. I knew animals could have odd habits, but I never expected this half-toothless old monkey to have a taste for carbonated drinks. Then again, remembering that cigarette-smoking chimpanzee, I quickly came to terms with it. Wait right here, I'll get it for you. Not daring to delay, I quickly fetched a can of cola from the administrator's office and handed it over. With practiced ease, it popped the tab and tilted its head back to drink, showing no trace of depression whatsoever. I immediately pulled out my phone to film it, then uploaded the footage to the Shihong Zoo official account as before. Unexpectedly, while I was posting the video, the gibbon in the cage seemed to mimic me. It picked up a brick and began swiping at it. A sudden inspiration struck me, and I fished out a spare phone from somewhere. Great Elder, come here, let me show you something new. 5 minutes later, watching the gibbon grow increasingly adept at using the smartphone, I smiled with satisfaction. After awakening their talents, the animals showed noticeable improvements in both physical and mental abilities. The gibbon's quick mastery of smartphone usage served as clear proof. Teaching it to use the phone wasn't just for fun, it was part of my plan to breathe life back into this hopeless zoo. I was determined to make it thrive again. Thinking of this, I turned my gaze to the other areas of the zoo. Just as I was fantasizing about business plans, the 2 animal videos I uploaded exploded in popularity on Douyin. Chapter 3, Going Viral Online, What a Stroke of Ape Luck. Douyin is the leader in China's short video industry, with a terrifyingly large user base. Countless creators upload videos every day, but only a tiny fraction gain massive traction, and those videos have to be eye-catching enough. My uploaded videos fit the bill perfectly. Within half an hour, they garnered millions of views, with likes skyrocketing and netizens in the comments section going wild. No way, is this for real? How does this chimpanzee even know how to smoke? That pose, that demeanor, it's exactly like my dad who's been smoking for decades. Damn, this guy can blow smoke rings, I can't even do that. The way he flicks the ash twice is pure gold. That deep inhale has major Qian Go vibes. Holy crap, it's even smoking red double happiness, classic Ningnan chimpanzee. This has to be fake. Are we sure it's not just a zoo employee in a costume? Knowing how to use a lighter, this chimpanzee must be top of its class in the primate world. More than just top of its class. Thank goodness we evolved earlier, or we'd be the ones sitting there smoking. While everyone was still stunned by the smoking chimpanzee, someone dug up the video I'd taken of the gibbon, and that clip went viral too. Just saw a smoking chimp, now here's a gibbon drinking Coke. What the hell, are animals collectively evolving or something? Looks like they're from the same zoo too, what are the odds? This gibbon actually knows how to unscrew bottle caps and even burps after drinking. Damn, who the hell taught him that? Judging by his expression, he seems to really enjoy it. Must have done this plenty of times before. LOL, this gibbon looks just like my high school homeroom teacher. Shihong Zoo? Is that the notoriously awful one in Ningnan? The animals in this zoo can actually do these things? How come nobody noticed before? Any locals from Ningnan who can check it out and confirm if these animals are really that special? Right, I kinda suspect those two animals might be zoo staff in costume. Can nearby folks verify this? I'll cover the ticket if someone goes. I just wanna know if that chimp really smokes. I'll pitch in a pack of cigarettes. I want to see the chimp smoke. I'll contribute a bottle of cola. Nearby buddies help sneak it in. Haha, I happen to be a local in Ningnan. I'll go check it out later and verify for all you folks. The official account of this zoo has ticket packages in their Zio Wank shopping cart. Everyone can buy one to see. The view counts for these two videos kept increasing, soon landing them on the trending list. By the time I noticed, over 2,000 ticket packages listed in Zio Wank had already been sold, and sales were still climbing. I was completely stunned. I never expected the random video I posted would have such incredible selling power. I've struck gold. Now the animals won't go hungry, and I can finally improve my own living situation a bit, I thought. While marveling at my luck, I immediately started preparing for the influx of visitors. Although these 2,000 visitors wouldn't arrive all at once, even a fraction of them would put considerable pressure on me. I was busy making preparations when the early crowd who lived nearby arrived at the zoo gates in their cars. The first to show up were a group of local micro-influencers armed with all sorts of filming equipment. Having witnessed the explosive popularity of the video I posted, they immediately seized the opportunity. But when they reached the main gate of Shihong Zoo, they all furrowed their brows. A girl with heavy makeup was the first to ask, "Is this really a zoo? How could it be so run down?" Totally normal, this zoo has supposedly been operating for decades. Even my dad came here to see animals when he was a kid. Whatever, we're not really here to see animals anyway. Let's hurry in and film those two monkeys. What two monkeys? One's a chimpanzee and the other is a gibbon. Whatever, hurry up. We can't let others steal the spotlight. With that, the group moved to enter. Just then, I walked up to the ticket window. "Welcome to Shihong Zoo. Please show your verification codes." The group only noticed me standing in the pavilion when they heard my voice, and then proceeded to show their verification codes in sequence. After the ticket check, as they were about to enter, I added, "I should warn you, that chimpanzee occasionally throws things out of its cage. You'd better keep your distance. If you get hit due to personal negligence, our zoo accepts no responsibility." However, they completely disregarded my warning. Throwing things? What could it possibly throw? Besides, how are we supposed to film good videos if we stand too far away? Exactly, we definitely need to get close later. By the way, did you guys bring cigarettes? Yeah, we brought them. Watching their stubborn refusal to listen, I shook my head helplessly. Won't take advice, huh? Don't blame me when shit hits the fan later. Come to think of it, I should stock up on tissues quick. They'll be good to sell to these guys later. Might as well get some umbrellas too. I was busy scheming when the group of men and women carrying filming equipment arrived at the outermost gorilla enclosure. Spotting Li Wei basking in the sunlight, their faces immediately lit up with excitement. That's the one. That's the one. It's bald-headed. The chimp from the videos is definitely it. A male streamer shouted loudly. As the others raised their cameras and prepared to toss cigarettes into the enclosure, Li Wei suddenly glared furiously from inside the cage, his eyes locked on the streamer with intense anger. Before the male streamer could react, Li Wei casually grabbed a handful of something dark and lumpy. Thwack! The next second, before the eyes of the crowd and their livestream audience, a glob of sticky ape feces splattered heavily across the male streamer's face, with some bits even flying into his mouth. Everyone in the room was dumbstruck. It wasn't until the male streamer let out a piercing scream that people snapped back to reality, but instead of helping him wipe his face, they all raised their devices and madly started snapping photos. Meanwhile, netizens in the livestream were going wild. Holy shit, this is peak content, absolute peak content. This chimp not only smokes but even throws poop. Never thought I'd stumble upon such a scene just by randomly clicking into a stream. Totally worth it. Holy shit, is this chimpanzee a goddamn spirit or something? The guy just called it bald, and bam, got a face full of Oreo filling. No way that was random. Out of all the people outside the cage, it specifically targeted that blonde dude. LMAO, looks like this dude finally got a taste of monkey business. Damn rat got a golden shower. The live streamer covered in monkey dung finally snapped out of it and begged his crew, "Bro Hong, got any tissues? Gag. Sis Ma, do you?" Before he could finish, his friends had all scrambled away. Inside the cage, Li Wei looked smug as hell, flashing his yellowed teeth while beating his chest and spinning in circles. This sent the live audience into a frenzy. Holy shit, this chimp's got screws loose, even knows how to throw shade. Good lord, I'm dying of laughter. Where's the host? Get the camera closer. As long as you get close to the cage, I'll send you a Douyin #1 gift. I'll match that. Under the egging on of livestream viewers, the streamers were tempted. Brother Red, getting a bit closer should be fine, right? As long as we don't badmouth this chimpanzee, it probably won't throw things at us. Besides, that last throw must have been just a fluke. No way it could hit the mark every single time. The leading micro-celebrity made up his mind, since our fans want to see it, today I'll take you all for a closer look. Having said that, he walked toward the cage. Inside, Li Wei seemed somewhat weary, sitting on a large rock. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from a crevice, skillfully lit one, and gazed at the crowd outside the cage with world-weary eyes. Watching its demeanor, the crowd couldn't tell who was the animal and who were the visitors, only feeling that they seemed safe for now. But was it really as they thought? Just as the group let their guards down, Li Wei, who had been puffing vigorously on his cigarette, suddenly reached behind him. A dark, indistinct mass flew toward them before anyone could react, hitting Hong Ge square in the face as he walked at the front. Ah, fuck. Fall back, this gorilla is tricking us. Brother Hong howled as everyone scrambled toward the cage perimeter. But Li Wei wasn't about to let them off. Clumps of primate feces flew through the gaps in the cage above, pelting the internet-famous streamers in the chaos that erupted instantly. At this moment, other visitors began trickling into the zoo one after another. Seeing the live streamer covered head to toe in monkey feces, they all wore expressions of shock. What the hell? Is this one of the zoo's special attractions? Battling with shit? That's seriously messed up. Aren't these the internet-famous troublemakers from Ningnan? Clearly, they'll do anything for clout. Probably lost a challenge and ended up smearing themselves with dung. Chapter 5, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Phoenixes in the Zoo. I'm Yan Lin, scraping by a living at the Shihong Zoo. That day, a new group of tourists entered with puzzled looks, only to soon encounter Li Wei the chimpanzee gathering feces everywhere. This was the moment they finally understood the origin of the monkey feces on those visitors who had fled earlier. Yet this only fueled their curiosity even more. After all, a chimpanzee that smokes cigarettes and flings feces at tourists was just too bizarre. Just as everyone was about to step closer, I dragged over a large box of transparent umbrellas and loudly shouted, "Umbrellas for sale! Transparent umbrellas, 20 yuan each. Limited stock, first come first served." The tourists turned their heads at the sound and glanced at the box full of clear umbrellas, their faces filled with confusion. Someone muttered, "What's the point of selling umbrellas in broad daylight when it's not even raining?" Another added, "And they're transparent too, can't even block the sun. You can get these at the subway entrance for just 10 yuan. What a ripoff." In their eyes, my behavior seemed utterly foolish. A strange smile crept onto my face, and in the next second, screams erupted from among the tourists. Sure enough, one tourist who had gotten too close was hit directly by flying monkey dung. As the others watched in shock, they abruptly turned their attention to the umbrellas in front of me, then stampeded over in a frenzy to grab them. In less than 5 minutes, the box of umbrellas was completely snatched up. Visitors who got their hands on them opened the umbrellas to shield themselves while filming through them with their phones. After these visitors and live streamers uploaded the videos online, they went viral instantly. Nearly every video received tens of thousands of likes and millions of views. Netizens couldn't stop laughing at the sight of a chimpanzee that smokes and flings poop. Within an hour, the chimpanzee Li Wei skyrocketed to fame under the nickname Shit-Slinging Poop Chimp, and Shihong Zoo became an overnight sensation as well, with its official account gaining 1 million followers in a single night. But this was only just the beginning. As chimpanzee Li Wei's fame spread across the internet, more and more local visitors came to Shihong Zoo to check in. When I dragged the second crate of umbrellas over, the gorilla enclosure was already surrounded by a dense crowd. I muttered to myself, are modern people's curiosity this extreme? Instead of observing animals properly, they enjoy being pelted with feces. Just as I was speechless, the crowd erupted in cheers. Following the noise, I saw Li Wei starting to lift patches of turf from the ground, occasionally making throwing motions. Each feint triggered another round of cheers from the visitors. Seizing the moment when everyone was off guard, it suddenly hurled a clump of turf straight at the nearest visitor. With a thud, the visitor was hit squarely but didn't get angry at all. Instead, they burst into laughter as if they'd won the lottery. Seeing the visitors so excited, I quickly grabbed the megaphone and announced, "Attention all visitors. Apart from the ape enclosure, the animals in other sections are also quite interesting. Feel free to check them out." Hearing my voice, the visitors recognized my familiar face and started asking eagerly, "Are the other animals as amusing as Shit Fu? Any special talents?" Someone else chimed in, while another added, "Just seeing Shit Fu alone makes the ticket worth it." Others mused, "Where there's a sleeping dragon, there must surely be a young phoenix." Seeing everyone's interest piqued, I quickly added, "Right next to the ape enclosure in the monkey garden, I prepared a special show for everyone. Those interested can follow me." With that, I headed toward the monkey garden, and a portion of curious visitors trailed behind. We hadn't gone far when the monkey garden came into view. Just as we approached, booming music erupted, and a figure swung over from the back of the enclosure, landing with a flawless 720-degree backflip. The spectators burst into applause. But then the figure's movements suddenly turned stiff and awkward. After watching for a moment, someone gasped in disbelief. "Wait, holy crap, that's the robot dance." Others quickly realized that those stiff movements paired with the rhythmic music were none other than the robot dance. Someone else noticed, "That's MJ's Billie Jean, it's even doing the moonwalk. Is this really a monkey?" Some even speculated, "Are we sure it's not a dancer in a monkey suit?" But if it is a performer in a suit, that's even more incredible. Not even MJ himself could pull that off now. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the dancing gibbon in the cage. Even the tourists who had been watching Li Wei turned their gaze toward it. The crowd wore expressions of astonishment upon seeing the gibbon. Someone recognized it and exclaimed, "Isn't that the same gibbon that drank cola? It can even dance?" Another person marveled, "It dances better than me after 8 years of hip-hop training." Everyone sensed this gibbon would soon go viral. One jokingly proclaimed, "If it doesn't blow up online, I'll run open-mouthed straight to Shitafu's doorstep." The crowd gasped in amazement while recording videos of the gibbon dancing. Sure enough, after uploading, the videos went viral at staggering speeds, with the clips of Gibbon Li Chang rapidly gaining as much popularity as those of chimpanzee Li Wei. Comments poured in with wild variety. Someone remarked, "Where there's a crouching dragon, there's always a rising phoenix." I thought the poop-flinging chimp was unbeatable, but who knew his neighbor could dance? Others joked, "Judging by those moves, this gibbon's been practicing for at least 2.5 years, and those markings look just like overalls." The lively chatter continued until tiny Shihongzu became the internet's new obsession thanks to its crouching dragon and rising phoenix. Clearly, there was more to this zoo owner than met the eye. My name is Yang Lin, the owner of Shihongzu. I'm also the zookeeper, and sometimes I even sell tickets part-time. Watching the gibbon Li Chang and the chimpanzee Li Wei perform side by side in the enclosure, the visitors murmured among themselves. Honestly, anyone who can raise two such bizarre animals must be quite the talent himself. Shouldn't the credit go to the zookeeper? Clearly this keeper truly understands animals. You don't know squat. This zoo's got just one guy who's the owner, zookeeper, and sometimes even the ticket seller. Damn it, sometimes he's a total scammer too. Bought a pack of tissues from him to wipe off the dung on me, charged me 10 bucks. What's wrong? A special 8 dung souvenir plus a pack of tissues for 10 yuan, you think that's pricey? Heard chimpanzee dung contains probiotics that boost brain power. Selling it to you for 10 yuan is honestly a steal. Is it true? Of course I'm messing with you, you little dummy. Amid everyone's heated discussions, Li Chang earned the nickname MJ Space Ape, and this pair of sleeping dragon and young phoenix, he and Li Wei, gradually made Shihongzu known across Dragon Country. As the notifications of deposits kept coming in, I could hardly stop grinning from ear to ear. These two put on such a show that the zoo's daily revenue broke through 500,000 in a single day, which meant 10,000 online tickets were sold, and the numbers were still skyrocketing. However, I've discovered a major problem. The zoo is severely understaffed. Even on a weekday like today, we've had over 1,000 visitors entering. Who knows how many people will flood in when weekend and holiday crowds arrive from out of town. If I keep shouldering everything alone, I'll be worked to death. I immediately opened my phone and joined a nearby college student part-time job group, but the moment I entered, something felt off. The jobs advertised weren't what I expected, and I quickly left the group in fright. Damn, times really have changed. They're getting this brazen about it now? Guess I'll have to come up with another plan. I'm seriously worried here. Hiring would be simple if I had enough time, but time is precisely what I don't have. While racking my brains, I saw a message pop up in the Love One Another family group chat from a member nicknamed Quiet Good Times with a lotus flower avatar, uncles and aunties. Could anyone recommend a job for me? If I keep being a couch potato at home, Auntie Yang Suelan is probably going to kick me out. Immediately, the image of a tall, beautiful young woman surfaced in my mind, Chen Kursen, the eldest daughter of my aunt Yang Suelan, who by family hierarchy and age should address me as her older cousin. I recalled she had studied veterinary science, and my eyes lit up. Quickly opening the chat window, I sent her a message. Kursen, your cousin's got a position here. Are you interested in giving it a try? Indoor work, weekends off with no overtime, full social insurance, $4,000 a month. The moment I sent the message, she replied, really, cuz? What exactly would the job entail? I thought for a moment and replied, the job responsibilities are actually quite simple, just checking and selling tickets, with some occasional flexible tasks. I expected her to hesitate, but she agreed immediately. Okay, cousin, when can I start working? Well, if possible, you can start tomorrow. Great. Send me the location, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. I'll go tell Yang Suelan right now that I found a job. Seeing her agree, I breathed a sigh of relief. The ticket clerk position was settled. Now I needed to find security guards. Security might not be essential when visitor numbers are low, but it becomes crucial when crowds grow. Whether it's tourists fighting among themselves, tourists fighting with animals, or worst of all, tourists fighting me, security would need to step in. My biggest fear was tourists coming after me. Should I just grab a couple of elderly uncles off the street to be security guards? The thought had barely formed before I dismissed it with a shake of my head. Hiring random grandpas would be disastrous. If anything happened, the zoo wouldn't just be shut down, the compensation alone would bankrupt me. Just as I was running out of ideas, a series of barks came from the wolf enclosure nearby. A bold thought suddenly struck me. Right, nobody said security guards have to be humans, dogs could do the job just as well. I hurried over to the wolf enclosure. Called a wolf enclosure, it was actually just a place that housed an injured old wolf when the zoo was first established. After the old wolf died, it became a shelter for stray dogs. Now, it was home to 8 strays my dad had taken in. They were usually well behaved, so why were they barking now? By the time I reached the wolf enclosure, I understood the reason for the commotion. A black and white border collie was idly pawing at its food bowl with a bored expression, while the other 7 dogs looked ready for a fight. I knew right away it must be that border collie's doing. I'd noticed before how unusually intelligent it was, often stirring up trouble among the other dogs just to pass the time. I yelled toward the wolf enclosure, Li Gooden, you're teasing Li Goshing again. Keep this up and I won't feed you dog food tomorrow. Hearing this, the border collie immediately trotted over eagerly. Xiaoyan, let me out quick. I'm about to burst from holding it in. Today I absolutely must poop under that tree over there, nothing's gonna stop me. Li Gooden is this border collie's name, while Li Goshing is the name of a husky. As for why all the zoo animals share the surname Li, legend has it my grandfather's romantic rival in his youth was surnamed Li, so all the animals ended up with that surname. I wasn't surprised. I casually opened the wolf enclosure gate, and Li Gooden happily ran out, scurrying straight to a large tree to take a dump. Watching its relieved expression, I asked in confusion, Gooden, why do you always have to poop under this particular tree? Aren't other trees good enough? The border collie gave me a mischievous look and said, what do you know? That bastard Goshing always buries his leftover bones under this very tree. I was truly speechless. This border collie was more dog than your average dog. Remembering my purpose here, I casually cast insight light on Li Gooden, revealing all its hidden talents at once. The first talent immediately caught my attention. Superintelligence, golden talent, normally requires 5 talent points to activate, but due to this species' unique nature, it only requires 1 talent point to activate. I didn't even need to look at the rest of the talents. Chapter 7, Forming the Paw Patrol, Super Physique. Golden talents were the highest level talents Yang Lin currently knew about. Just activating it costs 5 talent points, which shows how incredibly powerful this level of talent must be. Now, he only needs to spend 1 talent point to unlock this talent for border collie Li Gooden. How could he possibly pass up such an opportunity? Almost without hesitation, he clicked the plus sign next to the talent. As the superintelligence talent was unlocked, Li Gooden immediately underwent a dramatic transformation. The first change was to its physical size. Before awakening its talent, its size could only be considered medium among domestic dog breeds. But after awakening its talent, it instantly grew a full size larger, nearly matching an adult Alaskan Malamute. Beyond the physical transformation, a glimmer of intelligence utterly foreign to canines now shone in its eyes. For a fleeting moment, Yang Lin felt as though he wasn't looking at a dog at all, but rather at a highly intelligent adult human. And indeed, this was the case. Xiaoyang, was it you who just used supernatural powers on me? I feel like I'm experiencing something completely unprecedented. Li Godan said excitedly to Yang Lin. Hearing these words, Yang Lin was about to nod when Li Gooden excitedly dashed out of the wolf enclosure. Screw this, why the hell would a human like me live with these dogs? I'm sick of this doghouse. Yang Lin, damn, this guy thinks he's human. With a hint of confusion, Yang Lin quickly followed, fearing that Li Gooden might take the opportunity to sneak out of the zoo. Yet when he caught up, he realized Li Guden showed no intention of leaving the zoo. Instead, the dog had trotted straight to the administrator's office and opened a bag of dog food. Seeing this, Yang Lin let out a slight sigh of relief. It seems they don't completely see themselves as human after all. With this thought, he promptly approached Li Guden, who was now contentedly munching on the dog food all by itself. Dog egg, since you're no longer a dog now, I can't just keep feeding you for free. From now on, you'll be the head of security for our Shihong Zoo. No, scratch that, the captain of the Paw Patrol squad. Your duty is to safeguard the entire zoo and protect my safety. How about a salary of 30 pounds of dog food, 10 pounds of beef, and 20 cans per month for you? As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Li Guden beside him suddenly raised his front paws. Add another 50 sausages. Deal. But I have one more request. As he spoke, Yang Lin pointed again at the other dogs in the wolf enclosure. Train them all for me. From now on, they'll be members of your Paw Patrol, all under your command. Really? Li Guden's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, would I lie to you? Here, try on this team jersey I prepared for you, see if it fits. 5 minutes later, when Li Guden reappeared, a security cap was already perched atop his head. His body was now clad in a security uniform, with the characters for security on the shoulders specially replaced by Yang Lin with 3 large characters, Paw Patrol. As for Li Guden himself, he was evidently extremely pleased with this Paw Patrol uniform. After putting on the new outfit, even his walk had gained a confident swagger. Alright, from now on, you won't live in the wolf enclosure anymore. You'll stay in the guard post I've arranged for you. Your current task is to train the other dogs for me, understand, Captain Li? Understood, Zoo Director. Mission absolutely accomplished. As he spoke, Li Guden solemnly raised his right front paw. No sooner had it spoken than it darted off in the direction of the wolf exhibit. Before long, Yang Lin heard bursts of barking clearly. Li Guden had already begun exercising his authority as the leader of the barking squad. With the security issue in the keeper's area resolved, the day's work officially came to an end. Just as Yang Lin was about to return to his room for some well-earned rest, a bone-chilling roar echoed from the deepest part of the zoo. At the sound of this roar, all the other animals trembling with fear within the park, yet Yang Lin's face lit up with intense excitement. Great! Finally awakened, I was afraid we'd have to wait until tomorrow. No, I need to go see what's really going on. With that, Yang Lin headed toward the deepest part of the park, driven by intense curiosity. Despite its dilapidated state, the Shihong Zoo covered an enormous area, almost twice the size of the municipal zoo in Ningnan City. During the day, visitors only tour the front portion of the park, while the rear section is blocked off by partitions set up by Yang Lin. When Yang Lin walked around the partitions and proceeded for nearly 5 minutes, a massive tiger enclosure spanning a vast area came into view. As he approached the tiger enclosure, the scene inside gradually unfolded before Yang Lin's eyes. Within an area enclosed by iron railings, a colossal, powerfully built beast with striking patterns lay quietly crouched like a small hill. Even from over 10 meters away, Yang Lin could still feel an intense oppressive presence emanating towards him. Big, so big, how could it have gotten this huge? Staring at the magnificent beast before him, Yang Lin found it hard to believe this was the same emaciated, half-dead Siberian tiger from before. If the previous Siberian tiger had resembled a sickly house cat, then the current version truly deserved its title as the undisputed king of the forest. With shoulders over 2 meters tall, a body stretching nearly 5 meters in length, forepaws as thick as an adult's thighs, a colossal head the size of a foot-washing basin, and gaping jaws capable of swallowing an entire pig, this was truly an extraordinary predator. Even lions, elephants, and crocodiles could not withstand a single encounter with it. Its massive size wasn't due to genetic mutation, instead, it was because Yang Lin had activated one of its talents during the day. Super Physique, Green Talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Though merely a green tier talent, when applied to an adult Siberian tiger, it immediately triggered a qualitative transformation. Originally formidable and fierce, the tiger seemed to awaken ancient genetic power. If not for the time and energy required to activate this talent, Yang Lin would have displayed it before the audience that very morning. Just as Yang Lin was delightedly inspecting the newly revitalized Siberian tiger before him, the tiger in the cage finally spoke. Sha Yan, when are you going to find me a partner, huh? I'm about to reach menopause soon. If I don't find a mate now, I'll never get the chance to be a mother in this lifetime. Hearing the voice from the cage, Yang Lin couldn't help but wear a wry smile on his face. That's right, this oversized Siberian tigress is a female, and just like her name Lihua, meaning pear blossom, she's a total flirt, constantly daydreaming about playing poker with young stud tigers. But judging by her massive size, Yang Lin knew she'd never get the chance in this lifetime. Chapter 8, The Paw Patrol holds a meeting. With the successful awakening of the Siberian tiger Lihua, all the gifted talent points provided by the system have been fully expended. To activate other animals' talents now would require either the system to issue new missions or purchasing talents from the system's store. Of course, the latter option wasn't something he was considering right now. The zoo had just started making money, and there were plenty of expenses to cover. How could he possibly spare any funds to buy talents? Come to think of it, I think there was also a beginner talent gift pack. I wonder what's inside it. Yang Lin suddenly remembered that when the system was first activated, it had given him a talent gift pack as well. With that thought, he quickly searched through the system space and, before long, found the so-called gift pack in his inventory. As the gift bundle was opened, 3 prompt sounds immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the primary talent language proficiency. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the primary talent painting. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the primary talent gluttony. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Yang Lin, who had initially held a sliver of anticipation, suddenly felt somewhat disappointed. What kind of crappy talents are these? Language mastery makes one animal speak other animals' languages? Painting? Animals don't even have hands, what are they supposed to paint with? And it's not even gimmicky enough. What frustrated him most was still the gluttony talent. To put it bluntly, every animal in this rundown zoo possessed this worthless talent. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to eat him into bankruptcy. But considering it was a system freebie, he eventually made peace with it. Forget it, I'm going to bed. Who knows how many visitors we'll have tomorrow. Shaking his head, Yang Lin then returned to his own room. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. When dawn broke the next day, he was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Hello? Who's calling? As soon as the call connected, a clear female voice came through from the other end. Cousin, it's me, your cousin Kirsten. I'm here to start work. Are you at the zoo? There are so many visitors lining up outside. Hearing this, Yang Lin, who had been slightly drowsy, instantly became wide awake. Checking the time, he realized it was just past 6 o'clock. Since taking over the zoo, he had never gotten up this early before. It was the first time he truly felt like he was going to work. He immediately dressed and headed toward the zoo's main gate. By the time he reached the entrance, a girl wearing a baseball cap was already waving at him. Beside her stood a few visitors waiting to enter. Cousin bro, over here, over here. Hearing his cousin's voice, Yang Lin quickly opened the side gate to let her in. Just then, a middle-aged woman nearby couldn't hide her displeasure. Why does she get to go in alone? We've been waiting here all this time. The auntie had barely finished speaking when a middle-aged man standing beside her immediately chimed in. Yeah, are you planning to do business or not? Hurry up and open the door. Hearing their remarks, Yang Lin couldn't help but show a hint of exasperation, casually pointing to the sign next to the gate. She's my cousin and also the ticket seller for the park, so of course she can come in. And didn't you see the posted opening time is 8:30 a.m. right there? Hey listen here kid, this isn't some official zoo, why are you copying what the real zoos do? Open up right now, or we'll expose you online. The middle-aged man, seeing Yang Lin standing alone and vulnerable, immediately prepared to force his way in. The onlookers stepped back and raised their phones, ready to start recording the scene. However, at this very moment, sudden barks of dogs came from the back of the park. The next second, under the gaze of the waiting visitors, the Wang Wang squad led by Li Gooden trotted in an orderly line to Yang Lin's front. As soon as they reached Yang Lin, Li Gooden halted, and the pack of dogs behind him stopped immediately as well. The entire maneuver was so smooth it left the stunned spectators at the gate dumbfounded. What surprised them even more was that after Li Gooden stopped in front of Yang Lin, it suddenly raised its right front paw and saluted him. Director, all members of the Wolf Squad are assembled. Captain Li Gooden reporting for duty. There's no difficulty that can't be solved, only brave dogs. After saying these words, Li Gooden turned his face towards the other dogs. And these dogs obediently lined up in front of it, looking exactly like subordinates receiving a lecture from their leader. Though no one could understand its dog language, the series of actions it displayed had completely stunned the crowd outside the zoo. It took a full minute before the group of visitors finally regained their composure. Holy cow, are those really dogs? I feel like they're the zoo's security guards. Is there even any doubt? The dog in front is clearly wearing a security uniform. Wait, this isn't a security guard uniform, this is the Paw Patrol. Hilarious, the Paw Patrol holding a meeting. Is this zoo really so broke they're hiring animals as security guards? Why do I get the feeling these animals are acting just like humans? Can animals really be this clever? They can be. Last time I took the college entrance exam, there was a border collie sitting right next to me. That's right, I know this border collie too, I even copied from it during exams. People always say border collies are smart, really smart. I never believed it before, but today I finally learned just how damn clever they truly are. The key thing is this border collie acts like the leader of the whole pack, it even gives them pep talks. Damn, this zoo doesn't just have hidden talents like Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix, it's got such a powerful armed force too. Holy shit, we haven't even entered the park yet and there's already a show waiting for us. This alone is worth the ticket price, so everything after this is basically free. It must be people in disguise. Even before entering the zoo, the visitors were already completely captivated by the performance of the Bark Patrol. One by one, they turned their phone cameras toward Lee Gooden and the other dogs. As for those two who were making the most noise earlier, they immediately hid at the back of the crowd after the Paw Patrol appeared. If these had been human security guards, they might have tried to act tough, but faced with this intimidating team of dogs, they instantly lost all their courage. After all, humans can reason with you, but dogs won't. Seeing all the visitors quiet down, Yang Lin immediately had Lee Gooden lead the Bark Patrol in a synchronized drill right in front of the crowd. Meanwhile, he himself took his cousin Chen Kursen into the zoo's interior. Chapter 9, The Terrifying Roar. "Cuz, is this the zoo that uncle left for you? Looks much better than I imagined. And I hear it's become an internet-famous zoo now." As soon as she stepped inside the park grounds, Chen Kursen's face lit up with excitement. "Where are the other employees? I'd love to meet my new colleagues." Hearing Chen Kursen's hopeful words, Yang Lin couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment on his face. "Haven't you already met all the other staff members?" "Wait, you mean those dogs are the staff?" "That's right. Our zoo currently only has 3 positions, 1 director, 1 ticket seller, and 1 security captain. Now you'll be serving as both the ticket seller and financial cashier for our Shihong Zoo." At this point, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a touch of solemnity. Chen Kursen, standing nearby, suddenly had her eyes gleaming with an idea. "Taking on the additional role of financial cashier? That'll cost you extra. And since I'm your cousin, the price goes even higher. I won't ask for much, just an extra 1,000 yuan per month." 1,000. Do you know what the average salary is for new graduates in Ningnan? At most 3,000 yuan. It's only because you're my cousin that I'm offering you 4,000. Yang Lin flatly refused on the spot. "Of course, your cousin isn't that stingy. I'll give you another 800 in performance bonuses. You'll get the full amount as long as you do good work." "Deal." Before Yang Lin could finish speaking, Chen Kursen readily agreed. "Great. Since you've agreed, you're now officially an employee of Shihong Zoo. Come on, let me take you to eat the staff meal," your cousin said. With a wave of his hand, Yang Lin led Chen Kursen toward his administrator's office. In no time at all, a large steaming bowl of instant noodles was placed on the table. Seeing this overflowing bowl of noodles before her, Chen Kursen, who had been full of anticipation, was instantly dumbfounded. "Cousin, what kind of animal eats instant noodles? Who said this was for feeding animals? This is for us to eat." As he spoke, Yang Lin helped himself to a bowl and began eating heartily. By the time the siblings finished dealing with breakfast, it was already 8 o'clock. More and more visitors gathered outside the zoo gate, eventually forming a long queue. Despite this, none of the visitors waiting outside showed any signs of impatience. Instead, they eagerly watched Paw Patrol's morning training sessions through the cage bars. Every time Lee Gooden led the puppies through a training exercise, bursts of laughter erupted from the watching crowd. Occasionally, someone would clap and cheer. "Lucky we came early, who knew the zoo had secret performances. LOL, who could tell if this is genuine zoo security training or just a staged animal show? Honestly, this is my first time seeing dogs in a zoo. What animal? That's clearly a zoo employee. They better be paying dozens of pounds of dog food as monthly wages. Hey you in front, move aside, you're blocking my shot. What an adorable little shopping buddy. If this gets posted online, it'll definitely go viral. Needless to say, it's not just certain, it's already trending. I just saw one of the Paw Patrol videos has already garnered millions of likes." While the visitors were enthusiastically watching the Paw Patrol's training session, Yang Lin also escorted Chen Kursen to her workstation. Upon seeing Yang Lin approach, Lee Gudan, who had been leading the training, promptly snapped to attention and saluted. "Zoo Director, sir. The Paw Patrol's morning training drills have all been completed as ordered. Awaiting further instructions." Hearing Lee Gudan's voice, Yang Lin immediately looked at the dogs behind it. After some training, the previously somewhat lazy stray dogs now seemed like completely different animals. Not only were they full of energy, but their demeanor was also a world apart from before. Even the silly husky, Li Gosheng, had shed its former foolishness. "Very good. Next, you'll lead the Bark Patrol to patrol the zoo. Report any issues to me immediately." "Copy that." With Li Godan's bark, the entire Paw Patrol team immediately followed his lead and dashed into the zoo grounds in a flash. Witnessing this scene, the visitors outside cheered once again, and even Chen Kursen's eyes sparkled with amazement. "Bro, when did you become so good at dog training? You're even more professional than professional dog trainers. And somehow I feel like they can actually understand what you're saying. You silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? How could your cousin possibly speak with dogs? It's just a matter of persistence and hard work, that's all. Alright, get ready to let the visitors in. You go handle the ticket checks." As he spoke, Yang Lin walked up to the zoo's main gate and opened the entrance turnstile. The visitors outside immediately surged forward upon seeing this. Instantly, the scene became lively and bustling. Compared to the first day, the number of visitors on this second day showed a clear surge once again. Hundreds of tourists had already poured in just moments after the gates opened. And the moment these visitors entered the zoo grounds, they rushed straight to the outermost enclosure, the gorilla exhibit. Where's Shit Stevens? Where is he? We want to see Shit Stevens. Did you bring an umbrella? You dare to go see Shit Stevens? Of course I did. You think I'd get close without one? I watched those videos online. One visitor even got a mouthful of Oreo filling fed to him. Shit slacking though. Later in the videos, he was just throwing chunks of turf. What do you know? This is called ape luck running out. It's not a perpetual motion machine. Why would there be so much energy left? What's so great about Steve? I still prefer MJ, the space ape. Exactly, MJ's talents are way more impressive. That poop-flinging gorilla is downright pathetic in comparison. What do you know? Our dear brother worked so hard. Do you even realize how much effort went into perfecting this skill? Gorilla loyalists are disgusting. Space ape is way more civilized. Brother ape FTW. Before they knew it, the visitors had naturally divided themselves into two factions. Some supported Chimpanzee Li Wei, while others preferred Gibbon Li Chang. Of course, in their minds, these two animals were the only presentable creatures in the dilapidated zoo. As for the other animals, after hearing some online rumors about them, the visitors showed absolutely no interest whatsoever. And just as all the visitors were crowding around the gorilla and monkey exhibits, an earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the zoo. At the sound of this roar, the chattering visitors instantly fell silent. Though they couldn't immediately identify which animal the roar belonged to, they all sensed a primal fear rising from deep within their bones. In an instant, everyone felt their hair stand on end involuntarily. Chapter 10, The Astonishing and Formidable Beast. It took a full minute before the visitors in the park gradually regained their senses. The crowd instantly erupted into excitement once more. Holy crap, what was that sound just now? It gave me full-body goosebumps. Yeah, it was terrifying. It felt like my whole body was being suppressed. Could this zoo possibly have some wild beast locked up inside? What kind of beast could be that fierce, a lion or a tiger? I've read some online information about this zoo. It seems they do keep some ferocious animals, but they're all quite old, weak, sick, or disabled. I remember coming here when I was a kid. There was this scrawny old tiger back then, didn't seem half as fierce as a house cat. Enough with the nonsense, why not just go in and see for ourselves? It can't possibly be some alien creature. Right, just go in and see for yourself. No matter how incredible the animals are, they're still locked up in cages anyway. As the crowd murmured, it wasn't long before some of the bolder ones decided to venture deeper into the zoo grounds. Yang Lin naturally noticed this scene and immediately picked up his megaphone to announce, "Attention all visitors, the rear area is designated for formidable beasts. Those who are timid or have related medical conditions should refrain from entering to avoid being frightened." Hearing Yang Lin's announcement, some visitors who had been slightly hesitant suddenly felt as if they were being looked down upon. The predator exhibit, what kind of savage beasts could such a rundown zoo possibly have? Besides, no matter how fierce it is, can it possibly be fiercer than me? A tall, muscular man in the crowd said disdainfully, and the lackeys standing beside him quickly chimed in. Yeah, Big Bro's the toughest. Forget about wild beasts, even a lion or a tiger, Big Bro could take him down with a single punch. Look at Big Bro's massive build. What animal could possibly be bigger than you? Come on, let's go in and see what the hell this thing actually is. In an instant, a crowd of curious tourists began moving deeper into the zoo grounds. When they saw the animals from other exhibits, the disdain on their faces grew even stronger. What kind of ferocious beast exhibit is this? This black bear's skin and bones. Why is this leopard missing a front paw? This wild boar's as skinny as a stray dog. I told you that guy earlier was just trying to scare us on purpose. This zoo doesn't have any actual dangerous animals at all. Yeah, this is just too boring. Just as the visitors were sighing in disappointment, a signpost appeared right in front of them. Tiger enclosure ahead, 50 meters. Do not approach the fence for your own safety. Tiger enclosure? So there's a tiger kept in there up ahead. Maybe that roar just now really came from a tiger. Whatever, since we're already here, might as well see what this zoo's tiger really looks like. As they spoke, the visitors started moving toward the tiger enclosure, all while pulling out their phones and other recording devices. Yet when they reached the entrance of the tiger enclosure, they found the cages completely empty. What's this? Where's the tiger? Tiger, where are you? Surely they didn't just put a cat inside pretending to be a tiger. I knew it was a scam. There's no tiger in here at all. Just as the visitors were all expressing their disappointment at being duped, Yang Lin appeared beside the crowd pushing a small cart. Free-range chickens for sale, real free-range chickens, 100 yuan each, perfect for feeding to tigers. Hearing Yang Lin's voice, the crowd collectively showed expressions of speechless exasperation. They hadn't even seen the tiger yet, and Yang Lin was already selling merchandise. And the price of these local chickens is way too expensive, isn't it? Zoo director, I've got to say this is such a scam. Where are the tigers in the tiger enclosure? Yeah, where's the tiger? That loud roar just now couldn't have been you playing it through speakers, right? If there's no tiger today, we're demanding a refund. Yeah, refund our tickets. Before the crowd could even finish their clamoring, Yang Lin calmly pulled out a plump free-range chicken from his small cart. Then everyone heard him shout in the direction of the cage. Sister Hua, come out for breakfast. No sooner had he spoken than he flung the native chicken he was holding toward the top of the cage. Just as the chicken fell into the cage, a massive figure soared out from behind the artificial hill. Before the chicken even reached the ground, that terrifying, gaping maw had already swallowed it whole. Roar! The next second, everyone heard a bone-chilling roar. This deafening roar was unmistakably identical to the one they had heard outside earlier. When the crowd of tourists turned toward the direction of the monstrous roar, they were met with a sight they would never forget for the rest of their lives. There, inside the enormous iron cage, stood an indescribably fearsome beast, its vividly striped form glaring at them with deadly intensity. Drops of blood kept dripping uncontrollably from the corners of its mouth. Just standing motionless, he emanated an overwhelming sense of suffocation that struck deep into everyone's soul, as if any movement from them would result in being swallowed whole by this magnificent beast the next second. Thud! The silent atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an audible gulp. No one knew who'd swallowed nervously, but the tension instantly dissipated. Only then did they finally see clearly what the enormous creature in the cage actually was. It was unmistakably a giant Siberian tiger, its massive frame comparable in size to a full-size SUV. At this point, the visitors finally understood the source of that faint sense of dread emanating from the depths of their souls. It was an instinct imprinted during their ancestors' ancient struggle for dominance against this forest overlord, a primal fear that had persisted through centuries without fading. Just as the visitors were engulfed in confusion and fear, Yang Lin's voice rang out beside them once more. Who wants local free-range chickens? For just 100 yuan, you can hand-feed the Tiger King yourself. Of course, if you don't want to feed them, you can also take the free-range chicken home to make soup. Hearing Yang Lin's voice, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze. The next second, several visitors rushed to Yang Lin's side. I'll take one. Me too, I want one. In no time at all, the dozen or so free-range chickens Yang Lin had brought were snatched up completely. Once the visitors got their hands on the chickens, they enthusiastically began feeding them. Whenever a free-range chicken was tossed into the tiger enclosure, Li Hua's massive frame would leap up in a flash. Gradually, the visitors' initial fear began to dissipate, replaced by overwhelming awe. They thought the earlier pair of extraordinary creatures were impressive enough, but to discover such a peerless beast lurking in the depths of the park gave everyone a sudden sense of getting their money's worth. Meanwhile, videos shot by the visitors were being uploaded online one after another. Chapter 11. The Tiger Roars Through Mountains and Forests. On the Douyin short video platform, as the Shihongzhou topic went viral online, videos tagged with related hashtags naturally received massive promotion from the platform. At this moment, as soon as a video was uploaded by a user, it immediately caught the attention of numerous netizens. The star of the video was none other than Li Hua, the northeast tiger from Shihongzhou who had just been exposed. The videographer was clearly among the first visitors to enter the tiger zone, and from their perspective, Li Hua appeared as nothing short of a terrifying behemoth. So the video had already garnered nearly 1 million views just minutes after being uploaded, and the comments section below had completely exploded. Holy crap! How short must the person filming be to make a tiger look that huge? Could there be another possibility that it isn't about the filmer's height, but that this tiger is actually just massive? No way, if the proportions are accurate, wouldn't this tiger be the size of a tank? Even if it's an Amur tiger, it couldn't possibly get that big, right? Not even a Siberian tiger, let alone a savanna lion, could grow this big. It's almost elephant-sized now. Wait, everyone take a look at the kuan in its mouth. It should be a fully grown hen, but in this tiger's jaws, it looks like a tiny chick. Based on proportions, this tiger must genuinely be this massive. It's not just that hand. Didn't you see the artificial rockery nearby? That thing's over 2 meters tall, yet it barely clears the tiger's shoulder height. Damn, this really is a giant tiger. Look at those paws, those limbs, this monstrous physique. Could something like this really evolve under natural conditions? An average tiger can send a grown man flying with a single swipe. This tiger could probably send Tyson flying with one slap. Tyson, I freaking thank you. This is way worse than just swatting me away. This gonna bash me to death for real. With a tiger like this, if you were to pit it against 10 Tibetan Mastiffs, how long do you think it could hold out? Those bastards upstairs are real pieces of work. Judging by this tiger's appetite, I reckon it could easily hold out for a full day. By then, those Tibetan Mastiffs should be completely digested. Where are those lion braggarts and their cute little fans? I bet even a full-grown male lion wouldn't last 3 minutes in there. What? Lasting 3 minutes? That lion's bones must be tough as hell to chew. Is this what Susong was beating back in the day? What the hell, Susong? Susong wouldn't dare just go up and drop a gray avatar like that. Brothers, don't stop me, just watch me slide tackle and pick this tiger lord's teeth for him. Is this tiger also from Shihong Zoo? Judging by how rundown it is, it's definitely Shihong Zoo. Ningnan City Zoo's cages aren't this shabby. The moment you mentioned the cage, I noticed, how the hell can this shabby thing possibly hold a Siberian tiger? Honestly, I can't even be contained in this shabby cage. One smash of my keyboard and I'd reduce this cage to splinters. I think this tiger probably finds the visitors outside quite cute. Absolutely, each one is a fresh young face, so tender you could bite into them without getting anything stuck in your teeth. If anyone got something stuck, then that person must be a super tooth sticker. In less than half an hour, the total number of comments under this video had surpassed 500,000, and virtually every other video featuring the Siberian tiger Li Hua had similar results. Almost every video received massive views and likes. As a result, more and more netizens discovered that beyond that infamous pair of oddball animals, Shihong Zoo actually housed such a legendary beast of extraordinary ferocity. While Li Hua was gaining explosive popularity online, other visitors in the zoo also quickly learned of Li Hua's existence. One after another, they abandoned other sections of the park and gathered around the tiger enclosure. While gasping in amazement, visitors kept throwing food into the tiger enclosure. Seeing the visitors' enthusiasm skyrocket, Yang Lin quickly stepped aside to make a phone call. Hello, is this Manager Li? This is Xiao Yang from Shihong Zoo. Could you deliver another 500 chickens for me, please? Right, unload at the back gate. Don't let the visitors see, I told them these are all free-range chickens. I'll price them at 30 each for you. Not making money, what money is there to make? After hanging up, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile. Originally, Li Hua needed to eat 5 chickens and 20 pounds of pork daily, a hefty expense for him. But now this expense no longer needed to come out of his own pocket. As long as the visitors remained enthusiastic, Li Hua would have an endless supply of chickens to eat. At this thought, Yang Lin couldn't help but recall the gluttony talent he had acquired earlier. At first, he thought this ability was utterly useless, but now it seemed like the perfect match for Li Hua. Just as this idea sprouted in his mind, Li Hua inside the cage, who had been devouring chickens one after another, suddenly stopped. Judging by her contented expression, she must be full. The visitors outside the cage also noticed this now. Hey, this big tiger seems to be full. How could it not be? I just counted, we must have thrown in over 30 chickens. That much of an appetite? If it didn't eat like that, how else would it have grown so huge? Did you hear that, little one? Only by eating lots can you grow tall and strong. Look at this big old tiger, she got this huge because she ate plenty. A man in the crowd holding a child spoke earnestly to his little daughter in his arms. After hearing his words, the little girl's face immediately showed a thoughtful expression. The next second, she asked with an innocent expression, Daddy, who is stronger, you or this big tiger? Of course Daddy is stronger, the man replied. The words were barely out of his mouth when Li Hua, who had been lying contentedly on the ground, suddenly stood up. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, it leaped onto a nearby artificial rock more than 2 meters high, then opened its bloodthirsty maw toward the sky. Roar! A deafening roar echoed out, causing every tree in the zoo to tremble. Even the visitors who had anticipated this moment couldn't help but freeze in shock. Of course, not all visitors were intimidated by Li Hua's imposing display. Many who happened to press their camera shutters just as Li Hua howled at the sky now wore expressions of amazement. Especially one elderly gentleman past 50, wearing a green vest. He was staring at the footage he had just captured with immense excitement, as if gazing upon a rare masterpiece. Apart from this photography enthusiast, another elderly man dressed in white martial arts practice attire nearby was also wearing an expression of intense exhilaration. Chapter 12, Bankrupting Him. Old one, I feel my tiger-style fist has the potential to reach the realm of our ancestral master. An elderly man with white hair, dressed in white martial arts attire, exclaimed excitedly among the crowd. Hearing his words, the middle-aged man in a green vest holding a camera was equally thrilled. I really feel like the photos I took this time are the best I've ever captured in my life. As he spoke, he showed the shots he had just taken to the white-haired elder. After watching, the old man nodded repeatedly. The tiger roars through mountain forests. The fierce tiger descends the peaks. Never thought I'd live to see such a magnificent beast again. Had anyone from photography circles been present, they would certainly have recognized this old man holding a camera. The old man was named Wan Fuxing. In his youth, he'd farmed land, run factories, and served as a soldier before finally discovering his life's calling at the age of 50. From then on, he ventured onto the path of wildlife photography, ascending snowy plateaus, penetrating primeval forests, even reaching the Himalayan peaks thousands of meters above sea level. His goal was to capture images of wild animals as ethereal as mountain fairies, and his photographic works featuring creatures like sables, red foxes, and snow leopards invariably sent shockwaves through the photography community. His shots have even won numerous international awards. This trip to Ningnan was originally meant to visit his granddaughter, but he never expected to encounter the awe-inspiring Siberian Tiger King at this seemingly unremarkable Shihong Zoo. He had photographed tigers before, yet neither the captive ones in zoos nor the wild Siberian tigers deep in the Changbai Mountains could compare to the magnificent beast before him now. Placed against Li Hua in the cage, all other tigers might as well have been mere house cats. Speaking of which, old ma, didn't you say your tiger-style fist might never improve further in this lifetime? How did you suddenly achieve a breakthrough? Upon hearing Wan Fuxing's words, a flash of excitement immediately appeared in the white-haired old man's eyes. It's all about fate. Over these years, I've visited major zoos just to observe tigers and learn their form. But only today did I realize that merely learning their form isn't enough for tiger-style fist to break through. One must also understand their essence. That tiger's leap and roar just now instantly showed me what it truly means to be king of the jungle. My previous attempts at imitating tigers were nothing but drawing a tiger with a cat as a model, a pale imitation. But just this once isn't enough. I plan to observe for several more days. It'd be best if I could actually stay here. After listening to Elder Ma's explanation, Wan Fuxing also nodded repeatedly. The zoo may be run down, but judging by this tiger's spirited demeanor, the owner must genuinely love animals. Let's go talk to him and see if we can stay here a little longer. That makes sense. I'll go ask where the owner of this zoo is. No sooner had the two finished speaking than a voice rang out behind them. Make way, free-range chickens coming through. Those who want to feed the big tiger or buy some for stew better hurry, limited to 50 chickens. When they're gone, they're gone. Authentic free-range country chicken. As soon as the words were spoken, a bright and handsome young man dressed in zoo work attire appeared in their line of sight. It's that zoo director again. Why's he selling chickens? Is their zoo so extravagant they can feed dozens of chickens to a tiger every day? Extravagant my foot. We're the ones paying for these chickens out of our own pockets. No matter how much that tiger eats, it's coming from our money. Damn, you're right. No way we're letting this slide. We're taking these free-range chickens back. Of course we're taking them back. Just look at these birds, pure country-raised free-range chickens, packed with crazy good nutrition. Really? Of course I wouldn't lie to you. Having lived in the countryside for decades, I'd certainly know whether this chicken is truly free-range or not. You can't possibly buy a free-range chicken outside for just $100 now. If we buy these chickens, the boss would be losing money badly. Screw him over. Yeah, screw this bastard hard. I'll take 10. As the chatter swirled around them, the elderly couple quickly grasped Yang Lin's true position. Watching Yang Lin skillfully hand the free-range chickens to the tourists, who then tossed them into the cage, the two of them couldn't help but exchange looks of bewilderment. It seems this boss really loves animals, but apparently, only tigers. Watching Yang Lin sell all 100 free-range chickens in no time, the two of them quickly followed after him. Following him, they soon arrived at the administrative office area. Just as they were about to approach him, they saw Yang Lin drag out another large iron cage from the manager's office. Inside the iron cage were clearly several plump mother hens. At this moment, the gazes of all three instantly converged. Yang Lin couldn't help but show a trace of awkwardness in his eyes. You two gentlemen are also here to buy free-range chickens? Just got a fresh batch of 100 inches. How many would you two like to buy? Hearing Yang Lin's words, the two quickly shook their heads. No, we're not here to buy chickens. We actually wanted to ask. Before Wan Fuxing could finish speaking, a look of sudden understanding flashed across Yang Lin's face. I see, you two are here to apply for jobs, right? Coincidentally, our zoo is currently short one security guard and one janitor. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the two elderly men instantly exchanged glances. They had previously been thinking about how to extend their stay at this zoo to facilitate their filming and practice sessions. Their original plan was to purchase a long-term pass or an annual membership card. But after Yang Lin mentioned it, they suddenly realized that working at this zoo might actually be a pretty good alternative. After all, even with a long-term pass, you can't stay here 24 hours a day, can you? If I secure an internal position at the zoo, everything would be perfectly legitimate. After all, it wouldn't need to be for long. 1 or 2 months would suffice, far better than staying in the wild for that same duration. Upon realizing this, the two old men immediately began nodding repeatedly. Seeing the two elders nod, Yang Lin didn't think too much about it. With the rising number of visitors, having only him and his cousin in the entire park would undoubtedly be insufficient. He had originally planned to scout the area for a couple of elderly helpers, but unexpectedly, someone came to him first. He immediately briefed the two seniors on the zoo's basic operations, informing them they could start officially tomorrow. Just as he was showing the two elders around the zoo, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the tiger enclosure nearby. Chapter 13, PAW Patrol Saves the Day. What's going on? Who's causing trouble here? At Tiger Park, Yang Lin, who had arrived upon hearing the news, immediately stepped forward and spoke up loudly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a well-dressed woman said anxiously, "What's going on with your zoo? How can there be thieves here? I just looked away for a moment, and someone already stole my phone. And mine too, my phone is missing. My wallet was stolen too. What kind of trashy zoo is this? How can security be this bad? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I'll expose you online. Hurry up and check the surveillance footage. Why are you just standing there? As the woman spoke, one by one, tourists who had lost their belongings came forward, all pointing fingers at Yang Lin, the only staff member on site. Facing everyone's reproaches, Yang Lin couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Sorry, the surveillance cameras in our zoo have been broken for a while. Broken? The already furious tourists grew even angrier upon hearing Yang Lin's response. How could it be such a coincidence? Right when our belongings get stolen, your surveillance cameras stop working. That's right, the cameras always seem to fail at critical moments. Maybe it was someone from inside the zoo who stole them. You knew it was broken and still didn't fix it? Hard to say, these things have happened before. As the visitors' comments grew increasingly harsh, even Yang Lin's good-natured patience began to wear thin, his brow furrowing in irritation. The reason we haven't repaired the broken surveillance cameras is because I believe our zoo doesn't need them. Rest assured everyone, it won't be long before I find the thief for you. As he spoke, Yang Lin's gaze fell upon the hundreds of tourists present. If traditional methods were used to identify the thief among these hundreds of visitors, it would be harder than climbing to the heavens. Yet he wasn't the slightest bit worried about it. Li Godan, get your ass over here right now. At Yang Lin's loud shout, barks immediately echoed from the other side of the park. Before long, a pack of dogs came trotting over eagerly, led by Li Godan dressed in his security uniform. Boss director, what's up? Is there anything you need me to handle? As soon as he arrived in front of Yang Lin, Li Godan ingratiatingly panted with enthusiasm. There's a thief in the park. A visitor's personal belongings were stolen. I need you to find this thief. The moment Yang Lin finished speaking, a flash of excitement appeared on Li Godan's face. Thief, finally, a job for us Paw Patrol. Great, boss zoo director, rest assured I'll round up the crew and nab this thief right away. Looking at Li Godan's confident expression, Yang Lin nodded slightly. The next second, he turned to the female visitor who had previously claimed her phone was stolen and said, Madam, could you please provide a personal item for our Captain Li Godan to sniff? Upon hearing Yang Lin's request, the woman looked somewhat puzzled but nonetheless removed her jacket and handed it to Li Godan. After giving it a quick sniff, Li Godan immediately nodded at Yang Lin nearby. Clearly it had already memorized this scent. Sir, please also take out a personal item of yours for it to smell. Okay. After sniffing the scents from 3 tourists who had been robbed in succession, Li Godan turned and burrowed headfirst into the crowd without looking back. At that moment, a young man wearing a baseball cap in the crowd suddenly panicked. When Li Godan was still over 10 meters away from him, he quietly started moving in another direction. But soon he realized no matter which way he moved, Li Godan kept closing in on him. At this moment, he finally realized he'd been discovered and immediately prepared to flee. But before he could even lift a leg, Li Godan began barking furiously at him. Li Godan's barking instantly drew the attention of all nearby tourists. Hey, it's barking at that guy, maybe he's a thief? That can't be right, he doesn't seem like a thief either. Don't be ridiculous, since when do burglars just walk around looking like burglars? Now that I think about it, that guy was standing right behind me the whole time. Could he really be the one who stole it? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yang Lin, with a solemn expression, made his way through the assembled people and arrived in front of the young man. Sir, if I were you, I'd take out all the stolen items right now. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the young man initially panicked but quickly composed himself. What gives you the right to accuse me of stealing just because your dog barked at me twice? It's not a police dog, nor has it received professional training. What if it made a mistake? Clearly, he was certain that Yang Lin wouldn't dare search him. As for this sophistry of his, Yang Lin didn't mince words with him either. Li Godan, go find what's on him and make him give up completely. At Yang Lin's command, Li Godan immediately led the pack of Bark Brigade dogs to surround the man. Surrounded by a pack of dogs, the man immediately pulled out his phone and turned on the camera. If you dare let these dogs bite me, I'll post the video online. You're harboring vicious dogs that attack people, that's illegal. While threatening Yang Lin, he began backing away toward the nearby iron cage. Yet Yang Lin remained utterly unmoved by his threats, and the Paw Patrol dogs cared even less. They'd bite whomever Yang Lin commanded, and wouldn't stop until he gave the order. Seeing his threats had no effect, the young man's expression hardened with resolve. The next moment everyone heard him shout, "You forced my hand. Don't blame me for what happens now." As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man began climbing the tiger enclosure's iron bars under the astonished gazes of the surrounding tourists. Perhaps thanks to years of thieving honing his skills, he scaled the 4 or 5 meter high cage in mere moments. At the sight of him landing inside the enclosure, the crowd immediately froze in horror. In such circumstances, for a person to climb into an iron cage housing a ferocious tiger, how is that any different from courting death? Clearly, he intended to use this act to intimidate Yang Lin into relinquishing pursuit. And just as he flipped inside the cage, a massive figure gradually emerged from the shadows at its rear. At the sight of this figure, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats in an instant. They could almost predict the horrific scene that was about to unfold. If the young man were to be bitten to death or seriously injured by the tiger, Shihong-zu would inevitably face closure or bankruptcy. His action was clearly an attempt to engage Yang Lin in a fight to the death. If the tiger didn't manage to kill him, he'd never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Just as the crowd prepared to cover their eyes, Yang Lin, the zoo director, leisurely pulled out a key and unlocked the iron cage door. The next moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, he strode directly toward that peerless beast. Chapter 14. The tiger-riding man pisses himself in terror. From the moment the suspected male thief climbed over the wall into the cage until Yang Lin voluntarily stepped inside by opening the iron gate, the entire process took a mere dozen seconds. By the time everyone realized what was happening, both men were already inside the cage. What shocked them even more was that after Yang Lin entered the tiger cage, he locked the gate behind him without hesitation. Not only was the young man stunned by this move, but even the tourists outside the iron cage were completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, what's the zoo director doing? Does he want to go down with that thief? Today's show might have gone a bit too far. This is bad, really bad. At least one of them is done for, if not both. With a tiger that size, it could swallow them whole in one bite. It's too gruesome, I can't watch anymore. Not necessarily. Maybe the zoo director is very familiar with that tiger. Familiarity doesn't matter. Tigers have extremely strong territorial instincts. If a stranger intrudes into its territory at this moment, it might very well go into a killing frenzy. Exactly. No matter how long it's been raised, it's still a wild beast, and that tiger in particular clearly has a strong wild nature. Call the police quickly, at least you might get a whole body later. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait for it to come out the other end. At this moment, almost everyone believed they were about to witness an extremely bloody scene. As for the thief who had just climbed into the iron cage, his guts were now filled with regret. He had planned to intimidate Yang Lin into letting him go, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect Yang Lin to completely defy expectations. Not only did it follow him inside, but it also locked the cage behind them. Now he had nowhere left to run. As the massive Siberian tiger drew closer and closer to him, waves of despair inevitably surfaced in his eyes. And at that very moment, Li Hua abruptly let out another earth-shaking roar. In the next second, it charged toward the two with a momentum that seemed to shake the mountains and rivers. Every footfall felt like a giant hammer pounding against the man's heart. When it was less than 5 meters away from the man, he completely collapsed, his legs giving way as he dropped to his knees. A hot stream of liquid flowed down between his legs, soaking his trousers. As for Yang Lin on the other side, he remained utterly unfazed. Under the gaze of visitors outside the cage, he even waved both hands at the giant tiger before him. Just as everyone thought he would be swallowed whole by Li Hua in the next second, the tiger suddenly clamped its jaws onto his collar instead. With a gentle toss from Li Hua, Yang Lin landed steadily on its back. Great job, Sister Hua. I'll get you some beef tomorrow. I want it fresh. Aloud. I want 100 Jin. Aloud. Though the crowd couldn't hear the conversation between Yang Lin and Li Hua, those series of movements alone had already engraved themselves into their memories forever. What shocked them even more was seeing Yang Lin riding Li Hua step by step towards the thief. Though Li Hua didn't make any ferocious expressions, simply standing there exuded an aura of wild intensity. And riding on its back, Yang Lin resembled nothing less than the true king of the forest. Paired with the trembling thief on the ground, it was as if a knight from a fairy tale had defeated the final villain. Outside the cage, old Manhwa kept pressing the shutter of his camera repeatedly, determined to capture this magnificent moment between man and animal. It took a full minute before the spectators outside the cage erupted into waves of cheering. That's so freaking cool. It's my first time realizing animal caretakers can be this awesome. I feel like I'll remember this scene for the rest of my life. The Tiger Knight, just thinking about it gives me chills. Oh no, suddenly I want to raise animals at the zoo too. What should I do? For us socially anxious folks, zoo caretakers are literally the world's most perfect profession. No human interaction required, no workplace drama. I'm going to ask the zoo director later if they're still hiring. Not all zookeepers are this handsome. I think it's mainly because this young director has such a good relationship with the animals. If it were someone else, forget riding this tiger, they probably wouldn't even let you touch it. Now that you mention it, that young director really does seem to have some ability to communicate with animals. It's not that mysterious. He's probably just spent enough time with them. Like me, if any man in our village goes out to work, I just ask the other village wives and I'll know where he is. That thief must have been completely stunned, goes to steal a phone or wallet and nearly ends up losing his life instead. Exactly. And if he gets bitten to death by that Siberian tiger, the tiger probably wouldn't even face criminal charges. What are you talking about? Siberian tigers are nationally protected animals. It's not like the tiger actively mauled him, he practically asked for it by crawling into the cage himself. That makes sense. Today's ticket price was totally worth it. Not only did we see detective dogs, but also crime-fighting tigers. Is there anything the animals in this zoo can't do? There's definitely something odd about all the animals in this zoo. Did that young zookeeper raise them all to be like this? While the visitors were buzzing with discussion, Yang Lin finally climbed down from Li Hua's back. Looking at the thief who had been scared out of his wits, his face was full of disdain. With such little courage, you still dare to steal, and even target me. Seems you're truly seeking your own doom. Hand over everything you've taken and wait for the police. Got it? The thief, who had initially been scared stiff, felt as if granted a royal pardon upon hearing Yang Lin's words. The next second he awkwardly produced stolen phones and wallets from various hidden pockets on his person. Only after he had finished this did Yang Lin leisurely swing open the cage door. Get out now. Wait there quietly for the police, don't even think about running. You won't escape from my zoo. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the thief scrambled frantically out of the cage. As for Yang Lin himself, he proceeded to return each stolen item to their rightful owners. At that moment, the visitors' applause once again resounded throughout the zoo grounds. Old man Wan Fuxing's eyes in particular shone with undisguised admiration. This incident further solidified their determination to stay at Shihong Zoo. After what had just transpired, their interest in Yang Lin even surpassed their curiosity about the plum blossoms inside the cage. And just as everything settled down, the entire sequence of events that had unfolded in the tiger enclosure was uploaded to the internet by the visitors present. Chapter 15, The Swearing Parrot. Across major online platforms, the reappearance of the term Shihong Zoo quickly caught netizens' attention as they discovered the freshly uploaded videos taken by visitors. The longest among them even documented the entire process, from Li Gooden catching the thief to the thief sneaking into the tiger enclosure and being subdued by Yang Lin. Ha! This zoo again? Why is every Douyin video I open these days related to this zoo? Seriously, I just sat down and this video popped up. Wow, is this dog really that amazing? It can actually catch thieves? No wonder it got promoted to captain and gets to wear that security uniform. In theory, all dogs can achieve this with prolonged training. This one clearly has professional training. After watching this video, I looked at the dumb dog chewing my sofa beside my feet, so I kicked it. Who would have thought the gap isn't just between people, even the difference between dogs can be this huge? Stop staring at the dogs, the tiger over there is the real deal. If you ask me, the real badass is that thief. He actually jumped into a tiger's cage, and it's such a massive one at that. LOL, the thief pissed his pants, must have been scared shitless on the spot. Totally normal, I'd piss myself too if I saw a tiger. That huge damn thing's terrifying. That guy is really the zoo director? Why isn't he scared of animals at all? Even the big tiger lets him ride on its back. What incredible trust that must take. It seems this young zoo director really understands animals. Not only is he great at training dogs, but he even has the tigers completely under control. I really want to visit Ningnan to see these animals. Anyone interested in joining me? I also want to visit this zoo and see what kind of magical place can train so many extraordinary animals. +1, tickets bought already, going this weekend. As these videos gained explosive popularity, more and more people grew intensely curious about Shihong Zoo. Within just a single day, Shihong Zoo rocketed into TikTok's top 5 trending tourist attractions. Yang Lin wasn't the least bit surprised by this outcome. In fact, he felt rather exhilarated. After all, the more popular the zoo became, the more money he could make. Of course, there were still issues. Take the recent theft incident, for example. If that thief had run off with the goods, even Li Gooden's most impressive skills wouldn't have made a difference. Take the issue of visitor admission as another example. With the increasing number of visitors, expecting Chen Kurson alone to handle ticket sales and admission checks would exhaust her no matter how hard she worked. In short, it all boils down to one thing: outdated infrastructure and insufficient staffing. The solution to these problems is actually quite simple. It's all about spending money. Just thinking about having to part with the money he'd only just warmed up to made Yang Lin's heart ache. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Small expenses now for big profits later. He immediately drafted a list according to current needs. Having roughly sorted things out, he proceeded with the relevant purchases and recruitment efforts. By the time everything was finished, it was already 7 p.m., which according to the zoo's operating hours, was closing time. Just as Yang Lin was about to turn on the broadcast to usher visitors out, sudden cries of surprise erupted from the direction of the bird garden on the zoo's eastern side. Hearing these exclamations, Yang Lin's heart instantly leaped into his throat. Could it be some unlucky tourist got scratched by an animal? At the thought of this possibility, Yang Lin immediately quickened his pace. Now that the zoo was finally showing signs of improvement, he absolutely didn't want closures stemming from visitor complaints. Yet when he reached the aviary, he discovered not a single tourist at the scene, not even a shadow to be seen. Did they already leave? Just as he was filled with bewilderment, sounds emerged once again from the woods beside him. Help! Help! Hearing this cry for help, Yang Lin rushed into the woods without a second thought. To his ears, this was unmistakably a child in danger inside the forest. Yet when he followed the cries to the deepest part of the woods, there was nothing to be seen. As the light grew increasingly dim, an icy chill crept up the back of his neck. Holy shit, don't tell me I've run into a ghost. This can't be happening to me. It's no wonder he had such a thought. After all, at this hour and in this place, he couldn't imagine any child would be playing hide-and-seek with him. Yet just as he was about to turn and leave, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the side. Mom, there's a ghost. With a loud shout, Yang Lin didn't even have time to look carefully before taking off running towards the edge of the woods. But he had barely taken a few steps when he heard another sound coming from behind him. Ha ha, what a scaredy cat, such a scaredy cat. Yang Lin's terrified expression instantly changed upon hearing those words. A figure involuntarily flashed through my mind. The next second, I saw him turn his head with gritted teeth and say, Li Ziming, you damned bastard, how dare you scare me like that? I swear I'll pluck every last hair off your body. With a furious roar, Yang Lin charged forward, and in a matter of moments, he had a brilliantly colored macaw clutched in his hands. Spare me, quick, let your father down. Spare me, damn it, damn bastard. Seeing the macaw in his hands still cursing even after being caught, Yang Lin promptly delivered 2 sharp slaps across its face. Keep cursing, and I'll pluck every feather off you, then hang you at the zoo entrance. Which damn gluttonous neighbor taught you this nonsense? As soon as the words fell, Li Ziming, the previously foul-mouthed macaw, immediately went silent. Just when Yang Lin thought it had completely settled down, it spoke up again. Help! Help! A bird's life is at stake. Keep shouting and see what happens. This time, Yang Lin had completely lost his patience. Just as he raised his hand, rustling sounds came from the bushes nearby. Hearing these sounds, Yang Lin's slightly eased heart immediately leapt to his throat. Because if he remembered correctly, currently there was only one macaw, Li Ziming, left in this birdsong forest. Now that Li Ziming was in his grasp, what could possibly be making that noise inside? Faintly, Yang Lin recalled the desperate cries for help that Li Ziming had let out earlier. Could it be that it wasn't trying to trick me, but was actually crying out for help? With this thought in mind, Yang Lin quickly snatched up a dry branch from the ground. After gathering his courage, he strode straight toward the source of the sound. When he rounded an old camphor tree, a figure abruptly appeared before him. Staring at the figure before him, Yang Lin froze in shock. Chapter 16, Golden Eagle, Poachers. In the dark corner, a massive creature crouched motionless. By the fading twilight's glow, Yang Lin could barely discern it was a bird, an enormous one. As for the exact species, he couldn't say for sure. At this point, he finally understood why Li Ziming had been so terrified. After all, when a bird that looked unmistakably like a bird of prey suddenly landed in his territory, wasn't it natural to be scared? Just as Yang Lin was at a loss for what to do, the system's prompt tone suddenly rang out. Ding! Injured raptor, Golden Eagle, detected. Host, please initiate rescue procedures immediately. Upon completion of the rescue, the host will receive 1 talent point. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Yang Lin immediately grasped the situation. So it's a golden eagle, no wonder it's so massive. But this is the city center, how could a golden eagle suddenly appear here? Despite his confusion, thinking about the rewards the system offered, Yang Lin decided not to dwell on it for now. Li Ziming, stay put here. I'll take it to get its wounds treated first. As he spoke, Yang Lin placed Li Ziming on a nearby tree branch, then bent down to gently cradle the severely injured golden eagle in his arms. Luckily it was an injured golden eagle. If it had been a healthy one, Yang Lin might not have been able to handle it. Clutching the golden eagle, he jogged all the way back and soon reached the administrator's office. The moment the door was pushed open, a startled shriek came from inside. Ah, you pervert, get out right now. Even without looking, Yang Lin knew exactly what was happening the moment he heard that voice. He quickly pulled the door shut behind him. A full 5 minutes passed before Chen Kursen finally emerged, her face flushed crimson. Before she could voice her protest, she noticed the golden eagle in Yang Lin's hands. Wow, what a huge bird. Never mind the bird, didn't you study veterinary medicine? Hurry and tell me what's wrong with it and whether it can still be saved. Speaking impatiently, Yang Lin promptly pulled Chen Kursen into a nearby workroom. After Chen Kursen thoroughly examined the golden eagle from head to tail, her brow immediately furrowed. That's strange. It looks like it was shot with a gun and injected with an anesthetic. Shot by someone? Yang Lin looked at the golden eagle's bleeding wing and its barely open eyes, instantly forming a suspicion in his mind. I knew there must be a reason why a golden eagle suddenly flew in here. Turns out it was brought into the city by those poachers. It probably used its last ounce of strength to escape to us. Is poaching still happening in 2022? Hearing Yang Lin's words, Chen Kursen beside him quickly inquired further. Of course it is. Where there's profit, people will do it regardless of the era. Otherwise, where do you think all the animals in my zoo came from? After saying this, Yang Lin took another look at the golden eagle's injuries before turning to Chen Kursen and saying, I've got all the basic medicine here. Treat it quickly, and once it's better, I'll send you a big red envelope. Hearing the mention of a big red envelope, Chin Kurson, who had been eager to leave work just moments ago, suddenly lit up with excitement. Since you said so, I'll treat its injuries right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Kurson had already shaved off the feathers around the golden eagle's wounded area. Disinfection, debridement, hemostasis, medication, bandaging, administering oral drugs. By the time all these procedures were completed, more than half an hour had already passed, and this half-dead golden eagle gradually recovered after receiving treatment. As soon as it fully regained consciousness, the notification signaling the completion of the mission also sounded in Yang Lin's mind. Hearing this system notification, Yang Lin finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks to you, Kurson, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope later. Head home for now, and I'll cover the cab fare. Hee, it's only right. Isn't this the exact moment we veterinary students train for? Since cousin is being so generous, I won't stand on ceremony then. Goodbye, cousin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen Kurson was already running outside. Soon, only Yang Lin and the golden eagle remained in the workshop. Seeing there were no others left in the workshop, Yang Lin immediately addressed the golden eagle. How are you feeling? Any better? Although the golden eagle was somewhat surprised that it could actually understand Yang Lin's words, it still nodded in agreement. That's good. Let me ask you, were you injured by poachers? How did you know? I barely managed to escape from those people just now. At the sudden mention of poachers, the golden eagle's eyes filled with hatred. Would you like to get revenge? Yang Lin suddenly suggested. Of course I want to. Since you want revenge, how about we make a deal? When Yang Lin spoke these words, there was a faint trace of temptation in his tone. He had already felt somewhat enamored at first sight of this golden eagle. After all, most types of animals were already present in Shihong Zoo, but raptors like golden eagles remained conspicuously absent. The expansive bird garden only had that fool Li Ziming as its lone resident bird, making Yang Lin too embarrassed to even open it to visitors. Now seeing this golden eagle, he naturally wanted to keep it. A trade? What kind of trade? The terms are simple. I'll help you catch those poachers, and in return, you'll work at my zoo for 3 years. After 3 years, I'll set you free. How does that sound? You can really help me catch those poachers? The golden eagle seemed somewhat doubtful of Yang Lin's words. Faced with the eagle's skepticism, Yang Lin this time chose not to give a direct answer. Instead, he cast a beam of insight light directly onto its body. Immediately, details about the golden eagle's innate abilities appeared before him. Supervision, golden talent, requires 5 talent points for activation, but due to its inherent properties, only 1 talent point is needed to activate it. Super endurance, gold talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Super speed, gold talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Sky Dominator, gold talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Soul of the Eagle, legendary talent, activation requires 10 talent points. Looking at this dazzling talent information, Yang Lin was completely stunned. Not to mention all the golden talents, there's actually a legendary talent hidden here that's even more incredible than golden ones. He had never seen a talent of this level before. Currently, only this golden eagle possessed it. This alone was enough to show how much stronger this wild golden eagle was compared to the aging and ailing animals in his zoo. Of course, he also knew that, for now, he could only admire a talent of this level from afar. That's 10 talent points, who knows how long it would take to save up that many. Yet the moment this thought crossed his mind, the system notification chimed again the very next second. Emergency mission issued, crack down on the poaching ring and rescue the trapped animals. Mission completion reward, 1 random golden talent treasure box, 5 ability points. Chapter 17 Talent, Primal Reversion. Hearing the mission prompt in his mind, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Talk about getting what you wished for, straight up rewarded with 5 talent points and a golden talent treasure chest. Upon seeing the generous rewards from the system, Yang Lin quickly calmed down after the initial excitement. Such lavish rewards suggest this poaching group must be formidable, likely even armed with militant capabilities. Handling this alone might be beyond me, but the system didn't specify that I have to personally dismantle it. With this thought, Yang Lin couldn't help but glance at the golden eagle beside him. Without a doubt, if he wanted to find the poacher's hideout, this golden eagle would be his only lead and also become his greatest asset. Without hesitation, he immediately allocated the talent point he'd just acquired to enhance the eagle's supervision. As the talent point was invested, a visible golden light instantly ignited in the golden eagle's eyes. Simultaneously, the injuries on the golden eagle's body healed in an instant, and its size grew slightly larger as well. Yang Lin showed no surprise at this change, as he had long noticed that these animals would gain a certain boost in intelligence and strength after activating their talents, along with an increased closeness with him. When the transformation on the golden eagle ended, it finally regained the majestic appearance of the former Sky King. Seeing this, Yang Lin quickly asked, "How about now? How do you feel?" "I've never felt better. If it were me now, I'd never let those poachers catch me again. With that said, the golden eagle flapped its massive wings, each boasting a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. A sudden gale howled through the workshop. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lin's eyes also sparkled with fascination. Excellent. Simply excellent. From today onward, your name shall be Li Xuanying. I'm Yang Lin, and you can call me boss. Boss. Get comfortable with your new abilities here for now. I'll go find some help, and later we'll go after that gang of poachers together. After hurriedly instructing Li Xuanying, Yang Lin rushed out of the workshop. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at the zoo's security booth. There, clad in a security guard uniform, Li Guden lay lazily sprawled on the floor. An old color TV played a recently popular historical romance drama just a short distance in front of him. Spotting Yang Lin opening the security booth's door, Li Guden quickly turned off the TV with an embarrassed look. Boss, listen to me, I really don't like watching these kinds of TV dramas. I just accidentally stepped on the remote control, that's all. Alright, no need to explain. I'm not blaming you. I actually have a job for you. A job? The mention of work instantly perked up Li Guden. Yes, a poaching gang has arrived in our Ningnan. They've captured a lot of wild animals. I'm planning to scout out their hideout first, and I need your help. Yang Lin had barely finished speaking when Li Guden's face lit up with anticipation. Is the job really that exciting? Fantastic, I finally get a chance to show what I can do. Where are they? I'm going to wipe them all out right now. Yang Lin never expected Li Guden to have such a strong sense of justice. Wipe them all out? What are you thinking? We're just going to roughly scout out the poachers' locations. Taking them down isn't our job, you know? Yang Lin worried that Li Guden might impulsively charge straight into the poacher's lair, so he made sure to emphasize the point twice more. Only when Li Guden agreed to follow instructions did Yang Lin finally breathe a sigh of relief. With Li Guden's cooperation and Li Xuanying's aerial reconnaissance, it wouldn't take them long to locate the hideout of that poaching gang, assuming nothing went wrong. Even so, Yang Lin still felt somewhat uneasy. After some thought, he opened the long-in-use talent shop. Of course, it wasn't that he was unwilling to activate it, it was simply that the talents inside were far too expensive. This time, to enhance his own safety, even if he hated to part with the cost, he had no choice but to splurge a little. Before long, a green-tier talent worth $100,000 appeared before his eyes. Primordial reversion, green talent after activation, this talent allows an animal to regress to the state of its ancestors. Among all the talents in this talent mall, it couldn't be considered eye-catching, but in Yang Lin's heart, it was completely worth its price. As we all know, the animals in the current animal kingdom have evolved over innumerable years to become what they are today. Some animals have shed their horns and fierce traits through prolonged evolution, becoming docile, like wild pigs evolving into domestic pigs, while other animals have grown increasingly robust, such as sharks and tigers. The same atavistic talent might make some animals stronger, while others weaker. So whether this atavistic talent is worth using depends entirely on the subject. With this thought, Yang Lin immediately took Li Guden to the wolf enclosure. As soon as they entered the wolf enclosure, all the dogs inside immediately ran to the edges of their cages. Among them, the husky Li Gosheng was the liveliest, to the point of looking a bit foolish. There was no helping it, the reputation of the 3 idiots of the sled wasn't for nothing. Had it been just a bit smarter back then, it wouldn't have ended up as a stray dog. Gosheng, come here. At Yang Lin's call, the silly-faced Li Gosheng immediately trotted over to him with an eager waddle. After patting its head, Yang Lin promptly implanted the ancestral regression talent he had just bought from the system store into its body. Although Li Gosheng looked somewhat unreliable, it was still the most suitable candidate in the entire zoo for this talent. After all, when it came to pedigree, few among the present animals could rival it. As the atavism talent was implanted, Li Gosheng's body immediately underwent drastic changes. The most noticeable change was in its size. Originally just about 1 meter long as an adult husky, Li Gosheng's frame suddenly expanded to nearly 1.5 meters after its ancestral regression, with shoulder height surpassing 1 meter completely. As for its weight, a conservative estimate would place it at around 100 gene, approximately 50 kilograms. Beyond its size, its once simple and dopey expression instantly turned murderous, while its sharp and prominent canine teeth gave it the aura of a top predator in the natural world. Add to that its thick, gray and white fur, and this was no longer just a dog, it clearly resembled a Siberian plain wolf from the snowy highlands. Chapter 18, Launching the Operation, The Poacher Gang. As one of the famed 3 snowy Dumbos among sled dogs, few could imagine that countless years ago, they once roamed the snowy plains as fierce beasts. And precisely because Yang Lin knew this, he decided to implant that ancestral reversion talent into it. Judging by Li Gosheng's current appearance, it clearly hadn't let Yang Lin down. Though its silhouette still bore some resemblance to a husky, its fierce expression was completely different from that of the breed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Li Gosheng were to fight the remaining stray dogs now, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Li Gosheng. Just as Yang Lin was looking at Li Gosheng with satisfaction, Li Guden beside him stood frozen in terror. It seemed hard to believe this awe-inspiring and terrifying beast was the same husky it used to bully at will. Chief, did you turn Gosheng into this? Upon hearing Li Guden's words, Yang Lin gave a slight nod. From today onward, you two will be the two top generals under my command. If you bully Gosheng again in the future, I won't stop him from retaliating. Before Yang Lin could finish speaking, Li Gosheng, who had already completed his ancestral reversion, pounced onto Li Guden. His massive frame instantly pinned Guden down, rendering him immobile. Despite Li Guden's exceptional intelligence, he was utterly powerless in the face of overwhelming strength. Alright, you two, knock it off. Come with me tonight, we're pulling off something big. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin strode straight toward the zoo's entrance. By the time he reappeared, he was already in a van, with the two key figures, Guden and Gosheng, seated on either side in the back row. The van's cavernous interior barely accommodated the two massive creatures. About 50 meters above the van, a majestic golden eagle circled imperiously, the Bluetooth signal light around its neck blinking steadily. Are you certain the poacher's scent trail leads east of us? No mistake, boss. I sniffed every inch of that big bird thoroughly. From the back seat, Li Guden answered with utmost seriousness, while Li Gosheng nodded vigorously beside him. As a husky with reactivated Siberian Plains wolf bloodline, his sense of smell surpassed even that of the border collie, Li Guden. Seeing both dogs had settled on a direction, Yang Lin immediately stepped on the gas. Under the cover of night, the dilapidated minivan carried one man and two dogs towards the east of Ningnan City. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Ningnan City, a group of rough-looking men dressed inconspicuously were plotting something. Damn it, letting the Golden Eagle escape means losing at least 100 grand. The worst part is a Jiangsu Zhujiang boss specifically requested that bird and he's one of our regular customers. Who says it isn't? But damn if we know how that Golden Eagle escaped even after being shot in the wing and drugged, totally unreal. As he spoke, a shirtless man with a horse-like face kicked a wooden crate covered with a tarp nearby. Immediately, muffled cries of pain echoed from beneath the fabric. No, we have to make up for this loss, otherwise this whole trip would have been a waste. Compensate? How can we compensate? Hearing the long-faced man's words, another burly man munching on instant noodles looked puzzled as he asked, could we possibly enter the 100,000 mountains again? I never want to set foot in that hellish place. Just as the group was exchanging uncertain glances, one of their underlings playing with his phone nearby suddenly let out an exclamation. Holy shit, that's a huge tiger. Tiger? What tiger? Hearing the younger brother's exclamation, the horse-faced man was the first to ask. It's that Northeast Tiger King that's been trending on Douyin lately. I've never seen such a huge tiger in my life. The underling placed his phone screen right before the long-faced man's eyes. Following his gaze, they saw an enormous tiger standing atop the rockery, roaring mightily at the sky. The moment his eyes landed on this giant tiger, the long-faced man's expression brightened instantly. There actually exists such a ferocious beast in this world? If we could sell this to the Middle East, imagine how many wealthy sheiks would pay top dollar for it. We'd be set for life. Indeed, such a rare and ferocious beast hasn't been seen for centuries. Those extravagant tycoons would love it. With just a little hype, it might sell for hundreds of millions. Over 100 million. As these words were uttered, all the poachers present immediately felt as though a gold mine had been laid before their eyes. Just as everyone was lost in their fantasies, the subordinate from earlier uttered another exclamation of surprise. Boss, look, this tiger seems to be in Ningnan right now. Really? Hearing his underling's words, the horse-faced man quickly glanced at the location tag beneath the video. Sure enough, the words Shihong Zoo, Ningnan City caught his eye. Roseville Zoo? Is that a private zoo? Right. I heard this zoo has been operating for many years, run by 3 generations of the same family. Besides this big tiger, their zoo also has a chimpanzee that smokes cigarettes and a gibbon that does the robot dance. They've been trending online recently. The phone-scrolling underling hurriedly explained, clearly he'd been watching quite a few viral videos about Shihong Zoo lately. If it's just a family-run business spanning 3 generations, doesn't that mean they basically have no security measures at all? The long-faced man pressed further. Upon hearing this question, his subordinate shook his head in response. I hear they don't even have security guards, just a few dogs handling all the protection. I see. The long-faced man immediately displayed a meaningfully profound expression. His longtime followers instantly grasped his thoughts the moment they saw their boss's expression. Boss, you mean we should go steal this Siberian Tiger King? No sooner had the burly man uttered these words than the long-faced man gave him a solid slap across the face. What are you talking about? How can you call it stealing? A small zoo like that doesn't deserve such a majestic Siberian Tiger King. We're just giving it a better living environment, helping it live a better life. This is for its own good, helping the animal, understand? Yes, I understand. Big bro, you're the one who truly understands animals. After inexplicably getting slapped upside the head, the burly man quickly offered his flattery. What they didn't notice was that right above their heads, a pair of golden eyes were fixated on them with deadly intensity. With a faint glimmer, the images inside the factory building were instantly transmitted via Bluetooth signal to a phone not far away. Chapter 19, The System's Potential. Frowning, Yang Lin watched the video transmitted remotely via Bluetooth. I initially thought that no matter how brazen these poachers were, they wouldn't dare go too far, but now he realized he'd thought too simply. Dozens of large iron cages stood neatly arranged in the empty factory building. Even if each iron cage held only one animal, there had to be at least dozens of wild creatures inside. Though judging by the usual habits of these poachers, these iron cages probably contained no fewer than 100 wild animals. But none of that was the real issue. The real problem was that this poaching crew had over a dozen members, every one of them armed with lethal weapons like firearms and crossbows. With equipment like that, even lions, tigers, or elephants would be easy prey for them. It looks like we've run into one of those professional poaching organizations. This won't do, I need to call for backup. With this thought, Yang Lin quickly recalled Li Xuanying, who had been hiding on the rooftop opposite. Then he found a safe corner and quietly dialed a phone number. Hello, is this the police? I discovered a group of poachers near the boiler factory on Gaogong First Road. Yes, there are more than 10 of them, all armed with firearms. By my estimate, they've got at least 100 wild animals in their possession. If you don't believe me, I have footage recorded by my drone. Alright, I'll send it to you later. Just as Yang Lin made the phone call, the Ningnan City Public Security Bureau, located more than 10 kilometers away, quickly received a video. The moment the video was played, the entire bureau erupted in chaos. Captain Lin, these people must be the poachers our forest police comrades have been chasing for so long. Who would have thought they'd come to our Ningnan? In the conference room, a middle-aged man watched the video on the projector with excitement. Likely so. Ordinary poaching groups wouldn't operate on this scale, and they're all armed. Their background must be unusual. A crew-cut young man nearby nodded in agreement. Judging by their actions, they're planning to transport this batch of animals overland across the border. We must intercept them this time without fail. By the way, has the informant's information been verified? Hearing the young man's words, a nearby young officer promptly nodded in response. Verified. The person who filed the report is named Yang Lin, the owner of a private zoo. No issues found. A zoo owner? What a coincidence. Though puzzled, the young man didn't dwell on it too much. Alright, since both target and location are confirmed, let's move out. This time we absolutely can't let them escape. If they get away, armed as they are, they'll pose a major threat to the entire Ningnan area. Move. As the young man's voice faded, a large contingent of police forces quickly began to assemble. Before long, police car after police car carrying public security officers headed towards the eastern industrial production zone of Ningnan. It was already half an hour later by the time they arrived. During those 30 minutes, Yang Lin had been staring fixedly at the factory building that the poaching gang had turned into their base, terrified they might seize the opportunity to escape. Why aren't they here yet? What if they get away? Just as Yang Lin was growing increasingly restless, over a dozen police cars, their sirens and lights turned off, appeared in a surrounding formation around the building. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Perfect, they've finally arrived. Since the police officers have arrived, there's no reason for me to stay here anymore. I should slip away before anyone notices. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yang Lin immediately took the opportunity to drive away under cover of darkness. Before long, he heard bursts of gunfire coming from behind him, sending a chill down his spine. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel relieved that I hadn't acted so impulsively and charged in alone. Even though he now had the system, there wasn't any noticeable change for him personally compared to before. Even with the protection of Li Godan and Li Goshang, he'd probably struggle to survive against those ruthless poachers. With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh and murmur. Technically, humans are animals too. When will I get to enhance myself? As soon as the words fell, the system notification tone sounded. Host is currently classified as a higher primate. To allocate attribute points for yourself, you must first upgrade the system to level 2 before this function becomes available. Startled by the sudden prompt, Yang Lin froze for a moment before a hint of delight flashed across his face. So the reason I can't allocate points to myself isn't because it's impossible, but because humans are just too high level. But can this system thing even be upgraded? What conditions are needed to reach level 2? The host needs to activate talents for no fewer than 100 animals, ensuring at least 10 possess golden tier talents, for the system to upgrade. Upon receiving the system's answer, Yang Lin felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart. Activating talents for 100 animals, disregarding whether Shi Hongzhu even had that many animals, would require 100 talent points alone. Of course, that wasn't even the hardest part. The true challenge lay in needing 10 golden tier talent holders. This means he can't just use ordinary cats and dogs to make up the numbers, it has to be those exceptionally gifted animals. One could imagine just how difficult it would be. Forget it, forget it. Let nature take its course. These things can't be rushed. Shaking his head to dismiss these unrealistic thoughts, Yang Lin promptly stepped on the gas pedal. He returned to Shihongzhou shortly after. He thought it wouldn't be long before he heard the notification signaling mission completion. Yet what puzzled him was that he waited a full 2 or 3 hours without hearing anything. Could it be that the police officers didn't catch all those poachers? That can't be, right? How could they have escaped in that situation? Just as he was thinking this, over a dozen kilometers away at the abandoned boiler factory site, a frustrated Lin Feng threw a punch directly at a nearby pillar. As the commander of this operation, he never expected that apart from conventional weapons, these poachers would also be hiding 2 grenade launchers. Although they successfully stormed the warehouse and killed 8 poachers, 7 still managed to escape in the chaos. Captain Lin, all the wildlife they poached this time is right here, 148 live specimens and 78 preserved or deceased ones. Just as Lin Feng was feeling agitated, a police officer came over to report. This time we've confiscated all their poached game. If you were one of those escaped poachers, what would you do next? Hearing his captain's sudden question, the young officer was instantly stunned. Find a safe place to hide? Or keep fleeing? No sooner had he finished speaking than an older officer on the other side shook his head. No, you don't understand these desperados at all. Just like gamblers, when faced with such situations, they often choose to keep betting, sometimes even going all in an attempt to recoup their previous losses. Recoup losses? Given their circumstances, how could they possibly recoup anything? The young officer clearly struggled to comprehend the veteran's perspective. And just at that moment, a phone in the hand of a poacher's corpse nearby caught Lin Feng's attention. Chapter 20, delivered right to our doorstep. Inside the administrator's office, Yang Lin finally lost his patience after waiting endlessly without hearing the mission completion notification tone. Damn it, probably some poachers slipped away and weren't completely wiped out. Going by their usual behavior, those who escaped would flee as far as possible, maybe even leave the country. How am I supposed to find them then? Does this mean the mission is stuck here? The thought of losing out on 5 attribute points and a golden talent chest that were almost within his grasp made Yang Lin downright miserable. After hustling all night only to end up empty-handed, anyone would feel frustrated. Seems like unless these guys deliver themselves to my doorstep, there's no way I'll complete this mission. But how could they possibly come knocking on our door willingly? Shaking his head to dismiss this unrealistic notion, Yang Lin then prepared to take a shower and go to bed. Just then, 2 black Jeep Wranglers slowly pulled up outside Shihongzhou. Upon closer inspection, the 2 black Wranglers were riddled with bullet holes, as if they had just survived through a fierce battle. Boss, this is the place, the Shihongzhou that went viral on Douyin. The Siberian Tiger King is in this very zoo. Inside the lead Jeep, a bearded man was reporting this to the long-faced man seated in the back. At this moment, the long-faced man looked nothing like his formerly confident self, covered in grime while blood steadily seeped from his right hand. Clearly, although they managed to escape during the recent battle, they didn't get away unscathed. Yet this very fact only served to unleash his savagery. We may have bitten off more than we can chew this time, but as long as we successfully capture this Tiger King, we'll recoup all our losses. We'll still be living large in the Middle East afterwards. Hearing the long-faced man's tempting words, the faces of the poachers instantly lit up with renewed hope. Boss, should we move in now? If not now, then when the hell else? What if the zoo staff finds out? The bearded man pressed on. Hearing his question, the long-faced man glared at him. Do you really need to ask me this? What do you think that thing in your hand is for? I get it now. Nodding, a hint of ferocity flashed in the bearded man's eyes. Having just suffered a setback, he desperately needed a place to vent his frustrations. As soon as they finished their discussion, the group found a deserted corner and easily slipped into the Shihongzhou unnoticed. And the spot where they landed happened to be right at the location of the birdsong forest. No sooner had their feet touched the ground than a voice called out from the woods nearby. Damn it all! Damn it all! Hearing this voice suddenly, the poachers' hearts skipped a beat in terror. Instinctively, they thought they'd been discovered. But soon they realized there didn't seem to be anyone around. Boss, what's up with this zoo? We clearly heard voices just now, but there's nobody around? Could it be a ghost? Ghost my ass. I've killed people before, why would I fear ghosts? Forget that, let's go find the tiger first. After slapping the subordinate across the face, the horse-faced man immediately began heading deeper into the zoo grounds. What they didn't notice was that while they were sneaking around the zoo grounds, a dark shadow suddenly shot straight up into the sky. Meanwhile, just as Yang Lin was about to go to bed, he suddenly felt something tapping on his window. With a quick glance, he immediately spotted a familiar figure. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be sleeping at this hour? While scolding, Yang Lin opened the window. In the next second, a panicked Li Ziming flew inside. Help! Help! Hearing Li Ziming's cries for help and observing its facial expressions, Yang Lin immediately sensed something was wrong. After a moment's thought, he directly grabbed Li Ziming's body. Instantly, a faint glow passed from his hands into Li Ziming's body. As soon as the glow entered, Li Ziming's feathers immediately became more vibrant, and a spark of extraordinary liveliness appeared in his eyes. These were unmistakable signs that its innate talent had been activated. Boss, it's bad. There are bad guys, they've broken into the zoo. They're armed, dangerous, Gafar, Don Gay. Before Li Ziming could finish rattling off that string of multilingual warnings, Yang Lin smacked it mid-sentence. Stop showing off, enough already. We get it, you speak a dozen languages. Now tell me clearly what kind of people broke in. It's a group of men, armed men, they look vicious. Yang Lin. Though somewhat speechless, based on the keywords Li Ziming described, Yang Lin immediately associated them with those poachers from before. No way, did they really deliver themselves to our doorstep? Why would they do that? Though he didn't fully understand, he didn't need to think hard to realize they were almost certainly targeting the animals in the zoo. How could Yang Lin tolerate that? Messing with him was one thing, but messing with those animals? Impossible. After all, they were practically elders of the Yang family. At this thought, Yang Lin quickly forced himself to calm down. Since these poachers had the audacity to break into the zoo, they must have sufficient confidence in their actions. Undoubtedly, their confidence came from the weapons they carried. Considering this was an urban area, they probably wouldn't use firearms, but even if they only wielded crossbows or other cold weapons, he wouldn't be able to oppose them. It seems I'll have to show you some real toughness, or you'll keep thinking I'm an easy target. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin put on his clothes and walked out the door. When he reappeared, two tall figures stood beside him, none other than brothers Li Guden and Li Goxing. Alongside them, the 6 members of the PAW patrol stood in perfect formation, while the golden eagle Li Xuanying circled overhead. Together, they formed a surprisingly formidable animal army. Yet even so, Yang Lin still felt it wasn't quite enough. After a moment's thought, he went ahead and opened the gates to the gorilla and monkey enclosures as well. After Old Man Li Wei and Old Man Li Chang joined the effort, bolstered with confidence and supported by Li Xuanying's aerial surveillance, Yang Lin quickly advanced toward the group of poachers. Meanwhile, the 7 poachers remained completely unaware that their whereabouts had been fully exposed. Chapter 21 An Unequal Battle. Boss, the tiger enclosure should be right ahead. That tiger's quite large, I think we'll need to increase the dosage of tranquilizers. On the path to the tiger enclosure, the bearded man reached for a tranquilizer dart from his pack as he spoke to the horse-faced man. We'll probably need to get another vehicle as well. A tiger this big won't fit in a regular car. At the bearded man's suggestion, the horse-faced thug nodded in agreement. Don't worry about it now. We'll figure something out once we get it sedated. The zoo must have specialized animal transport vehicles, we'll find one later. Just as the two were talking, one of their underlings suddenly spoke up. Boss, I feel like something's off. What's so strange about it? This zoo seems too quiet, why haven't we heard any other animals along the way? What's so strange about that? Animals need sleep at night too. Honestly, you're making a fuss over nothing. We've braved the 100,000 mountains, how could a measly little zoo possibly stop us? Instantly silenced by the group's retort, the underling quit talking. As they were speaking, the tiger enclosure's iron cage gradually came into view. Beneath the bright moonlight, a massive creature lay prominently in the open space at the center of the cage. At the sight of this colossal beast, the cautious group instantly erupted with excitement. Boss, it's that Siberian Tiger King. It's even bigger than in the online videos, we're gonna strike it rich this time. No kidding, how the hell did they raise a tiger this huge? The zookeepers at this place must be goddamn geniuses. Probably about as big as an elephant. Those oil tycoons in the Middle East would go crazy if they saw this. Seems our earlier price estimate was way too conservative. This tiger is worth at least 200 million. 200 million. At the mere mention of this, the 7 poachers instantly felt as if a gold mountain had been placed right before their eyes. And this golden mountain was now as good as nestled securely in their grasp. Let's do it, boss. Seeing the 200 million fortune practically within reach, the crew could hardly contain their excitement. Meanwhile, the bearded man beside them silently raised his tranquilizer gun. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden whistling sound came rushing from the side. Before he could react, a fist-sized cobblestone struck him squarely on the forehead. Ah! With a shriek, the bearded man's head instantly gushed blood. Who the hell threw a rock at me? While wailing in despair, he still managed to hurl loud curses between his sobs. The other poachers nearby were also baffled by what they saw. Where did this rock come from in the middle of the night, and how did it just happen to hit the bearded man right on the forehead? No sooner had this thought crossed their minds than rock after rock came flying at them in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, all 7 poachers were struck, each hit precisely on the head. Though not fatal, the intense pain made them scream in agony. By this point, they finally realized they'd been discovered and immediately raised their weapons, preparing for battle. Just then, a voice emerged from the darkness nearby. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons now, resisting is pointless. Hearing this voice, the expressions of the several poachers present instantly changed. That voice sounded unmistakably like the cop who had been hunting them down before. But these poachers, seasoned by years of experience, quickly sensed something was wrong after their brief moment of panic. The horse-faced man abruptly pulled out a flashlight from his waist and shone it toward the direction of the voice. The next moment, a brilliantly colorful macaw appeared in the beam of light. The moment he saw this macaw, the long-faced man instantly realized he'd been tricked. Damn it, they're fooling us, they're not cops. Brothers, kill them. No sooner had the words been spoken than several poachers fired steel-tipped crossbow bolts toward the macaw's direction. Spotting this, the macaw urgently flapped its wings and took to the skies. At that very moment, two massive black shadows suddenly darted out from a nearby corner. Before they could react, two poachers were immediately dragged into the darkness. After two screams tore through the air, silence fell once more. From the shadow's appearance to the accomplice being dragged away, the entire process took only a few seconds, so fast that the poachers couldn't react in time. By the time the long-faced man snapped to his senses and shone his flashlight toward the commotion, both the shadows and his captured companions had vanished without a trace. This made the already tense poachers even more nervous. One particularly timid member among them began trembling uncontrollably. "B-boss, what were those two shadows just now? They couldn't have been ghosts, could they?" But before he could finish speaking, a gun was pressed against his forehead. "Shut up. I'm not even scared of the cops, why would I fear ghosts? Besides, this is a zoo, not a graveyard. Where would ghosts come from? It's probably those damn animals playing tricks. Take out all the flashlights you have and light up the surroundings." At the horse-faced man's command, the remaining men quickly pulled out the light sources they carried and placed them beside themselves. In an instant, the entire 10-meter radius was completely illuminated. To avoid being ambushed, the men cautiously pressed their backs against the iron bars of the tiger enclosure. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lin, who had been lurking in the shadows, couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. "These guys aren't stupid at all. But did you really think there's nothing I can do about it? Li Xuanying, get ready to cast the fishing net." As Yang Lin finished speaking, a massive black shadow swooped down from the clouds. When it reached about 30 meters above the ground, suddenly, it released its claws. Instantly, an enormous fishing net descended from the sky. Before the poachers could react, the net enveloped them completely. "Damn it, we walked right into a trap. Where did this fishing net come from? Untie it now. Boss, we've fallen into a trap." In an instant, the 5 poachers were thrown into complete chaos. However, after a brief moment of panic, they quickly pulled out knives and cut through the fishing net. Seeing they were about to break free, Yang Lin wasn't about to give them that chance. "Dog egg, dog leftovers, attack them. Uncle Chang, proceed as we discussed earlier." At Yang Lin's command, the brothers Dog Egg and Dog Leftovers immediately charged forward with the rest of the Bark Squad members. Meanwhile, the long-armed Gibbon Li Chang swiftly leaped toward the tiger enclosure and soon arrived at its gate. With a series of maneuvers, the tightly locked gate of the tiger enclosure swung open. In the next instant, an enormous, vividly striped beast emerged from its iron cage with heavy, deliberate steps. The poachers who had just been tackled by the Paw Patrol were instantly petrified with terror at the sight. Chapter 22: Annihilating the Poachers. Outside Shihong Zoo, police cars quietly approached under the cover of night. Once the vehicles came to a stop, Lin Feng, his expression grave, was the first to step out. "Captain Lin, these 2 vehicles belong to that group of poachers from earlier. They've left some items inside," an officer reported. "They really came here just like you predicted." A young officer who had inspected the site earlier excitedly reported to Lin Feng after checking the 2 black jeeps. At this moment, his admiration for Lin Feng had reached unprecedented heights. They must be targeting that Siberian Tiger King. "I wonder if they've succeeded yet. Captain Lin, I've done some checking. Right now, the only person managing this zoo is the director, Yang Lin. There are no other security personnel." Just as Lin Feng was staring intently at the zoo behind the courtyard wall, another officer came running over to report. "Is he the one who called the police earlier?" "Yes, that's him. We need to move quickly. I'm afraid if we delay, he might be in danger." These poachers wouldn't think twice about adding another life to their tally. Hearing the policeman's words, Lin Feng immediately nodded in agreement. If innocent bystanders got involved this time, they'd be in serious trouble. Team 1 enters first. Be careful not to make too much noise, in case those poachers become desperate and resort to extreme measures. Team 2 needs to secure all corners of the zoo premises. We absolutely cannot let them escape again this time. Move. At Lin Feng's command, the police officers immediately split into 2 groups. One remained stationed outside the wall, while he led the other team as they scaled the wall and entered the zoo. At this moment, he could only silently pray for Yang Lin, hoping he wouldn't be caught by those poachers. He didn't dare imagine what would happen if Yang Lin fell into the hands of those ruthless poachers. He had even prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. Yet as he led the police officers through the zoo grounds in their search, he gradually sensed something amiss. Just as the poachers had earlier surmised, the zoo was eerily quiet at that moment. Logically, given the poachers' usual ruthless methods, they wouldn't operate without making any disturbance whatsoever. After all, their target this time was none other than a terrifyingly formidable Siberian tiger king. With this doubt in mind, Lin Feng soon spotted a nearby direction sign. After confirming the direction to Tiger Valley, he immediately led the group toward it. As they drew closer to Tiger Valley, Lin Feng and the police officers grew increasingly cautious. Although there were only 7 poachers left, each of them was armed. In such an environment, engaging in direct gunfire would likely give them little advantage. Just as they had steeled themselves for an intense battle, the sight that greeted them next left them utterly dumbfounded. In the open area before the tiger enclosure lay scattered figures collapsed haphazardly on the ground. Each person was covered in numerous claw marks, their clothing shredded to tatters. Were it not for their occasional groans of pain, one might have mistaken them for corpses. Even though they were still several meters away, Lin Feng immediately recognized the identities of these individuals. Who else could they be but those escaped poachers from before? Only now, their appearance made it nearly impossible to associate them with poachers. Instead, they looked more like those beggars on the streets who feigned madness and exaggerated their misery. Captain, what's going on here? How did these poachers end up like this? Were they attacked by someone? The young officer who had been outside earlier asked with genuine confusion. A bitter smile flickered across Lin Feng's face upon hearing his question. Does the state they're in look like they were attacked by people to you? Well, I suppose it must have been an animal attack after all. Just as the two were conversing, the streetlight beside them abruptly flickered to life. The next second, Yang Lin's figure appeared right in front of the group of police officers. Uncle Policeman, it's me, don't shoot, I'm the director of this zoo. Hearing Yang Lin's voice, everyone immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Of course, it wasn't just them who relaxed. On the other side, Yang Lin also heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Feng and the others lower their guns. He was terrified that these people might mistake him for an accomplice of the poachers and shoot him dead on the spot. Seeing that Lin Feng and the others had lowered their guard, he immediately stepped forward to approach the group. Uncle Policeman, I want to report a crime. These men sneaked into my zoo in the dead of night to steal my animals and even tried to kill me. As he spoke these words, he deliberately put on an exaggerated expression of fear. Lin Feng and the others wore expressions of exasperation upon hearing his words. It was only now, after the poachers had been beaten to such a state, that Yang Lin mentioned reporting to the authorities. Who would believe that? Glancing at the wounded poachers groaning on the ground, then at Yang Lin's panicked and fearful face, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Alright, Director Yang, let's not pretend between us. There's no need for you to act like this. As long as you don't kill these poachers, they got what they deserved, and we won't hold you responsible. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin hurriedly put on a serious expression and said, Officer, what you said isn't right. How could they have been beaten by me? They accidentally fell into the tiger enclosure and got thoroughly thrashed by my tigers. If I hadn't discovered them in time, they wouldn't even be alive now. Is that really how it happened? Yang Lin's explanation left Lin Feng with an expression full of disbelief. Of course, though I was scared at the time too, so I brought some animals with me. It was too dark to see whether they actually attacked anyone. As he spoke, Yang Lin put on an innocent expression. It's perfectly reasonable for someone who raises animals to keep a few small companions with him, right, officer? That makes perfect sense, but you'll still need to come with us to give a statement. Don't worry, we won't give you a hard time. After all, you've actually contributed to society this time. After saying this, Lin Feng signaled the other officers to arrest the 7 poachers. And what happened next unfolded exactly as he had said. Yang Lin was simply taken to give a statement before being released to go home. However, just as Yang Lin stepped out of the police station's front door, he suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, officer, since I helped crack such a major poaching ring this time and even assisted in arresting 7 of its members, is there any sort of reward? Hearing Yang Lin's words suddenly, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before nodding earnestly. I almost forgot because you didn't mention it, but there really is a reward, and it's not small. Among the poachers you apprehended this time, 2 are Class S wanted criminals and 3 are Class A wanted criminals. The rewards for them will be issued to you. Additionally, considering the vital intelligence you provided, a conservative estimate suggests you should receive around 500,000. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Yang Lin on the other side was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 23, The Adorable Creature's Reward. Yang Lin never imagined that his casual inquiry would actually come with a prize, and a hefty one at that, 50,000 yuan. The 500,000 yuan bonus nearly matched the zoo's weekly income. More importantly, among the poachers he casually apprehended were 2 Class S wanted criminals and 3 Class A wanted criminals. Class A fugitives typically involve perpetrators of major crimes within the country, while Class S fugitives are wanted by at least 2 nations. This clearly illustrates the staggering criminal record held by this poaching syndicate. At this thought, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. These poachers probably never dreamed that after bouncing between several countries without incident, they'd end up being brought down in a private zoo. But who told you to mess with me? Speaking of which, Yang Lin prepared to hail a taxi and leave the place. However, before he could completely step out of the police station gates, the familiar voice of Lin Feng rang out from behind him once more. Director Yang, hold on a moment. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin instinctively thought one of his secrets had been exposed. But when he turned around, he noticed that Lin Feng was now holding a metal cage in his hands. Peering through the gaps in the iron cage, two housecat-sized creatures lay motionless inside, their condition uncertain. Looking at these two little creatures, Yang Lin's face immediately registered confusion. Could it be they're not planning to pay the bonus? Are they trying to settle debts with these two animals? Director Yang, we found these two little ones among the animals left behind by the poaching gang. We were planning to transfer the other animals to the forestry department at dawn tomorrow, but these two little ones seem to be on the verge of death. I consulted our team's veterinarian, but even the doctor could do nothing about it. Still, they are two lives after all, so I thought of entrusting them to your care. Entrust them to me? Yang Lin was momentarily stunned upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation. He truly hadn't expected this to be the reason. Yes, judging by the animals in your zoo, you must be very knowledgeable about them. That big tiger of yours is so well cared for, perhaps you can save these two little ones too. Of course, even if you can't save them, we won't blame you. Please, we're begging you. With a solemn expression, Lin Feng handed the iron cage over to Yang Lin's hands. At this point, Yang Lin clearly couldn't refuse any longer. The moment he took hold of the iron cage, two successive system notifications chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully assisting the police in eliminating the poaching syndicate. Reward, 5 talent points, 1 golden talent chest. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Host must treat the two palace's cats in your possession within 1 hour. Mission completion reward, 2 talent points, skill, low-level sharing. Hearing these two system notifications, Yang Lin froze in place. The first one had been within his expectations, since the poaching gang had already been wiped out, there was no reason for the mission not to be completed. But the second one came as a surprise to him. He never expected that randomly taking in 2 critically injured animals would trigger a temporary mission. So these two little guys are Palace's cats, huh? They look just like kittens. But the system only gives me 1 hour left, looks like I need to hurry up. With this thought, Yang Lin wasted no more time and immediately hailed a ride-hailing car back to the zoo. By now, the time had already reached 3 a.m., and dawn wasn't far off. Carrying 2 barely alive Palace's cats, Yang Lin headed straight to the workshop. After opening the iron cage and laying the 2 little creatures flat on the workbench, Yang Lin immediately began examining their injuries. But after checking for a long time, he still couldn't pinpoint the cause. There were no obvious signs of either external or internal injuries. In the end, Yang Lin came to a conclusion. The 2 little guys must have been frightened by the earlier gunfight and then went into shock. This is exactly like cats. TSK, look at these tiny little things, no wonder they became endangered species. Turns out they're just too timid. Sighing to himself, Yang Lin cast a beam of insight upon the 2 little creatures. The next instant, their talent information appeared before Yang Lin's eyes. Hunting, blue talent, activation requires 2 talent points. Stealth, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Super hearing, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Acting cute, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Looking at the handful of talent options before him, Yang Lin was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the palace's cat, being at least a rare animal, would have talents far superior to those of the dogs no matter how poor they were. But the reality was far from his expectations. These few talents weren't much to boast about at all. Forget it. Since we crossed paths, it must be fate. I'll lend you 2 a hand. Faced with the 2 palace's cats that were barely clinging to life, Yang Lin immediately selected their acting adorable talent. There was no other choice. The rest of the talents were either too expensive or simply not worth the investment. He could only choose between the talents of stealth and cuteness. Compared to the rather useless stealth, he ultimately opted for cuteness. As the cuteness talent was activated on the 2 little palace's cats, a faint glow momentarily flashed across their bodies. The previously dying creatures instantly regained consciousness. Before Yang Lin could react, one of the little guys jumped right onto him. Meow! With just that soft, gentle cry, Yang Lin felt all his strength melt away. Holy crap, how can anything be this adorable? The other little guy quickly exposed its belly to Yang Lin upon seeing this, its tiny front legs occasionally making grabbing motions in the air while its abdomen emitted a rumbling sound like an engine. Combined with its round, chubby face, anyone who saw it would want to give it a good petting. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin couldn't resist any longer and immediately started kneading its chubby cheeks with his hands. Meow! With the 2 little ones' charming smoky voices, Yang Lin was completely captivated at that moment. It took quite a while before he finally managed to escape from the workspace. There was no helping it, the two little ones' natural talent for being adorable must have been maxed out. Previously he'd been a staunch member of Team Dog, but in that brief moment, he completely converted to Team Cat. Even if the palace's cat is not actually a cat. Seeing that it was already getting late, Yang Lin had originally planned to grab some sleep, but soon he remembered the rewards from those two tasks he had just completed. Forget it, I'll check out the rewards before sleeping. With this thought, he immediately reopened the system space. Chapter 24, Golden Talent, Limb Regeneration. This time, including the reward for wiping out the poaching group, there are two items, a golden talent chest and a low-level shared skill. Yang Lin could barely hazard a guess as to what precisely this reward ahead might contain, but this low-level sharing left him utterly bewildered. This was the fourth skill he had obtained, apart from the 3 skills acquired when the system was first activated, so he quickly clicked open the related introduction of the skill. After reading the introduction, he immediately had an epiphany. Low-level sharing. Upon use, select an animal that has already activated its innate abilities to share its vision and hearing. Holy crap, this skill is amazing. So if I choose to share the Golden Eagle's supervision, does that mean my own eyes could see for kilometers? But no sooner had this thought crossed his mind than the system poured cold water on his excitement. The host's comprehension still needs improvement. What you're sharing isn't the animal's visual or auditory capabilities, but rather what the animal is currently seeing and hearing. If the host wishes to share abilities directly, they'll need to upgrade the system to level 3. At that point, the basic sharing skill will evolve into advanced sharing. After listening to the system's explanation, though Yang Lin felt somewhat disappointed, he found it acceptable upon further reflection. Not bad. This way, as long as I release the Golden Eagle into the sky, the entire zoo will be under my surveillance. I can monitor wherever I want. Once more animals with activated talents appear in the future, I'll have eyes and ears everywhere. After the excitement faded, Yang Lin didn't dwell too much on this new skill. It's the dead of night now, nothing much to see anyway. Next, let's see what this golden talent treasure chest can reveal. Hopefully it won't be some utterly worthless talent. After a brief prayer, Yang Lin quickly opened the golden talent treasure chest awarded by the system. The next moment, a system notification chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the golden talent treasure chest and obtaining the golden talent limb regeneration. Upon suddenly hearing this system notification, Yang Lin froze completely. Staring at the words on the system prompt, he even doubted whether he was seeing things. Damn, there's actually a talent like this? Isn't this just too overpowered? But come to think of it, this ability doesn't seem particularly rare in the natural world either. Lizards on land can regenerate lost tails, and crabs in water can regrow their claws after losing them. Creatures like leeches, earthworms, sponges, and jellyfish can also regenerate missing body parts. Of course, none of that matters right now. What's important is that at this moment, Yang Lin can bestow this ability upon any animal. Moreover, this talent doesn't just mean severed limbs can regenerate, it also represents tremendous cellular repair and metabolic capabilities. Once bestowed upon top-tier predators, this ability could instantly boost their combat effectiveness by several levels. Right now, Yang Lin already had the perfect candidate in mind to grant this gift. Glancing at the brightening dawn skies, he abandoned his original plan to catch some more sleep altogether. He splashed some cold water on his face haphazardly before heading out of the room. Rounding past the tiger enclosure, an iron cage enclosure of similar size came into view before him. A signboard beside it bore the conspicuous words leopard enclosure in large characters. Compared to the tiger enclosure buzzing with activity during the day, the leopard enclosure remained closed to visitors at present. The main reason was that the leopard inside the enclosure remained in an extremely agitated state. This unstable condition made Yang Lin too afraid to allow any visitors near it. Not because he feared the visitors might get hurt, but because he worried the leopard might be frightened by them. Li Bao, are you awake? If you are, I need to talk to you. With Yang Lin's loud shout, a figure instantly leaped down from a withered tree. As it approached the edge of the iron cage, its coin-like patterned fur became fully visible to Yang Lin. What do you want from me? To have those tourists come and admire my misery? Before Yang Lin could get close, the leopard with a big cat-like appearance bared its teeth and snarled. Compared to the other animals in the zoo, its temper is noticeably much fiercer. Yet Yang Lin doesn't mind in the slightest, because he knows that this three-legged leopard facing him has ended up in its current state entirely because of humans. Back then, after having its leg snapped off by a hunting trap, it nearly ended up in a wildlife restaurant. One can only imagine how deeply it must loathe humans. Li Bao, don't be angry yet. I came to find you today because I have an incredible opportunity for you. Do you want your broken leg to grow back? What? The originally impatient leopard Li Bao suddenly became visibly excited upon hearing Yang Lin's words. You can really make my broken leg regenerate? Of course, would I lie to you? Not only can I make your broken leg grow back, but I can also make you even stronger. But before I help you, you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? Li Bao immediately asked impatiently. The first condition is that I'll arrange for 2 relatives to come live with you later, and you must help take care of them for me. Relatives? The second condition is that you must learn to let go of your hatred toward humans. After all, those who harmed you were poachers. These visitors haven't done anything to wrong you, right? After stating these 2 conditions, Yang Lin waited quietly for Li Bao's response. After some contemplation, Li Bao nodded solemnly. Fine, as long as you can make my broken leg grow back, I'll agree to any conditions. Great, then just watch and see. Seeing Li Bao agree, Yang Lin wasted no further time and directly bestowed upon him the previously acquired regenerative ability for severed limbs. With the bestowal of this ability, drastic changes immediately began to occur on Li Bao's body. Apart from growing slightly larger and its fur becoming a bit brighter, the most significant change was its previously broken right front paw. With a squirming of flesh and blood, a right front paw symmetrical to its left one slowly grew out. In less than a minute, it transformed from a disabled leopard into a majestic jungle hunter with all 4 limbs intact. Feeling the changes in its body, Leopard Li Bao immediately became exhilarated. Great, my body has finally recovered. With those words, it leaped effortlessly onto a nearby tree over 5 meters tall, its movements fluid as flowing water. Then it began sprinting rapidly around the leopard enclosure, moving so fast that Yang Lin could hardly track its movements. After venting its frustration, it quickly pondered another question. What on earth was this relative that Yang Lin had mentioned? Chapter 25, The Ultimate Adorable Creatures. In the leopard enclosure, watching the 2 little creatures snuggling in Yang Lin's arms, Li Bao felt his intelligence had been gravely insulted. Boss, are these 2 little things also leopards? Nope, they're Palace's cats. By bloodline reckoning, they'd be your distant cousins. Yang Lin had just finished answering when a small Palace's cat climbed from his arms onto the top of his head. Meanwhile, another one leaped to the ground and began vigorously rubbing its fuzzy little head against Li Bao's forelimbs. It's settled then, they seem to like you quite a bit. Starting today, you'll be taking care of these 2 for me. Alright, I'm off. Placing the little Palace's cat from his head onto Li Bao's back in one swift motion, Yang Lin bolted out of the leopard enclosure the next second, leaving behind a utterly bewildered Li Bao. Phew! Finally shook off those 2 little clingers. Hope these 3 can get along well. Alright, time to prepare breakfast for these animals. Beef for Li Hua, fruits for Li Wei and Li Chang, and a live chicken for Li Bao. As for the 2 little ones, cat food should do for now. With Yang Lin's busy figure bustling about, the new day officially began. At 7:30 in the morning, 1 hour before the zoo's opening time, a large crowd of visitors had already gathered outside the gates. And these visitors were clearly here for the Paw Patrol's morning training session. When Li Gooden led the entire Paw Patrol into the visitors' line of sight, the crowd instantly erupted with excitement, especially when the brothers Li Gooden and Li Goshen walked out shoulder to shoulder from the park area. Holy shit, this is the legendary Paw Patrol? They're so damn cool. What breed are those 2 dogs leading the front? I feel like I don't quite recognize them. The one on the left seems like a border collie, but as for the one on the right, just as everyone was puzzling over Li Goshen's breed, a tourist suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It's a wolf. Oh my god, the one leading them looks like a Siberian steppe wolf. Looks like it really is a wolf. Isn't this the Paw Patrol? How did a wolf get mixed in here? This wolf is freaking handsome. Tell me how to get a pet like this. Dream on. A big guy like this isn't something ordinary families can afford. It needs dozens of pounds of meat every day at minimum. Exactly. You'd also need enough living space. Without at least 100 square meters at home, you can't even keep a large dog. This is what a real beast looks like, burly build, sharp fangs, and fierce eyes. Yet just as everyone was unanimously awestruck by Li Goshang's extraordinary good looks, the next instant it scampered off to pee against a nearby utility pole. Witnessing this scene, the previously awestruck tourists nearly coughed up blood in dismay. As they moved closer, the visitors quickly noticed something peculiar about Li Goshang's face, and the first thing that gave it away was undoubtedly that intelligent look in its eyes. No matter how hard it tried to appear fierce, the sheer idiocy radiating from its very soul was impossible to hide. Holy shit, I finally figured out what this thing is. Turns out it's just a damn husky. I have to admit this husky is really handsome, but it doesn't seem like there's any improvement in its intelligence. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Handsome? Traded its brains for looks. Compared to the border collie next to it, this husky just seems a bit dim-witted. As Li Goshing's identity was unveiled, the visitors' interest instantly grew even more intense. After all, who could resist a handsome big dummy? By the time the daily training of the Woof Woof team ended, the official opening hours of the zoo had arrived. As Yang Lin slowly opened the iron gates of the zoo, the crowd of visitors began to enter in an orderly fashion. Just as the visitors were queuing up to have their tickets checked, Yang Lin raised his megaphone. Hello everyone, to show our appreciation for your long journey, the zoo is specially opening 2 brand new areas today. One is the aviary area, and the other is the leopard zone. In these 2 areas, new animal friends will make their dazzling debut. Please enjoy the viewing in a civilized manner and refrain from casually feeding the animals with outside food. Of course, if you really want to feed them, you can make purchases at my stand. As soon as Yang Lin shouted these words, the visitor's curiosity was instantly piqued. Did this zoo just open a new area again? What's so special about an aviary? I came specifically to see that big tiger this time. Exactly, what's interesting about a bunch of ordinary birds anyway? Hee, I came specifically this time to see the chimpanzee that throws poop. Dude, your hobby's pretty weird, but you're too late. Seems the chimp doesn't throw poop anymore. Heard it's been constipated these days and started throwing turf instead. Wait till it finishes digging up all the turf. Probably gonna start throwing dirt clods next. Well, watching that gibbon doing the robot dance next to it isn't bad either. You're late for this one too. Some damn spicy dancing female streamer performed in front of it, and now it spends all day rubbing against the glass. Holy crap, that makes it even more exciting. You're seriously messed up, dude. As the visitors dispersed to various areas of the park, a wave of tourists soon arrived at the leopard enclosure. Of course, this didn't mean they were genuinely more interested in the leopard enclosure, it was simply because the other exhibits were so crowded that they had no choice but to come here. Li Xiaoyue was one such visitor. As a traveler who'd specially come from Jiangchang, her original target had been that magnificent tiger. But after struggling in vain to push through the crowds for half the day, she ultimately had to settle for visiting the leopard enclosure located behind the tiger habitat. Just as she was preparing to glance around casually, a small figure suddenly dropped from a large tree not far in front of her. When she saw the appearance of this tiny figure, her heart instantly melted. My heavens, what kind of animal is this? How utterly adorable. With its round oversized head, chubby little body, and those tiny paw pads beneath its feet, it was absolutely an unparalleled creature of cuteness. Just as her eyes turned sparkly with admiration, another identical little fellow dropped down from the same tree. At that moment, the two little ones clearly spotted Li Xiaoyue outside the cage. Driven by curiosity, they immediately scampered over on their four stubby little legs, wobbling adorably. Once they reached the iron enclosure, they promptly began rubbing their tiny heads against the bars. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoyue could no longer restrain herself. She reached through the cage and gently stroked the little pair's fur. The appearance of these two utterly adorable creatures quickly caught the attention of other visitors. In no time, the area where the two little ones were became encircled by dense layers of onlookers. Chapter 26, Naming Contest. As more and more visitors crowded around the leopard enclosure's iron bars, the two little palace's cats showed not a trace of fear. Instead, their large, round eyes sparkled with curiosity. In all their lives, apart from those poachers they'd encountered before, they had never seen so many two-legged creatures. Conversely, the visitors outside were equally curious about their identities. Wow, what kind of animals are these? They're so incredibly cute. What kind of question is that? This is the leopard enclosure. Of course they're baby leopards. No way, leopards aren't supposed to be this chubby. Look how white their fur is, they must be snow leopards. Snow leopards? Are you kidding me? Since when do snow leopards meow? I think they're just cats. Look, they're even kneading dough with their paws. No matter what kind of animal it is, this is unbearably adorable. I just want to hug them. Just as the crowd was about to be completely melted by the two little fellows, Li Xiaoyue, who had been at the front, suddenly pulled out a cat teaser from her bag. When the teaser was extended into the iron cage, the two little creatures immediately went wild with excitement. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak as the duo performed actions that were suspiciously calculated to be irresistibly cute. But at that very moment, a nimble figure suddenly darted over from afar. Before anyone could react, the figure had already positioned itself between the two little ones. When everyone finally got a clear look at the figure, their eyes instantly brightened. For this unexpected arrival turned out to be a strikingly beautiful clouded leopard adorned with exquisite patterns. Roar! As the leopard suddenly opened its gaping maw, an earth-shaking roar resonated throughout the entire leopard enclosure. Instantly, all the visitors fell silent. Although the leopard couldn't match the overwhelming presence of a Siberian tiger, it was still a top-tier predator reigning supreme in the jungle. Seeing how the visitors startled at his display, a hint of satisfaction couldn't help but appear on the caged leopard's face. But the next second, the two little ones beside it jumped onto its back one after another. Under its puzzled gaze, the two little guys straightened their backs and opened their mouths wide in imitation. Meow, meow. Instantly, the two little raspy voices produced the loudest sounds of their lives. After their shouts, the two little fellows even shot smug glances at the leopard, as if expecting its praise. And just then, the entire crowd burst into uncontrollable laughter. Not a trace of fear remained on their faces. My God, what are these two little rascals doing? So fierce, absolutely terrifying. Such an adorable creature, absolutely heart-melting. Others are kings of the jungle, but these two are downright the shame of the forest. Don't you dare talk about these two little guys like that. They're clearly trying their hardest to be fierce with us. Bet the leopard underneath is absolutely speechless, all that hard-earned dignity, wrecked in an instant by these two little troublemakers. I kinda doubt if these two little guys can actually beat a mouse. I can't, I'm dying of laughter. Tomorrow I'm gonna bring my own cat scratching post for them. I'm gonna donate a cat tree. Seriously though, could these two little ones really be this leopard's cubs? The difference is way too huge. As everyone was nearly doubled over with laughter, the leopard Li Bao seemed to feel a bit embarrassed too. Without a glance at the two little ones beside him, he climbed straight onto a nearby dead tree. How could a mighty jungle hunter like him bear to stay when he had such relatives making a living by acting cute? And just at that moment, Yang Lin's figure appeared at the leopard enclosure. You visitors must be very curious about the identity of these two little guys, right? Next, I'll reveal the answer for everyone. In fact, these two are neither cats nor leopard cubs, they're Palace's cats. At Yang Lin's explanation, the crowd's curiosity was immediately piqued. Director, isn't this just a cat? They even play with cat teasers. Exactly, they look almost exactly like little kittens, and they even knead with their paws too. That's because Palace's cats also belong to the feline family, closely related to domestic cats. Yang Lin continued to explain. It's perfectly normal for them to have habits similar to house cats, but they're genuinely small yet fierce predators, capable of independently hunting hares, pikas, and sandgrouse. Though Yang Lin was explaining very earnestly, the two little furballs in the cage remained completely uncooperative. Now playing with a cat teaser wand, now digging out a little leather ball from who knows where. Every now and then, it would solemnly lick its fur clean while giving itself a proper face wash. This behavior was nothing like what you'd expect from a small predatory beast. By the way, zoo director, do these two little guys have names? A young girl suddenly asked a question. Upon hearing this question, everyone promptly turned their curious gazes toward Yang Lin. Since these two little ones just arrived, we haven't had time to give them names yet. Having said this, Yang Lin suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled out his phone. How about this? I'll use the zoo's official TikTok account to launch a naming poll. You can all suggest names for the two little ones. I'll pick the two most liked names to officially name them. The moment Yang Lin finished speaking, the crowd instantly buzzed with excitement. So we get to decide what these two cuties will be called from now on? Seriously? That's amazing. Director, hurry up and post on Douyin. I've already thought of names for these two little guys. Exactly. I've decided the chubby one will be called Little Sweet and Sour Pork, and the even chubbier one will be Little Pork Stew with Vermicelli. You've got serious issues, man. Mine are way better, the chubby one gets Tiny Chub, and the even chubbier one gets Big Chub. I'll do it. One called. Almost instantly, the enthusiasm of everyone present was ignited. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Lin started recording videos of the two little ones. It must be said that these two little guys truly have a natural talent for being adorable. Every simple move of theirs can melt hearts effortlessly. Every shot was incredibly captivating, especially when the two little troublemakers teased the leopard, Li Bao, making the entire video absolutely enthralling. As soon as the video was finished, Yang Lin wasted no time posting it on Douyin, along with a naming contest for the two little stars. The moment his video went live, it instantly drew the attention of countless netizens. Within just 10 minutes, the view count skyrocketed, and the number of comments absurdly surpassed even the likes. One particular comment among them attracted over 100,000 likes. Chapter 27, viral across the internet, The Cursing Bird. As visitors uploaded numerous videos of Shihong Zoo's animals online, Yang Lin's official account unknowingly amassed over 3 million followers. The naming contest video he posted naturally garnered massive attention, not just from ordinary netizens, but even from several A-list celebrities. Among them was the wildly popular actress Reba, who boasts tens of millions of fans across the internet. Opening the comments section, the top comment was left by Reba herself. Wow, what adorable little troublemakers. I think one could be called Roundy and the other Chunky. I absolutely adore these two little guys. Everyone, please give me some likes, pretty please with sugar on top. Though these names seemed utterly ordinary to netizens, thanks to her massive fanbase, the comment quickly amassed a staggering 200,000 likes. Just when everyone thought these two names would ultimately win, a dark horse unexpectedly surged ahead. Under Reba's comment, another female celebrity, Yang Mi, also left her remark. They're so adorable, just like two marshmallows. So why can't one be called glutinous rice ball and the other popcorn? Yang Mi's comment instantly garnered massive likes from netizens upon posting, nearly matching Reba's like count in no time. While the netizens who were initially just there for the show knew they couldn't compete with the two big stars in terms of likes, they had no intention of giving up. I refuse to accept this. How can two little ones be given such unmanly names? I've decided one will be called Sunny, the other Steel. I'm not convinced either. Your names lack creativity. I think one should be called Fried Chicken, the other Hamburger. Speaking of which, aren't they Palace's cats? Let's just give them the surname Smoked, one called Smoked Ryukon, the other Smoked Heaven. Wow, the comment above just made them seem like they're from different generations. Plus, it's a palace's cat. Why would it have to take on the surname Soon? In my opinion, one should be called Optimus Prime and the other Megatron. As more and more netizens joined the discussion, the comment count quickly surpassed 1 million, and the video itself reached new heights of popularity. In less than an hour, it stormed into the trending list, effortlessly overshadowing the news about some male celebrity releasing a new song. What's more, after Yang Mi and Reba, an increasing number of celebrities began joining this naming campaign. From the music industry to film circles, from crosstalk performers to sports stars, from influencers with millions of followers to top live streaming sales hosts, to the point that the comments section turned into a star-studded convention. At this moment, the two little residents of Shihongzu became overnight internet sensations. Yang Lin himself clearly hadn't anticipated such an outcome. His initial intention was simply to use two little creatures to boost the zoo's popularity. Who could have imagined these little ones would captivate everyone with their adorable antics, turning a simple naming campaign into a nationwide sensation? But even if he'd known, he wouldn't have had time to dwell on it, because right now, he was busy breaking up a fight. Not a scuffle between visitors, nor a tussle between animals, but an actual shouting match between visitors and animals. As the newly opened area of Shihongzu, the bird language forest wasn't as popular as the leopard exhibit, but still attracted visitors with strong curiosity. At first, these visitors didn't notice anything special about the bird language forest. That was until one particularly bored visitor complained, questioning what kind of place this was. Right after he finished speaking, a sudden voice echoed from within the forest. "Your place is the haunted one, you bastard." Suddenly hearing someone insulting him, the tourist instantly flared up. He even thought it was another visitor hiding in the woods out of boredom. "Are you out of your mind? I wasn't even talking about you. What are you shouting for? You're the sick one. Your whole family is sick. Screw you. Call me daddy. Hey, look at you getting all worked up. Since you love trash talking so much, I'll keep you company. Let's see who outcurses who." At that moment, the tourist completely lost his temper, unleashing a torrent of profanity. But no matter what insults he hurled, the person hidden in the woods would always fire back with a couple retorts. Other nearby tourists, seeing the commotion unfolding, all stopped to watch the spectacle. As the verbal spat between the two escalated, the guy in the woods cranked it up by switching to foreign languages. F***ku, Pirdal SI? Who the hell are you? Fuck off. Though the tourist couldn't understand these languages, he could guess they were definitely curses directed at him. While fuming with rage, he couldn't help but grow curious. In just those few moments, the guy inside had cursed him out using at least a dozen different foreign languages. Someone who masters over a dozen foreign languages must surely be a highly talented individual. How could someone like this have such poor character? Of course, he wasn't the only one curious. The other visitors present were also utterly bewildered. What kind of serious illness could make someone hide in a tree and curse at people in foreign languages non-stop? Unable to make sense of it, the crowd promptly summoned Yang Lin, the zoo director. "Director, there's a visitor up in that tree who won't stop cursing. Are you going to do something about it?" "What? How absurd." Hearing the visitor's complaint, Yang Lin was momentarily baffled until he spotted the fleeting glimpse of colorful feathers among the branches. "Li Ziming, get down from there this instant." While everyone was still wondering how Yang Lin knew the name of the complaining tourist, a vividly multicolored macaw flew down from the tree. The crowd was instantly stunned at the sight of this parrot. Some even couldn't believe their eyes. "No way, the guy who was just complaining was actually a bird? This is absolutely outrageous. I was wondering who could be so rude, turns out it's a bird. Hysterical. That guy just spent ages arguing with a bird. My god, a bird fluent in over a dozen foreign languages? It's a prodigy among birds." The insults were filthy, but since it's just a bird, I'll let it slide. Watching the macaw land on Yang Lin's shoulder, the tourist who had been trading insults with it earlier cast an incredulous glance their way. "Was it you who just cursed at me?" "Yeah, but you're the one who called this place a ghost town first, so don't blame me." Hearing Li Ziming's response, the tourist froze momentarily before forcing an awkward smile and replying, "I thought you were a human. No wonder I was cursing at you for so long. If I'd known you were a bird, I wouldn't have bothered arguing with you." "Humph, I can't be bothered with you either," Li Ziming said with a huff, turning his head away in faint anger. This display instantly amused all the visitors present. But the very next second, Yang Lin gave the bird a smack on its little head. "If you dare insult visitors again, I'll have Li Xuanying pluck every feather off you." Li Xuanying? Hearing this name abruptly, the visitors froze momentarily, assuming it must belong to one of the zookeepers. Then, as swift as thought, a majestic figure came swooping down from the skies, accompanied by a piercing eagle cry so thunderous it seemed to halt the very clouds above the zoo. Screech! Instantly, everyone involuntarily raised their heads in unison. A sight they would remember for the rest of their lives appeared before their eyes. Chapter 28, The Dashingly Handsome Golden Eagle. Following the crowd's gaze, they saw a magnificent golden-feathered bird descending from the clouds against an azure sky, its body bathed in glorious sunlight. Its majestic form, enormous wingspan, and gleaming talons all proclaimed its dominance as the undisputed ruler of the skies. In the next instant, it hurtled directly toward the artificial lake at the zoo's center. Before anyone could react, its razor-sharp claws pierced the water's surface with a flash of cold light. In the blink of an eye, its rapidly descending figure shot upward in a manner defying all logic, while clenched in its talons now struggled a large carp striped red and white. At this sight, instantly the entire zoo erupted in cheers from the tourists. Holy shit, that's so damn cool, what kind of bird is this? How can it be so huge? Must be an eagle. With that kind of presence, I wouldn't doubt for a second it could snatch me up too. This is exactly the kind of pet a real man should keep. No wonder ancient people loved raising eagles. This old eagle paired with that big husky at the entrance is absolutely badass. Turns out being a zookeeper is truly a romantic profession. By the way, it just dove down from at least several hundred meters high. How the hell did it spot fish in the artificial lake from that altitude? A few hundred meters? That's nothing for them. Eagles' visual cells are generally dozens of times more developed than humans. From over 1,000 meters in the air, not even a mouse underground can escape their sight. Thank goodness I managed to film its dive just now. This isn't something ordinary people get to see. True, I've seen eagles in other zoos before, but they always seemed lethargic compared to how energetic the animals in this zoo are. Energetic? More like insane. When I passed by earlier, there was a parrot that cursed at a visitor for half an hour. Now whenever tourists approach, it demands they call it daddy. That makes sense. I'm not worried about these zoo animals' physical condition, but their mental state is another story. They all seem like they've got some serious issues. Not at all. I think that zookeeper seems perfectly normal, no reason he'd raise such deranged animals. Yet the moment this visitor finished speaking, a young man burst out from the crowd. He was seen shaking his fist at the giant bird in the sky while roaring, "Li Xuanying, who told you to catch fish in there? Do you even know who you've caught? That's one of the zoo's oldest employees. Put her down right now." Hearing the young man's words, the group of tourists immediately exchanged confused glances. They could still understand talking to dogs and cats, but holding a conversation with an eagle, could it possibly understand? And just at that moment, the large bird that had flown high into the sky seemed to truly understand human speech, as it grasped the still uneaten koi fish and flew back down. When it descended to just over a dozen meters above the ground, it flew straight towards Yang Lin under the astonished gazes of the gathered tourists. At this moment, the spectators even covered their eyes. After all, in their view, such a formidable bird of prey was something no ordinary person could contend with. The razor-sharp claws gleaming with cold light tore through flesh, leaving gaping bloody holes in their wake. Yet in the very next instant, Yang Lin abruptly stretched out his right hand. Suddenly an enormous shadow loomed over his head. Everyone only felt a violent gust of wind before a massive creature appeared on Yang Lin's right arm. Gazing at this enormous golden-brown bird whose size rivaled that of an average child, the crowd's attention was instantly riveted upon it. Compared to the average golden eagle, Li Xuanying, having awakened its talents, surpassed ordinary golden eagles in both looks and intelligence. Its size was even a full head larger, making it unrecognizable to everyone present despite their long stares. But one thing they could all agree on: this massive bird was damn majestic. As Li Xuanying perched docilely on Yang Lin's arm, the crowd couldn't help but ask eagerly, "Park director, is this another animal kept in your zoo? What kind of bird is it? Some kind of eagle?" "Yeah, this bird seems quite familiar with you." "Wait, no. Actually all the animals in the zoo seem really close to you. Director, I'd like to ask, if someone privately kept this bird, how much would it cost?" "Oh wait, no. I mean how many years in prison you'd get." Facing the crowd's confusion, Yang Lin slowly explained while tossing the koi from Li Xuanying's claws back into the artificial pond. "Of course it's bred in our zoo. If I'd mistaken its identity, I'd probably be dead by now. This large bird is scientifically known as the golden eagle, belonging to the Aquila genus of the Accipitridae family of raptors. As for me being familiar with all the animals, isn't that completely normal? After all, I'm the one who takes care of them. Also, regarding the friend who just suggested wanting to keep one as a pet, just having that thought puts you in dangerous territory. In our country, this species is currently a first-class protected animal. You can guess for yourself how many years you'd get if caught, but rotting in prison till the cell floor wears out probably wouldn't be far off the mark." Yang Lin's words instantly silenced the tourist. They always say the weirder it looks, the faster the verdict, the uglier it is, the longer the sentence. Since this one's so handsome, why is it taking so long? Isn't it possible that what we consider handsome is just defined by humans? In the bird world, those flashy-looking ones are probably seen as attractive, like that silly bird over there. As they spoke, everyone finally noticed that the macaw, which had been scolding visitors in the aviary earlier, had somehow flown over. After flapping its wings a couple of times, it gracefully perched on Yang Lin's left arm, clearly trying to steal affection. Seeing this, the visitors instantly lit up with excitement. "Wow, There's also a beautiful big parrot. Beautiful my foot, this one's got a mouth that could give you high blood pressure. One's cunning and aloof, the other's a goofy chatterbox. How did one person raise two birds with such opposite personalities? With each bird occupying one arm, isn't the zoo director just being a complete double-armed idiot? Just as the tourists were all taking out their phones to snap photos and videos, Chen Kurson, dressed in work attire, suddenly ran up to Yang Lin. Cousin, someone outside is looking for you. How many times have I told you? Don't call me cousin at work, use my professional title. Originally posing perfectly for the photos, Yang Lin was abruptly interrupted by Chen Kurson and immediately put on a stern face as he spoke. However, Chen Kurson's next words immediately caused his expression to change. It's the police looking for you, so many officers, and reporters too. Did you break some law? As soon as Chen Kurson said this, not only was Yang Lin shocked, but even the tourists wore expressions filled with curiosity. Chapter 29, have you considered training them as police dogs? In the Dragon Kingdom, no matter who you were, people naturally held a deep respect and awe for police officers, and Yang Lin was no exception. He had just dealt with them last night, and now they were already knocking at his door. It was hard not to suspect the worst. Of course, it wasn't just him who thought this way, even the visitors in the park felt the same. Wow, what did this zoo director do to have the cops show up at his door? Must have been up to some shady business, like illegal animal smuggling? Not necessarily, could have been something else entirely. Let's follow and find out. Hope the zoo director's alright, but even if he's not, it shouldn't affect these animals, right? Exactly. Who cares if the director gets arrested? As long as these animals stay here. I'm really growing fonder of the animals in this zoo. Then you must be sick in the head. Amidst the crowd of tourists, Yang Lin, heart filled with trepidation, slowly made his way to the zoo entrance. Suddenly, several police cars with flashing sirens appeared right before his eyes. In addition to the police cars, there were over a dozen media reporters carrying various professional equipment. Surely they can't be here to arrest me? Why such a grand operation? Are those reporters from legal channels? Just as Yang Lin was thinking this, a familiar figure appeared before him. Director Yang, we meet again. None other than squad leader Lin Feng, who had overseen the operation the previous night, stood before them with prominent dark circles under his eyes, yet his expression brimmed with palpable excitement. Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, Yang Lin instinctively extended both hands in response. But what met him weren't cold handcuffs, instead, a pair of rough, weathered hands clasped his own. Director Yang, we truly owe this success to you. After a night of interrogation, we successfully cracked this large-scale animal smuggling case spanning multiple countries. If not for you, we might never have detected their entry into Ningnan, let alone captured their leader. So for cracking this case, you deserve the highest credit. As he spoke, Lin Feng gestured for the nearby officer to step forward. As he approached, Yang Lin noticed he was holding a brocade banner and a small box in his hands. After unanimous agreement from the higher-ups, we not only secured the full reward money for you but also specially apply for Ningnan City's first Good Citizen Award on your behalf. Here are your banner and medal. With that, Lin Feng presented both the brocade banner and the medal to Yang Lin, taking them from an officer standing nearby. The onlooking tourists who had been ready for some excitement immediately reacted upon seeing this scene. Initially, they had thought Yang Lin must have done something wrong since the police came looking for him. But now it appeared that far from doing anything bad, he had actually done something good. However, the conversation between the two left them utterly bewildered. What international smuggling? What ringleader? Isn't Yang Lin just a zoo director? How could he possibly be involved in some major international case? Just as everyone was filled with confusion, Lin Feng took the initiative to gather the reporters together. Casually taking a microphone from one of the reporters, he then announced loudly, "Welcome to all tourists from across the country. Thank you for visiting Ningnan. I am Lin Feng, captain of the Ningnan City Criminal Police Brigade. Today, I'm here primarily to commend Mr. Yang Lin, director of Shihong Zoo, for the significant contributions he has made to our entire Ningnan City and indeed to the entire Dragon Nation. Just yesterday, a gang of ruthless poachers infiltrated Ningnan." As Lin Feng narrated the events, the audience quickly reconstructed in their minds what had transpired the previous night. When everyone heard how Yang Lin single-handedly captured both the leader and numerous accomplices of the poaching gang, the room immediately erupted in thunderous applause. Holy crap, I genuinely didn't see that coming. This zoo director is a total badass, took down 7 armed poachers single-handedly. No wonder all those animals behave so obediently around him. Turns out it's not about reasoning with them, but dominating through sheer force. He runs a zoo after all, only makes sense he'd pick up a few moves from the animals. Monkey style, tiger style, gorilla boxing, you name it. What the hell do you know? My bet is the director mastered the turtle fist style. Be careful, or they'll throw you into the tiger enclosure next. Is he really that tough? Taking on 7 armed guys by himself? Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Yang Lin stepped forward with medals and banners in hand. As an animal worker, protecting wildlife is simply my duty. Actually, what I want to say is that this time, the capture of those poachers wasn't just my own achievement. No sooner had he spoken than, under the bewildered gazes of the surrounding tourists, he began shouting toward the distance. Dog egg, dog leftover, you lot, come over here. As his words trailed off, barks soon echoed through the zoo grounds. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of the surrounding tourists, Li Gooden and Li Goshen came trotting over alongside the entire Paw Patrol squad. Once they reached Yang Lin's side, they promptly lined up in an orderly seated row. Actually, the credit for subduing those poachers yesterday goes entirely to their assistants. These courageous dogs were the ones who truly took down those poachers. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the crowd immediately turned their astonished gazes toward the members of the Paw Patrol. They had assumed these little dogs were merely props Yang Lin used to rehearse performances and create special effects. Never did they expect these canines could actually capture vicious poachers. To dispel any doubts, Yang Lin promptly directed the dogs to perform a series of highly challenging maneuvers. At this moment, the tourists finally realized that the dogs they had perceived as merely cute and playful were actually no less formidable in combat than ordinary wolves. No wonder they had defeated those poachers. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's eyes shimmered with amazement as he watched the dogs' performance. Once the dogs finished their demonstration, he hurried over to Manager Yang and eagerly spoke up. Manager Yang, who would have thought it'd be this Paw Patrol team that made the biggest contribution today? They're so outstanding, have you ever considered giving them a side gig? Part-time job? Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden suggestion. What I mean is having them work as police dogs, government jobs with monthly benefits. Our police unit is in desperate need of dogs like these. Wait, what? You're saying you want my dogs to go out and work, while I live off their earnings? After some back and forth, Yang Lin finally understood Lin Feng's proposal. This was about upgrading the Paw Patrol from private enterprise to state-owned employment. Where would an ordinary dog ever receive such treatment? He himself couldn't even pass the civil service exams after graduation, yet these dogs got officially hired before him. Of course, Yang Lin would never actually send the wolf squad to work as police dogs, not because he's worried about them, but because he's worried about the police officers. These clever little rascals would absolutely scheme to make the other police dogs take the front lines if real danger arose. The precinct would be turned completely upside down by their antics. If they get returned, that'd be quite the spectacle. Just when Yang Lin thought things couldn't get more surprising, a reporter holding a microphone suddenly spoke up. Director Yang, have you considered letting these dogs debut as stars? Chapter 30, There's a Lake Monster? Perfect. It's understandable to have police dogs like Yang Lin, but making Yang Lin a celebrity is a bit confusing. Director Yang, our television station is currently preparing a pet variety show. Originally, we planned to collaborate with the criminal police team, but after seeing your dogs at the zoo, we believe they would be more suitable. A reporter holding a microphone explained to Yang Lin while patting Li Gooden's head. After hearing the explanation, Yang Lin finally understood. In the past, he might have agreed to help boost the zoo's reputation. But these dogs were no ordinary dogs to him now, they were his family, his closest companions. Pay up if you want them. Anyone trying to freeload could forget about it. Sorry, they're still too young, so we're not considering it for now. Seeing Yang Lin's refusal, the television staff member wanted to keep persuading, but Lin Feng cut him off the very next second. You can tell Director Yang truly loves animals. There's no need to keep convincing him. Hurry up and take a group photo for us, then we'll leave. With Lin Feng stepping in, the reporter had no choice but to drop the matter. After the photo session concluded, Lin Feng once again extended his right hand. Director Yang, your bonus is already being processed and should be deposited into your account in a couple of days. Additionally, if you encounter any problems in the future that require our assistance, we'll do our best to help you resolve them. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin promptly extended his own right hand as well. That's for sure. If there's trouble, calling the police is a must. Although these few can't become police dogs, if you ever need help, I'll definitely have them assist you. After some brief pleasantries between the two, Lin Feng soon left the zoo with the group of reporters in tow. Seeing this, the remaining visitors also gradually dispersed. After all the visitors had left, two elderly men in zoo uniforms appeared before Yang Lin. They were none other than Wan Fuxing and Ma Weigua, who had previously volunteered to work at the zoo. Now carrying a broom and a baton respectively, they bore little resemblance to their former identities as a photography master and martial arts master. Director Yang, I finished cleaning the monkey house. When should we move on to the tiger enclosure? Zoo Director, I just taught a lesson to some disrespectful tourists. What should I do next? Listening to their words, Yang Lin couldn't help showing a surprised expression on his face. He hadn't expected these two gentlemen to be so full of energy. After pondering for a moment, he casually replied, why don't you come with me to the artificial lake? There's been so much trash there lately, and no one knows where it's all coming from. With that, he strode directly toward the direction of the artificial lake. As the central area of the entire zoo, this artificial lake was quite sizable. According to his grandfather, this place used to be a massive mining pit long ago. After the mine was exhausted, it became a lake, with the deepest part easily reaching 40 or 50 meters. Everything had been fine before, but recently, for some reason, trash keeps appearing intermittently. However, before Yang Lin could reach the area of the artificial lake, he heard a commotion and cries for help. Instantly sensing something was wrong, he immediately quickened his pace. By the time he arrived, a middle-aged woman was pointing anxiously at the lake's surface. "My baby, my little one." Hearing her heart-wrenching cries, Yang Lin immediately sensed something terrible had happened. Seeing the faintly visible clothing floating mid-lake, he plunged into the artificial lake without a second thought. Once submerged, he instantly began swimming with urgent strokes toward the bubbling disturbance at the center. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was burning with anxiety. If any child were to come to harm in his zoo, not only would the zoo be affected, but his conscience would never let him rest. Yet just as he reached the center of the lake, a figure that came into view made him exhale in profound relief while simultaneously igniting his fury. For fuck's sake, what's this about? What kind of name is Little Treasure for a goddamn teddy bear? If I'd known it was just a puppy, I could have just had Li Shuangyi carry it up in his mouth and be done with it. Forget it, forget it. Let's get it rescued first. Though somewhat exasperated, Yang Lin still cradled the drowning toy poodle in his arms. Yet just as he prepared to swim back to shore, an enormous dark shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the lake. Yang Lin couldn't see it, but the tourists on the shore could see clearly. Immediately, these tourists began shouting frantically, "There's a water monster! Swim quickly, swim quickly! Zoo director, run!" Hearing the shouts from the people on the shore, Yang Lin's face immediately showed a trace of bewilderment. Water monster? Since when does this lake have a water monster? Though somewhat skeptical, Yang Lin still turned his head for a glance. In an instant, he felt his blood run cold with fright. Beneath the emerald green lake water, a shadow larger than himself was swiftly darting toward him. Holy crap! With a startled gasp, Yang Lin instantly accelerated his swimming to maximum speed. The distance that would normally take over a minute to swim was crossed in mere seconds as he reached the shore. Just as the dark shadow was about to catch him, a long wooden pole plunged into the water with tremendous force. Then Yang Lin felt himself being pulled ashore by two hands. Looking up, he realized it was actually two elderly gentlemen who had pulled him out. "Park director, you jumped in way too quickly just now. We didn't even have time to warn you before you went in. Indeed, we never expected the director would risk his life like that for a little dog. Seems you're truly an animal lover at heart, director." The zoo director is truly compassionate. What exactly was that dark shadow just now? It looked absolutely terrifying. Could it be a crocodile? Do crocodiles dive underwater? Could an expert please clarify? Could it possibly be the legendary water monkey? Holy shit, if it's really a water monkey then this is gonna be wild. Don't tell me the zoo director raced this one too. Yeah, apparently the director raced every damn thing. Amidst the crowd's discussions, a still shaken Yang Lin couldn't help but turn his gaze back toward the artificial lake behind him. The artificial lake had long regained its calm, with no trace of the earlier water monster to be seen. How could a water monster suddenly appear? Could it affect the zoo? The moment this thought emerged, Yang Lin realized he was overthinking it. Because the tourists' faces showed not a trace of fear, in fact, they even carried a hint of excitement. And when the footage of what had just happened was uploaded online, netizens grew even more excited than the visitors. Chapter 31, Target, the Saltwater Crocodile. On the Douyin short video platform, a video capturing the entire process of Yang Lin saving the dog was uploaded, and it quickly went viral. Of course, the reason this video exploded in popularity wasn't Yang Lin's dive to rescue the dog, but the mysterious water monster that appeared in the footage. The video had only been up for a short while, but the comments section below was already exploding. Holy crap, this time the water monster looks real. Verified, definitely not staged. God damn it, just hearing water monster or water monkey pisses me off. I followed some blogger who made hundreds of episodes, and it turned out to be completely fake. It can't be staged, just look at the zoo director's terrified expression. There's no way that's acting. If he could act that well, he'd have joined showbiz ages ago. Look at that face, he probably shit himself from fright. Did some rough calculations. The director's swimming speed is practically Olympic level. My suggestion? Just put a shark behind every swimmer in future competitions. Anyone here knowledgeable enough to explain what the hell that thing in the water even is? It must be the water monkey. Does our dragon country finally have its own lake monster? I need to see it right now. I wonder when the next update will be. I feel like I won't be able to sleep tonight unless I find out what's really in that lake. At Professor Liang, is this really the water monkey or just some other lake creature? I think it's a plesiosaur. Look at the overall shape. A plesiosaur my ass. If it really were one, this zoo might as well rename itself Jurassic Park. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. Lucky I'm from Ningnan, definitely buying a ticket. Damn, you're such a troll. A local like you running your mouth like that. I bought tickets too. Everyone watch my livestream. I'm determined to get to the bottom of this today. As the video continued to gain traction, more and more people learned about the so-called lake monster. Yang Lin had clearly underestimated the public's enthusiasm for this mysterious creature. Within just 2 hours, the number of visitors to the zoo exploded, surging from over 1,000 to more than 5,000 people. Among these 5,000 people, at least several hundred were live streamers. Undoubtedly, these streamers were all capitalizing on the water monster hype. Just as Yang Lin thought things couldn't get any crazier, Lin Feng, whom he just met not long ago, arrived with a team of police officers. Thanks to the crowd control efforts of the public security officers, order in the zoo was barely maintained. At that moment, Lin Feng had also found Yang Lin. Director Yang, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Your place is now completely famous. Before long, even more visitors will probably pour in. What do you plan to do? Hearing Lin Feng's slightly teasing remark, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback before responding with complete seriousness. Of course it's about checking out cars and houses. I'm serious. Given your current situation, if you don't quickly figure out what's going on with that lake monster, they'll probably be coming here every single day from now on. Why don't you just drain the entire lake? The moment Lin Feng made this suggestion, Yang Lin immediately widened his eyes in shock. You must be joking. Do you know how much water is in this artificial lake? This used to be a massive mining pit. The deepest part is over 60 meters, and its total water storage is probably equivalent to 1/5 of West Lake. Draining all this water, forget about how many pumps we'd need to mobilize. Just figuring out where to discharge all that pumped out water would be a huge problem. Seems like this plan won't work. After listening to Yang Lin's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. Let's go. First check out what's going on by the lake. After some contemplation, Yang Lin returned to the lakeside. As he gazed at the water, green to the point of seeming black, a trace of confusion couldn't help but cross his face. It was just at that moment when a nearby tourist suddenly suggested, Mr. Park Director, how about getting a remote-controlled underwater camera robot here? We could operate it and send it down to take a look. A spark of inspiration flashed through Yang Lin's mind upon hearing the visitor's suggestion. Right, if I find a diving animal to go down, I can simply share its vision to figure out what exactly is in the water. Once he realized this, several candidates quickly came to mind. First on the list were the koi fish in the lake. As veteran residents of this artificial lake, they'd lived there long enough to know every corner. Their diving ability is certainly not bad either. But after some thought, Yang Lin still ruled out this option. There are two main reasons. Firstly, koi fish have an extremely short lifespan, and secondly, their combat ability is lacking. Just one bite would probably finish them off if they encountered a monster. After dismissing the koi, another option quickly came to his mind. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Having made up his mind, Yang Lin immediately stealthily bypassed the crowd of visitors and made his way to the crocodile pond near the artificial lake. This area currently attracted the fewest visitors in the entire zoo. After all, nobody wanted to watch a bunch of lazy creatures that spent all day basking in the sun and sleeping. Watching the crocodile lounging leisurely by the pool basking in the sun, Yang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Shihong Zoo houses 3 species of crocodiles, the native Chinese alligator, a smaller species, imported Siamese crocodiles, and the saltwater crocodile, historically widely hunted for leather goods. The Chinese alligator is the smallest, measuring under 2 meters, while the Siamese crocodile averages around 3 meters. Most striking is the massive khaki-colored saltwater crocodile, stretching over 4 meters from snout to tail. With just a quick glance, Yang Lin's gaze fixated on the saltwater crocodile. Since he was looking for a powerful fighter, he naturally wanted the strongest. The Yangtze alligator, which couldn't even defeat a goose, was never within his consideration. Having set his target, Yang Lin immediately used his inside eye on the massive saltwater crocodile nearby. Instantly, all the crocodile's information unfolded before him. Camouflage, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Agility, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Wild growth, blue talent, activation requires 2 talent points. Super bite, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Prehistoric dominator, legendary talent, activation requires 10 talent points. Although the alligator only possessed 5 talents, the mere presence of a legendary tier ability made Yang Lin regard it with newfound respect. Of course, he was well aware that talents of this caliber were far beyond his current means. He could only look, never afford. As for super bite force and camouflage, neither was within his consideration. One was too expensive, the other too lame. So he ultimately set his sights on agility and unrestrained growth. Chapter 32, The Land Colossus. By the artificial lake, as rumors of the water monster spread increasingly far, the number of onlookers surged once again. If Lin Feng hadn't arrived with reinforcements, the visitors probably would have started fighting among themselves before even catching sight of the monster. Why hasn't the water monster appeared yet? Could it be fake? Exactly, we've been here for 2 hours and haven't even seen a shadow of the creature. How could it be fake? I saw with my own eyes a huge dark shape emerge from the water earlier. It nearly dragged the zoo director under. Right? Would hundreds of us all be mistaken? I remember this artificial lake 30 years ago. I used to mine here. The pit was dozens of meters deep, full of crisscrossing tunnels. Hiding some water monster there would be completely normal. But what if that water monster keeps hiding inside and never comes out? Then we'd be waiting for nothing. Any streamer here with diving equipment? Go down and show everyone what this monster actually looks like. If any streamer dares to go down there, I bet they'd go viral across the entire internet instantly. Weren't there always tons of adventure streamers around? Now that there's actually a lake monster, why isn't anyone going down? What do you know? You think those adventure streamers are really exploring? It's all scripted content. Exactly. With the lake situation being unclear right now, who the hell would dare go down? You need to be alive to spend the money you earn. But we can't just keep waiting around like this either. By the way, where's the zoo director? Did he really go look for a water pump? Just as the visitors were murmuring among themselves, a tremendous boom suddenly echoed from behind the artificial lake. Hearing this loud noise, the onlooking crowd immediately turned their gaze toward the source. In the next second, everyone's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly, their faces instantly overcome with expressions of sheer terror. Ah, a monster! Someone shouted, no one knew who, and instantly the scene descended into chaos as the tourists panicked. Even Lin Feng and the other officers maintaining order couldn't help but swallow hard, their hands unconsciously moving toward their waists. Right at that moment, young Lin, holding a megaphone, suddenly appeared before the crowd. Don't be alarmed, everyone. This is our zoo's raised saltwater crocodile. I brought it here to help out. It's actually very docile, so there's no need to be afraid. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the crowd finally suppressed the fear in their hearts. Following their gaze, they saw an unidentified creature the size of a small car, covered entirely in earthen yellow scales, slowly moving toward their direction. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed an enormous crocodile of staggering size. As for what species it was, they weren't quite sure, but since Yang Lin said it was a saltwater crocodile, then saltwater crocodile it shall be. Yet even though they already knew this terrifying-looking creature wasn't some monster, everyone still felt a bit uneasy when staring at its massive size. Good lord, is this thing really a crocodile? I thought it was a dinosaur. Can crocodiles really grow this big? Raised on gold fertilizer since birth? This damn thing must be at least 7 or 8 meters long. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Crocodiles come in small and large varieties. The saltwater crocodile is currently the largest crocodile species in the world, so its size is perfectly reasonable. In ancient times, our dragon kingdom referred to crocodiles as earth dragons or pig dragons. There was even a place called Black Dragon Pond back home, rumored to be inhabited by a giant pig dragon. Anything with the word dragon in its name couldn't possibly be small. But when the zoo director says it's mild-tempered, color me skeptical. One bite from that thing would probably crush my skull like a grape. Just as everyone was stepping back in fear, Yang Lin, who was herding the crocodile, slowly approached the crowd with the saltwater crocodile. An inexplicable and intense sense of oppression emanated from the massive saltwater crocodile. At that very moment, some mischievous child, from who knows which family, suddenly darted right in front of the crocodile. Before their guardian could react, the child had already placed their small, delicate hands on the crocodile. At the sight of this, everyone was utterly terrified, and the little girl's parents nearly fainted from fright. Just as everyone expected the little girl to suffer an attack from this terrifying creature, the ferocious-looking crocodile seemed to ignore her completely. Seeing this apparent vulnerability, the little girl became even more excited. Hee, big doggy, ride a horsey. The next second, she climbed right onto the saltwater crocodile's back. Yet even so, the crocodile remained exactly as it was before. Witnessing this scene, the crowd finally believed what Yang Lin had said. See, it actually harbors no malice toward humans at all. Now let me formally introduce it to everyone. This female saltwater crocodile is named Li Xiaopeng. She's 7 years old and her favorite foods are pumpkin and sweet potatoes. She occasionally eats some chicken, but often gets chicken bones stuck in her throat. Her greatest nemesis is that mischievous macaw from the bird aviary. That naughty bird loves to bully her for no reason. As Yang Lin introduced the crocodile, everyone's initial fear instantly vanished, replaced instead by a fondness for her massive size that now seemed oddly endearing. Despite growing so big, her favorite foods turn out to be pumpkin and sweet potatoes. Oh my god, she's just a little girl, yet she must weigh at least a ton. So she's a heavyweight indeed. Can't even win against a parrot? Is it really that exaggerated? I thought it was unbelievable enough that a Yangtze alligator couldn't take on a goose, but now this saltwater crocodile can't even defeat a bird. Suddenly realizing she's kind of cute, what's up with that? While tourists were amused by the saltwater crocodile's true nature, some spotted something peculiar. Zoo director, why do all your animals have the surname Li? The chimpanzees called Li Wei, the gibbons Li Chang, the tigers Li Hua, even this crocodile is named Li Xiaopeng. Hearing this question, the onlookers' curiosity was instantly piqued. They had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Upon suddenly hearing the tourist's question, Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. He couldn't very well say it was because his grandfather wanted to take revenge on a love rival, which was why all the animals were given the surname Li. After thinking it over, he quickly came up with a more tactful way to explain. Actually, the animals have the surname Li because both my dad and I almost became Li's ourselves. So letting them carry the Li name signifies they're like family to us. After hearing Yang Lin's explanation, everyone present couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth in their hearts. As for why Yang Lin and his father both nearly became Li's, no one pressed further with questions. Just as the group finished their inquiries, Yang Lin's gaze turned toward the fathomless lake waters. Little fatty, I've raised you for 1,000 days just for this critical moment, now it's your time to bring glory to our zoo. Dive down and drag that water monster out for me, and I'll reward you with a ton of pumpkins. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the massive body of the bay crocodile swiftly plunged into the lake waters. Chapter 33, Battle Beneath the Surface. With a loud splash, the enormous saltwater crocodile plunged into the artificial lake, instantly driving the on-site atmosphere to its climax. At this point, not only had various streamers and self-media personnel flocked to the scene, but even the official television station of Ningnan City had rushed over. A live broadcast van emblazoned with the station's logo drove straight into the zoo, all for a glimpse of the mysterious water creature. While the crowd on site was buzzing with excitement, netizens online were equally fired up. Nearly every live streamer's channel at the scene was flooded with hordes of curious netizens. The moment the saltwater crocodile entered the water, the barrage of comments absolutely exploded. Holy shit, that's one fucking huge crocodile. As expected, nothing about animals in this zoo is normal. If that massive tiger earlier wasn't enough, now even the crocodile's this huge. Was the zoo director a pig farmer in a past life or something? LOL, they really do have a pig in their zoo, but that pig is now as skinny as a dog. Rumor has it, it's got anorexia. What do you mean as skinny as a dog? Have you seen their husky? Even a Tibetan Mastiff would get slapped to death by it. With all these animals in their zoo, they could film a whole Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them sequel. Film it. Start filming right now, I'll invest. If the money falls short, I'll even sell my house. No need for that, bro. All I care about right now is whether this crocodile can actually beat that water monster. I heard that thing's over 10 meters long. Why the hell do rumors keep getting wilder? Over 10 meters? Why not say it's dozens of meters while you're at it? Quit yapping and watch the stream. Anchor, are you chickening out? Get in the water already and give us a clear view. While everyone's gaze was fixed on the lake's surface, Yang Lin's vision suddenly presented an entirely different scene before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly the underwater panorama of the lake. Through their shared vision, he could now perceive everything within the crocodile's sightline, as if he had personally plunged into the water himself. As the crocodile continued patrolling beneath the lake's surface, the aquatic landscape gradually revealed itself in complete detail. What puzzled him was that there wasn't a trace of any lake monster in the water, not even a single fish could be seen. Where are my fish? The tens of thousands of fry we release every year? I was counting on catching a batch during the new year to make some extra money. Where have all the fish gone? Don't tell me the damn thing has eaten them all. Staring at the empty lake, Yang Lin felt a surge of fury rising within him. When the alligator dived down to over 40 meters deep, a network of branching tunnels appeared before its eyes. Without a doubt, that gigantic water monster must be hiding in one of these tunnels if it existed at all. But the problem was that he seemed to have no way of flushing it out. Does that mean I'll have to check every single one? Just as Yang Lin had this thought, a massive dark shadow suddenly darted out from a mining pit behind the alligator. Before the alligator could react, the shadow slammed straight into its body. Here it comes. Almost immediately, Yang Lin realized it was the monster lurking at the bottom of the lake taking action. But before he could clearly see what this aquatic creature looked like, the alligator opened its massive jaws and turned to bite at the shadow. Its speed surpassed ordinary people's understanding of crocodiles. This was clearly the result of Yang Lin activating its talent. At this moment, the saltwater crocodile not only possessed an extraordinarily robust physique but also had speed surpassing ordinary fish. In less than a second, its massive jaws had already clamped onto the shadowy figure. Instantly, its terrifying bite force, capable of crushing solid wood, pierced through the shadow's skin, sinking deep into its flesh. Just as Yang Lin thought he could effortlessly subdue the water monster, an immense force erupted from the creature, instantly flinging the crocodile away. Seeing the shadow trying to flee, the crocodile refused to let it escape. With a flick of its tail, its massive body shot forward like a bolt, swiftly intercepting the shadow. Witnessing this, Yang Lin finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness I invested in agility. If I'd gone for brute force, that water monster would have given me a hell of a tug-of-war. Xiao Pang, drive it up to the surface for me. I want to see exactly what this thing is. At Yang Lin's command, the crocodile's mind immediately echoed with his voice. The instructed crocodile didn't hesitate for a second, immediately turning around to pursue and intercept the shadowy figure. By this point, Yang Lin had finally caught a rough glimpse of the so-called lake monster's appearance. It was unmistakably a pitch-black giant fish, measuring at least 6 or 7 meters in length. However, limited by the dim lighting conditions at the lake bottom, some details of its exact appearance remained unclear. For this reason, he had the saltwater crocodile drive this giant fish toward the water's surface. After being pursued relentlessly for about 10 minutes, the harassed large fish finally swam toward the water's surface to escape the crocodile's chase. Seeing this, Yang Lin on the shore immediately fixed his gaze intently on the center of the lake. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, an enormous dark shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the lake. Instantly, the crowd gathered on the shore erupted into an uproar. Holy shit, the monster's finally out, it's fucking huge. That really is the monster. Did it actually get driven up here by that giant crocodile? Hurry, hurry, get the cameras ready, we can't miss this crucial shot. We're about to find out exactly what that water monster really is. I wonder if that big crocodile can catch it. At this moment, everyone was filled with anticipation. And just then, the saltwater crocodile's figure followed closely behind. With a sound of breaking through the water's surface, a massive maw clamped down fiercely on the shadowy figure. Then the crowd witnessed an utterly shocking scene. On the vast lake surface, a massive crocodile was clamping its jaws onto a strange giant fish nearly as large as itself. Though the bizarre fish struggled with all its might, its exposed body above water could no longer break free from the crocodile's deadly grip. After the sickening crunch of shattered bones echoed, the black monstrous fish immediately ceased all movement. Witnessing such an intense scene, the onlookers felt their blood boiling with excitement. When had they ever seen such primitive yet powerful combat up close like this? This instantly gave them a renewed sense that buying the ticket was worth it. Yet as the saltwater crocodile slowly approached the shore with that strange black fish in its jaws, a flicker of curiosity couldn't help but arise in everyone's hearts. Just what kind of fish could grow so large, nearly matching the size of the saltwater crocodile? And just as the crowd began showing puzzled expressions, Yang Lin's gaze upon the strange fish revealed a trace of understanding. So it was you all along. Chapter 34, The Water Monster So Large, It Won't Fit in a Pot. The surface of the artificial lake rippled as the crocodile dragged the strange black fish out of the water, leaving the gathered crowd murmuring in amazement. Damn, now that's something you don't see every day. What kind of fish gets this big? I told you there's no such thing as a water monster. It turns out to be just this strange fish. A fish 7 or 8 meters long absolutely qualifies as a water monster. If a person fell into the water, they might not stand a chance against it. That goes without saying. A fish this big could knock your head clean off with one flick of its tail. What the hell kind of species is this anyway? Do freshwater fish even grow this large? That catfish couldn't grow this big either. Could it be that invasive species they reported before, the alligator gar? Possibly, but maybe not. Look, its mouth doesn't resemble an alligator gar's. At this moment, not only were the people on site buzzing with confusion, but netizens were also scrambling to find someone to explain the situation. And just at that moment, the saltwater crocodile was already carrying the enormous black monstrous fish in its jaws, slowly making its way to the shore. After pushing the creature onto the shore, Yang Lin immediately approached the monstrous fish. Upon examining it, he promptly explained, I'm sure everyone must be curious to know what exactly this thing is. Let me explain to everyone, this big guy's scientific name is Arapaima gigas. It's not a native fish species in our dragon country, but rather an invasive species. The one here before us is a fully grown Arapaima, which explains why it's reached such enormous size. It was probably released into this lake by someone. After Yang Lin's explanation, everyone suddenly had that light bulb moment of understanding. Learned something new today. I never knew this kind of fish even existed. I have megalophobia. Looking at such a huge fish makes me dizzy. Probably released by those overly compassionate folks again. How dare they release whatever creatures they want. Grown so big, I wonder how the meat tastes. Would it be good if made into grilled fish? Wow, you clearly aren't a local, right? Such premium ingredients shouldn't be grilled, they must be steamed. Make soup, of course make soup. Add some ginger, some cooking wine, and marinate it a bit. Sashimi, it must be sashimi. Such divinely given delicacy shouldn't undergo any processing to preserve its original flavor. Let's hear what the zoo director says. Listening to you all talk about it makes my mouth water. This fish must weigh at least several hundred pounds. What size pot would you even need for this? The crowd, originally engrossed in discussing the lake monster, found themselves inexplicably developing an appetite at the sight of the giant fish before them. The tourists even began debating how to cook and consume this enormous creature. Yang Lin listened nearby, feeling somewhat speechless at their remarks. Yet upon reflection, he realized the tourists had a point. It would be terribly wasteful to let such a colossal specimen rot away uneaten. At this thought, a sudden whim struck him. Is there any professional chef among our visitors? The water monster's been caught, now it's up to you all. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the crowd immediately grasped his implication. Almost instantly, tourists began stepping forward eagerly. I'm a Cantonese chef, the certified kind. I'm a Shandong cuisine chef, my restaurant is nearby, I can provide the big wok. I can supply the side ingredients and gas stoves. I'm the fish butcher from the market, let me handle chopping this fish. Can I bring my own bowl and chopsticks? As one tourist after another stepped forward voluntarily, the atmosphere at the scene quickly became lively again. Not long after, large cooking pots were set up in the open space by the artificial lake. Meanwhile, visitors with professional cooking skills took charge of the culinary preparations. Soon, a grilled fish, boiled fish, and fish soup were freshly prepared, their aroma filling the entire zoo. Meanwhile, viewers who could only watch the livestream were practically drooling with envy. What the hell? Weren't we supposed to be catching a water monster? How did this turn into a fish feast? I swear to God, what was supposed to be an epic adventure turned into a damn cooking show. In any other place, this would have taken several days of filming and been split into dozens of episodes, but the zoo director just sent his little buddy straight down to capture the water monster. At first it seemed terrifying, but now it just feels infuriating. Damn it, I'm the only one not there to taste it. No surprise coming from the neighbor province of the ultimate foodies, doesn't matter whether it's a water monster or not, if you catch it, it's going on the menu. Are there any more water monsters? Bring out another one. This one just wasn't satisfying enough to watch. This group of tourists really hit the jackpot. Not only did they witness the capture of a water monster, but they also got a free meal. Their 50 yuan ticket ended up being worth 500 yuan in value. At this moment, the online viewers practically wished they could leap straight through their screens. Yet just as smiles lit up everyone's faces, Yang Lin's expression flickered with something peculiar. The instant he eliminated that Arapaima, a sudden mission notification had flashed across his mind. Ding! Temporary mission triggered, an unknown waterway connection has appeared in the artificial lake within the zoo. Suspected pollutants are flowing in through the passage, which may affect the zoo's ecosystem if not dealt with promptly. Host, please investigate and completely eliminate the source of contamination within 3 days. Mission completion reward, talent points *5, 1 random talent chest. With the appearance of this mission prompt, Yang Lin finally understood where this Arapaima had come from. He had thought that this giant creature had always lived in the artificial lake, but now it seemed it had entered through that passage. Combined with the recent sudden appearance of household waste emerging from the lake, everything became clear. This won't do. I must figure it out quickly, who knows what else might swim into the artificial lake. With this thought, Yang Lin immediately lost his earlier mood. After finally waiting for the park to close and all the visitors to leave, he once again had the saltwater crocodile Li Xiaopang dive into the lake waters. Following the traces left earlier, he soon found the cave where the Arapaima had hidden previously. Sure enough, as he approached the cave, a hidden current surged out from within. And within this undercurrent, faint traces of leaves and other debris could be seen swirling. That must be the passageway, though who knows where it ultimately leads. Through the shared footage witnessing this scene, Yang Lin immediately ordered Li Xiaopang to enter the cave. Soon after, it ventured into a winding water channel. After swimming for an untold duration, the narrow passage opened into an immensely broad underground river. Clearly, this subterranean river connected the zoo's man-made lake with that unknown body of water. Chapter 35, The New Legend of the Water Monster. The Yong River, as the main waterway of Ningnan City, plays an extremely vital role in the entire water system of Ningnan, including but not limited to domestic drinking water and agricultural irrigation. It was already nighttime, but crowds of residents still gathered by the Yong riverbank to enjoy the cool breeze and splash in the water, with quite a few people even diving straight into the river. Yet unnoticed by them, in the pitch-black river waters, an enormous creature was coursing through the depths. A pair of dark golden eyes stared fixedly at them. Holy crap! How did we end up at the Yong River? This waterway actually connects to the Yong River. Seeing the familiar scenery before him, Yang Lin immediately recognized the waters where the crocodile was now located. But precisely because he realized this, he grew even more astonished. Shihong Zoo was at least 7 or 8 kilometers away from the Yong River, yet that underground waterway had somehow completely connected the two locations. This, however, explained why the undercurrent had carried so much garbage. It had all drifted over from the Yong River. And just at that moment, someone by the river casually tossed a bottle right in front of the crocodile. It's all you people who don't care about the environment, along with those brats swimming in the river. One drowned just a few days ago, and here they are again. Xiaopang, go out and give them a scare. At Yang Lin's command, Li Xiaopang's massive frame, which had been submerged in the river all this time, surfaced immediately. As luck would have it, a little bare-bottomed boy swimming nearby suddenly landed right on top of it. Why is there such a huge rock here? The little boy spoke with curiosity as he reached out to touch it, until he saw a pair of large, glistening eyes the size of goose eggs. The next second, a terrified scream echoed across the river. Mom, there's a monster! With his cry, all the citizens of Ningnan cooling off by the Yong River saw a massive creature, as large as a small van, slowly crawling toward the shore. In an instant, those people scattered like they'd seen a ghost, running for their lives. As for those in the water, they could only curse their parents for not giving them webbed feet. Within 5 minutes, both the riverbanks and the Yangtze waters were completely cleared of people. Before long, news of a river monster appearing in the Yong River spread like wildfire across the entire city of Ningnan. For several months afterward, no one dared to swim in the Yong River again, let alone any reports of drowning incidents. Yang Lin had no idea about the subsequent impact. At that moment, he was directing Xiao Pangli to search slowly within the river waters. After learning this was the Yong River, he more or less had a direction for his investigation. Large-scale pollution could only be caused by sewage treatment plants and large chemical factories. A quick search on the map for these two types soon yielded several relevant results. Among them, the one that seemed most likely to him was a large chemical plant called Ming Chemical. With a general direction in mind, Yang Lin quickly had Li Xiaopang locate several discharge pipes buried beneath the riverbank sand in a bend of the river. Even from over 10 meters away, Yang Lin could see wastewater mixed with various tiny particles continuously flowing out of the pipes. The thought that this water was seeping into the artificial lake in his zoo through groundwater made him burn with rage. These people really have no conscience left, completely heartless. How dare they do something so harmful to future generations? No, I must report them. After the surge of anger, Yang Lin immediately had Li Xiaopang return to the zoo. Then, he took out his phone, found the email address of the Environmental Protection Department, and wrote a lengthy complaint letter spanning hundreds of words. Of course, he also knew that this whistleblower letter might not have any effect. Because Ming's chemical industry generates billions in taxes for Ningnan every year, how could such a colossal entity be taken down by just a single whistleblower letter? It looks like I'll have to prepare a backup plan. Realizing that he probably wouldn't accomplish this task in the short term, Yang Lin began formulating his next moves while also preparing to catch up on some much-needed sleep. The incident with the poachers the night before had kept him awake all night, and by now, he was barely holding on. After washing up, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the events that had unfolded at Shihong Zoo during the day were rapidly gaining traction online. Topics related to the water monster and other related discussions continued to trend without losing steam. At this precise moment, a video posted by a user from Ningnan City swiftly captured netizens' attention. Because this video footage showed yet another water monster, and judging by the images, this creature appeared significantly larger, longer, and even seemed to have limbs. Had there been only one such video, some netizens might have questioned its authenticity. But as more Ningnan City residents uploaded similar footage, the existence of the water monster became undeniable. Holy crap, where did this new water monster come from? Wasn't one just eaten earlier today? They're all in Ningnan. When did Ningnan become the capital of lake monsters? During the day, it was an arapaima. Now who knows what kind of fish this one is? This time, it shouldn't be a fish anymore, it's already surfaced. True, it doesn't look like a fish. More like some kind of large reptile. Could it be a crocodile? Doesn't Shihong Zoo have that enormous crocodile? You mean during the day that giant crocodile escaped all the way from the zoo to the Yong River just to scare kids? I don't think nature alone could produce something this big. That crocodile at Shihong Zoo grew so large purely because of the zookeeper's care. How could a wild one in the Yong River get this big? Maybe it mutated or something. You think this is Fukushima? We don't have that kind of radiation luck. I've decided to make a new movie called Yongjiang Lake Monster. Any big shots want to invest? Before anyone realized it, discussions about the Yongjiang Lake Monster had skyrocketed in popularity. By the time Yang Lin woke up the next morning, netizens had already sketched the monster's approximate shape based on the filmed footage. When Yang Lin saw this image on his phone, he almost burst out laughing. This is clearly a freaking Godzilla. The creativity of netizens truly knows no bounds. After this exclamation, Yang Lin suddenly felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. And precisely at that moment, Chen Kurson came rushing into Yang Lin's office at full speed. Cousin, there's a guy outside with a bag asking for you. Said something about an injured protected animal, I think. Hearing Chen Kurson's words, Yang Lin didn't hesitate and rushed straight outside the zoo. Chapter 36, Pervert and Mutation. At the zoo entrance, a middle-aged man with somewhat dark skin was anxiously looking toward the zoo, clutching a woven plastic bag in his hand. No one could tell what was inside. Finally, as Chen Kurson brought Yang Lin to him, the man urgently grabbed Yang Lin's hands. Director Yang, you're finally here. Please help me see what this thing I accidentally electrocuted is. I really hope it's not a protected animal. As he spoke, he carefully untied the opening of the plastic bag with a cautious expression. Instantly, a bucket filled with water appeared before Yang Lin. I was fishing in the river near our home this morning with my new energy fishing rod when I accidentally reeled these two in. Looking at how bizarrely shaped they were, I knew right away they must be something special. Hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, Yang Lin's gaze toward him immediately turned peculiar. No wonder he brought the animals here first thing, turns out this guy was illegally fishing. Calling it an electric fishing rod with new energy, such a fancy way to sugarcoat electrofishing. But jokes aside, he decided to check what was inside first before judging. When he looked into the bucket, he was instantly startled and then fixed the middle-aged man with a skeptical glare. Are you sure these two things are what you caught by electrifying the river? Hearing Yang Lin's words, the man's face immediately showed a hint of panic. Director Yang, I'll be honest with you, but please don't report me. These two weird creatures were caught by electrifying. Fishing in the Yong River. I told you, but don't worry either. This thing with suckers and teeth on its face is scientifically called a lamprey. It probably came from somewhere else rare but not a protected species. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the man let out a long sigh of relief. Good thing it's not a protected species. Good thing it's not. Yet the very next second, that relieved breath was sharply sucked back in. But this little fellow next to it is truly remarkable. It appears to be a giant salamander with albinism, slightly deformed with 6 legs. It's classified as a nationally protected second-grade animal. Really makes you want to call the cops. The middle-aged man clearly hadn't expected this outcome. He'd only released what amounted to about 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity into the river, yet somehow managed to electrocute a nationally protected second-grade animal. What's worse, both creatures now appeared to be at death's door. Considering the consequences if this got out, he nearly fainted on the spot. Just as he was desperately pondering what would happen next, Yang Lin took the initiative to speak. How about this, leave the two of them with me. I'll see if I can save them. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the middle-aged man immediately wore an expression of disbelief. Okay. No sooner had he finished speaking than he dropped the sack and bolted away. Before Yang Lin could react, the figure had already disappeared. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lin couldn't help but show a look of speechlessness on his face. However, seeing the two little creatures in the bucket that were close to kicking the bucket, he knew there was no time to waste. Immediately, he carried the bucket to the edge of the artificial lake. Since the appearance of the Arapaima earlier, the entire artificial lake currently has not a single fish left, so his first thought was to temporarily house these two little creatures there, at least to bring a bit more life to the artificial lake. Of course, before moving them in, he needed to rescue them first. Seeing the little ones already starting to float belly up, Yang Lin immediately cast insight twice toward them. The next second, 2 sets of talent information appeared before his eyes. Brook Lamprey. Intimidation, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Metamorphosis, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Electrogenesis, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Albino mutant giant salamander. Mutation, special talent, already activated, further enhancement requires 1 talent point. Environmental adaptation, blue talent, activation requires 2 talent points. Devour, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Judging from the talent lists of these two little fellows, they clearly aren't highly evolved species. Especially the lamprey, it was the most worthless creature he'd ever seen, utterly unremarkable except for its potential to evolve an electric discharge ability. But the giant salamander's talent genuinely surprised him. This salamander had actually awakened a talent on its own. It was the first time he'd ever witnessed such a phenomenon. It seems the reason it grew 6 legs must be due to this mutation. But what caused the mutation? Environmental pollution or genetic selection? However, the current state of the two little creatures clearly didn't allow Yang Lin to dwell on it further. Watching the lamprey that had already started blowing bubbles, he immediately activated its metamorphosis talent. He was determined to see just how extreme this metamorphosis talent really was. And just seconds after he activated the metamorphosis talent for this thick-as-an-arm lamprey, the little creature who had been belly up and blowing bubbles suddenly became lively and active again. Even more astonishing was how its body began expanding at an outrageously rapid pace the moment it regained energy. Watching the water bucket nearly burst from its growth, Yang Lin hastily tossed it into the artificial lake. Even after entering the lake, its transformation still wasn't complete. Its body rapidly expanded to 4 or 5 meters in length, and then scaly protrusions began to emerge across its surface. Even more exaggerated, its already dense array of sharp teeth grew rapidly longer and more pointed, resembling something straight out of a sci-fi horror creature. Its terrifying appearance even made one question whether this thing was truly an Earth-originating species. Holy crap, so this is what metamorphosis looks like. This appearance is seriously monstrous. Staring at the now monstrously terrifying form of the lamprey, Yang Lin couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in astonishment. After hastily ordering it to dive to the bottom of the artificial lake, Yang swiftly shifted his gaze to the mutated Chinese giant salamander. Without a second thought, he immediately allocated an ability point to the salamander's already once activated mutation trait. As this trait was further enhanced, the creature began rapidly expanding, just like the lamprey, before his eyes. It was already nearly half a meter long and looked like it was about to grow towards 2 meters. Yang Lin quickly threw it into the lake as well. After entering the water, the mutated giant salamander's growth rate showed no signs of slowing down, and thin black stripes even began to appear on its back. When those black stripes gathered at the top of its head, they suddenly formed a terrifying demonic face. When all the changes were complete, it had transformed from a somewhat silly-looking giant salamander into a monstrous creature straight out of a movie. Yet when their new appearances fell into Yang Lin's sight, they unexpectedly gave him a sort of dazzling impression. Chapter 37, Soaring Popularity, Hidden Dangers. It wasn't that Yang Lin's aesthetic sense had become distorted, rather, these two massive creatures suddenly acquired an otherworldly quality after awakening their respective innate talents. Actually, the monsters in movies are just enlarged versions of animals we see every day. To be fair though, if anyone saw you guys late at night, they'd probably be scared out of their minds. As soon as this thought surfaced, Yang Lin felt like he'd grasped something important. That's right, their current appearance totally resembles those mutated creatures affected by radiation. If I make these two cause a big stir, surely someone will pay attention to the pollution problem in the Yong River. Then it'll be solved, won't it? With this thought, the way he looked at the two large creatures instantly changed. He initially just wanted to save these two creatures' lives, never expecting there'd be an unexpected bonus. Both of you go find a spot to rest underwater for now, make sure no one spots you. I'll come back for you tonight. The two large creatures, already possessing a glimmer of intelligence, immediately nodded beneath the water's surface. The next second, they headed straight for the bottom of the artificial lake. Right after the two giants departed, the zoo experienced a new peak in visitor numbers. Influenced by the water monster incident and the previous poacher event, an increasing number of out-of-town tourists wanted to come and witness the charm of this magical zoo. Yang Lin had no choice but to impose a visitor quota, yet even so, Shihong Zoo remained bustling with streams of visitors coming and going. The popularity ranking from highest to lowest goes: leopard enclosure, wolf enclosure, tiger enclosure, ape enclosure, monkey enclosure, followed by the aviary and crocodile pond. The most popular leopard enclosure is currently so crowded it could practically be called overcrowded. The reason was simply that fans of the two little guys had sent Yang Lin cat-related supplies, scratching posts, cat towers, and litter boxes. At this moment in the leopard enclosure, the two little ones, finally named Yuan Yuan and Xiao Xiao by Reba, were each using their front paws to grip the massive scratching post before them, one on the left and the other on the right. Behind them, the usually aloof leopard Li Bao now wore an eager expression brimming with anticipation. What should I do? I really want to go catch it. Damn it, I really want to climb that shelf over there too. No way, all this was sent by those damned humans. I can't fall for their trap. And besides, I'm not a cat. Those two idiots really made me lose face. Just as Li Bao was wrestling with his inner turmoil, a visitor standing in front of the iron cage suddenly extended an oversized cat teaser made of bamboo through the gap between the bars. As the bell on the cat teaser jingled, Li Bao, who had been putting on an aloof act all this time, finally couldn't resist any longer. With a loud screech, it dashed swiftly toward the feathers at the tip of the giant cat teaser, sometimes rolling on the ground, sometimes leaping up to bite at the feathers above. At this moment, it had completely abandoned all dignity as a jungle hunter. Outside the iron cage, the tourists burst into cheers at the sight. Ha ha ha, dying of laughter, this aloof dad finally has a change of heart. I thought it could truly resist all temptations, but turns out a simple cat teaser exposed its true nature. I told you so, a leopard is just a big cat. See? Hee hee, I reckon it's acting up because it thinks there aren't any other leopards around to see. Oh my god, I never knew such a big creature could be this adorable. Hurry, hurry, take a picture, take a picture. I feel like I could watch this all day, it suddenly makes me want to keep them as pets. With Li Bao joining the two little troublemakers, the leopard enclosure instantly became filled with cheerful energy. Between the two little ones with their top-tier cuteness skills and the big spotted cat whose aloof appearance hid a warm heart, what visitor could possibly resist such temptation? Before anyone realized it, the number of visitors at the leopard enclosure had exceeded its maximum capacity. Spotting this from a distance, Yang Lin immediately felt that something was amiss. If any disturbance were to occur, it certainly wouldn't be just a minor incident. No, we need to divert some of the traffic. At this thought, his gaze immediately shifted toward the areas that had yet to be open to the public. For now, only a new gimmick could potentially divert these visitors. After much deliberation, his gaze finally settled on the most peculiar area of all. This area happened to be a pigpen located in the southeastern corner of the Tiger Park. That's right, it was a pigpen, originally built by his grandfather for raising pigs. The pigs inside weren't meant for visitor viewing, but served as food for the carnivorous animals. It's a pity that the hefty pigs inside, hearing the roars of those fierce beasts every day, have become thoroughly depressed from fright. After raising it for a year, not only did it not gain weight, but it also lost dozens of pounds. Seeing how he kept losing money raising them, old man Yang simply sold off all the pigs, keeping just one. Later, no one knows exactly how the visitors started spreading the story. This pig pen somehow became one of the zoo's official exhibits. And this was the only place in the entire Ningnan urban area where one could see pigs. For a long time, schools had even organized special student tours to visit them. Now, Yang Lin had set his sights on this lone remaining pig. Pushing through the dense crowd, Yang Lin soon found himself face to face with a gaunt, pitch-black boar. Looking at the black pig that was even skinnier than himself, Yang Lin immediately recalled the primary talent initially gifted by the system, painting. Yang Lin had always been unsure which animal to assign this rather useless talent to. Give them to the chimpanzee and gibbon? That skill seems a bit too basic, considering they already have hands. Giving it to tigers or leopards would be overkill. If installed on this pig instead, not only would there be enough contrast, but it could also create sufficient buzz. Who knows, it might even cure its anorexia. Talk about killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Yang Lin no longer hesitated and immediately bestowed the talent for painting upon the large black pig in front of him inside the pig pen. As the talent awakened, the previously listless black pig instantly became spirited, its physique visibly balanced and toned. After confirming that it had indeed ignited a talent for painting, Yang Lin immediately had it paint with water on the concrete floor. Before long, a small flower drawn with clear water took shape beneath its nose. At this sight, Yang Lin's eyes lit up instantly. They always say pigs are among the smartest animals, seems that's spot on. But this seems a bit dull. We need to add more gimmicks. Yang Lin immediately opened his phone and ordered over 100 sets of watercolor paints and paper supplies from a nearby stationery store. After finishing all this, he once again grabbed his megaphone and headed toward the leopard enclosure. Chapter 38, Is it too late to withdraw now? In the leopard enclosure, 2 Palace's cats resembling fluffy balls were sprawled out on their backs, their large bellies exposed as they napped in the afternoon. The leopard-Li Bao nearby also lounged lazily on a giant cat tree. Yet even so, the number of visitors outside the iron cages showed no sign of diminishing. Clearly, this combination of 1 large and 2 small creatures had successfully dethroned the original chimpanzee, Shit Tofu. Just as the visitors were enthusiastically snapping photos of the cage, Yang Lin's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Attention, visitors! To show our gratitude for your support of our zoo, we're hosting a special drawing event. Anyone interested can come to me to pick up brushes, paint, and paper. Hearing Yang Lin's words suddenly sparked the interest of the tourists present. This is supposed to be a zoo. Why are they suddenly holding a painting competition? What's the theme of the painting? Are there any prizes, director? Seeing everyone's attention fully captured, Yang Lin continued. How about my autographed photo as a prize? The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in boos. Pfft, who'd want your autographed photo anyway? Exactly, I wouldn't take it even if they paid me to. Is there any better reward available? Where's the fun without any rewards? Alright, here's the deal, for the top 5, I'll bring out the 2 little guys and let you pet them for 5 minutes. Making the top 10 will let you enter the cage and take photos with the little guy. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the entire room erupted in excitement. This works, this absolutely works. Can we really pet those 2 little guys up close? Oh my gosh, I couldn't hold back any longer, finally getting this chance. I want to sign up. I want to take a photo with these 2 little guys. I'm definitely taking first place, don't anyone try to snatch it from me. As he spoke, everyone's excitement grew even higher. Since that's the case, I'll take you all to the competition venue then. Watching Yang Lin head towards the back of the tiger enclosure, the eager competitors and curious onlookers immediately followed after him. Before long, they were led to the location of the pig pen. When the crowd saw the large black pig inside the pen, expressions of deep confusion immediately appeared on their faces. Director, is today's drawing competition theme supposed to be this pig? Drawing a pig is easy, just a body, a mouth, 4 legs, and a curly tail. It probably isn't that simple, this pig is actually the final winner's prize. Ah, the winner gets this pig? What? The zoo director wants us to slaughter a pig? Watching everyone guessing wildly, Yang Lin decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. He immediately announced loudly, of course I'm not asking you to draw a pig, nor to slaughter one. In fact, this pig is also a contest participant this time. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the crowd of tourists erupted in an uproar. What, boss, you've got to be kidding, you're making us compete with this fat pig? This is outright disrespectful, putting us in the same category as a pig. Exactly, since when can pigs paint? If pigs could paint, I'd be able to climb trees. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I lose to a pig, won't that prove my dad was right, that I'm worse than a pig? Wait, we already know the border collie from the zoo director's family beat us. If this pig overtakes us too, then it's not just worse than a pig, it's worse than pigs and dogs combined. Even though it's kind of insulting, I still find this pretty amusing. I'm determined to see how exactly this pig manages to paint. Seeing that no one really believed a pig could paint, Yang Lin didn't bother arguing. Instead, he simply handed a brush and some paint to the big black pig in the pen. Come on, Fugue, show our esteemed audience your painting skills, let them feast their eyes on your masterpiece. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Li Fugue, the black pig temporarily named so, immediately picked up the paintbrush with its mouth and trotted over to the wall nearby. The next second, under the astonished gazes of the tourists, he dipped his brush into the palette to pick up some paint. After dipping into the paint, it began to stroke the brush against the wall one deliberate line at a time. At first, everyone thought it would scribble randomly, but as the painting progressed, their expressions began to change. Because from their perspective, what Li Fugue was painting genuinely resembled a grand lotus flower. Whether in terms of color or form, it was flawless, not quite master level, but certainly surpassing many beginners. Seeing this scene, the previously skeptical tourists exchanged bewildered glances. By the time Li Fugue finished his painting, they all fell completely silent. The louder they jeered earlier, the deeper their embarrassment now. Well then, not bad for a painter pig, right? Now no one should doubt pigs can paint anymore. Looking at everyone's bewildered expressions, Yang Lin's face was full of smug satisfaction. After a solid few seconds of silence, a visitor holding a paintbrush suddenly stepped forward with a bitter smile. Zoo director, is it too late to withdraw from the competition now? Yeah, I think I'll pass on this contest. If I really lose to a pig, where would I even hide my face after that? I'm not just being modest, I genuinely believe I can't draw as well as this pig. Following that visitor's lead, many other registered contestants soon voluntarily withdrew from the competition. As they put it, they couldn't bear the embarrassment. Yang Lin remained completely unfazed by their decision. Anyone else want to drop out? If not, we'll start the competition. As for the content of the competition, just paint that lake and the scenery over there. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the visitors who were still determined to compete immediately made their preparations. At the same time, Yang Lin also seized the opportunity to open the official live broadcast room of Shihong Zoo. The moment his live stream went live, a flood of followers immediately poured into the chat room. Director, good to see you. What made you decide to stream today? Does the zoo have any new shows? Director, could you please release some zoo merch? I'd love 2 Palace's cat plushies. Do you have a life-size replica of the Siberian Tiger King plush? Is there any live stream room nowadays that doesn't feature shared bikes? Just as netizens were puzzling over Yang Lin's purpose for going live, the camera suddenly shifted to tourists preparing to paint. When everyone was about to complain how boring it was, the scene changed unexpectedly again. A large black pig holding a paintbrush in its mouth appeared before their eyes. The astonished expressions on the netizens' faces were no less intense than those of the onlookers present when they saw this black pig. Chapter 39, The Top-Ranking Piggy. In the live stream, Yang Lin's explanation quickly helped the audience understand the nature of this unique painting competition. Interesting, a painting competition between humans and pigs. I always said there's no normal animal in Shihong Zoo, now even the pigs can paint. I really want to know what kind of experiences the zoo director has had, and how he managed to teach a pig how to paint. Honestly, all the animals in this zoo seem a bit off. When I visited yesterday, I thought that beautiful parrot might be relatively normal, but then it opened its beak and demanded I call it Dad. You should have seen Shidafu puffing on 3 cigarettes at once. The real kicker was how he hid them the moment he spotted kids approaching. Alright, let's get started. I'm curious to see which little fool loses to a pig. As Yang Lin announced the start of the competition, all participating visitors promptly picked up their paintbrushes and began sketching. Li Fugue and the pigpen was no exception. With graceful movements, it rested its forelimbs atop the low wall of the pigpen. Its 2 front legs pressed against the drawing board, with a paintbrush full of pigment clamped in its mouth. At times it frowned deeply, at others it painted with swift, flying strokes. His actions immediately amused both the onlookers and the livestream audience. Damn, the person inside that mascot costume must be working so hard, pretending to be a real pig. Yeah, I wonder how much he gets paid to play pig all day. I strongly suspect all the animals in this zoo are just employees in disguise. Alright, I admit it. This pig is actually my ex-boyfriend. Even as a pig, I recognized him at first glance. Such intelligent and knowing eyes. Not gonna lie, its brushwork technique is actually quite professional. Look at how it's performing. Could it really take first place? Amid the murmurs of the crowd, time passed bit by bit, and the contestants' paintings gradually neared completion. However, just as they were putting the finishing touches on their work, a pig's squeal came from the pigpen. Hearing the squeal, Yang Lin immediately grabbed his phone and rushed over. When he got closer, he realized it had already finished painting. Looking at the landscape painting on the easel, a realistic work with a touch of expressive style, even Yang Lin himself was surprised, not to mention the netizens in the live stream. Holy shit, did a pig really paint this? If there weren't people watching the whole time, I'd swear someone switched it out midway. Damn, I've wasted my life. Even a pig can paint like this, while I can't even draw a decent turtle. I don't know if any of the competitors here can beat it, but I definitely can't beat this pig. I'll never call my son dumb as a pig again. Clearly, pigs are much smarter than him. Clearly, the zoo director's true calling is undoubtedly pig farming. He's raised all the other animals like pigs, yet somehow managed to raise this actual pig like a human being. How much is this painting? I'll buy it. I'm willing to pay 5 million. If it's not for sale, pretend I never said that. This pig must be the first pig in the world to have its own independent artwork. I'd like to call it the pig of extraordinary talent. It's practically the Leonardo da Vinci of pigs. So, tell me, would its pig brain be even more nourishing for the mind? Perhaps Picasso would be more fitting, given the abstract quality of this painting. If I had a pig like this, I'd have it paint every day. I'd make my living off it. In this moment, the crowd didn't hold back their compliments. Though they could tell Li Fugui's painting wasn't technically perfect by strict standards, but really, what do you expect from a pig? No need to judge a pig's artwork too harshly. By this time, the competition was approaching its end, and all participants had successively completed their artworks. Next came the public judging phase. Following Yang Lin's requirements, this step would be conducted through voting by all present visitors. Visitors were quite enthusiastic about this particular segment. After more than 10 minutes of voting, the final tally was quickly revealed. The giant black pig, Li Fugui, claimed first place with an impressive 784 votes. Another contestant, reportedly a student from the Art Academy, secured second place with 564 votes. Yang Lin wasn't the least bit surprised by this outcome, not because he knew how exceptionally well Li Fugui could paint, but rather because he understood few people could resist voting for a giant black pig that could paint. In reality, most visitors who voted for Li Fugui weren't drawn by its artwork, but by the spectacle of the pig itself. One vote from you, one vote from me. When will Piggy debut with glee? If you don't vote and I don't vote, little Piggy will soon become Lion's Head meatballs. After all their hard work, are you sure you won't give the piggies a vote? If Piggy Pig doesn't win first place this time, the zoo director should cut back on his meals, right? Look at him, it's been a full 10 minutes since his last bite already. Piggy Pig girls never surrender. Long live the Piggy Pig religion. The entire voting session was filled with visitors making similarly playful comments like these. It was precisely because of the efforts of these pig-loving visitors in canvassing for votes that it managed to receive over 700 votes. To Yang Lin's surprise, none of the contestants with fewer votes than Li Fugui had any complaints. Instead, they generously and willingly expressed that they didn't mind at all. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Yang Lin immediately announced another piece of exhilarating news that thrilled everyone present. In recognition of all contestants' outstanding performances, I've decided to give each of you a photograph stamped with the paw prints of Qiuqiu and Yuan Yuan. I've already contacted the manufacturer and placed the orders. It won't be long before those animal-themed merchandise becomes available. This includes plush toys and other animal-inspired derivative products. Everyone can snap them up in my livestream, and ticket stubs will get you a 20% discount. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, both the on-site visitors and those in the livestream visibly perked up with excitement. The charm of these currently featured animals at Shihong Zoo is undeniably immense, and with the spread of online exposure, they've practically become superstars in the animal kingdom. Therefore, the public has long been filled with anticipation for their merch products. At this point, the event officially concluded, and Li Fugui's reputation thoroughly exploded both within the zoo grounds and across the internet. After all, it's genuinely a genius pig that can paint. At this point, Yang Lin finally achieved his goal of diverting the zoo's visitor flow. Almost without any deliberate guidance, a large number of tourists began arriving from other sections of the park. With the potential safety hazards temporarily resolved, Yang Lin headed towards the artificial lake, where two big creatures were waiting for him. Chapter 40, The River Monster. Night fell, and all the visitors had left the park grounds. Once again, the entire zoo was left with only Yang Lin inside. Just as he arrived by the artificial lake, a series of cries resembling a baby's wailing rose from the water. Hearing the sound, Yang Lin was nearly scared out of his wits, but upon reflection, he quickly realized what was happening. You two, come out. With Yang Lin's loud shout directed at the lake, two massive dark shapes slowly emerged from the depths. One resembled a python, its face covered in dense, sharp teeth, while the other was a six-legged monster with a demonic face etched on its back. Anyone else who saw this scene would probably wet their pants on the spot. Just as I thought, the horror-affected night is literally doubled. As he marveled, Yang Lin pulled out the feed he had prepared in advance. Come on, eat plenty now. A full belly gets the job done. Whether I complete my mission or not depends entirely on you. Upon seeing this, the two big fellows in the lake rushed over to Yang Lin's side with evident affection. The giant salamander among them even rubbed its fleshy head frantically against Yang Lin's pant legs. To be honest, although these two large creatures lacked strong communication skills due to their limited intelligence, they held an inexplicable sense of attachment toward Yang Lin. After the two big guys finished their meal, Yang Lin gave them a new command. The command was to have them follow the underwater channel at the bottom of the lake and enter the Yong River. That's right, Yang Lin wanted these two monstrous-looking giants to pose as water monsters in the Yong River. Of course, they didn't even need to pretend, because to ordinary people, their appearance already screamed water monster. The command had just been issued when the two large creatures swam straight toward the direction of the Yong River. In just over 10 minutes, they had already entered the river's waterway. Perhaps due to the aquatic monster incident from the previous night, there wasn't a single soul cooling off or playing in the waters along the Yong River banks at this moment. Only a few vehicles and pedestrians occasionally passed by the riverside road. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin immediately urged the two large creatures to swiftly follow the current downstream toward the urban area. After swimming for what felt like an unknown length of time, a dense cluster of lights caught Yang Lin's attention. Following the giant salamander's gaze toward the shore, the area with the concentrated lights turned out to be a riverside park. At that moment, various pedestrians were faintly visible within the park, some riding bikes, others skateboarding, and even a troupe of square dancing aunties. Watching this crowd, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. This is a good spot. I'll settle on here. Get ready, you two. Just as Yang Lin was about to make the two massive creatures emerge from the water to startle the crowd on the shore, a sorrowful young man stumbled toward the riverside, clutching a bottle of beer. As he walked, he kept muttering to himself under his breath. Why does everything have to be my fault? Why won't any of you believe me? Why? Forget it. My life is already ruined anyway. I might as well just die. No sooner had these words been spoken than the drunken youth threw himself headlong into the river without a second thought. Meanwhile, the people on shore couldn't hear the drowning incident due to the overwhelmingly loud square dance music. As the drunken young man plunged into the river, he finally felt a twinge of regret. Being completely unable to swim, he could only flail his arms wildly in the water. Just when he thought death was certain, something round suddenly bumped against the small of his back. Just when he thought all hope was lost, a glimmer of possibility suddenly flickered to life. Before long, he was pushed into shallow waters. Thinking he was out of mortal danger, the young man assumed he'd been rescued by night swimmers who happened to pass by. But the next second when he turned his head to look, his soul nearly fled his body from fright. There in the shallow river water, a six-legged crawling creature raised its large head and stared at him intently, its demon-like tattoos appearing utterly terrifying in that moment. With just one glance, the young man felt warmth spread across his crotch. Without another thought, he let out a shriek and scrambled wildly toward the riverbank. Around this time, visitors at Jiangbin Park finally noticed the commotion, rushing over one after another with curiosity. They quickly questioned the drunken man when they bumped into him. "Young man, what happened? Yeah, you're soaked all over. Did you fall into the river? You just fell into the water. No need to be so scared about it. Look at him reeking of alcohol, probably had one too many and accidentally missed his step." Just as the crowd was piecing together the truth, the drunken man finally shared what he'd seen and heard. "There's a monster in the water, a six-legged monster. Really, I tried to kill myself just now, but this monster pushed me back up. It was the size of a compact car." Hearing the drunken man's words, the crowd present all wore expressions of skepticism. 6 legs? What creature has 6 legs? You must be drunk out of your mind. Probably hallucinating. Could it be that recliner over there? Alright, break it up. Thought it was something serious. Let's keep dancing, girls. But before the crowd could turn away, eerie cries resembling a baby's wailing emerged from the pitch-black river behind them. Hearing those cries, nearly everyone broke out in goosebumps. What baby would be out here by the river at this hour of the night? And why was the crying so loud? Instantly, dreadful thoughts sprouted in everyone's minds. But inevitably, there were always a few bold souls who, driven by curiosity, made their way to the riverbank with their phone flashlights on. The moment their flashlight beams swept across the river's surface, a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth materialized before their eyes. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of terror instantly seized their hearts, their legs trembling uncontrollably like leaves in the wind. Despite desperately wanting to flee, they found themselves rooted to the spot. Just when they thought it was over, an even more massive dark figure slowly emerged from the river waters. With a crocodile-like elongated body, 6 thick legs, and the demonic tattoo on its back, this creature appeared even more terrifying than the monster they'd seen earlier. Good heavens, the water monster has come ashore! Someone suddenly shouted, and in an instant, those who had been immobilized regained their ability to move. They immediately turned and ran towards the park exit. And now, even those who had stubbornly refused to believe finally spotted the 2 monsters in the river under the park's lights. Without needing any prompting, they sprinted with all their might as if wishing they had 2 extra legs. In less than a minute, not a single soul remained in the entire Riverside Park. Watching the scene through shared footage, Yan Lin revealed a satisfied smile and promptly issued another command. "Move out. Next stop." As his words fell, the 2 massive creatures submerged back into the river waters. Chapter 41, The Internet Spotlight, Science Explorer crew arrives. Over the course of one night, Yan Lin had no idea how many places he'd visited while controlling those 2 big creatures, nor how many people he'd frightened along the way. Wherever they went, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the scene resembled a battlefield of wailing souls. Of course, besides scaring people, they also rescued 3 drowning individuals and a stray cat that had been thrown into the river that night. All things considered, the good deeds balanced out the mischief. The final results were plain to see. When he woke up the next morning, nearly every local channel was flooded with news about the water monster. Clicking on any random video, a middle-aged man from Ningnan City could be seen solemnly telling a TV reporter, "I'm telling you, I really saw that water monster crawl out of the river with my own eyes last night. It has 8 legs, each thicker than an ox's, a neck like a giant python, and its face is covered with dense rows of teeth, simply horrifying. I almost got eaten by it." Watching the middle-aged man in the video speaking so earnestly, Yang Lin nearly burst out laughing. Clearly, the old man did see 2 big creatures, but perhaps due to poor eyesight, he blended them together into one. However, Yang Lin soon discovered this wasn't the most outrageous part. Among numerous videos claiming sightings of water monsters, the creatures appeared in bizarrely diverse forms. Some swore they'd seen octopus monsters, while others insisted they'd encountered giant crabs. As these claims grew increasingly far-fetched, netizens gradually became skeptical. After all, the locations where these people saw the water monster were all different, and even the physical characteristics varied. If this were true, then the entire Yonge River would probably be overrun by water monsters. Yet right at this moment, 2 videos appeared online. One of the videos was provided by a netizen. In the video, a reptile-like creature, bearing little resemblance to any being from Earth, slowly emerges from the river, its eerie cry sending chills down the spine. Most crucially, it truly has 6 legs. The release of this footage silenced over half of the online skepticism in an instant. But this wasn't the end. Shortly after this video surfaced, the Riverside Park authorities also published a surveillance clip. The surveillance camera, originally installed to prevent drowning incidents, clearly captured 2 massive, grotesque aquatic creatures chasing a man in the river. Once this video surfaced, netizens immediately erupted in heated discussions. The surveillance footage can't be fake, right? There really are monsters in the Yonge River. What on earth are these things? They look absolutely terrifying. How does this look like some alien creature? Could anything on Earth actually grow to look like this? Out of all the supposed lake monster sightings, this one feels the most believable to me. Is the person in the video okay? They didn't actually get eaten, right? That guy's my neighbor, he's fine physically, just shook up. Currently getting 4 fluids at the hospital. Word is he literally pissed himself from fright last night. If I were being chased by 2 monsters like that, I'd probably shit myself from fear. Why do I get the feeling these 2 monsters aren't actually chasing him? It seems more like they're trying to save him. What, so these monsters can smell that he pissed himself and that's why they won't eat him? So you're telling me these 2 monsters ran dozens of kilometers overnight, just scaring the hell out of people? There's no way it's just those 2. I bet there are more that just haven't been caught on camera yet. Didn't someone film what looked like a giant crocodile monster in the Yonge River just the other day? If you spot 1 cockroach in your house, it means you've already got an infestation. Who knows how many river monsters are lurking in the Yonge River right now? That's a given. Once might be coincidence, twice could still be coincidence, but after so many sightings? No way it's just chance. Let's see what the official statement says. As public opinion heated up, the lake monster incident intensified across the internet, with Ningnan, being the site of the incident, particularly thrust into the spotlight. The authorities promptly established an investigation team and launched a full-scale inquiry into the entire event. Yet, despite their exhaustive searches along the Yonge River, they found no trace of the mysterious creature. And at this very moment, a piece of news from the capital swiftly diverted netizens' attention. The approaching science program crew has arrived in Ningnan. As soon as this news broke, netizens were instantly filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Ningnan City Criminal Police Brigade, a group of people carrying various equipment were conversing with Lin Feng. "Captain Lin, this time we're placing all our safety in your hands. We must get to the bottom of this lake monster mystery to reassure the public." A distinguished middle-aged man in his 50s spoke these words to Lin Feng with solemn sincerity. Regular viewers of the popular science program Approaching Science would immediately recognize the speaker as the show's host, Li Banian. On hearing these words, Lin Feng immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "Professor Li, rest assured, I will guarantee your safety. Also, the experts from our Aquatic Research Institute have arrived. We should be able to set off soon. Alright, thank you all very much for your cooperation. This time we'll definitely succeed in uncovering the mystery of the water monster." Li Banian nodded in agreement. However, just as he was about to lead the team to Yongjiang, Lin Feng suddenly seemed to remember something. "Oh, Professor Li, I have a friend who's extremely knowledgeable about animals. I think he could be of great help to our investigation." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Banian's face lit up with interest. "Oh, Captain Lin, you're acquainted with experts in animal studies?" "I wouldn't say expert exactly. To be precise, he's the director of a zoo. He has his own unique understanding and methods of communication with animals. Are you perhaps referring to that wildly popular Shihong Zoo in your Ningnan area? Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Li Banian had already taken the initiative to speak up. Professor Li is also familiar with this zoo? Of course I know about it. This zoo has become famous nationwide now. I happened to be in Ningnan this time and was planning to visit it after finishing my work. Who would have thought Captain Lin actually knows their zoo director? Looks like I can take a shortcut this time. As he spoke, a faint smile couldn't help but appear on Li Bonian's face. Then in that case, I'll go contact Director Young to see if he has time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng dialed a number on his phone. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, who was feeding the animals at Shihong Zoo, also received the call. Chapter 42. The experts take the stage. What? You want me to appear as a guest on Approaching Science to explain the lake monster incident to viewers live on air? Listening to Lin Feng's request on the phone, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a peculiar expression. He never expected that Approaching Science crew to come to Ningnan so quickly, and he certainly didn't anticipate being invited as a guest on their show. This was simply ridiculous. Where did the lake monster come from? He raised it, he released it, and now he's being asked to reveal the truth about the creature. This is just incredible. Feigning hesitation for a moment, Yang Lin casually agreed. Before leaving the zoo, he specifically reminded the animals inside not to cause any trouble. After everything was settled, he hailed a taxi at the zoo entrance and headed towards the Yongjiang riverbank. At the same time, the official livestream of the Approaching Science program team launched simultaneously across multiple platforms. The moment it went live, a massive wave of netizens flooded in. Combined across all platforms, the viewership easily reached tens of millions. And all these netizens currently share the same goal: to figure out exactly what kind of water monster is lurking in the Yong River. Front row seats, waiting for the experts to come up with a reasonable explanation. Never thought I'd live to see a live broadcast of Approaching Science in real life. I'm all set for a binge-worthy drama series. That makes sense. Last time an old man's bleeding gums got stretched into 3 episodes. This lake monster should easily fill 30 episodes. Obviously, otherwise why'd they call it a lake monster? Speaking of which, didn't Shihong Zoo also have a lake monster last time? Director Yang caught it alive in under half an hour and ended up stewing the thing. That kills me. I was there last time, but this new lake monster feels totally different. Of course it's different this time. That lake monster doesn't even look like a proper creature. Let's see what nonsense those experts feed us now. Just as the internet users were buzzing with discussions, the live stream camera switched to a middle-aged male host, none other than Li Banian, who had previously met with Lin Feng. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Li Banian from the Approaching Science program team. This time, our program team has come to the beautiful city of Ningnan to unravel the mystery of the lake monster for everyone. For this purpose, we have specially invited several expert professors to provide interpretations for everyone. As he spoke, the camera shifted to a bespectacled, balding middle-aged man beside him. This is Director Chen Maosheng from the Nanning Aquatic Products Research Institute. He has worked in the aquatic industry for decades and has extensive knowledge of the Yong River's conditions. In addition to Director Chen, we have also invited Professor Su Jincheng, an expert in fish and reptilian biology from Ocean University. As soon as the words were spoken, another middle-aged man past 50 appeared on camera. Seeing these so-called expert professors, the netizens in the livestream weren't impressed. Are they really reliable? I don't quite believe it. Yeah, they won't just call it some big fish again to fool us, right? The evidence in the video is already so blatant. If they try to brush us off with some lousy excuse again this time, I swear I'll never watch this show anymore. Most likely they'll just brush it off. After all, the authorities would never acknowledge the existence of water monsters. Just as netizens were questioning the credibility of these two so-called expert professors, Li Banian spoke up again. Of course, alongside these two specialists in related fields, our program team has specially invited a mysterious guest this time. And I believe many viewers, especially those from Ningnan, will be quite familiar with this enigmatic guest. Alright, enough chit-chat. Now let me introduce the director of Shihong Zoo in Ningnan City, Director Yang Lin. As Li Bonian's voice faded, a figure remarkably familiar to netizens appeared on screen. At the sight of this figure, the previously indifferent audience instantly erupted with excitement. Holy cow, the zoo director is here. It's really the zoo director. The production team sure knows how to make things interesting by actually bringing him on the show. All those previous guests were just fillers. This one here is the real deal. Though the zoo director might not match these experts in their respective fields, he's definitely got chops when it comes to animals. Has the Approaching Science production team cracked the ratings code or what? Oh no, those water monsters are really in for it this time. Last time they were either steamed or braised in soy sauce. Who knows what's in store for them now? This time might actually work out. By the way, boss, didn't you bring that giant crocodile with you? That's what you call professionalism. Just waiting for those water monsters to be caught alive on shore. Yang Lin's arrival clearly gave netizens a shot in the arm. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Lin, the director of Shihong Zoo. This time, I've been invited by the production team to help unravel the mystery of the lake monster. In front of the camera, Yang Lin spoke with utmost seriousness. After he finished his introduction, the production team led everyone to the site where the lake monster incident had occurred. As soon as they arrived at the scene, the two expert professors took out various professional devices and began inspecting the nearby waters. Meanwhile, two divers with underwater cameras submerged into the river. The series of bewildering operations left the audience utterly confused. Only Yang Lin, standing aside, struggled to suppress his laughter, trying desperately not to burst out. In his view, if this group of people could actually find anything out, it'd be nothing short of a miracle. And sure enough, reality unfolded exactly as he had expected. No matter how hard the experts, professors, and researchers tried, they couldn't make sense of a thing. As the investigation reached a dead end, Yang Lin promptly stepped forward on his own initiative. Experts, I really think we don't need to make things so complicated at all. Here are a few locations I found online today based on user feedback. With that, Yang Lin opened a mapping app. Look, the first sighting of the water monster was 10 kilometers upstream from here, while its last appearance was 10 kilometers downstream at this location. We can roughly determine that this 10-kilometer radius area is the water monster's range of activity. If we were to pinpoint a center point, it would likely be around this backwater area here. As Yang Lin spoke, he pointed toward a backwater bend on the Yong River, precisely where the Ming Corporation had secretly buried their wastewater discharge outlet. At his explanation, the gathered crowd first paused in stunned silence before the realization dawned upon them. They seemed to have genuinely overlooked the internet, the most direct and effective channel for information gathering. Just as the crowd had this sudden realization, Lin Feng, amidst the group, abruptly received a phone call. After hanging up, an excited look instantly appeared on his face. Professor Lee, someone has discovered a large number of half-eaten fish and shrimp upstream at the backwater area. Judging by the bite marks, they appear to have been left by a large reptile. There are still footprints on the nearby beach. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone felt both pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but recall Yang Lin's earlier speculation. Chapter 43, Could it be genetic mutation? The zoo director is amazing. He instantly identified the crux of the matter. The reasoning is quite simple, isn't it? Ordinary animals have their own hunting radius, so it's perfectly normal for these water creatures to have one too. Simple as it may be, none of those experts and professors ever considered this angle. Progress unlocked, 45%. Now all that's left is to track down those water monsters. I'm really curious about what those water monsters actually look like and where on earth they came from in the first place. As the audience in the live stream buzzed with discussion, the production team quickly boarded boats and headed toward the location where the clues had been discovered. Unsurprisingly, this clue location had been deliberately set up by Yang Lin precisely to lure everyone there. 10 minutes later, the group arrived by boat at the backwater bay where traces of the water monster had been spotted. Because it was a backwater bay, the river's erosive effects here were exceptionally severe, causing large amounts of debris to accumulate in this area. So as soon as everyone approached, they were hit by a foul odor. Perhaps this was precisely why the Ming Corporation decided to bury their drainage pipes here. Wow, this place stinks so bad. Why would the water monster choose to make its lair here? Exactly, could there be something special about this place? Hearing the staff's question, Director Chan from the Aquatic Research Institute immediately explained. This is a backwater area where plankton is relatively dense, so it attracts many small fish and shrimp. These small fish and shrimp, in turn, attract other aquatic creatures. The water monster chose this place as its lair precisely because it recognized this advantage. I see. After listening to Director Chen's explanation, the group suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. No wonder those fishing enthusiasts love casting their lines in this kind of terrain. So that's how it works. Wait a minute, but I'm a local fishing enthusiast from Ningnan City, and I know this place too. It's notorious in our community for being terrible. No matter how good your bait is, you just can't catch anything here. I spent a whole day squatting here last time and didn't even get a bite, ended up completely skunked. I'm also an angler from Ningnan, and I can confirm this spot is downright eerie. You can catch just about anything except fish here. Last time, someone even reeled in an urn. Here we go again, eating our words. So why on earth would the lake monster choose such a place? Just as netizens in the livestream were expressing doubts about Director Chen's statement, Professor Su on the other side had already walked over to examine the traces left by the lake monster. On a stretch of smooth sandy beach, 7 or 8 large fish, each weighing about 10 pounds, were left abandoned. All these fish shared one common trait: most of their flesh had been bitten off their bodies. Seeing the densely packed bite marks sent a chill down everyone's spines. Because as everyone knows, the majority of native fish species in Dragon Country are toothless, only a minority actually possess teeth. And these fish are generally not large in size, so it's basically possible to rule out the likelihood of the lake monster being a large fish. This footprint. Professor Su, who was examining the traces, suddenly stared blankly at the footprint left on the ground. Before he could speak, Yang Lin beside him interjected. It looks like it was left by a giant salamander. His words had barely left his mouth when Professor Su nodded in agreement. It does look like one, but this single footprint is as big as my palm. If it's really from a giant salamander, the creature would have to be 5 or 6 meters long and weigh several tons. How could there possibly be a giant salamander that large in the world? And judging by these footprints, it appears to have 6 legs on each side. How could there possibly be a 6-legged reptile in this world? As Professor Su finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present grew solemn. So far, nearly all the evidence points to the fact that the water monster is not any known species familiar to everyone. If this were the ocean, it might still make some sense, but this is inland we're talking about. Throughout the entire inland region, whether in primeval jungles or great rivers, it's no exaggeration to say there isn't a single creature humanity hasn't yet discovered. Even if there were, they would be relatively small creatures. How such a colossal water monster like this one managed to escape human detection is the real puzzle that baffles everyone. Unless it's a completely new species that recently emerged, but that's even more absurd. This question nearly fried the CPUs of the 2 expert professors. Just as the 2 professors were utterly puzzled, Yang Lin, who had been pretending to examine the ground, suddenly spoke up. What if these so-called lake monsters are actually just ordinary creatures that mutated into monsters due to some external factors? The moment Yang Lin uttered these words, everyone's eyes in the room turned toward him. The 2 expert professors immediately shook their heads repeatedly. Impossible, evolution and mutation aren't things that happen so easily. Unless it's caused by severe environmental pollution or nuclear radiation, it's very difficult for mutations to occur within a short time frame. Yes, Xiaoyang, we are quite clear about that aspect. Clearly, the 2 experts did not quite agree with Yang Lin's viewpoint. Meanwhile, netizens on the other side were having a completely different reaction. I think Director Yang makes a good point. If it's not an alien creature, then it must be a mutated local species. Not long ago, I found a 3-legged frog in the pond back in my hometown, probably caused by villagers frequently washing pesticide sprayers there. My hometown has a chicken farm where the chicks are born with 3 legs. Heard it was also due to radiation exposure. These kinds of incidents have become increasingly common in recent years. 2-headed cows, 1-eyed pigs, more or less all caused by environmental influences. Not just animals, there are plenty of deformed human cases too. In today's environment, genetic mutations are completely normal. Haven't you seen those 3-eyed people all over TikTok? Aren't those all freaks of nature? Exactly. I used to stay up too late browsing the web, and even my son's DNA mutated doesn't match mine at all. Luckily, my wife doesn't mind. Wait, are you serious upstairs? No wonder my son looks less and less like me, turns out his genes mutated too. Damn, why are all your comments showing up green? Just as netizens were heatedly discussing the possibilities raised by Yang Lin, he suddenly pointed at the river before him and said, I think it's possible the river water is severely polluted, which caused those aquatic creatures to mutate so drastically. Should we test the water quality then? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present also turned their gaze toward the river. This was a perspective they had never considered before. Chapter 44, Revealing the Truth, Mission Accomplished. Just as the approaching science program team began investigating along the lines Yang Lin had anticipated, the executives at Ming Corporation's office building were nearly frantic with worry. As the executive director, Ming Tianlai had already smashed 3 ashtrays in a row. Everything was fine before. How did all these mutated creatures suddenly appear out of nowhere? Hearing his words, a middle-aged man standing nearby quickly lowered his voice and chimed in. Could it really be because of the polluted water we've been dumping into the Yong River? I've heard even Japan has seen countless mutated animals there. Yet as soon as he finished speaking, tomorrow came, person's name, and smashed the last remaining ashtray on the table with a loud crack. Are you an idiot? Our products are just ordinary household chemicals at best. How could these possibly cause animal mutations? We're a chemical company, not a biochemical firm. You've been watching too many movies. Chairman, I think there might actually be some connection to us. Didn't you previously instruct us to skip one chemical precipitation step? The untreated portions exceeded all national regulatory limits. In the meeting room, another middle-aged manager soon stood up. At his words, all eyes in the room immediately turned toward Ming Tianlai. Ming Chemical Industries originally had its own clear emission standards, but Ming Tianlai eliminated the most crucial treatment step to cut costs. He discharged the incompletely treated wastewater directly into the Yong River. To paraphrase what Ming Tianlai said, rather than spending tens of millions annually on wastewater treatment, it'd be better to spend a measly $1 million to grease the wheels. As all eyes in the room turned toward him, Ming Tianlai immediately flew into a rage. So what you're implying is this is all my fault? When profits were rolling in, you weren't singing this tune, you bunch of bastards. Just as the meeting room erupted into chaos, the live broadcast of the approaching science program began collecting water samples for environmental testing. They set up sampling points at 500-meter intervals centered around the backwater area, collecting a total of 10 water samples. Half an hour later, the analysis data from all 10 samples was presented before everyone. When the group saw these report figures, they were utterly shocked, especially by the data from the water sample taken at the backwater bay. My God, how could this be? The water pollution here has already reached such an alarming level. This isn't river water, it's industrial wastewater. All indicators exceed standards by dozens of times. How did the water here manage this? Even the farthest sample, number 10, shows levels over 10 times the limit. This is ridiculous. Damn, it's practically collecting the whole periodic table here. Bottoms up this bowl of Yong River water, next life still a Ningnan native. 1 cup of Yong River water, half the periodic table of elements. With water quality like this, forget mutating animals, if someone bred a Godzilla here, I wouldn't bat an eye. Among the data displayed before everyone, each sampling point's water pollution levels were clearly visible. The most extreme report showed pollution levels exceeding national standards by several dozen times, while even the mildest cases were around 10 times over the limit. Researchers from the Fisheries Institute, marine biologists from the Ocean University, and even the production team from the Science Exploration Program were all stunned by these readings on site. The only person who didn't seem surprised was Yon Lin. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream erupted into complete chaos. Clearly, the zoo director had seen through everything. Turns out the problem really was with the water quality. Cunning frog keeps touching your belly. And we still mock India's water issues? The pollution levels here are downright unnatural. No wonder this spot never gets any bites. If fish actually took the bait here, it'd be downright supernatural. Not even fish could survive here. The Dragon King himself would be poisoned if he came. The river god wouldn't even dare fish for his golden axe in these waters. If you diluted this river water, you could probably use it as pesticide. Turns out the time I peed in the river was actually the cleanest thing in it. If I take a sip of this, will I mutate on the spot? Maybe even grow 3 heads and 6 arms. More like you'd grow 1 extra head and become double the idiot. Drinking this water would kill you instantly. I suspect if someone drowned here, they wouldn't necessarily die from the water first. Damn, if I remember correctly, doesn't Ningnan Water Works get their supply from here? Does that mean I've been drinking this crap for over 20 years? Damn it, we must investigate. Who the hell poisoned the water? As the discussion heated up, soon almost everyone recognized the severity of this issue. Compared to water pollution, the water monster problem suddenly seemed trivial. Because the monster could only harm a limited number of people, while water pollution could bring endless disasters. The entire Ningnan city might be affected by this. Almost immediately, those present considered the issue of the pollution source. But looking around, there seemed to be no visible discharge outlets or anything of the sort. Just as everyone was somewhat puzzled, Yang Lin suddenly made a suggestion. Is it possible that someone installed a discharge outlet at the bottom of the riverbed? That way, it wouldn't be easily discovered, nor would it quickly pollute the river water. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the entire crew of the program suddenly felt as if a veil had been lifted from their eyes. What Xiao Yang said makes sense. Such severe water pollution couldn't have happened overnight. The problem might have existed long ago, but we just didn't notice it until now. Absolutely. People who do such things are no different from poisoners. We'll arrange for a diver to go down into the river right away. Meanwhile, the staff at the Aquatic Research Institute had already contacted a frogman. Soon after, a fully equipped diver descended into the river under everyone's watchful gazes. Less than 5 minutes later, the frogman resurfaced. Found it. Below me, I've spotted 3 massive sewage discharge pipes. As the diver's voice reached the shore, the crowd felt both surprise and rising anger. The surprise came from finally pinpointing the true cause behind the river monster incident, while the anger stemmed from discovering that someone had been openly discharging heavily polluted wastewater into the Yong River. And clearly, this outrage wasn't limited to those on-site. Citizens of Ningnan following the event live online were also burning with fury. Anyone would react the same way upon learning that the tap water they drink daily contains massive pollutants. Almost immediately, the relevant department's phone lines were overwhelmed, and by that same evening, the incident had made it onto the national news program Focus Interview. By the next morning, Yang Lin saw the headlines announcing Ming's chemical plant's shutdown and the arrest of its executives, including Ming Tianlai. Chapter 45, Legendary Talent. Ding! Mission accomplished. The pollution source has been completely eradicated. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 talent points and 1 random talent treasure chest. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Yang Lin finally let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that the time limit set by the system was almost up, he had finally managed to resolve the issue. Random talent box, wonder what it'll give me. Hope I can get a golden talent. No, best would be a legendary talent. Though Yang Lin knew this was somewhat unrealistic, he still clung to a shred of hope. Taking a deep breath, he immediately opened the talent box. The next second, another system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the legendary talent toolmaking. Listening to the system notification in his mind, Yang Lin almost couldn't believe his ears. He never expected that he would actually draw a legendary talent. This was the highest level of talent he had discovered so far, only previously seen in the golden eagle and saltwater crocodile. He never expected to draw another one so quickly. But this name though, if he remembered correctly, the golden eagle's legendary talent was called Sky Dominator, while the saltwater crocodile's was Primeval Dominator. How did it end up with such a rustic name when it came to him? Tool making? How can something like this be considered a legendary talent? Isn't this something anyone could do with their hands? As soon as the sarcastic words left his lips, Yang Lin realized something was off. I almost forgot. This talent is relative to animals. If an animal masters toolmaking methods, wouldn't that bring them frighteningly close to humans? For some reason, Yang Lin suddenly recalled a saying, the greatest distinction between humans and animals is that humans can use tools. It is precisely because humans mastered the use of tools that they became the dominant species on this planet. With this thought, Yang Lin immediately changed his perspective on this particular talent. Undoubtedly, this talent is most suited for primates, as they possess dexterous forelimbs similar to humans. Just imagine if the chimpanzee Li Wei acquired this ability, next time what gets hurled at visitors might not be poop flung by hand, but rather projectiles launched from a catapult. With enough resources provided by Yang Lin, it could even manufacture some weapons. So is its next development path becoming a crafting gorilla, the animal kingdom's master inventor? Hopefully, it won't be Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Of course, Yang Lin knew the latter scenario was absolutely impossible. Any animal whose talents he activated held absolute loyalty to him, making betrayal outright impossible. 5 minutes later, Yang Lin appeared at the entrance of the ape enclosure holding a bunch of bananas. Unlike the early days when the zoo first skyrocketed in popularity, the ape enclosure now had significantly fewer visitors compared to before, despite still drawing a considerable crowd. This was mainly due to two reasons, one being the recent surge in popularity of other animals in the zoo. Another reason is that people's curiosity has faded. Simply throwing feces no longer satisfies visitors' desire for spectacle. After all, there are only so many visitors who enjoy that kind of masochistic entertainment. To borrow a phrase from netizens, it's lost its hype. It's now the retired first-generation viral sensation of Shihong Zoo. Of course, Li Wei himself couldn't care less about this. He'd be perfectly happy with even fewer visitors. The only thing bothering him was that fewer people were offering him cigarettes. In the past, no visitor could resist handing him a smoke whenever they saw him. Watching Li Wei inside the enclosure picking up cigarette butts to smoke, Yang Lin stepped into the cage with a bunch of bananas in hand. Uncle Wei, cut back on the smoking, it's bad for your health. Have more fruit instead. Upon hearing this, Li Wei, who had been happily puffing away, immediately shot him a disdainful glare. Do you know how long those wild chimpanzees eating fruit can live? 40 years at most. Do you know how old I am this year? I'm 52, which in your human years would be over 90. Next time, don't bring me bananas. Yesterday a guy gave me a cigarette, said it was called Huazi. From now on, just bring me Huazi. Other brands make my throat itch. After finishing his statement about the chimpanzee, Li Wei took several deep puffs, sucking so hard that half the cigarette filter burned away before he finally stubbed it out angrily under his foot. Only after stepping on it did he realize he wasn't wearing shoes, his face twisting in pain from the sting. Seeing it like this, Yang Lin was also at a loss for words. Other animals required him to clean up their feces on a daily schedule. But here, all he did was sweep up cigarette butts and ashes for this one. Of course, feces still needed to be cleaned just outside the cage. It looks like I really need to find you something to do. With that thought, Yang Lin bestowed the newly acquired legendary talent of tool crafting upon the chimpanzee, Li Wei. A flash of white light, invisible to visitors, flickered and instantly, a glint of sharpness replaced the lethargy in Li Wei's eyes. Though its intelligence was already comparable to a human's, its mind now suddenly underwent a wondrous transformation. Yang Lin couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he kept feeling it looked larger than before, even its back seemed more upright. Witnessing these changes in Li Wei, Yang Lin hastily inquired about how it felt. How about it? Do you feel any different from before? Upon hearing Yang Lin's question, the chimpanzee Li Wei first revealed an extremely human-like expression of contemplation before responding. My head feels a bit itchy. Your head feels itchy? Ignoring the puzzled look on Yang Lin's face, the chimpanzee Li Wei suddenly shed its usual laziness and began pacing back and forth inside the cage, clearly deep in thought. Watching its strange behavior, Yang Lin felt confused but didn't disturb it. Silently, he stepped out of the cage. However, not long after he returned to the administrator's office, he heard bursts of exclamations from the visitors outside. Hearing the sudden exclamations, Yang Lin initially thought something had gone wrong until he ran out of his office and realized the astonished cries were coming from the direction of the chimpanzee enclosure. With a trace of puzzlement, Yang Lin quickly arrived at the perimeter of the chimpanzee habitat. Following his gaze, he saw the chimpanzee Li Wei currently sharpening a stone it had apparently picked up from somewhere. In just a short moment, the stone took the shape of an axe. And that wasn't even the most astonishing part. The most incredible thing was when he combined this stone with a long piece of wood. Instantly, a Stone Age axe was born in his hands. This scene left not just the visitors in shock, even Yang Lin was utterly stunned. With this level of craftsmanship, he had no doubt that given a few more days, Li Wei could smell iron right inside the cage. At this moment, he finally grasped the formidable power of legendary talent. Of course, the visitors knew none of this. All they saw was that something seemed off about the ape in the cage again. Chapter 46, Emergency Mission. Without a doubt, as the chimpanzee Li Wei successfully crafted a stone axe, its popularity within the zoo has once again soared. At this moment, the entrance to the chimpanzee enclosure is absolutely packed with crowds of visitors who've come specifically to see it. Every available recording device had long been set up, with many being professional-grade equipment worth tens of thousands, clearly belonging to online news channels here to stock up on content. Actually, I just happened to be visiting here for fun, thought this chimpanzee was interesting, so I casually filmed that clip. Never expected to capture it making an axe, and certainly didn't anticipate the video would go viral. Seriously, if anyone doesn't know about this gem of a chimpanzee, I'd be devastated. I'm absolutely smitten. I won't let anyone remain unaware of this viral treasure destination where you can enjoy a full day of fun for just 50 yuan. Listening to the cringeworthy lines spouted by these video creators, Yang Lin couldn't help but wear an exasperated expression. Of course, he didn't stop them after all. This was all free publicity. Although the combined number of followers these people have might not even match his individual count. Gazing at the sea of visitors before him, Yang Lin seemed to glimpse his own radiant future. Yet just at this moment, an unexpected piece of news caught him somewhat off guard. What? The city zoo's animal transport truck overturned on the road, and all the animals inside escaped? In the administrator's office, Yang Lin froze completely as Lin Feng's voice came through the phone. But upon reflection, it was understandable. It wasn't unusual for animals to escape from time to time. Every year there would always be a few freedom-seeking creatures slipping out of their cages for a stroll outside. Like wild boars, monkeys, ostriches, that sort of thing. And considering it escaped during transit this time, Yang Lin found it even more understandable. Until Lin Feng spoke his next sentence. Because it was a chain reaction collision, more than one transport vehicle overturned, it was 3. Currently, there are 9 animals that have escaped in total. 1 ostrich has already been cornered on the overpass, so there are still 8 on the loose. They consist of 1 wild African elephant, 1 wild adult male African lion, 1 Akhal-Tech horse, 2 jaguars, 2 Bengal tigers, and 1 white rhinoceros. Upon hearing Lin Feng list the numbers and names, Yang Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Without exaggeration, any single animal from this list was beyond his financial means. Forget about their monetary value. Even in terms of rarity, the only creature in his entire zoo that could match their caliber was that Siberian tiger. Among them, apart from the Akhal-Tech horse, every other animal was an extremely dangerous presence. One could imagine the chaos if these animals were to run rampant on the streets of Ningnan City. Heaven knows what might happen. But what puzzled him even more was why so many rare animals had suddenly been transported to the city zoo. To resolve his confusion, Yang Lin immediately voiced his question. On the other end of the line, Lin Feng also let out a bitter laugh. To be honest, this matter has something to do with you too. Something to do with me? Of course. Recently, your Shihong Zoo suddenly went viral, directly causing the city zoo's visitor numbers to crash. If this continues, I reckon the city zoo might go bankrupt because of you guys. In order to restore visitor numbers, they borrowed these treasures from major zoos. I heard they originally planned to organize a large animal-themed event too. Well after listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Yang Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless, this is a very serious incident. None of us can predict what kind of danger these out-of-control wild animals might pose to citizens. According to orders from above, both our criminal police and armed police forces have already begun mobilization. However, given how rare these animals are, we won't resort to lethal force unless absolutely necessary. That's why I immediately thought of you, an animal expert. At this point, Lin Feng finally revealed his true purpose for coming. Before Yang Lin could even consider how to respond to this request, a system notification tone suddenly rang out. Ding! Urgent mission issued. Host is requested to locate and successfully capture 9 escaped wild animals for Ningnan City Zoo in the shortest time possible. Each successfully captured wild animal will award 1 talent point and 1 talent treasure chest fragment. Capturing all animals will grant a talent upgrade voucher. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Yang Lin wasn't particularly surprised. However, the reward offered by the system truly astonished him. 1 animal, 1 talent point, 9 animals mean 9 points. Moreover, there were also talent treasure chest fragments and talent upgrade coupons, 2 items appearing for the first time. With such substantial rewards on offer, it was hard for Yang Lin to resist. Immediately, he spoke with righteous conviction. Captain Lin, say no more. Even if you hadn't asked for my help, I would have volunteered tomorrow. On the other end of the line, Lin Feng grew excited upon hearing this response. Wonderful. I knew Director Yang would agree to help me out. Wait a moment, I'll send someone to pick you up right away. With that, he hung up the phone. Only after hanging up did Yang Lin realize something was off. That's not right. Logically, if that ostrich has already been caught, there should still be 8 animals at large. Why does the system say 9? Could it be? A bad guess instantly popped up in Yang Lin's mind. Without a doubt, either the city zoo's count was missing one, or the escaped animal was so inconspicuous that no one had noticed it at all. I hope it's not some overly ferocious creature. While silently praying, Yang Lin immediately began making preparations. After all, this was his first time facing wilderness animals, and they were all first-class predators at that. Even with his ability to communicate with animals, what if they were short-tempered and unwilling to talk? 10 minutes later, Yang Lin emerged from the wolf enclosure dressed in full survival gear, leading a team of barking squad members. Above his head, a golden eagle circled endlessly. If not for fear of being too flashy, he would have loved to lead Li Hua out in public. Even so, when Yang Lin appeared, he still drew a lot of attention from the visitors. Director, what are you up to? It looks like you're heading out for a hunt. Yeah, but the way you're leading these big guys is seriously cool. Is this about going out to fight? Facing everyone's puzzled looks, Yang Lin didn't answer directly. Instead, he spoke with profound seriousness. If possible, try not to leave the zoo area later. If you really encounter danger, run toward the tiger enclosure. His words had barely left his mouth when a police car pulled up at the zoo's entrance. Seeing this sudden arrival of police, the visitors faintly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 47, The Fear from the Top of the Food Chain. Breaking news, 30 minutes ago, an animal transport vehicle from the city zoo was involved in a chain reaction collision on West 2nd Ring Road, resulting in a rollover accident. Resulting in the escape of 9 wild animals, the zoo has currently recaptured 1, with 8 still at large. Citizens are strongly advised to stay indoors and avoid going out in the coming hours. Relevant authorities have already launched operations to capture these wild animals within the shortest possible time. One final reminder, these escaped animals are extremely dangerous. If you encounter them outdoors, be sure to seek cover. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Long Country time, all citizens of Ningnan received this message. Apart from this piece of news, local TV channels were also broadcasting related reports continuously. Moreover, netizens occasionally captured footage of the escaped wild animals, causing an uproar across the entire Dragon Country internet. Oh my god, how could so many animals escape at once? That's just irresponsible. Damn, the movie scenario became reality. I just watched some foreign film about a rogue savage lion recently, and I'm still traumatized. They didn't specify which animals escaped. Does anyone have more details? Heh, guess why they aren't directly stating which animal escaped. Must be some top-tier predator. Last year, 2 golden leopards got loose here, the entire municipal SWAT team mobilized and half the city went into lockdown. Is that really necessary? What era are we living in? These animals can't be that dangerous to us humans nowadays. Looks like someone upstairs has never encountered real wildlife. I once ran into a lone wolf in the deep woods, no bigger than a grown dog, and I still narrowly escaped with my life at the cost of a leg. Exactly right. An average person simply can't withstand such excruciating pain. If it bites you just once, the unbearable agony would render you completely unable to fight. I hope it's not some large, ferocious beast. Don't worry, I'll step in when the time comes. Just as netizens were discussing the news, 2 videos filmed by local netizens in Ningnan were swiftly posted online. In the first video, 2 massive and extremely fast big cats could be seen darting wildly through the streets. A fierce Doberman tied up by the roadside was literally bitten to death by these felines without even being able to fight back. As for the second video, it was even more shocking. Right in the middle of heavy traffic on a bustling avenue, a white rhinoceros, moving like a tank, was charging uncontrollably through the streets. Pedestrians and vehicles alike scrambled to get out of the way, plunging the entire scene into chaos. A car that couldn't dodge in time was instantly flung several meters away. After watching these 2 videos, netizens who initially thought it wasn't a big deal were utterly stunned. At this moment, they realized that after living too long in concrete jungles, they stood no chance against these apex predators without modern weapons, especially the 2 large feline animals that could run as fast as small cars. They could almost imagine what kind of scene it would be if they encountered such a ferocious beast on the road. Without realizing it, a layer of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Yet, this was far from just the beginning. After these two videos were exposed, someone soon captured footage of an enormous, strikingly patterned tiger hunting stray dogs by the roadside. The majestic tiger in the scene was besieged by over a dozen stray dogs, seemingly surrounded. Yet with just one swipe of its paw, it instantly crushed a stray dog to death. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 of these stray dogs had been killed by the tiger. The remaining dogs didn't even have the courage to flee. Not long after the tiger incident, an adult male African lion was spotted outside a residential area. Then appeared an African elephant, its massive body comparable in size to a small house. As videos of the escaped animals were uploaded to the internet by the citizens of Ningnan, netizens finally realized just how serious this incident was. As for the citizens of Ningnan, they were now trembling with fear. The once bustling streets were emptied of people in less than half an hour. A wave of panic instantly swept through the entire city. The Ningnan city authorities, seeing the situation had escalated to this level, immediately held an emergency press conference. At the same time, Yang Lin arrived at the entrance of the City Criminal Investigation Division with his team of Paw Patrol members to meet up with Lin Feng. The moment Yang Lin stepped out of his van, he was stunned by the sight before him. As far as the eye could see, the entrance of the Criminal Investigation Division was swarming with armed police and SWAT officers, numbering in the hundreds. In addition to these armed personnel, there were also several TV reporters carrying cameras and a few official delegates. Seeing Yang Lin approaching with the Bark Brigade, Lin Feng, who was also heavily armed, quickly ushered him to the center. "Director Yang, you finally arrived. We're in dire need of a professional like you right now." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a flicker of confusion instantly crossed Yang Lin's face. "What about those other animal experts in our city? Don't even mention them." As soon as they heard about this situation, they all started making excuses to avoid coming. But this time the situation is indeed quite tricky. The official mandate is to prioritize tranquilizing and capturing these animals unless they pose clear harm to humans. Lethal force is only to be used as a last resort. As for the specific condition of these animals, that might require Director Yang's judgment. As he spoke, a look of solemnity crossed Lin Feng's face. Just as Yang Lin was about to voice his opinion, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a leader had already begun speaking into the camera. "Please remain calm and stay quietly at home, everyone. We are already working to resolve this matter. In order to quickly eliminate the safety hazards posed by these animals, we have established a specialized task force. Captain Wang from the Armed Police Corps will serve as the team leader, while Captain Lin Feng from the Criminal Investigation Division will act as deputy leader. In addition, we've invited Yang Lin, the director of Shihong Zoo in Ningnan City, to serve as the chief consultant for the operation. Under the leadership of these individuals, I am confident we will swiftly apprehend all the escaped animals." As the middle-aged man made the introduction, a bewildered Yang Lin was pushed in front of the camera. At the same time, this scene was quickly broadcast live to countless viewers. When those familiar with Yang Lin saw his recognizable face, they were instantly shocked. "Holy crap, I knew the zoo director would step in." Chapter 48, Blocking the Akeltech Horse. As this live press conference concluded, the arrest operation was just getting underway. Police cars with flashing lights began heading toward the locations where traces of wild animals had previously been spotted. Meanwhile, Chief Action Advisor Yang Lin and Lin Feng were riding together in a minibus. There was no helping it, those guys like Li Gooden were just too big in stature to fit into a regular police car. At this moment, while Yang Lin appeared to be staring blankly out the window, what truly occupied his mind was the aerial perspective shared by Li Shuangying. Through Li Shuangying's superhuman vision, everything within a 5-kilometer radius was laid bare. Before long, a figure lurking near the green belt caught his attention. Looking at its golden brown fur and majestic stature, Yang Lin recognized its identity at a glance. An Akeltech horse. The legendary sweat-blood steed, one of the world's most prized horse breeds, living currency, an unattainable existence that Shihong Zoo could only dream of. Though Yang Lin had spotted its tracks, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he maintained a casual demeanor as he said to Lin Feng, "Captain Lin, I just saw a comment online saying someone spotted what looked like a horse near their home. It's at Mingzhu Garden just up ahead. Should we go check it out now?" Hearing Yang Lin's words, Lin Feng didn't even hesitate before turning to the driver and saying, "Contact Team 1. We're heading to Mingzhu Garden now." The moment he finished speaking, the driver turned the steering wheel, and several police cars immediately gave chase from behind. Before long, they arrived at the location Yang Lin had mentioned. Just as the group approached, the Akeltech horse, which had been grazing on the greenery, immediately sensed their presence. Without waiting for the crowd to get closer, it stretched its long legs and bolted across the road to the opposite side. Seeing this, the driver was about to slam on the accelerator. Just then, Yang Lin suddenly spoke up. Don't drive over there, it'll just get frightened again if we approach by car." With road conditions like this, We'll never catch up to it by car. Let me out here and get me a motorcycle instead. Upon hearing Yang Lin's request, Lin Feng agreed almost without thinking. The next second, Yang Lin opened the car door and got out with the Paw Patrol team. Waiting below was a police motorcycle already parked there. Staring at this police bike he could usually only look at but never touch, Yang Lin excitedly climbed onto it. At the same time, he released the 8 leashes in his hand. Dog Bolt and Ruff, lead your brothers to intercept that horse ahead. Before his words even settled, the 8 furry members dashed out like a gust of wind. Yang Lin instantly twisted the throttle and chased after them on his police motorcycle. Seeing this scene, the police officers nearby were utterly dumbfounded. Captain, can Director Yang really catch that horse like this? He won't be in any danger, right? Of course, he's absolutely right. On terrain like this, we simply aren't equipped to pursue that horse. If we want to avoid injuring it, we might really have to rely on Director Yang. Just as Lin Feng and the team of officers were discussing this, Yang Lin had already ridden the police motorcycle several kilometers away. Perhaps sensing no immediate danger, the startled Akeltech gradually slowed its pace. At that very moment, Li Guden and Li Goxing seized the opportunity to encircle the relaxed horse from all sides. Facing 8 strong and muscular large dogs, even a wild Akeltech horse couldn't escape casually. Moreover, this particular Akeltech had been domesticated by humans. After being cornered for a while, it quickly settled down. Seeing it finally intercepted, Yang Lin, riding on his motorcycle, slowly approached its side. Gazing at the graceful Akeltech horse before him, Yang Lin directly spoke. Why did you run? No one was going to hurt you. Hearing these words from Yang Lin, the originally anxious Akeltech horse suddenly gave him a surprised glance. Why can I understand you? Are you a horse too? You're the horse here, I'm human. Don't you dare run away again, or they'll shoot you dead next time. Besides, the zoo feeds and treats you so well. What's the point of running away anyway? Although astonished that Yang Lin could communicate with her seamlessly, the Akeltech mare quickly responded to his words. I didn't want to run either, but I was terrified. Plus I get motion sickness. The moment I get in a vehicle, I feel like vomiting. As she spoke, her long face twisted into an expression of sheer panic. That's it? You ran away because of such trivial reasons? Alright then, come with me later. I'll explain your situation to them. That should be fine. You don't want to keep nibbling on these roadside shrubs forever, do you? As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the Akeltech horse shook its head repeatedly. No more. The grass out here tastes awful. It's simply not fit for a horse. I'd rather go back inside. Since that's the case, let's go then. With that, Yang Lin prepared to turn the car around and take this Akeltech horse with him. But as he watched its agile figure, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Let's ride this thing back instead. Once this thought took root, Yang Lin couldn't suppress it no matter what. Who could possibly refuse $1 million Akeltech horse? To put it bluntly, if he passed up this opportunity now, he might never get another chance in his lifetime. With this in mind, Yang Lin immediately pulled over the borrowed police motorcycle to the roadside. As for whether it might get lost, that thought never crossed his mind. Just kidding, no one in Dragon Kingdom would dare to steal this thing anyway. After parking the car, Yang Lin wasted no time. Gripping the Akeltech saddle, he swung himself onto its back in one smooth motion. Dog egg, dogs left, let's move. As soon as the words fell, Yang Lin flicked the reins in his hand, and the next moment, his sweating blood steed broke through the wind, galloping wildly down the empty, uninhabited street. At the same time, Li Guden and the 7 other dogs closely followed behind. In no time, they once again arrived at the location where Lin Feng and the others were stationed. By this point, Lin Feng and his group had naturally spotted Yang Lin's figure. When everyone present saw Yang Lin galloping freely on horseback with 8 dogs trailing behind him, they were all stunned. Though they had long guessed that Yang Lin might be able to retrieve the Akeltech horse, no one had expected to witness such a scene. It wasn't until Yang Lin was nearly upon them that one of the accompanying reporters hurriedly switched on the camera. Before long, news of the recovery of the Akeltech horse was relayed back to the operation headquarters by the embedded journalist. Also transmitted back were images of Yang Lin riding the Akeltech horse galloping through the streets. Chapter 49, The Extremely Dangerous Jaguar. At the scene of the capture operation command center, staring at the large screen displaying Yang Lin galloping on horseback, the senior officials of Ningnan City were instantly dumbfounded. Though the Akeltech horse was the least dangerous among the escaped animals this time, it was still a massive creature weighing over a ton and capable of speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per hour. When startled, ordinary people wouldn't dare approach it, let alone subdue it. Yet Yang Lin not only managed to subdue it in a short time but even rode it back. This was beyond extraordinary. How did he do it? According to the city zoo, this Akeltech horse is notoriously temperamental. It wouldn't even let ordinary people get close to it. Truly, professionalism makes the difference. In the field of animal handling, Director Yang here, though young, fully deserves the title of expert. However, the remaining 7 escaped animals won't be so easy to deal with. At any rate, it's good news. Let the TV station broadcast this footage first, it should help calm public sentiment somewhat. Alright, I'll get right on it. Following the orders from the command room, footage of Yang Lin successfully capturing the Yakul Tech horse soon aired on Ningnan City television. Upon hearing this news, the citizens of Ningnan City reacted with a mix of astonishment and excitement. Just as Yang Lin was preparing to transport the Yakul Tech horse beneath him back to the city zoo, he received a message from Lin Feng. Someone spotted those two jaguars on Metallurgy Avenue in the next block. The higher-ups are ordering us to rush there immediately. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin showed no trace of surprise on his face. Through Li Xuanying's aerial surveillance, he had already detected the whereabouts of those two jaguars. Seems I can't escort you back just yet. Glancing at the now docile Yakul Tech horse beneath him, Yang Lin remarked in a calm tone. Let's go. Let's catch those two big cats too. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin spurred his horse and galloped off once more. In no time, he arrived with the Wang Wang team at the location where the two jaguars had been spotted, a farmer's market beneath a residential building, beating Lin Feng there. Perhaps because they hadn't eaten during transport, the moment they entered the market, the jaguars immediately began feeding on their own. The merchants in the market had already retreated into their shops, not daring to make a sound. Just as Yang Lin was pondering how to pacify these two massive creatures, several police cars arrived with blaring sirens. The moment the police cars stopped, Lin Feng hurriedly stepped out of one of them, his face filled with urgency. Director Yang, I just heard that several citizens' pet cats and dogs have already been killed by these two beasts. Their emotions are likely extremely unstable right now, and considering they're large predatory animals, I strongly advise against approaching them casually at this moment. Before he could finish speaking, the two jaguars inside the farmer's market tore a waiting for slaughter goat in half. This gruesome spectacle instantly made everyone present's eyelids twitch violently. Compared to these two jaguars, the Yakul Tech horse from earlier seemed utterly docile. Yang Lin naturally realized this as well. Just as he was about to launch a verbal offensive, he immediately took 2 steps back. It seems I can't rely on talk no jutsu this time. Director Yang, under these circumstances, if we can't come up with a proper solution, we'll have no choice but to put them down. The danger level of these two is simply too high. If they escape again, humans might become the next victims. Just as Yang Lin remained silent, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up with a serious expression. No, I think I can try again. After all, they are living creatures too, and it wasn't their intention to come here in the first place. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin immediately grew anxious. No way, if he killed them, he'd lose 2 talent points and 2 talent crate fragments. Alright then, I'll take Godan and the others to block them off while also trying my best to calm them down. If that doesn't work, don't you still have tranquilizer darts? Rest assured, they definitely won't escape this marketplace. Upon hearing Yang Lin's suggestion, Lin Feng felt somewhat hesitant. After all, this would shift all the risk onto Yang Lin. If anything were to happen to Yang Lin, he'd never forgive himself. However, before he could make a decision, Yang Lin took the lead, slowly advancing into the farmer's market with his 8 dogs in tow. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to order 2 officers armed with tranquilizer guns to follow closely behind. This scene happened to catch the attention of some residents in the nearby high-rise residential area. When they witnessed Yang Lin single-handedly riding a horse with a few dogs to corner 2 adult jaguars, they were utterly stunned. Holy shit, what's he trying to do? He's not planning to catch 2 jaguars with just these few dogs, is he? Those are the dogs from Shihong Zoo, isn't it? And the person riding the horse must be Director Yang. You just found out? It was on the news earlier. That's way too dangerous. After all, jaguars are fierce beasts, how could a few dogs possibly take on 2 of them? It's hard to say, really. With 8 against 2, 4 dogs should be able to take on 1 jaguar. Hurry, hurry, they're about to fight. Go, Paw Patrol. Nobody knew which kid had shouted it, but suddenly residents in the nearby apartment building noticed the commotion happening right below them. In an instant, thousands of eyes locked onto Yang Lin and the 2 jaguars. The 2 jaguars had already spotted Yang Lin and the Wang Wang team from afar, immediately raising their bodies high, their faces filled with alertness. Low, rumbling growls emerged from their throats. If Yang Lin and the dogs took even a single step forward, they would launch an attack without hesitation. Seeing that the 2 jaguars were ready for battle, Yang Lin quickly reined in his Yakul Tech horse and softened his tone to pacify them. Take it easy, don't act rashly. Rashness is the devil. You 2 are surrounded now. If you run again, you'll probably be shot dead. Yet the moment he finished speaking, a male jaguar less than 15 meters away roared furiously. Damn humans! Don't even think about forcing us back into those tiny iron cages. If you take 1 step closer, I'll devour you right now. Hearing its threatening words, Yang Lin immediately realized this big fellow from the American jungle was quite different from the animals in his zoo. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Ah well, in that case, I suppose there's nothing I can do. Gooden, Goshing, take your little brothers and properly teach these 2 foreign small fries how to be cats. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the fierce-looking Li Gosheng pounced first. Having regressed to its ancestral Siberian plain wolf bloodline, its size was even larger than the two jaguars by several degrees. The remaining dogs also launched a coordinated attack on the two jaguars under Li Guden's command. Chapter 50, The Bark Brigade's Second Awakening. As the third largest feline species following lions and tigers, jaguars not only resemble tigers in appearance but also possess combat prowess that falls just slightly short of tigers. Adult jaguars can weigh over 100 kilograms, with a terrifying bite force reaching an astonishing 1,000 pounds. In the jungles of America, it has almost no natural enemies. Such a terrifying creature could easily kill not just dogs, but even wolves. So when everyone saw the Bark Brigade dare to directly attack two jaguars, they all found it utterly unbelievable. Some even suspected Yang Lin was deliberately sending these dogs to their deaths. However, the ensuing battle completely defied everyone's expectations. Although Li Gosheng was swatted away by the adult jaguar at the very beginning, after landing, it seemed completely unharmed, nearly flipping once before rejoining the fray. Meanwhile, the other dogs, as if pumped with adrenaline, launched a methodical assault under Li Guden's leadership. Whenever one dog launched a frontal attack, others would inevitably harass the jaguar from the flanks. Their coordinated movements made them look nothing like a pack of dogs, but rather a well-trained wolf pack. With thick-skinned Li Guden taking the brunt of the damage up front, the other dogs harried and attacked from multiple angles. After 10+ minutes of deadlock, the two jaguars were visibly weakening. Meanwhile, aside from some ruffled fur, the 8 dogs showed no signs of injury whatsoever. Seeing this scene, the crowd who had been worried about the Paw Patrol were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Two jaguars can't even take on a few dogs. Not only can't they win, but they're also being toyed with in circles. Such a waste of their size, and they call themselves jaguars, what a freaking joke. This is what they call a tiger venturing out of its mountains finds itself bullied by dogs. I doubt they're purely wild-born either. Being caged for so long has probably sapped all their fighting spirit. I agree. If it were a truly wild jaguar, those 8 dogs likely wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes. Not necessarily. Don't you think those 8 dogs were extraordinary too? Especially that border collie, like some canine strategist directing the whole fight without lifting a paw. It feels like their attack pattern resembles a wolf pack hunting strategy. Not entirely sure. Let me observe a bit more. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, a faint trace of relief surfaced on Yang Lin's face. That these few dogs could suppress 2 ferocious jaguars wasn't, as some claimed, due to the big cat's combat skills deteriorating from prolonged captivity. In reality, judging by the current situation, both jaguars still retained their full, untamed ferocity. The reason they got beaten up so badly by a few dogs was entirely because Yang Lin spent big money on upgrades. That's right, on the way over, to further boost these dogs' combat effectiveness, Yang Lin went all out in the talent mall. Besides buying another green-tier talent, Super Recovery, for Li Gosheng, he also got Li Guden a green-tier talent, Charismatic Leader. As for the other 6 dogs, he treated them equally by purchasing Superior Stamina, a talent for rapid physical recovery. Although spending several 100,000 was significant, the boost to the combat prowess of the Paw Patrol team was tremendous. 2 full-grown jaguars were utterly overwhelmed against 6 dogs with awakened talents and 2 that had undergone secondary awakenings. Another 5 minutes passed, and the once resisting jaguars were completely subdued. Their bodies were littered with bite marks from the relentless assault of the Paw Patrol dogs. Before this, as apex predators, they probably never imagined they'd one day get bitten by dogs. Seeing the 2 jaguars subdued, Yang Lin finally rode his Akeltech horse leisurely up to them. Dog egg, dog leftover, hold them down for me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an excited Li Guden plopped his rear firmly onto the male jaguar's back. Whoa, I actually made it, I defeated a foreign tiger. I'll be bragging about this for the rest of my life. You damned stray dog. We're both animals, why are you helping humans against us? As soon as the male jaguar finished speaking, Li Guden slapped him hard across the face. Shut your mouth already. Who said I'm the same as you animals? After reprimanding the jaguar beneath him, Li Guden immediately turned to look at Yang Lin with an ingratiating expression. Director, we've subdued these 2 ungrateful foreign big cats. Please give us your next orders. Well done. I'll give you extra treats when we get back today, Yang Lin said, patting Li Guden's proudly raised dog head before turning his gaze to the restrained jaguar on the ground. You really brought this on yourselves. If only you'd come along quietly from the start. By the time you guys get back, the whole zoo will know you 2 got beaten up by a dog. How do you think the other animals will talk about you behind your backs? What will the tigers say about you? How will the lions look at you? Even the zebras will probably laugh at you. Disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. Ah, forget it. Can't be bothered to say anymore. Yang Lin then turned his gaze outside the farmer's market and waved at Lin Feng to come over. Before long, Lin Feng arrived with a group of police officers and 2 large iron cages, trotting over. Looking at the 2 jaguars firmly pinned down by the dogs on the ground, his eyes held not only disbelief but also deep envy. Ah, if only half of the police dogs in our unit had the skills of your dogs, we'd probably all be out of jobs. After we finish this mission and go back, I'll apply for rewards for these little guys. They've really done a great job this time. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Godan rushed up to him with an excited expression, wagging his tail non-stop while barking woof woof woof. Seeing Li Godan like this, Lin Feng immediately turned to Yang Lin with questioning eyes. It means it wants 100 pounds of beef and 100 pounds of premium dog food. Upon hearing Yang Lin's translation, Lin Feng first burst into laughter before speaking again. Sure, I'll apply for it when I get back. If they won't give it, I'll deduct it from our police force's K9 unit rations. But he completely failed to notice the peculiar glance Li Gooden cast at Yang Lin beside him. Director, I said 50 pounds, not 100 pounds. Shut up, the remaining 50 pounds are mine. What about the dog food? I'll scatter it for the stray dogs outside. Ah! As they were silently conversing among themselves, the news about the successful capture of the two jaguars quickly spread to countless netizens following the incident through Ningnan television. Soon after, footage of the Paw Patrol's fierce battle with the two jaguars went viral across the internet. Chapter 51, The Troublesome Bengal Tiger. On the Douyin short video platform, a netizen living in the apartment above the farmer's market perfectly recorded the entire fight between the Paw Patrol and the two jaguars from a commanding vantage point. So much so that his video attracted countless viewers the moment it was posted, with the number of comments and shares even surpassing the likes. And the direction of the comments was strikingly uniform. After searching through so many videos, this guy filmed it the clearest, must be professional equipment, right? Estimate the gear costs at least over 100,000. Thanks for capturing this amazing moment with your lens, boss. Such an intense battle was something you'd usually only see in wildlife documentaries, never imagined witnessing it right here in the city. Beyond awe-inspiring, though the outcome completely took me by surprise. Exactly. I've actually studied jaguar documentaries before. Despite being called leopards, they're more closely related to tigers. Stripes aside, they're practically identical. Never thought these two apex predators would be defeated by a pack of dogs. Utterly unbelievable. There's nothing to be done about it. Those good boys from the Paw Patrol are the official security team of Shihong Zoo. At best, these two jaguars only have a slight size advantage. I don't think these jaguars lost due to combat ability, but rather intelligence. Paw Patrol's dogs have practically attained enlightenment, especially that border collie. Let's just say losing to Paw Patrol is no shame. If it were me, I probably couldn't take on these dogs either. The zoo director absolutely knows how to train dogs. I'd love to receive training from him given the chance. Dogs are dogs, but the Paw Patrol is the Paw Patrol. If they can take on a jaguar, there are still those two escaped Bengal tigers to consider. Surely the zoo director wouldn't send them after those Bengal tigers too. That's definitely impossible. Natural instincts would prevail. Dogs could never go head-to-head with tigers. I don't think it's possible either, but that doesn't stop me from being a Paw Patrol fan. While netizens were enthusiastically praising the Paw Patrol team, Yang Lin and Lin Feng on the other side were frowning with concern. Shortly after they had sent off the two jaguars, they immediately received news about another pair of Bengal tigers. In their earlier speculation, these two Bengal tigers had undoubtedly also wandered into urban areas, but the reality turned out to be even worse than they imagined. The two panicked Bengal tigers not only entered the city but also escaped into a middle school. Fortunately, it was class time with no students lingering outside, otherwise the school would have surely become a scene of bloodshed by now. Director Yang, the task force has begun operations, but there are still over 2,000 students trapped inside the school. Additionally, the campus environment is quite complex, making it difficult for us to quickly lead the two Bengal tigers out to open ground. Do you have any ideas? While reviewing the live updates from the scene, Lin Feng turned to Yang Lin for suggestions. Upon hearing his question, Yang Lin shook his head. Bengal tigers have far superior senses of smell and hearing compared to the previous jaguars, and their alertness is ridiculously high. If they enter the school in large numbers, they'll definitely sense it immediately. And if they get provoked, the classroom doors wouldn't stand a chance against their claws. Yang Lin's statement at this moment was no exaggeration. Among all tiger species, Bengal tigers rank second only to Siberian tigers, Northeast tigers, and Indochinese tigers in terms of size and weight. An adult Bengal tiger can weigh up to 270 kilograms, with a striking force reaching 1.5 tons. It's no exaggeration to say that under the swipe of a Bengal tiger, even Tyson would be killed with a single blow, let alone the wooden door of a school classroom. Then what should we do? If we don't go in, and something happens to the students inside, we can't bear that responsibility. With that, a hint of helplessness appeared on Lin Feng's face. Right at that moment, an idea suddenly occurred to Yang Lin. Even if we can't easily approach them, we can think of a way to lure them out. Lure them out? An incredulous look appeared on Lin Feng's face. At the same time, within the campus of Ningnan City's number 15 junior high school, two towering beasts each standing 1 meter tall at the shoulder and nearly 3 meters in length lurked and wandered in the shadows of the school building. Even from a distance, they evoked an instinctive, bone-deep tremor in anyone who glimpsed them. As a result, the vast campus fell eerily silent. Every student remained hidden under their classroom desks, clutching their breath, terrified of drawing the attention of the two monstrous creatures outside. Even the most energetic students didn't dare move a muscle, while the more timid girls had already broken down in silent sobs. The teacher in the classroom couldn't stop her hands from trembling as she held her phone, all because she had sneaked a glance outside the classroom a minute ago. What do we do? What do we do? Is anyone coming to save us? What if those two tigers rush in here? At this moment, she clearly wasn't the only one in panic. Since the two tigers were spotted, fear had enveloped everyone on the entire campus. The school authorities immediately contacted the Joint Operations Headquarters. However, at this moment, everyone inside the Joint Operations Headquarters was also overwhelmed with chaos. Have the snipers and armed police officers entered? Report, we were prepared to enter, but Captain Lin sent a message saying we cannot proceed now. The officer had barely finished speaking when a middle-aged man in plain clothes questioned with evident suspicion on his face. Why can't we go in? Given the current situation, every second delayed could push things toward an uncontrollable outcome. If something happens, how are we going to explain it to the citizens? But Director Yang specifically warned that those two Bengal tigers are extremely vigilant. If armed police enter, it might trigger their stress response, potentially driving them into a frenzied state. It could potentially endanger the safety of the teachers and students on campus. The officer faithfully reported exactly what Yang Lin intended to convey. After his report, the expressions of all the high-ranking commanders present immediately changed. Previously, they wouldn't have taken Yang Lin's words too seriously. But judging by the two incidents that had just occurred, Yang Lin had indeed proven himself worthy of being called an expert when it came to animals. So while they found Yang Lin's suggestion somewhat frustrating this time, they had no choice but to accept it. Just then, however, the middle-aged supervisor suddenly thought of another issue. By the way, where are Lin Feng and Director Yang? Where are they now? Upon hearing this, the officer in charge of contacting Lin Feng immediately checked his location tracking. The next second, a flicker of surprise appeared on his face. They seem to have gone to the Shihong Zoo. Chapter 52, Siberian Tiger vs. Bengal Tiger. Inside the number 15 middle school campus, half an hour had already passed since the two Bengal tigers first entered the school grounds. As time passed, the panic kept spreading. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before the students completely broke down first. By then, even if they weren't physically injured, the psychological trauma would be irreparable. Forget seeing tigers, just the sight of a house cat might make them tremble with fear. Meanwhile, the parents of the students from number 15 high school were now reaching their breaking points too. Influenced by them, public opinion online was overwhelmingly one-sided. What's going on? How come you still haven't dealt with those two tigers after all this time? It's been over half an hour already. There's a whole group of children trapped inside. Imagine how helpless they must feel right now. Didn't they already form some sort of task force? If all else fails, just go in with guns and take down those two tigers. No matter how precious tigers are, can they really compare to a child's life? Exactly. Are there any creatures nowadays that can withstand firearms? Honestly, if nothing else works, just give me a gun and I'll go in right now to take care of those two tigers. We hope the action team can give us an explanation for why they haven't initiated operations immediately. Every second that passes carries the potential for danger. As public opinion began trending negatively, the Central Command immediately connected with Ningnan City Television and commenced a live broadcast. The live broadcast screen showed the command center on one half and surveillance footage from number 15 high school campus on the other. The field commander immediately stepped in front of the live broadcast camera. Citizens, netizens, we've seen all the suggestions you've submitted. But what I must tell you is, it's not that we don't want to act immediately. But we've fully considered the current situation on campus. Those two Bengal tigers are extremely vigilant and possess considerable intelligence. If we provoke them, they might immediately charge into the classrooms, a scenario none of us wants to see. Moreover, Captain Lin from the Criminal Investigation Division and Director Yang from Shihong Zoo have formulated a new rescue plan. We believe those two Bengal tigers will be subdued soon. As his words spread through the live broadcast, the previously furious online crowd gradually quieted down. Still, some netizens expressed difficulty understanding. If you can't subdue them by force, is there really another way? What method could Director Yang possibly have? It's not like he's going to go in there himself and negotiate with the two tigers. Although I admit Director Yang trains the animals at Shihong Zoo very well, these two Bengal tigers don't know him. Why would they give him face? Is there any other better way besides these? Just wait, I have a feeling Director Yang is going to give us a huge surprise. And so, as everyone waited, another 10 minutes or so passed. Just as anxiety and unease began creeping back into everyone's hearts while watching the completely inactive school through the surveillance cameras, the roar of car engines suddenly came from the road outside the school. Under the surveillance footage, a large truck covered with a tarpaulin slowly drove into the campus. Watching the truck, both the audience in the live stream and the officials in the command center wore puzzled expressions. Where did this truck come from? Get it out of here immediately. Drive it away now. If it angers those two Bengal tigers inside, it's over. Where is the scene commander? Who authorized this truck to enter? Hearing the roar from the command room, one officer at the scene timidly spoke up. The one who just drove past was Captain Lin, that's why we let him through. Upon hearing this response from the on-site officer, everyone in the command room froze momentarily. They simply couldn't comprehend why Lin Feng would suddenly be driving a large cargo truck into the area. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, the canvas covering the truck's cargo compartment was forcefully pulled down by a pair of large hands. As the tarpaulin fell, a massive figure slowly revealed itself before the crowd's eyes. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. Following their gaze, what appeared in the truck's cargo compartment was a majestic and imposing figure covered in striking patterns. Standing over 2 meters at the shoulder and nearly 5 meters in length, with pillar-like limbs and a face the size of a millstone, it was unmistakably a giant tiger, even more colossal than the two Bengal tigers, exuding awe-inspiring dominance. The atmosphere froze instantly with the appearance of this giant tiger. Before the tarp was lifted, the crowd had speculated endlessly, but no one had anticipated this. Just as everyone stood speechless, the terrifying beast atop the truck suddenly opened its maw toward the sky. In the next instant, a thunderous roar shook the heavens, reverberating across the entire city of Ningnan. Countless citizens over 10 kilometers away could clearly hear this roar. Those who heard it at close range even experienced a ringing in their ears. It took a full minute before everyone finally snapped out of their daze. Isn't that Shi Hongzhu's Tiger Queen Hua Dajie? How was she invited here? Oh my god, is this Lady Hua's intimidating aura? I almost pissed myself. Compared to Lady Hua, those two Bengal tigers might as well be kittens. There's no comparison. Lady Hua is a purebred Siberian tiger, also called an Amur tiger. Her normal size already dwarfs Bengal tigers, let alone one raised by Shi Hongzhu. Absolutely. Bengal tigers are like little brothers next to Siberian tigers, and around Lady Hua, more like grandsons. This is gonna be good. 2 foreign tigers going up against one of our own Siberian tigers. Only Director Yang could come up with this idea, sending Sister Hua to handle those 2 Bengal tigers. Come out and take your beating. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation, though some expressed concern. What if Sister Hua lost control too? That'd be the end of everything. Just as everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts, Yang Lin opened the rear door of the large truck. The next second, Sister Hua, weighing over a ton, leapt straight down to the ground. Even through the screen, everyone seemed to experience an illusion of the earth shaking and mountains trembling. At the same time, 2 figures slowly emerged from the shadows of the teaching building. Their dazzling coats, robust frames, and the distinctive king pattern on their foreheads marked them unmistakably as the same 2 Bengal tigers that had stormed the school premises earlier. With the appearance of these 2 Bengal tigers, everyone braced themselves, anticipating an inevitable and fierce confrontation. Yet what unfolded next defied all their expectations. Chapter 53, Bloodline Supremacy. Within the campus of Shiwuzhong High School, the massive frame of Lady Hua and her barely concealable aura of an apex predator immediately unsettled the 2 Bengal tigers emerging from the shadows. As kings of the jungle, they had always considered themselves the most powerful creatures in the world. Never had they encountered a being like Lady Hua. Though Lady Hua's appearance and features closely resembled their own, the sheer difference in size made them suspect she belonged to an entirely unfamiliar new species. Standing over 2 meters at the shoulder and nearly 5 meters in length, she was almost larger than the 2 of them combined. Unknowingly, the fur of the 2 Bengal tigers rose completely on end. Perhaps unwilling to be so easily outdone, the male Bengal tiger suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Roar! In an instant, the entire campus trembled from the sound. Yet what it failed to notice was the utter disdain and contempt flashing in Flower Lady's eyes after its roar. Xiao Yang, these 2 foreign tigers seem a bit, not too bright. Hearing Sister Hua's voice, Yang Lin cast a casual glance at the 2 Bengal tigers before responding. That's just how tigers from India behave. Sister Hua, hurry up and get them under control. Easy enough, just wait and see. As soon as the words were spoken, Lady Hua's expression abruptly changed. The next second, a roar several times louder than before erupted from her throat. At this moment, leaves across the entire campus rustled violently, and the 2 Bengal tigers were so frightened by this shout that they froze in place. And right at that moment, Lady Hua moved. Its massive body loomed like a small mountain, and with every step it took, the expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly solemn. The sharp sound of its claws striking the concrete floor carried a strange, almost magical dread, sending shivers down spines and chilling bodies to the bone. Is this really a creature that should exist on Earth? Almost everyone shared the same thought in their hearts. The humans standing behind Lady Hua were already in such a state, let alone the 2 Bengal tigers facing her directly. As Lady Hua gradually approached, a shiver from the depths of their souls instantly wiped out the savage instincts that had just arisen within them. The pressure emanating from their very bloodline made them tremble uncontrollably. In their eyes, Lady Hua now stood as an insurmountable mountain. When Flower Lady came within less than 5 meters of them, they completely lost their last ounce of strength. Under the gaze of countless eyes, these two kings of the Bengal jungle lowered their proud heads, their bodies pressed tightly to the ground. Roar! As Flower Lady let out another earth-shaking roar, her massive front paw pressed directly onto the head of the male Bengal tiger. Seeing this scene, no one present could mistake what had just happened. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Did both of them just back down like that? So much for the promised fight. How did it end like this? I thought tiger fights were supposed to be to the death. Why did these two surrender immediately? Aren't tigers supposed to have strong pride? What's up with these two's behavior? TSK, you were acting all tough earlier, how come you're so weak now? Isn't it possible that it's not these two Bengal tigers being too timid, but rather our Siberian Tiger King being too strong, so strong they don't even dare to resist? They're tigers, not fools. If they know they can't win but still charge forward, that'd just be pure stupidity. Mark my words, if those two don't submit, they'd be swatted dead in the next second. The oppressive aura from this Tiger King is downright terrifying. You can feel the intimidation through the screen. Those two small fries not wetting themselves already proves they've got solid nerves. Facing absolute power, do they even have the capacity to resist? Even if a fight really broke out, it should be over by now. This is simply dimensional crushing. Bengal tiger, you humans play dirty, calling in outside help. Seriously though, in the eyes of these two Bengal tigers, might Flower Lady be considered a tiger trader? Flower Lady, can't help it, the zoo director pays too well 100 live chickens daily. At this moment, not only did the audience gasp in disbelief, but even the staff in the control room exchanged stunned glances when they saw this scene. These two Bengal tigers were expected to be the most difficult to handle, yet they were subdued without firing a single shot. And all of this clearly owed thanks to the man standing beside the Siberian Tiger King in the video. Captain Lin, those two are completely cowed now, but just to be safe, let's give them each another 2 shots. Watching the two trembling Bengal tigers, Yang Lin spoke with calm composure. Hearing his words, Lin Feng, his own face pale, hastily nodded in agreement. By the way, regarding Sister Hua's performance fee, 500 pounds of beef, when do you think you can settle that? Immediately. I'll have our higher-ups contact the slaughterhouse right now and send an entire cow to your zoo, Lin Feng declared, thumping his chest. That's perfect. You see how exhausting this trip has been for Sister Hua? Just those 2 mighty roars alone are worth at least several hundred pounds of beef, Yang Lin remarked while patting Sister Hua. The next second, a smug-looking Sister Hua turned and strode back toward the large truck she came in. Just before boarding, he couldn't resist roaring once more at the 2 Bengal tigers lying on the ground. It wasn't until Auntie Hua got on the vehicle that everyone present finally let out a long sigh of relief. In a way, the intimidating presence of those 2 Bengal tigers didn't even come close to 1/10 of Auntie Hua's aura. Facing 2 Bengal tigers, people might still find the courage to pick up their guns and fire away, but if it were Auntie Hua they were up against, their first instinct would likely be to grab their guns and run for their lives. Because if they hadn't completely incapacitated Hua Deseo within 3 seconds, they would have had to bid farewell to this world 3 seconds later. Not long after Hua Deseo got into the vehicle, the 2 Bengal tigers were locked inside iron cages. Only then did the dark cloud looming over countless people's hearts finally dissipate. The next moment, classrooms that had been tightly closed began opening one after another, and middle school students who were still trembling with fear emerged from them. When the students saw Ladybug still parked on the playground and hadn't left yet, the bolder ones quickly rushed over. Then, to everyone's astonishment, these children bowed to Ladybug in gratitude. At this moment, Ladybug seemed to sense the sincerity of these children. The fierce aura around her instantly vanished as she began licking her paws like a docile giant cat, eliciting bursts of laughter from the kids. This heartwarming scene was soon captured by the school's surveillance cameras and spread to the eyes of countless netizens. Chapter 54, Elephant Herding on the Plains. With the 2 Bengal tigers safely captured, only the white rhinoceros, African elephant, and African lion remained at large. Apart from the African lion, the remaining 2, though large in size, are both herbivores and far less temperamental. Before long, Yang Lin caught sight of both of them through the Golden Eagle's vision. The operations command center at the other end had also pinpointed their locations through surveillance across various areas. When Yang Lin learned of their whereabouts, he couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. Let's go, Captain Lin. Those 2 big guys have both ended up in the same place. We might as well catch them both in one trip. With that, Yang Lin proactively climbed into Lin Feng's police car. 10 minutes later, a vast cultivation base covering an extensive area appeared before them. Judging by the messy footprints at the entrance of the plantation, the white rhinoceros and African elephant must have dashed in one after the other. As for the reason, well, that hardly needs explaining. Surveying the vast expanse of flattened greenhouses and toppled fruit trees and crops before him, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh. It looks like the city zoo is going to lose their shirts this time. Lose their shirts? At this rate, given the severity of the incident, I reckon half of the zoo's top brass will be doing jail time for years. Who knows? The whole city zoo might have to shut down. Hearing Lin Feng's remarks from the side, Yang Lin couldn't help but show a flash of surprise on his face. Is it really that serious? Do you realize this animal escape incident has gone nationwide already? The whole of Ningnan has become infamous because of it. It could absolutely be classified as a major safety accident. If not for your involvement, I wouldn't dare imagine how this could have ended. And we're extremely fortunate there were no casualties. Had there been any injuries or deaths, the zoo management wouldn't just be looking at a few years behind bars. After saying these words, Lin Feng didn't speak any further. Yet Yang Lin could still detect a trace of solemnity on his face. Clearly this incident would somewhat affect even him as the captain of the criminal investigation unit. Just as the two were worrying about the current situation, a drone operating officer suddenly came running over. Captain, we've located the white rhino and the African elephant. One is currently in the potato plantation, and the other is in the banana grove. Their mood appears stable for now. After hearing the officer's report, Lin Feng first nodded, then spoke. Continue observing them. Report to me immediately if either shows signs of moving. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin abruptly interjected. No need, leave these two big guys to me. I'll talk some sense into them, they're probably just hungry. By the way, have them bring the transport truck over. I'll get both of them loaded within half an hour. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin strode straight into the cultivation base. The action team members watched him go without attempting to stop him. Over these few hours, they had developed an inexplicable trust in Yang Lin. As everyone waited, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The transport vehicle had been parked in front of the cultivation base for quite some time already. What's taking so long? Could something have gone wrong? There shouldn't be any accidents, right? Then why haven't they come out yet? Maybe Director Yang is negotiating terms with those two big guys. How do you negotiate? Can you really make empty promises to animals? As the agreed time drew near, the crowd waiting outside the planting base couldn't help but grow anxious. Yet in the very next moment when they glanced toward the planting base, a colossal creature emerged into their line of sight. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the same white rhinoceros that had been charging recklessly down the highway before. Strikingly different from its previous state, the white rhino now appeared remarkably docile. Before anyone could prepare to make way, several heavy footsteps quickly echoed from inside the base. At this moment, everyone had begun to vaguely suspect what was coming. Yet the scene that followed still made them gasp in astonishment. Before them, an African elephant as massive as a small mountain came lumbering slowly toward the group. Every small tree and rock along the path was crushed deep into the earth by its four pillar-like limbs. If such a terrifying creature were to go berserk, only a tank could withstand it head-on. Yet upon the back of this monstrous behemoth, a human figure now sat leisurely. The figure held a cattle-driving whip, scavenged from who knows where, lazily flicking it against the white rhino's hide from time to time. Everyone, including Lin Feng, was stunned by such a bizarre scene. Whether it was the African elephant or the white rhinoceros, both were apex creatures in nature. Even tigers and lions wouldn't dare provoke them. Yet now, Yang Lin had trained them to behave like a pair of docile oxen. It wasn't until Yang Lin herded the two massive creatures right in front of them that Lin Feng finally snapped out of his daze. Mission accomplished, I managed to coax them both back. Hurry up and arrange for someone to feed these two something good. The main reason they escaped was because they didn't eat well during transport. Hearing Yang Lin's voice from the elephant's back, Lin Feng, still with a trace of confusion on his face, quickly nodded in response. And just at that moment, the African elephant carrying Yang Lin suddenly knelt down. The next second, Yang Lin leapt down from the elephant's back. Director Yang, can you actually communicate with elephants? As soon as Yang Lin jumped off the elephant's back, Lin Feng couldn't wait to voice the question that had been weighing on his mind. Yet faced with this inquiry, Yang Lin remained completely unfazed. Actually, it's pretty much the same. As long as you listen attentively, you can also understand what animals are thinking. I just put in a little more care than you guys. Of course, the most important thing is that I have love in my heart. As he spoke, Yang Lin stroked the large ear of the African elephant beside him. Isn't that right? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the African elephant raised its trunk and let out a long trumpet call towards the sky. Witnessing this magical scene, the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. However, only Yang Lin and this African elephant knew the exact reason behind it. As the two massive creatures were escorted onto the transport vehicle, news of the recent events quickly reached the command center. Ningnan City Television even broadcast this story in continuous rolling coverage. For a time, both the citizens of Ningnan and netizens nationwide were greatly energized. Of course, they also knew it wasn't time to celebrate yet, as the crisis wasn't fully resolved. Because so far, among the 8 escaped animals, the most ferocious and powerful African lion still hadn't shown any signs of being found. At this moment, it seemed to have vanished into thin air. Realizing this, the joy in everyone's hearts instantly vanished without a trace. If they couldn't retrieve that African lion before nightfall, it was likely that none of Nanning City's residents would sleep peacefully. Just as everyone felt as though a great weight was pressing on their hearts, Yang Lin in the vehicle suddenly turned pale. Chapter 55, The Unexpected Intruder. It has now been exactly 5 hours since the 8 animals escaped. This also means Yang Lin has been away from the zoo for 5 hours. He originally intended to check on the zoo's current situation through shared vision, but when he switched to the perspective of the Macaulay Zimming, the scene before him immediately made him sense something was terribly wrong. At this moment, all the animals in the zoo appeared panicked, as if they had encountered some extremely terrifying presence. Even the usually lively Two Palaces cats have now retreated into the wooden hut inside the leopard enclosure. Although everything appeared normal from the visitor's perspective, Yang Lin already had an extremely bad premonition in his heart. After all, animals and humans perceive danger in completely different ways. Sometimes animals can detect threats that humans cannot sense. Could it be that African lion has wandered into the zoo? Once this idea emerged in his mind, Yang Lin could no longer stay calm. If this were truly the case, all the previous perplexities would suddenly make sense. Shihong Zoo was located in a remote area with sparse surveillance in the vicinity, and there wasn't even a single security camera inside the park. Compounded by the fact that parts of the perimeter wall had fallen into disrepair, if that African lion had indeed slipped into the zoo unnoticed, no one would have discovered it. Why did it suddenly wander into my zoo for no reason? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Could it be targeting that old lion inside? Realizing this, Yang Lin quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he immediately began speaking. Curson, make a park-wide announcement right away. Tell visitors not to enter the rear sections of the zoo. Don't ask why, just do as I say. And remember, absolutely do not let anyone sneak in there. Don't go near it yourself either. If anything feels off, evacuate the visitors from the park zone immediately. Listening to Yang Lin's words, Lin Feng, sitting nearby, quickly sensed something amiss. Director Yang, has something happened at the zoo? Phew. Hopefully, it's just me overthinking things. Yang Lin let out a long sigh as he tucked his phone back into his pocket and spoke to Lin Feng. Captain Lin, could you please take me back to the zoo? I can't really explain everything to you right now. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't intend to explain further, Lin Feng couldn't press for more details. He simply nodded and instructed the driver to head towards Shihong Zoo. 10 minutes later, the police car came to a steady stop at the zoo's entrance. Before Lin Feng could react, Yang Lin bolted straight into the zoo grounds. By now, all the visitors inside the park had already crowded near the entrance area. What's going on? Why were we suddenly told to gather here? Yaha, wasn't everything fine just now? What on earth happened inside the zoo? I didn't notice anything wrong. Doesn't the zoo seem perfectly safe? Of course it's safe, but since the guard dogs and Ladybug Squad haven't been brought back yet, with their scent still around, those escaped animals wouldn't be stupid enough to wander in here. Exactly. I believe this place is currently one of the safest spots in all of Ningnan City. Let's wait for Director Yang to come back and explain. Since we're just idling around, might as well go check out Shidafu. I heard Director Yang personally went to retrieve the African elephant and white rhino. So now there's only that African lion left, right? Just as the visitors were buzzing with discussion, Yang Lin's figure came running in from outside the zoo. The tourists were just about to approach and ask him what was going on when Yang Lin hopped onto the electric tricycle parked near the administrator's office and zipped off deep into the zoo. Witnessing such a peculiar sight, the already bewildered visitors instantly had their curiosity piqued. Led by a few bold tourists, they immediately trailed behind Yang Lin. At this point, Yang Lin clearly didn't care anymore. He cranked the tricycle's throttle all the way as he sped down the path. The journey that normally took 20 minutes was completed in less than 5. As his electric tricycle came to a halt, a vast open expanse unfolded before him. This open area was one of the currently closed-off sections of Shihong Zoo, resembling a miniature grassland when viewed from afar. Originally designated for housing large herbivores such as elephants and giraffes, it remained unused. Unfortunately, due to insufficient funding, the project had been indefinitely shelved. Only one elderly male lion, who had lived in the zoo for 10 years, remained here. Yet at this moment, Yang Lin didn't see the old lion's figure. In the past, whenever he came here, that ancient lion had always appeared lethargic, to the point where its meat had to be specially ground up in a blender before it could eat. As his dad put it, this old lion probably doesn't have much time left, definitely in its twilight years. Combined with its tragic experiences in the circus, it might be gone any day now. Just as Yang Lin was searching for the elderly male lion's figure, a pair of large light yellow eyes stared fixedly at him from beneath a tree just 50 meters away. Before he realized it, Yang Lin felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine, and goosebumps instantly erupted across his entire body. A deep-rooted fear instantly alerted him that something was wrong. Instinctively turning his head toward the big tree, his eyes instantly locked with those pale yellow orbs. For a moment, the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze in that instant. Even when facing those two jaguars earlier, Yang Lin had never experienced this level of primal terror before. The sheer terror of the colossal figure standing beneath the tree was overwhelming. With shoulders over a meter tall, a nearly 4-meter-long body, a head the size of a millstone framed by a golden mane, and muscles of terrifying solidity, even standing motionless, its aura as the king of the savannah was oppressive enough to steal one's breath. Thud! Swallowing hard, Yang Lin instinctively tried to step backward. Faced with such a dreadful presence, he didn't even dare summon the courage to approach it. And at that very moment, the African lion radiating regal dominance began advancing toward him with heavy, deliberate steps. When it came within 20 meters of Yang Lin, the lion suddenly accelerated its pace. Witnessing this, Yang Lin forcibly suppressed his fear and immediately sprinted toward the exit of the enclosure. But how could two legs ever outrun four? Before long, Yang Lin could already feel the heavy breathing behind him. Just as he thought he was doomed, a small, lean figure suddenly pounced from the shadows nearby. Chapter 56, The New King versus the Old, a Legendary Showdown. Yang Lin never expected to encounter the escaped African lion so soon after arriving here. If he had known the situation would be like this, he would never have dared to enter alone, even if beaten to death. Staring at the colossal beast about to pounce on him, he had nearly resigned himself to death. Yet at that very moment, a slightly slender figure suddenly lunged out from the side. In the nick of time, it fiercely tackled the African lion to the ground. By the time Yang Lin came to his senses, the figure had already blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably an emaciated elderly male lion with patchy fur. Unlike the adult African lion from before, this old male, though still large in frame, had almost no flesh visible, just loose, sagging skin hanging off its bones. At this point, its weight likely didn't even reach 100 kilograms. Even as it put on its fiercest expression, the missing fangs and loose claws made it look utterly harmless. Before the prime-aged African lion, it fought with the last vestiges of its strength like an aging king defending his realm. Xiao Yang, run! This is my fight with this guy. As Yang Lin stood stunned by the scene, the elderly lion suddenly spoke to him in its aged voice. Hearing its words, Yang Lin was momentarily stunned before turning his gaze toward the prime-aged African lion. There was no doubt that although these two lions belonged to the same species, their combat capabilities were now worlds apart. Perhaps the elder lion would have its throat torn out in a single encounter. And just then, the ferocious-looking African lion finally spoke. You old fool, you're truly a disgrace to our lion kind, reduced to being caged by humans. If I were you, I'd take a bite out of that little runt behind you and escape this place. But now you've lost that chance. You've tarnished the dignity of our lion kin, so today you must die here. I'll grant you one chance to charge at me head-on. With that, a hint of pride appeared on the face of this African lion. Once the pride's finest, yet captured alive by humans and brought here, its heart brimmed with hatred toward mankind. But what it despised even more were those spineless peers who had lost their fighting spirit and clung to mere survival. That's why it had followed the scent trail to this place. As soon as it finished speaking, an indescribable expression flashed across the old lion's face. In its youth, it too had been the king of the savannah, but that former ruler had now arrived at the twilight of its years. Recalling how 3 generations of Yang Lin's family had dedicated themselves to its care, a look of quiet determination appeared on its weathered face. Enough talk, let this old king test the mettle of the new one. No sooner had the words been spoken than the elderly lion prepared to attack. Yet at that very moment, Yang Lin interrupted it. Hold on, I think this isn't quite fair. If possible, I believe I can help you. Hearing Yang Lin's words, both the prime African lion and the aged elder lion wore expressions of bewilderment. Especially that African male lion, its face even revealing a hint of scorn. Then you can join it on stage. The help I mentioned isn't about fighting alongside it. As Yang Lin spoke, he unleashed a beam of insight. Immediately, the talent information of this aged male lion appeared before his eyes. King's Aura, legendary talent, activation requires 10 talent points. Roar of Fury, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Advanced Hunting, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Lion King's Domain, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Super Strength, golden talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. As Yang Lin expected, this former Lion King possessed exclusively golden talents, including even a legendary one. One can imagine just how formidable its lineage must have been. Faced with this dazzling array of talents, Yang Lin gritted his teeth and selected the topmost option, Majestic Aura. At this moment, he still had a total of 15 talent points left, including the rewards from catching those animals, which could be considered quite a fortune. If he were to choose ordinary green talents, he could still awaken abilities in 15 animals. This time, he decided to go all in. As the elder male lion's innate talent was ignited, the previously dying beast instantly felt a powerful vitality surging from within its body. The originally slack muscles instantly bulged, and the patchy, shedding fur grew back at a visibly rapid pace. One by one, newly grown teeth pushed out the loose and broken ones, and even its claws were completely renewed. In less than a minute, its entire body was covered in a golden coat of fur, with the mane around its neck growing thicker than ever before, shimmering under the sunlight as though forged from pure gold. By the time the transformation ceased, it had become an immensely powerful creature, majestic as an ancient divine beast stepping right out of the murals of Egypt's ancient kingdoms. The aging monarch in this moment was granted a second life. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, Yang Lin found himself utterly at a loss for words to describe the sheer shock surging through his heart. Even when Lady Flower underwent her metamorphosis back then, he hadn't felt this way. If Lady Flower was the king of the forest at that time, then the majestic Lion King before him, perfect as a celestial steed, was undoubtedly the king of all beasts. At this moment, all he could say was, "Legends speak true, how terrifying." And just as he was awestruck by the Lion King's grandeur, reborn for a second life, the Lion King abruptly bared its fanged maw. The next second, an earth-shattering roar erupted from its throat, one that could command the submission of all beasts. In an instant, every animal within a 50-kilometer radius seemed to sense it. Whether it was the animals in the zoo, the pets like cats and dogs kept by nearby residents, or even the livestock in farms, all spontaneously prostrated themselves on the ground as if bowing to their new king. Apart from these animals, the visitors at Shihong Zoo, along with Lin Feng and others who had rushed over, were also stunned in place by this deafening roar. It took a full moment before he realized what was happening. What was that sound? At Lin Feng's question, a nearby tourist replied with some confusion. It sounded like a lion's roar, but not quite. "It's coming from the zoo, why don't we just go and see for ourselves? Could it be that escaped African lion? Hell, that means Director Yang might be in danger. Captain Lin, hurry up and take some people to rescue Director Yang." As they spoke, the crowd quickly rushed toward the direction of the small grassland inside the park under the guidance of Lin Feng and the team members. However, when they arrived at the small grassland, they were completely stunned by the sight before them. Chapter 57, The Only King. Just as everyone had feared, the escaped African lion had indeed appeared within the zoo. But unexpectedly, apart from the escaped African lion, there was yet another male lion. If the escaped lion evoked intense fear, then this massive golden-furred beast imposed an indescribable majesty upon them. It seemed not merely a wild beast, but a regal sovereign. Compared to it, the African lion appeared no different than a mongrel dog, hardly of the same species at all. Apart from the obvious differences in appearance, the auras they exuded were worlds apart. Though the distance made it impossible for the crowd to clearly discern the expressions on the two male lions' faces, the slight trembling of the African lion's body betrayed what seemed to be outright fear. Yet its pride as a king wouldn't permit it to kneel before this new monarch like the other animals had done. While the crowd couldn't see it clearly, Yang Lin standing behind the Lion King witnessed every detail. One had to admit, at this moment he couldn't help but feel admiration for the African lion before him. Even under the influence of the king's aura, it stubbornly held its ground, at least in terms of willpower. It was truly impressive. It's just that its body seemed somewhat uncooperative, its four thick legs trembling like leaves in the wind. Seeing its appearance, Yang Lin couldn't help but sneer. "Weren't you all tough just now? What happened to that bravery? Come on, bring it, don't make me look down on you." Hearing Yang Lin's taunts, the African lion, already struggling to suppress its fear, immediately revealed an expression of furious rage. "Damn it, what did you do to it? Why has it turned into this state? You're not human, are you? You're a god. Don't get too cocky. Even if I die today, I'll never yield to it." As it spoke, a desperate snarling roar erupted from its throat. Perhaps this roar dispelled the fear within its heart. Its eyes instantly hardened with determination. In the next instant, this former Lion King from the African savannah launched an attack toward the aging Lion King standing before Yan Lin. Witnessing this scene, the crowd watching from a distance immediately gasped in shock. Aside from wildlife documentaries, when had they ever had such a chance to observe a battle between two male lions up close? Look, they're fighting. That golden one surely couldn't be the lion raised at Shihong Zoo, could it? Probably, but I heard the lion at Sunset Zoo is already ancient. You can't believe everything you hear online. Just the other day, I saw someone complaining that the animals at Shihong Zoo looked lifeless and sickly. Indeed, if the animals at Shihong Zoo were considered sickly, then there wouldn't be a single lively creature left in this world. Probably just some marketing accounts stirring up nonsense online for clicks. What's today's show? King of the Lions? Hurry, get this on camera. A scene like this probably only happens once in a lifetime. Which lion do you think will win? Needless to say, the outcome was obvious. How could that African lion possibly defeat the golden lion? Yet it had the courage to attack a stronger opponent, truly worthy of being called the king of beasts. As the crowd buzzed with commentary, the battle between the old and new Lion Kings had already begun. At this moment, the African lion gathered all its strength and leaped forward, its pale yellow eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. The old Lion King, now living his second life, couldn't even be bothered to move in response to such an attack, his pair of golden eyes filled with utter indifference. Just as the African lion's razor-sharp claws were about to strike its face, in the next moment it finally moved. With sudden swiftness, it swung its right forepaw thicker than Yang Lin's thigh directly at the African lion's neck. Still mid-air, the African lion immediately felt an overwhelming force strike from its side. Before it could react, it was slammed straight into the ground. The tremendous impact nearly snapped its spine on the spot. Boom! With an earth-shaking crash, the once ferocious African lion was hurled to the ground in an instant. The intense pain left it completely immobilized, while the elderly Lion King on the other side remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Only those golden eyes remained fixed with deadly intensity on the African lion lying on the ground. The next instant, under the terrified gaze of the defeated African lion, the victorious old Lion King threw back his head and opened his blood-stained maw toward the sky. Roar! A roar even more thunderous than before instantly shook the heavens and the earth. From that moment on, there was only one true Lion King in this world. What lay upon the ground was merely a fallen challenger. Realizing this, the once unruly African lion immediately struggled to its feet. Just as Yang Lin thought it was going to continue fighting, the proud creature suddenly lowered its mighty head. Witnessing this scene, both the onlookers and the members of the operation team fell into complete silence. In that moment, they felt as though they were experiencing a peculiar coronation ceremony, bearing witness to the transition between an old king and a new monarch. Nearly a full minute passed before everyone finally snapped out of that indescribable astonishment. It's absolutely breathtaking. I never imagined I'd witness the birth of a Lion King in a zoo today. I feel it's not just a Lion King, but should be the king of all beasts. A scene like this might not happen once in 100 years. Being able to witness it here today is all thanks to the zoo director's blessing. No way, this moment is absolutely incredible. I feel inspiration bursting forth in my mind. Me too, just this one scene already has me imagining a full 2-hour animal blockbuster in my mind. I've already thought of a name, let's call it The Lion King. That name might get you into trouble, buddy. Better watch out for a lawyer's letter. It turns out none of the animals in Shihong Zoo are ordinary. First there was the Tiger King, and now comes the Lion King. This African lion really has bad luck. Of all places to escape to, why did it have to run into Shihong Zoo? That moment when the Lion King struck was just too damn cool. The whole move flowing effortlessly. Felt like before that African lion's head even hit the ground, our Lion King was already 2 miles away. I got the whole thing on video just now. I've got a solid feeling this clip's gonna go viral for sure. With that, the ominous shadow that had loomed over Ningnan completely dissipated without a trace. As for the defeated African lion, it had completely lost any will to resist, passively allowing the staff to load it into the iron cage. From the moment it suffered defeat, its heart had already died. Just as Yang Lin was about to wipe the cold sweat from his body, a system notification suddenly rang out. Chapter 58, Internet Buzz, Explosive Popularity. Ding! Successfully captured an African lion. Reward, 1 talent point and 1 talent treasure chest fragment. Additionally, as the host has activated a legendary level talent for the first time, an extra reward of 1 random talent chest has been granted. The previous system notification was something Yang Lin could somewhat grasp, but this one caught him completely off guard. Wait a minute, didn't I activate a legendary crafting talent last time? Why didn't I get any reward then? Hearing Yang Lin's question, the system promptly provided an answer. The talent activated by the host last time was not an innate legendary trait of the animal itself, but one that was artificially granted, so it doesn't count. Alright, Yang Lin didn't dwell on the system's explanation too much. After all, getting something was better than nothing. With this thought, he quickly shifted his attention back to the system panel. Inside the system inventory now, aside from the 8 fragments of talent treasure chests, there was an additional full treasure chest. However, Yang Lin didn't immediately open the treasure chest. Instead, his gaze lingered on those fragments first. Talent chest fragment. Use 3 to obtain a green quality talent chest, use 6 for a blue quality talent chest, and use 9 for a golden talent chest. Faced with such a description, Yang Lin barely needed to think before making his decision. Even a fool would choose the gold one, it's just that he only has 8 fragments right now, still 1 short of the final 9. And the remaining piece of the treasure chest must have fallen into the possession of that 9th escaped animal. What puzzled him, though, was that the authorities hadn't released any information about the 9th escaped animal so far. Either they didn't know the 9th animal had escaped, or it wasn't even on the transport list to begin with, meaning no one was aware of its existence. Just what kind of creature is this? How am I supposed to find it? At this moment, Yang Lin felt an overwhelming headache. Just then, Lin Feng, who had finally let out a sigh of relief, suddenly walked over. As he reached Yang Lin, he abruptly raised his right hand. I'm truly grateful to Director Yang this time. Without you, I can't even imagine how this situation would have escalated. On behalf of all the citizens of Ningnan City, I sincerely thank you here." Just as Lin Feng finished speaking these words, the crowd of tourists and media present erupted in unanimous applause. As first-hand witnesses to the incident, they had long recognized the severity and complexity of the situation. Had Yang Lin not stepped in, those escaped animals might still remain at large to this day. Their lives would remain threatened otherwise. The current outcome is undoubtedly the best scenario possible, bar none. No casualties, no major panic, and no animals had to be put down. Unconsciously, the crowd's gaze towards Yang Lin carried an additional hint of gratitude. "Captain Lin, there's no need to be so formal. I am also a citizen of Ningnan, and what's more, an animal care professional. I chose to help because I couldn't bear to see either humans harming animals or animals harming humans." Honestly speaking, the real heroes in this incident were actually the animals from Shihong Zoo. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Lin Feng nodded in heartfelt agreement. Indeed, without those animals this time, things would have been much more complicated. "I'll propose commendations for these animals as soon as I get back." As the two conversed, cheerful celebration filled the operation headquarters at that very moment. It's no exaggeration to say the senior officials of Ningnan City were even happier than Yang Lin at that moment, especially those deputy leaders in charge. Although they still couldn't avoid being disciplined, compared to before, the punishments would definitely be much lighter. Immediately instruct Ningnan Television to notify all citizens that the crisis has been officially resolved and everything has returned to normal. In addition, immediately organize a press conference and summon all media reporters. We need to reflect on this incident and announce punishments for those identified as responsible. Of course, units and individuals who have played significant positive roles in this incident shall also be rewarded and commended. As soon as a middle-aged official issued the directive, the relevant departments sprang into action. At the same time, official television channels in Ningnan City announced through various local TV stations and online platforms that the crisis had been resolved, and disclosed the current status and capture process of those animals that were successfully caught. The report naturally included high praise for the relevant departments, with Yang Lin, who played the most crucial role in the entire process, receiving special commendation. Soon, these related reports and news went viral across major online platforms. Whether it was Douyin short videos, Holang blogs, or other portal news websites, every platform was flooded with uniformly similar coverage of this incident. Among all the buzzing news, the hottest topic was the videos showing the escaped animals being captured. The most viral of them all was the incident that had just occurred at Shihong Zoo. Within just half an hour, the video had already surpassed 100 million views, and the comment section was absolutely flooded. So fast? It's been less than 6 hours since the incident started. That was really fast. I remember it took us a whole day to catch that alligator gar last time. Never mind catching an alligator gar, back in my hometown, even catching a pig during New Year takes longer than that. Speaking of catching pigs, I remember last year when my dad and his 5 brothers tried to catch one, and the darn thing still got away. I was helping hold the pig's head and ended up getting butted right into the outhouse. If pigs are that hard to catch, let alone those dangerous wild animals, you all don't understand anything. If it hadn't been for the zoo director's professional expertise this time, it would never have ended so quickly. That's why they say every trade has its master. This is what you call professionalism. Good heavens, are all the animals in Shihong Zoo divine beings? What's up with this Lion King now? It's Jean Cola. The zoo director has been adding Jean Cola to the animals feed. I always wondered why there were so few animals in Shihong Zoo. Turns out they're going for the elite route. Honestly, can I apply to be a zookeeper? Suddenly being a keeper seems like such a cool profession. Don't even think about being a keeper. Without a PhD, you'd probably get looked down on by these animals. Then maybe I'll apply to be one of the animals. Wonder if the director can train me to become the king of the jungle. Sorry to say, but judging by the 2 primates currently at Shihong Zoo, you'd likely be the lowest IQ resident if you joined. Rumor has it their shit dealer chimp is already studying steam engine mechanics. Just as the heated discussions were spreading across the internet, Yang Lin and his zoo also entered the spotlight. Chapter 59, Generous Rewards from the Authorities. By the next day, the escaped animals incident had drawn to a close, though its aftermath continued to ripple outward. However, this had little impact on Yang Lin except for one thing: the zoo's visitor numbers surged once again. Reluctantly, Yang Lin spent 10,000 yuan to create an online reservation mini-program. Visitors must make reservations 1 day in advance, with a daily cap of 5,000 people. As of now, reservations are fully booked until next month. The frustration of being unable to earn more money made Yang Lin's heart ache. I must find time to upgrade and renovate the park. This reception capacity is just too pathetic. While sighing, Yang Lin carefully searched for relevant information about domestic and international zoos. Shihong Zoo has a history of several decades now. Apart from its large area, everything else has fallen behind. Being run down in the past was one thing, but now it's one of the most popular zoos in Ningnan and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. If it remains so shabby, it would be rather unacceptable. Moreover, and more importantly, if he didn't upgrade the zoo, how could he justify raising prices in the future? Just as he was planning the future of Shihong Zoo in his mind, a flustered Chen Kurson came running in. "Cousin, that police officer from before is back again, this time with reporters. This time he probably isn't here to arrest you." Hearing Chen Kurson's words, Yang Lin's eyes immediately lit up. "Just wondering where to get the funds for renovations, and here comes someone bringing money right to my doorstep." He clearly remembered that Lin Feng still owed him $1 million bounty, and with this latest incident, surely they could squeeze out a bit more. "Let's step out and welcome them." With that, Yang Lin strode straight toward the entrance of the park. At the zoo entrance at this moment, apart from crowds of curious onlookers, the most eye-catching elements were undoubtedly the fleet of vehicles from the criminal police squad and the TV broadcast trucks. Yang Lin even spotted a massive, boisterous gongs and drums team, complete with dragon dancers and lion dancers, creating an incredibly lively scene. When his figure appeared at the zoo gate, the crowd of spectators instantly erupted with excitement. "The zoo director is here! The zoo director is here! Hurry up! Make way for the zoo director! How many commendations has the director received now?" Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Lin Feng, all smiles, walked up to Yang Lin holding up a commendation banner. "Director Yang, we meet again. I won't bother with pleasantries, I'll just cut to the chase. Bring everything over." With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, a group of officers immediately came forward carrying various items. Some held signage, some carried trays, and some bore certificates. But aside from these, nothing excited Yang Lin more than that oversized check. Looking at that long string of zeros starting with the number 5, Yang Lin knew this wasn't just any ordinary payout. "On behalf of all the citizens of Ningnan City, I'd like to express our gratitude to Director Yang for his efforts in this operation. Here's your certificate, this is Ningnan City's 5A Class Scenic Spot Accreditation plaque, and here's your bonus from last time plus this round totaling 5 million yuan. As he spoke, Lin Feng stuffed this pile of items straight into Yang Lin's hands. Seeing this scene, the onlookers and reporters immediately pulled out their phones and other recording devices, snapping away frantically. Just as Yang Lin thought it was over, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up again. "Of course, this commendation isn't just for you, Director Yang. Considering the outstanding performance of the animals in your park, we've specially prepared a unique gift for them as well." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin was stunned for a moment before responding with surprise. "What did you prepare for them?" However, Lin Feng didn't answer his question right away. Instead, he glanced inside the zoo grounds. "Director Yang, could you conveniently call over the Paw Patrol?" Although he didn't quite understand why Lin Feng suddenly wanted the Paw Patrol, Yang Lin still pulled his phone out of his pocket. As he dialed one of the numbers listed, it wasn't long before Li Gooden, with a children's phone watch strapped around his neck, came rushing over with the Bark Patrol team in tow. "What's up, boss? Early dinner?" As soon as he arrived, Li Gooden propped his front paws onto Yang Lin's shoulders. At the sight of this, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, Lin Feng nodded again to a nearby officer. Soon after, the officer wheeled over a small cart. Yang Lin looked closely and realized the cart was loaded with black vests emblazoned with police badges. However, these vests were clearly not meant for humans to wear. Upon the higher authorities' decision, our Ningnan City Criminal Investigation Division has officially appointed Li Gooden, Li Goxing, and 6 other members of the Paw Patrol as full-fledged police dogs. Obtain formal police dog status, enjoying all the benefits and subsidies of active duty police dogs. Of course, they don't need to join the police force, they just need to stay in the zoo. As Lin Feng finished speaking, an officer immediately picked up a vest from the trolley and handed it to Yang Lin. Staring at these sleek black vests emblazoned with police dog serial numbers and insignias, Yang Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Before he could react, Li Gooden swiftly clamped his teeth onto one of the items first. Right in front of everyone, he put on this police dog vest himself. "Boss, this outfit is so cool, I love it. Wow, this is amazing," Li Gooden exclaimed excitedly as he directed the other dogs to put on their little vests too. Once all the dogs had voluntarily donned their vests embroidered with K9 unit numbers, the entire vibe of the Paw Patrol instantly transformed. From a motley crew of undisciplined stragglers, they transformed into a well-trained regular army at once. Even from a distance, there was an inexplicable sense of reassurance about them. Nearby tourists couldn't help but enthusiastically exclaim, "So handsome." Without a doubt, from this moment onwards, the Paw Patrol officially transformed from a civilian group into a special operations squad with government backing. While everyone marveled in astonishment, Yang Lin couldn't help but ask a rapid series of questions. "Captain Lin, I'd like to ask, does this mean they're now officially enlisted? Approximately how much are their monthly salaries and subsidies?" Caught off guard by these unexpected questions, Lin Feng froze momentarily before responding. "Formal police dogs are entitled to a monthly food subsidy of 18,000 yuan. Of course, there may be slight variations depending on the breed and specific tasks involved. As soon as Lin Feng uttered these words, both Yang Lin and the tourists on the scene fell silent in an instant. An 18,000 yuan monthly subsidy? Damn, that's already higher than the salaries of 90% of people in Ningnan City. After a moment of silence, a faint smile appeared on Yang Lin's face. He could finally live the life of freeloading off dogs. Chapter 60, The City Zoo Went Bankrupt. This is just too much. My salary isn't even as much as a dog's. Does the police force still need K9 units? I want to sign up for a few months. Can humans apply for the police dog civil service position? Single dogs are still dogs. I believe I'm qualified for this job. Please trust me, organization. Give up, brothers. The standards for police dog recruitment are extremely high, with many eliminated every year. High? I don't think they're high at all. Police dogs do exceptionally dangerous work: bomb detection, drug busts, search and rescue. They're risking their lives on the job. Exactly, and I've heard that police dogs generally have much shorter lifespans than regular dogs, and it's rare for them to live out their natural lives. Then forget it. I won't become a police dog after all. But I can have my own dog try out for the K9 unit. If the entire Paw Patrol squad are police dogs now, does that mean any tourist who dares cause trouble with them would be charged with assaulting an officer? Isn't that obvious? Of course it would count. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the already police-uniformed Wang Wang team proactively lined up to shake hands with Lin Feng one by one. Their demeanor looked even more professional than actual police dogs. After the Wang Wang team collectively received their commendations, 2 large trucks pulled up at the zoo entrance. Director Yang, the promised animal rewards we discussed earlier have all been approved by the higher-ups. This truck is carrying 5,000 jin of fresh beef, specially sponsored by Guangning Meat Processing Plant. This load has 1,000 live chickens and 5,000 jin of dog food. Not bad treatment for our big contributors, eh? As Lin Feng explained, Yang Lin's eyes immediately lit up. If nothing else, just the cost of these meats added up to a considerable sum. It must easily amount to several 100,000 yuan. Enough, enough. This will feed all the animals in my zoo for months. That's good. I've delivered everything for today. As he spoke, Lin Feng beckoned over a nearby television reporter. After the photo session wrapped up, Yang Lin initially thought that would be the end of it. But just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he quietly leaned close to Yang Lin's ear. Director Yang, you'd better be prepared. Your Shihong Zoo is probably going to get very lively soon. Before Yang Lin could figure out what he meant by those words, Lin Feng turned away with a mysterious look on his face. What does he mean? What does he mean by getting very lively soon? Yang Lin, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's words, simply decided not to dwell on it further. Though the award ceremony had concluded, countless tasks still lay ahead. After storing all the supplies, Yang Lin's gaze fell upon the official commendation check. It might be called a check, but really it was just a receipt. The actual bonus had already been transferred to his bank account through Ningnan City's financial system. In other words, in just that brief moment, his savings had skyrocketed by 5 million on top of what he already had. As for how exactly he would spend those 5 million, he had already made up his mind. The next second, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Tianyuan Architectural Design Company? I'd like to commission a design plan from you. What type of project? Would a zoo be acceptable? Roughly 50 hectares. Just as Yang Lin was preparing to renovate the old zoo grounds, news that astonished all Ningnan residents suddenly broke. The Ningnan City Zoo, built nearly 40 years ago, has declared bankruptcy. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire city of Ningnan. No one expected that this state-owned zoo, which had been operating well in the first half of the year, would collapse so suddenly. This is also the first zoo in Dragon Country to declare bankruptcy. Not only were ordinary citizens stunned, but Yang Lin was also completely dumbfounded when he received the news. Holy shit, no way. Did I actually take them down? It's a state-run facility after all. How could it just collapse like this? If this news hadn't come from internal sources, Yang Lin would have almost suspected it was someone spreading rumors. Just as he was filled with doubt, a deputy leader responsible for Ningnan City suddenly approached him. After hearing the explanation from this deputy leader, he finally understood the reason. It turned out that since its establishment, Ningnan City Zoo had only been profitable during the initial years and had never made any significant profits afterward. Every year, it survived solely on financial subsidies. In recent years, after transitioning to a self-sufficient operating model, the already struggling business became even more dire. It used to be the staff feeding the animals, now it's the animals feeding the staff. On top of that, this accident caused the entire zoo's top management to get locked up, so the authorities simply shut the place down. When the time comes, they'll flip and sell the zoo land plot to instantly turn losses into profits. The only real headache is figuring out what to do with all those animals. Ningnan City Zoo is a large-scale zoo housing over 2,500 animals representing more than 250 species. There's simply no way to release all these animals back into the wild. Therefore, The final decision from above was to distribute these over 2,500 animals to zoos across the country. As the only remaining zoo in Ningnan, Shihong Zoo will also take responsibility for a portion of them. At this thought, Yang Lin finally understood the meaning of what Lin Feng had said earlier. His eyes immediately lit up. What a stroke of luck! While these animals might be a burden for other zoos, to Yang Lin, they were an opportunity he couldn't pass up. God knows how much money and how long it would take if he went through official channels to acquire a new animal. What made him even happier was that due to his previous contributions to Ningnan, he had the priority to select animals first. Only those left unchosen by him would be distributed to various parts of the country. In an instant, images of countless rare and precious animals began flooding Yang Lin's mind. Giant pandas, golden monkeys, giraffes, zebras. Yang Lin wanted to acquire all the animal species that Shihong Zoo currently lacked. One could imagine how the visitor distribution across the zoo would balance out naturally once these new animals were introduced to Shihong Zoo. Of course, these were just idle thoughts for now. In reality, each additional animal would significantly increase the zoo's operating expenses. The zoo's standards would also need to be upgraded accordingly. Raising a single giant panda, for instance, would require at least 1 million yuan in annual expenses and necessitate dedicating extensive habitats specifically designed for pandas. When it's cold, you need heating. When it's hot, you need AC and ice. Both a national treasure and our ancestor. Just as Yang Lin was pondering carefully before making a decision, the municipal zoo suddenly delivered some bad news. Chapter 61, The Golden Snub-Nosed Monkey, a coup from the troop. What? The monkeys at the city zoo are rebelling? When Yang Lin first heard this news, he momentarily didn't know what kind of expression to make. He felt somewhat amused, but too embarrassed to laugh. That's right. Because of the city zoo's impending closure, many staff members have already resigned in advance. The zookeeper previously in charge of Monkey Mountain didn't show up this morning, so those monkeys started running wild throughout the park under the leadership of their king. Now the entire municipal zoo has descended into complete chaos. Inside the administrator's office of Shihong Zoo, a minor official from the municipal zoo complained bitterly to Yang Lin. We had no other choice, so we had to come find Director Yang for help. I understand, I'll handle this matter. Actually, I was just planning to head to the city zoo anyway. Having grasped the situation, Yang Lin didn't delay any further. Taking along Officer Dog Egg, who was now a police dog, he drove alone towards the city zoo's direction. By the time he arrived at the city zoo, it was already past 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Even from a distance, he could hear the roars of various animals inside. One might mistakenly think the entire zoo had revolted. As for the remaining zoo staff, they had all retreated into the office building too frightened to come out. Seeing the scene, Yang Lin was just about to walk in to ask what was going on when he noticed a young lady behind the glass window frantically gesturing at him. Baffled, Yang Lin initially thought she was using sign language until a gust of foul wind suddenly rushed at him from behind. Holy crap! Without a second thought, Yang Lin immediately dodged to the side. Thud! With a dull thud, a shallow dent was smashed into a trash can that had been right in front of him. There was a palm-sized concrete block lying right in front of the pit. If he hadn't dodged earlier, that concrete block would have smashed directly onto his head. Following the trajectory of the thrown concrete block, he spotted a monkey with dull fur crouching on a nearby lamppost. Clearly, this was the culprit who had hurled the concrete chunk. While Yang Lin was still sizing up the monkey, the mischievous creature bared its teeth at him, letting out a series of triumphant screeches. Yang Lin couldn't bear this disrespect. He immediately turned to Li Guden beside him and ordered, "Guden, go catch that monkey for me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Guden, dressed in his police dog uniform, darted out like an arrow. Although the monkey was exceptionally agile in movement, there was still a considerable disparity in intelligence compared to Li Guden. Before long, it was cornered by Li Guden and then pinned forcefully to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lin promptly gave it a thumbs up. Reporting, boss, the suspect monkey has been apprehended. What's the next course of action? Hold it down, I'll interrogate it. Yes. While Li Guden restrained the unruly monkey, Yang Lin, still shaken, finally approached the monkey of unknown breed. Why did you throw rocks at me? I don't even know you. The terrified monkey's expression suddenly shifted to disbelief upon hearing Yang Lin's words. Why can I understand what you're saying? Are you a monkey too? Of course not. Never mind how I can talk to you right now, first tell me why you tried to smash me. It's unclear whether this mischievous monkey was acting under Li Gaudan's coercion or some other reason, but after just a brief hesitation, it answered directly. Because you humans won't give us food. Is that it? Hearing the reason behind the monkey uprising, Yang Lin froze on the spot. He had thought the monkeys suddenly wanted freedom, which was why they rebelled. Turns out it's just hungry. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. The zookeepers ran away, there are no visitors to feed them, and there aren't any wild fruits on Monkey Mountain, no wonder they're starving. Now that he understood the reason, Yang Lin knew exactly what to do next. Looking at the scruffy-furred monkey before him, he casually cast his insight ability upon it. The next second, information about this monkey appeared before his eyes. Yunnan Golden Monkey. Intelligence, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Dexterity, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Noble temperament, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Leadership of the monkey troop, gold tier talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. However, as the individual already possesses inherent leadership potential, activating this talent only costs 1 talent point. After reading the information before him, Yang Lin's face immediately showed a trace of surprise. This little ash-gray monkey before me turned out to be none other than the aristocratic golden snub-nosed monkey of Yunnan. The golden snub-nosed monkey commonly referred to by people is generally the Sichuan golden snub-nosed monkey, with golden fur and higher aesthetic appeal. It took Yang Lin a moment to realize the little creature before him was also a golden snub-nosed monkey. Ha, what a coincidence, just when I didn't know which animal to pick, I'll choose you as the first one. As he spoke, Yang Lin spent an ability point to unlock the troop leader talent for the little fellow before him. The next moment, a miraculous change began to occur in this little creature. Although its size remained just as petite, its fur gained a new luster, shifting directly from gray to a muted gold. Compared to pure gold, it lost some brilliance but gained an air of nobility. The white tuft atop its head gradually transformed into a circular pattern resembling a miniature crown. Once all the changes were complete, an aura unlike that of an ordinary monkey radiated from its being. Without a doubt, having successfully ignited its talents, it now possessed the ability to compete for the throne of the Monkey King. From today onward, you're with me. Your name will be Li Kong. Your first task under my command is to find the current Monkey King, defeat it, and then bring your entire tribe back to me. Go! At Yang Lin's command, this unique Yunnan snub-nosed monkey immediately leaped onto a nearby tree and vanished swiftly into the depths of the zoo. Soon after, howls of monkeys could be heard echoing from within the zoo grounds. At the same time, the staff in the city zoo's administration office witnessed an extraordinarily thrilling scene through the surveillance monitors. On the surveillance screen, a dark golden-coated Yunnan snub-nosed monkey was leading several robust macaques into battle against other macaque monkeys. After defeating these macaques, they immediately joined his troop. Before long, the army led by this Yunnan snub-nosed monkey began growing increasingly formidable. What began as a few members quickly expanded to several dozen. At this point, an outrageous thought sprang to their minds. The rebel monkeys seemed to have staged another coup, as a new Monkey King was leading its guard to attack the old monarch. Absurd, utterly absurd. Chapter 62, Strike Gold and haul everything away. What are these monkeys doing? Why are they fighting among themselves? How interesting, suddenly a new Monkey King has emerged. So monkeys can stage coups too. Wait a minute, isn't this new Monkey King that little bullied golden monkey Xiao Wei from before? Since when did it become so brave? They're fighting. Inside the administrator's office, a group of city zoo employees watched the unfolding scene with visible excitement. Just at that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. When they finally opened the office door, they discovered a young man standing outside with a dog on a leash. Oh, you're Director Yang from Shihong Zoo. At just a glance, everyone present recognized Yang Lin's identity. Director Yang, come in and have a seat. We were just talking about you earlier. That's right, you're practically our idol now. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Yang Lin felt somewhat embarrassed instead. After all, no matter how you looked at it, his role had been crucial in the municipal zoo's swift closure. You're not blaming me, are you? With a hint of awkwardness, Yang Lin slowly spoke up. Hearing his words, everyone was momentarily stunned before expressions of detachment swept across their faces. Director Yang, you're overthinking this. Even without Shihong Zoo's emergence, City Zoo has been struggling for a while now. Now it's perfect, they've gone bankrupt. We'll receive substantial compensation, couldn't be better. Exactly. We were almost unable to pay salaries before, and now we're getting several years' worth all at once. The only regret is not being able to stay with those animals any longer. Yes, after spending so much time together, they become like our own children. As they spoke, visible sorrow appeared on the faces of these municipal zoo employees. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lin began contemplating something. Given the current situation, the operational scale of Shihong Zoo is only going to expand increasingly. With the increase in animal numbers, the staff count naturally needs to keep pace. Initially, he had considered recruiting a batch of people with zoo work experience from the public, but now it seems there's no need to go through that trouble at all. At this thought, Yang Lin quickly asked tentatively, "Have you considered continuing in this line of work at another zoo?" His words had barely left his mouth when all eyes in the room turned to him in unison. A glimmer of hope was clearly visible in their gazes. Director Yang, are you saying you want to invite us to join? Can we really? Seeing the eager looks in everyone's eyes, a smile instantly appeared on Yang Lin's face. Why not? If you're willing to come, Shihong Zoo welcomes you anytime. I can fully maintain your previous salary standards for compensation. Really? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. After working in this industry for so many years, I honestly don't know what else I could do if I left this job. Now everything works out. Director Yang, I used to be responsible for carnivore care, lions, tigers, I can handle them all. I used to be in charge of the aviary, so I know all about the habits of every bird species. I was responsible for breeding. My job was procurement. As each staff member described their previous responsibilities, Yang Lin's smile grew progressively brighter. I originally came just to select some animals, but unexpectedly ended up solving the staffing issue as well. With this group of experienced employees, his Shihong Zoo finally started to feel like a proper zoo. Immediately, he made a verbal agreement with these people. Once the municipal zoo completes their personnel reductions in a few days, they'll report directly to Shihong Zoo for work. Just as he was filled with joy, he soon received an even bigger surprise. Director Nya, are you saying that all the facilities from the city zoo can be moved to Shihong Zoo for use? Absolutely movable, no problem at all. Even the cages can be moved? Can we directly dismantle structural materials from the enclosures? That's a shame, what a pity. Can we move those aquarium equipment? I was just planning to relocate those dolphins from the aquarium to Shihong Zoo. I just want to give those animals a more comfortable home. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Yang Lin felt as if he'd been hit by the luckiest stroke of fortune imaginable. The most expensive assets in a zoo, aside from the animals themselves, are the various pieces of equipment. The cost of this equipment can sometimes exceed that of building the entire zoo. He had originally expected to gradually purchase these items himself in the future, but it turned out there was no need at all. With the collapse of the city zoo, everything came fully equipped for him. Animals, staff, equipment. Thanks to the gifts of nature. Just as Yang Lin was marveling at his incredible luck, everyone in the office collectively turned their gaze to the surveillance screen. On the screen, the previously seen Yunnan golden-haired monkey had successfully knocked the old Monkey King to the ground. With the old Monkey King defeated, the entire monkey group immediately submitted to this Yunnan golden-haired monkey. Before they could even process this sudden turn of events, they witnessed a scene that horrified them. Under the leadership of this Yunnan Golden Monkey King, hundreds of monkeys came surging towards their direction in a massive, chaotic wave, each one looking fierce and aggressive. Holy crap, what do these monkeys want? They're not planning to take us out, are they? Damn, we came here to watch the drama and ended up being part of the show ourselves. Should we call the police? Why call the police when we have an animal cop right here? Involuntarily, everyone's gazes simultaneously turned toward Li Godan squatting next to Yang Lin. Under their collective stare, Li Godan quickly retracted his lolling tongue and straightened his chest, as if declaring, "Bring your problems to me." Yet what surprised them was Yang Lin's complete lack of panic upon learning about the monkey troop's renewed rampage. The next second, under the gazes of all the employees, he pushed open the office door and headed straight outside. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. 100 monkeys in a riotous state were no laughing matter. Watch out, Director Yang. Come inside quickly, let's call the police first and wait for the officers to handle this. Don't act rashly. In terms of threat level within the entire zoo, even lions and tigers might not compare to a group of monkeys in riotous state. Just as everyone was desperately trying to dissuade them, monkeys of various shapes and sizes appeared in everyone's sight, led by that golden snub-nosed Monkey King. With their current intimidating demeanor, even fierce beasts like lions and tigers would have to step aside. Everyone could already picture Yang Lin being pummeled by the troop of monkeys in the next moment. However, to their utter astonishment, the golden snub-nosed Monkey King suddenly stopped in its tracks when it was still about 10 meters away from Yang Lin. In the next second, it did something that absolutely floored everyone. Chapter 63 Zoo Renovation, First Update. Over 100 monkeys of various species swarmed behind the golden snub-nosed monkey like a dark tide. The scene resembled nothing less than gangsters clashing in the streets. Yet just as everyone assumed Yang Lin would become the next target, the leading golden snub-nosed monkey suddenly halted. The monkey, which had been striking a proud kingly pose just moments ago, suddenly hunched its back and within seconds was scampering eagerly toward Yang Lin like an eager-to-please lapdog. Before anyone could react, it started massaging Yang Lin's legs, its face sporting the same obsequious expression as a fawning human. It took everyone in the office several long seconds to process what they were seeing. Holy crap, this monkey's practically a spirit. Did it figure out Director Yang's status? Damn, where's the rebellious Monkey King that was promised? How did it turn into this state all of a sudden? Did it somehow know it would end up at Shihong Zoo in the future, so it came ahead to establish good relations? Just as everyone was utterly astonished, the ingratiating Yunnan Golden Monkey Li Kong also spoke up to Yang Lin. Boss, how'd I do? These guys are all my underlings now. What's our next move? Upon hearing Li Kong's words, Yang Lin paused to consider before responding with utmost seriousness. You've done well. When you follow me to the new zoo later, you'll keep your position as Monkey King, 3 banana meals a day guaranteed. As for now, first lead your troop of brothers and come with me on a little trip. Got it. As Yang Lin spoke, he led Li Kong into the inner areas of the city zoo. Meanwhile, the 100 or so monkeys followed closely behind, looking every bit like a gang of black market toughs in the zoo. Before long, Yang Lin had led the troop of monkeys on a full tour of the entire zoo. By this point, Yang Lin finally realized that compared to the city zoo, his Shihong Zoo was like a humble wooden shack standing next to a grand mansion. Not only are the facilities and equipment worlds apart, but even the park's layout is vastly superior, not to mention the diversity of animals. However, the more he saw, the more excited Yang Lin became. I can take those 2 little raccoons back and raise them together with the 2 sandcats, maybe create a cute creatures exhibit, and the black-necked cranes, plus the kangaroos definitely have to come along too. For giraffes, eating tree leaves doesn't cost much usually, and we can even sell leaves to tourists, 10 yuan per leaf. I'm practically a business genius. As for pandas, forget about them, too difficult to raise. They'd need a dedicated enclosure, and the costs are too high. Pass. After some careful consideration, he quickly settled on his targets. Including these monkeys, he ultimately selected 150 animals encompassing common species, reptiles, mammals, flying creatures, large herbivores, and so on. These animals basically filled the species gaps at Shihong Zoo. He even specifically found a 3-year-old male northeast tiger cub to serve as a potential mate for Sister Hua. As for whether Sister Hua would actually take a liking to this little tiger cub, well, that wasn't his concern anymore. Seeing that the animal selection was nearly complete, all that remained was waiting for specialized transport vehicles to deliver these animals to Shihong Zoo. This wait stretched another 5 days. During those 5 days, Yang Lin wasn't idle either. After sealing off the zoo premises, he successively brought in construction crews to renovate and upgrade some of the facilities within the park. As for the materials used, they were all sourced from the municipal zoo's leftovers. Yes, tear down that old gate over there and install this new one. Replace all the signs here with new ones as well. Inside the park, Yang Lin, wearing a safety helmet, was directing a group of workers like a construction foreman. After 5 days of preliminary renovations, Shihong Zoo hadn't quite undergone a complete transformation yet, but it was already vastly improved compared to before. Roads, buildings, and even the animals' living environments had all seen significant upgrades. Just as Yang Lin was watching the renovation progress with satisfaction, Chen Kurson came running over in her brand new zoo uniform. Cousin, I've already posted all the notices you asked me to. Are you sure our zoo should reopen tomorrow? Hearing Chen Kurson's words, Yang Lin didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Of course I'm certain. Do you know how much revenue the park would lose by staying closed for 5 days? Besides, those new animals will be arriving tomorrow. I'm planning to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for them. Welcoming ceremony? Are you sure about this, cousin? Chen Kurson asked with visible skepticism upon hearing Yang Lin's proposal. Animals also need a sense of ceremony. From now on, they're members of Shihong Zoo, so of course we should give them a good first impression. Plus, I've already worked out the plan, you don't need to worry about it. Just post the copy I gave you earlier. Oh, and I also have a promotional video here, post that along with the copy. As he spoke, Yang Lin suddenly remembered something and quickly fished a USB drive from his pocket to hand to Chen Kurson. We actually have a promotional video for our zoo? How come I never knew about this? Of course, we're now the only zoo left in Ningnan City. Naturally, everything needs to be brought up to professional standards. Hurry up and go, I bet the visitors are missing us by now. Hey there, Master Mason, you don't need to apply the cement so thickly. What a waste this is. Staring at the USB flash drive in her hand, Chen Kurson's mind brimmed with curiosity. Driven by this flicker of curiosity, Chen Kurson quickly inserted the USB into her office computer. A video promptly appeared before her eyes. When she clicked to play the video, an unusually crude opening animation immediately flashed across the screen. It goes without saying that this video was obviously edited by Yang Lin himself to save money. At this moment, Chen Kurson couldn't help but develop serious doubts about the quality of the upcoming video. However, the next scene instantly left her somewhat stunned. As the opening animation concluded, a majestic golden eagle swept across the sky, and the originally flat camera angle abruptly transformed into a breathtaking aerial view. The entire panoramic view of Shihong Zoo was captured in one sweeping shot before the camera abruptly plunged downward from the heavens into the orangutan enclosure. At that moment, Li Wei in the orangutan enclosure seemed to sense the camera's approach. He produced a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from nowhere, putting them on before blowing a smoke ring directly at the lens. Before the smoke ring could even disperse, the camera abruptly cut to the tiger enclosure. Similarly attuned to the camera's presence, the Siberian tiger Li Hua immediately leaped onto the highest platform in the enclosure and unleashed a thunderous roar. After the tiger enclosure came the panthers, the wolves, the crocodile pond, and finally the lion enclosure. The animals in the frame alternate between elegance, humor, mischief, and majesty. Each creature strives to showcase its most distinctive traits before the camera. Though brief, the footage is utterly breathtaking. Combined with the uncut long takes and unique filming angles, it creates an immersive experience that feels almost tangible. By the time the video finished playing, Chen Kursen still hadn't fully regained her composure. She could already imagine the expressions netizens would have when this promotional video was uploaded online. Without further hesitation, she immediately uploaded the videos to all the official platform accounts of Shihong Zoo. Chapter 64, Reopening the Zoo, Second Update. On the Douyin short video platform, the buzz surrounding Shihong Zoo still hadn't died down. The previous series of events still remained on the trending list. However, what concerned netizens the most was when the Shihong Zoo would reopen, leading to a flood of new comments under its official account. Day 5 of closure, when exactly will you reopen? 5 days. Do you know how I've survived these 5 days? I miss my Chiochio and Yuan Yuan so much. It's been 5 days since I had the free-range chicken from Sunrise Zoo. Other chickens just don't taste as good anymore. The kids at home keep nagging every day to see the big tiger. When will we get to see the big tiger again? I traveled all the way from Shanghai only to find out it's closed today. My poor heart can't take this disappointment. I really want to pet the big tiger and the rhino so badly. I wonder how my gorilla bro's been doing these past 5 days, if he's had any smokes. I've already got your favorite Hua Z cigs ready for you. Just as netizens were clamoring for updates, a brand new video was uploaded to the Shihong Zoo's official account. The moment the video was posted, it immediately drew massive attention from fans. And when they read the video's caption, their expressions instantly shifted in all sorts of ways. Finally it's reopening? My god, I've waited 5 days for this moment. Hurry up and book tickets, guys. The zoo's getting renovated, and there are new animals coming. Is this for real? This update will implement the following changes: optimization of some area map models, hero ability adjustments where Shit Courier's ultimate imminent defecation will be changed to randomly launch Alajai at the nearest target, plus new heroes like Little Raccoon and Giraffe. Great, finally some new animals are joining. I just hope these ones will be a bit more normal. Just as everyone thought this video was merely announcing the reopening, the promotional reel that followed was promptly unveiled. Just like when Chen Kursen first saw the promotional video, these netizens were similarly amazed by its content when they viewed it. Although all the animals featured in the video were species they had seen before at zoos, this was their first time observing them so closely, as shown in the video. Some shots were even taken right against the animals' faces, capturing details so clearly that even their fine facial fur could be distinctly seen. In just moments, the video's view count skyrocketed repeatedly, while the number of shares reached an astonishing figure. This is absolutely mind-blowing, like watching an animal blockbuster come to life. Now this is how a zoo promotional video should be done. I'm seriously impressed by these animals, especially the Lion King's profile in the sunlight. Damn, that's majestic. I stand with Sister Hua. Sister Hua's fierce tiger roar is truly badass. Stop arguing. I think the shots of the two little palaces cats are the best. Real tough guys should love this kind. Our gangster Shidafu is still as stylish as ever. Next time I'll definitely get him a big gold chain. These are nothing. I think Mr. Papa Macaw is more elegant. He called Daddy 3 times in one shot. My mid-lane alligator isn't fierce enough? That last bite nearly took out the cameraman. Wondering what the hell they used to film this. Drones couldn't possibly capture this effect, right? Definitely not a drone. So is there a chance it might have been shot by a golden eagle? Damn, every single one of them is a real talent. Starting to feel a bit worried for the new animals. Are they gonna get bullied in this zoo? As netizens heatedly discussed, news about the Shihong Zoo's imminent reopening once again went viral online. This led to all 10,000 reservation slots for the reopening day being snapped up almost instantly. Even scalpers have driven up the price of same-day reservations to 200 yuan each, yet crowds of eager visitors still chose to purchase them regardless. Amidst this atmosphere of widespread anticipation, in the blink of an eye, the following day arrived. The clock's hands had just pointed to 7 o'clock when a large crowd of visitors began gathering outside Shihong Zoo. These early arrivals immediately noticed the brand new changes at Shihong Zoo. Not only had the main gate become more imposing, but many previously unseen facilities had also been added. Just as the visitors were marveling at these fresh transformations, in the next moment, the dashing uniformed Paw Patrol team filed out from the zoo grounds in orderly succession. The visitors thought they would begin their usual routine as always. However, the actions that followed left them somewhat bewildered. Under the leadership of Li Gooden, the Paw Patrol dogs lined up in 2 orderly rows. Seeing this, the visitors tactfully stepped aside to make way. And just at that moment, bursts of music began emanating from inside the park. In the next instant, to the stunned gazes of the visitors, 2 rows of small figures emerged from the park. Some of these figures carried trombones, others held gongs and drums, and a few even lugged pipe organs. Each was playing their instrument with all their might. Upon closer listening, one could vaguely recognize it as the viral online hit Hey Taoa, Ace of Spades. They marched toward the zoo gates while playing their instruments. At first, visitors mistook them for a group of children carrying musical instruments. It wasn't until they drew nearer that people realized these petite figures were actually small monkeys dressed in human clothing. The little monkeys appeared to have undergone professional training, not only forming neat lines but also keeping perfect rhythm with the music. The conductor monkey at the front looked exceptionally distinctive. Its dark golden fur glistened under the newborn sunlight, while it twirled the baton with dazzling flair. Witnessing such a marvelous spectacle, the tourists burst into laughter. They never expected that in just a few short days, Shihong Zoo would pull yet another surprising stunt. I never knew monkeys could be this adorable. These monkeys are all so cute and well behaved. What breed is the one leading them? It feels so different from the others. Just seeing these monkeys reminded me of how a bunch of them stole my bag at the city zoo. Those monkeys were downright ugly and vicious. I was also beaten up by a monkey at the city zoo, and I've never gone back since. Look at this, then compare it to the monkeys at the city zoo, it's like night and day. Exactly right, these monkeys are all so polite, completely different from the ones at the city zoo. They understand music too? Looks like we've got a bunch of artistic monkeys here. Where on earth did Director Yang find these magical little monkeys? Well, apparently they're the same troop of monkeys from the city zoo that got relocated here. So you're telling me these monkeys are the exact same ones from the city zoo? How awkward. Just as the visitors were engrossed in watching these little monkeys perform, a procession of uniquely decorated large trucks began slowly making their way down Dongwu Avenue outside Shihong Zoo's entrance. Chapter 65, The Grand Opening Ceremony, Third Update. Merely witnessing these little monkeys' performance gave the crowd of visitors a sense that their trip had already been worthwhile. However, this was merely the beginning of the grand reopening ceremony of Shihong Zoo. At exactly 8 o'clock, a large truck approaching the zoo's main gate instantly captured everyone's attention. Following the gazes of the visitors, the cargo truck's body had been elaborately decorated with thick foam boards to resemble a giant tiger. From a distance, it looked exactly like an oversized Siberian tiger. Just as everyone was casting curious glances, Yang Lin's voice came through the zoo's loudspeakers. Today marks the first reopening of Shihong Zoo after its upgrade, as well as the debut ceremony for our new animal friends. First up, we present to you a young Amur tiger from the northeast of Dragon Country, handsome Shui Shui. As Yang Lin's announcement concluded, a vigorous roar erupted from the large truck. Peering through the gaps between the truck railings, a fully grown striped tiger was prominently visible inside. Though not as awe-inspiring as Flower Mama, the aura of the Jungle King was already beginning to take shape. In an instant, the entire venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. Wow! Flower Mama has company now, and this Siberian tiger is a male. Could they become a pair? Probably not. In Sister Hua's eyes, that male Siberian tiger is just a scrawny little dog. That actually makes sense. Amid the crowd's discussion, the male Siberian tiger sent from the city zoo as a newlywed groom was slowly escorted toward the tiger enclosure. Right after it, a large truck decorated as a zebra soon followed and drove in. The moment they spotted the zebra on the truck, local visitors quickly recognized it. These two looked just like the ones from the city zoo, but somehow they seemed different from how they were there. No way, could they already be sick before even officially joining the new zoo? What are you talking about? I think they actually look more spirited now. What's that vehicle behind? As the two zebras entered the enclosure, a massive lion-pattern truck pulled in behind them. Seeing this, the previously puzzled visitors suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder they got so lively all of a sudden. Turns out there's a big guy following behind. 666, how is this sequence arranged? LOL, those two zebras probably pissed themselves all the way here. While talking, these tourists didn't forget to pull out their phones to record this amazing moment. And right at that moment, a chorus of birdsong from the sky quickly caught their attention. As everyone looked up, they saw a massive golden eagle soaring through the azure sky, with a flock of variously shaped birds flapping their wings rapidly in its wake. At first, the crowd thought these birds were merely passing by, but the longer they watched, the more they realized something was amiss, because these birds of varied forms were unmistakably flying toward their location. When the flock completely soared overhead, red envelopes suddenly began raining down from the sky. In an instant, the scene resembled a shower of crimson blessings. The atmosphere instantly reached its feverish peak. At the same time, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a truck fully loaded with various small animals slowly arrived. Inside its translucent compartment, clusters of adorably clumsy little animals were clearly visible. There were leisurely strolling raccoons, koala babies clinging to eucalyptus trees while sleeping, muscular yet dopey-faced kangaroo mothers with their joeys, and black swans chasing after penguins. The entire transparent compartment resembled a miniature ecosystem. These small animals may not have the same impact as the larger ones earlier, but they possess their own unique charm. Just as the crowd thought the animal procession had ended, heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the path. The next moment, under countless watching eyes, a massive figure slowly emerged into view. It was unmistakably a fully grown African elephant. And on the back of that African elephant, an unexpected figure sat steadily, astonishing everyone. None other than zoo director Yang Lin. Seeing Yang Lin perched there, the crowd felt both surprised and delighted. He's showing off again, what a damn show-off. Damn, leaving yourself such a badass entrance, that's so like you. I knew there must be a reason director Yang stayed hidden for so long. Turns out he was working on this big surprise all along. I think it's not good to ride on the elephant's back like this, because I've never done it before, and I'm already green with envy. Watch me stick out my leg to trip it up and knock director Yang right off. Just as the visitors were looking up at Yang Lin perched on the African elephant's back, he suddenly reached into the basket beside him. In the next second, a tiger plushie appeared in his hand. At the sight of this plush toy, the eyes of everyone present instantly lit up, because the toy was clearly a chibi-style version of Sister Hua. Yang Lin's next words confirmed their suspicions. To thank all visitors for their support of Shihong Zoo, I've specially commissioned a factory to produce plush toys of our animals. I'll be giving away 100 randomly here. Those who don't get one can purchase them at our souvenir shop inside the zoo. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, he handed the Flower Sister plush toy he was holding to a little girl by the roadside. The little girl's face instantly lit up with overwhelming joy upon receiving the plush toy. And this was just the beginning. After the Ladybug plush, Yang Lin successively produced plush versions of Lion King, Shidifu, Paw Patrol, and the panda siblings Chocho and Yuan Yuan. Just like with the previous Ladybug plush, he randomly distributed these plush toys to tourists lining both sides of the pathway. Every time one was given out, waves of envious sighs rose from the crowd. Before long, all 100 plush toys had been handed out. The lucky ones who received the plushies reacted as if they'd won the lottery. Damn it, I should have pushed to the front. I really wanted that Steve plushie, it even comes with a tiny turd in its hand. The plushies of Chocho and Yuan Yuan are so adorable too. I think the Lion King plushie is the best, it's so big you could even use it as a hug pillow. The zoo director really put thought into this. Every animal got a unique design, even that pig. Those animals from the city zoo really came to the right place. Cut the chatter, they're about to open the gate soon, hurry and find the gift shop location. Right. With this many visitors today, we might miss out if we don't hurry. As the opening ceremony concluded, the gates of Shihong Zoo officially swung open. When these visitors stepped inside the zoo grounds again, they were immediately struck by a dazzling new sight. At least 2 more chapters left. Chapter 66, The Animals' New Changes, 4th Update. As large crowds of visitors entered the park, Shihong Zoo welcomed its first batch of guests after the renovation. When visitors stepped into the zoo with eager anticipation, the first thing that caught their eyes was the monkey-filled grounds. At first glance, the visitors thought their eyes were playing tricks on them when they saw all these monkeys. How come there are so many monkeys here? Did they all escape from their enclosures? Oh no, these monkeys are definitely going to snatch our things. Everyone, shield your bags and hide your food. I'm really scared. The monkeys at Manhwa once stole my things, and I've been traumatized ever since. Why are all the monkeys roaming freely here? Just as the crowd of visitors swirled with worry and doubt, what happened next completely defied their expectations. They'd assumed the monkeys would actively beg for treats, yet the creatures remained utterly indifferent even when tourists approached them. Only when visitors proactively offered food would the primates thoughtfully consider whether to accept it. The monkeys' surprisingly well-behaved demeanor instantly astonished the visitors. But that wasn't all. When a female tourist casually tossed some trash on the ground, a little monkey with a heart-shaped face immediately picked it up and threw it into a nearby bin. Witnessing this, the woman's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. What happened next completely overturned the tourists' traditional understanding of monkey behavior. Looking around the zoo, some monkeys were directing visitors, others were helping entertain children, and one even retrieved a stray helium balloon from a tree for a kid. Whether large or small, regardless of breed, every monkey in the park was remarkably well-mannered. Even the notoriously mischievous macaques, usually seen as troublemakers, had transformed into adorable little charmers here. Best of all, these monkeys showed no fear of humans and displayed zero aggression, allowing visitors to pet and play with them without ever baring their teeth. I was truly amazed. I thought all monkeys were like the ones from Manhwa. Monkeys of MTMA, now there's another competitor for us to be compared with. Every time people visit Shihong Zoo, we get cyberbullied again. Just like humans, monkeys can be good or bad too. It really feels like these monkeys have made this place their home. Are they zoo employees too? Could be, just like Paw Patrol. Wow, this is so heartwarming. Do you guys think there might come a day when all the other animals are let out of their cages too, just like these monkeys? Wait, I'm scared. Not that I'm afraid the animals might hurt anyone, I'm afraid you'll frighten them. Indeed, while the animals at Shihong Zoo may all be a bit unusual, they're still very kind to humans. Let's keep moving forward to see what else is there. Seeing the monkeys' antics, the visitors grew even more excited about the areas ahead. Before long, the first group arrived at the former gorilla enclosure. Unlike the previous ape enclosure, the chimpanzee area had now transformed into what resembled a handmade workshop. The same chimpanzee who used to fling feces at visitors was now dressed in denim overalls, wearing sunglasses, and holding a saw, the very picture of a chimpanzee carpenter at work. Before long, a bamboo dragonfly toy took shape in his hands. When the chimpanzee handed the bamboo dragonfly to a child, the entire crowd suddenly felt like they were witnessing something surreal. Before anyone could react, Steven's lips curled into a slight smirk. The next second, he whipped out a large water shooter made from a modified bamboo tube. Grinning from ear to ear, he began spraying water at the visitors, his face plastered with the triumphant look of someone whose mischievous scheme had succeeded. Run! We're fooled, this thing evolved again. Holy shit, what is this? It can't be piss, can it? Ah! I thought it had changed for the better, but it's still the same old poop center, just that same old stink, yuck. As the crowd finally managed to escape from the chimpanzee enclosure, the adjacent monkey exhibit was also buzzing with excitement. Originally, it housed only a gibbon, but with the arrival of animals from the city zoo, several new faces joined the residents. There were gibbons with yellow cheeks, capped gibbons, black langurs, silver langurs, square-faced monkeys, and more. Unlike the monkeys outside, these primates gathered attentively around Li Chang the gibbon as if attending a lecture. TSK, truly rare breeds indeed. Quite different from those common monkeys outside, their first priority upon arriving at a new place is to study. Yes, looking at them, they must be learning survival skills from that gibbon elder. Just as everyone was marveling at the sight, the gibbon Li Chang suddenly fetched his small speaker from the side. As it pressed the play button, the familiar tune of Ace of Spades started playing, and gibbon Li Chang began dancing to the music. Seeing this, the other monkeys nearby quickly started mimicking the moves. The visitors outside immediately felt like they were about to spit blood. As expected, they're learning survival skills. It seems they've realized that without some special talent, survival in Shihong Zoo is impossible. The almighty grandpa, who had been wiping glass for a week, has finally changed his performance routine. Case closed. We originally thought some visitor taught them, but now it's clear the zoo director was behind it all. As expected, not a single animal at Shihong Zoo gets a free ride, they all earn their keep with real skills. After touring the two newly renovated exhibits, visitors found themselves facing a giant mushroom-shaped structure. At first, nobody could figure out what this enormous mushroom was meant for, until they saw the large letters on that giant mushroom. Gift shop. Instantly, the previously wandering tourists seemed to have found their target, swiftly rushing toward the gift shop. When they arrived at the gift shop, they were immediately deeply captivated by the array of merchandise before their eyes. In addition to the animal plushies Yang Lin had previously showcased, all imaginable types of merchandise could be found here: animal-themed phone cases, water bottles, keychains, and clothing. Each item was specially designed based on the actual animals in the zoo, with craftsmanship and material selection of premium quality. Beneath every product, one could also find a corresponding photo of the animal it represented. This detail alone proved Yang Lin had poured significant resources into this endeavor. The visitors naturally noticed this right away, and immediately this first batch of tourists began buying up goods in earnest. As subsequent visitors arrived, the surrounding shops suddenly became unprecedentedly crowded. While some visitors browsed the souvenir stores, another portion had already entered other newly constructed areas of the zoo grounds. Chapter 67: Younger Sibling Status. In the tiger enclosure area, ever since Hua Dajie subdued 2 Bengal tigers head-on last time, her name skyrocketed online. Among the animal rankings of Shihong Zoo posted by netizens, her popularity sits just behind those 2 little darlings. This clearly shows how much visitors adore her, so much so that her die-hard fans came to see her the moment the zoo reopened its gates. When this group of visitors arrived at the tiger enclosure, they immediately noticed the new changes there. The previous tiger enclosure was tightly surrounded by thick iron bars, with only a small gap left open overhead. Now, the tiger enclosure has been installed with thick bulletproof glass panels. Every few glass panels, there are spaces left in between. This way, visitors not only get a clearer view but can also have more interaction with Li Hua. Of course, right now the visitors' focus wasn't on the glass panels, but rather on the 2 figures inside the tiger enclosure. The larger of the 2 was none other than the long-unseen Flower Sister. Just like before, Flower Sister lay lazily on the ground, basking in the sunlight. Occasionally when visitors greeted her, she would extend a front paw in response. Behind Sister Hua trailed another, somewhat smaller figure who looked utterly helpless at the moment, none other than the newly arrived male Siberian tiger. Back at the city zoo, it had been the undisputed king. Aside from that damn panda, no other animal could rival its popularity. A single roar from it would send tremors through all the other creatures. At this moment, lying beside Flower Lady, it looked as timid as a kitten. Just at this unfortunate moment, those tourists came over to look at it. Instantly, the male Siberian tiger felt a surge of shame and anger. Roar! It had thought its deafening roar would help salvage some dignity, but to its dismay, instead of being frightened, the visitors grew even more excited. What surprised it even more was when, the very next second, a huge slap came crashing down on its head. In an instant, the once majestic king of the forest was slammed flat against the ground. Shut the hell up! What the hell are you barking about? Who told you to scare the visitors? If you keep yelling like that, be careful the big boss zookeeper docks your performance points. At Flower Lady's fierce roar, the male Siberian tiger Shuai instantly backed down. The next second, it started massaging Flower Lady's shoulders right in front of a crowd of visitors. Witnessing this scene, visitors outside the tiger enclosure burst into laughter on the spot. LMAO, it used to be the king, until it moved house. Indeed, whether human or animal, being henpecked seems to be in our nature. Brother Tiger, don't back down now. Stand up for your male dignity. Look here, this is what we call workplace bullying in its purest form. Brother Tiger bowed his proud head to the harsh realities of life. Lady Butterfly and her 3-year-old toy boy. Even in the animal kingdom, there are arranged marriages. This male tiger really drew the short straw. I think it makes perfect sense. If the house belongs to the woman, isn't this just a classic case of marrying into her family? The Tiger Park live-in son-in-law. The family business collapsed, forcing me to marry into the Hua family. Now that the 3-year term has ended, welcome back, the Tiger King. Although the majestic tiger Shuai in the tiger enclosure couldn't understand the visitor's words, he still felt a deep sense of humiliation. No way, I'm gonna fight back, I'm gonna reclaim my dignity. Just as this thought crossed its mind, a sharp slap came down upon it. Howl. This tragic family drama unfolding in the tiger enclosure was soon uploaded online by visitors at the scene. Handsome the Siberian tiger probably never imagined that on his very first day at Shihong Zoo, he'd become the laughingstock of the entire internet. Just as the tiger exhibit was buzzing with excitement, zoo director Yang Lin was rushing frantically toward the newly established infirmary. This infirmary was specifically set up due to the increasing number of both visitors and animals in the park. It employed 2 doctors, one for humans and another for animals. As soon as Yang entered the infirmary, Dr. Wang, the veterinarian, approached him with a tense expression. Director, that black bear seems to be on its last legs. It's simply too old, and many of its organs are starting to fail. On top of that, its old eye injury has flared up again. I'm afraid it might not pull through this time. Hearing Dr. Wang's words, Yang Lin's heart instantly sank. He couldn't help but recall how that big black bear looked when it was first brought to the zoo 10 years ago. The black bear had nearly had its gallbladder harvested while still alive, and even had one eye blinded by the circus people. Because of this, the bear developed severe psychological trauma. It wouldn't dare face anyone except the 3 generations of the Yang family. It's alright, you go attend to your work, let me check on it. After briefly comforting Dr. Wang, Yang Lin immediately stepped into the treatment ward. As soon as he stepped into the ward, an ancient-looking black bear appeared before him. At this moment, the black bear looked like it was on its last legs, even worse off than the aging male lion had been before. He was already nearing his final moments. Although Yang Lin had previously bid farewell to some animals, he couldn't help but feel a lingering sadness in his heart. He had also considered using his awakened talents to help cure the poor black bear's condition, but it refused his assistance. In its own words, it had lived long enough in this world and had little left to hold on to. With this thought, Yang Lin slowly approached the elderly black bear and raised his hand to cast a beam of insight light. A gray talent panel promptly appeared before his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It seems it really is about to leave. Yet just as Yang Lin was prepared to quietly await the death of the aging black bear that had accompanied him through most of his childhood, a sudden system notification chime rang out. Ding! Detected a dying animal in proximity to the host. The host may consume a random talent chest to exchange for the mysterious talent rebirth, granting it new life in another form. True or false? Yang Lin was momentarily stunned when he first heard the system's notification tone. Such an outrageous talent really exists? Are there any animals in nature that possess this kind of talent? Just as Yang Lin was exclaiming how absurd it all was, his mind suddenly flashed to a species of tiny jellyfish that dwells in the ocean, the immortal jellyfish. If his memory served him right, the immortal jellyfish possessed this near-rebirth ability. But isn't it a bit unrealistic for a bear to split apart and then regenerate? Seeing the giant black bear before him on the verge of death, Yang Lin couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He immediately chose yes. It just so happened he still had an unopened treasure chest from earlier. As he made his choice, the large black bear before him remained silent, and a glow visible only to him flew out through the infirmary window. Just as he was puzzling over what this radiance could possibly signify, the phone on the nearby desk suddenly rang. As soon as Yang Lin answered the phone, a slightly panicked voice came through from the other end. Sister Wang, come quick, the female bear in bear enclosure is about to give birth. Hearing this voice, Yang Lin vaguely understood what was happening. After hanging up, he immediately quickened his pace toward the bear enclosure. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away at the perimeter of the bear enclosure, a large crowd of curious visitors had gathered. Chapter 68, The Mutant Bear Cub, First Update. Wow, is that mother bear inside about to give birth to cubs? Looks like it. Didn't those two bears just get transferred to the zoo? How are they having cubs so soon? Otherwise, why do you think the director specifically picked these two black bears? It's basically buy two get one free. But these two bears are seriously ugly. I bet the cub won't be cute either. True, compared to the other animals in the zoo, these two black bears are kinda disappointing. I've got a feeling this mama bear might have trouble giving birth. It seems that's really the case. The director is coming. The director is coming. Everyone make way. At the entrance of the bear exhibit, under the watchful eyes of a crowd of tourists, a visibly nervous Yang Lin hurried over in small strides. When he saw the situation inside through the fence, his brow immediately furrowed. If he remembered correctly, this large black bear he had brought back from the city zoo was indeed pregnant at the time. However, the pregnancy wasn't very far along. Its sudden labor now must be because that recently deceased black bear had reincarnated into its womb. I never expected something so mystical could actually be real. Just as Yang Lin was thinking this, the mother bear in the cage suddenly let out a pained cry. No, can't wait any longer. If we keep waiting, she might genuinely have a difficult birth. The next second, under the astonished gazes of the tourists, Yang Lin opened the cage door and walked inside alone. The moment he entered the cage, the male black bear inside immediately stood up on its hind legs, adopting an aggressive stance. At this sight, the hearts of everyone present leaped to their throats. There's an ancient saying in Dragon Country, first the bear, second the swine, third the tiger. This phrase doesn't refer to their combat prowess, but rather their level of danger. Among these three animals, the black bear has the strongest proactive aggression. Anyone who trespasses will immediately face its attack. Yang Lin's current actions undoubtedly violated this principle, especially since his mate was giving birth nearby at that moment. Just as everyone thought Yang Lin was about to face a savage attack from the giant black bear, he suddenly began speaking to it. Though the spectators couldn't make out his words due to the distance, the black bear's subsequent reaction made them breathe a slight sigh of relief. The adult male black bear remained cautious, but its ferocious expression had completely vanished. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin inside the zoo also breathed a sigh of relief. These animals from the city zoo didn't share that deep of a bond with him, and if he wasn't careful, there was a real chance of being attacked. At best, he'd escape with his life, but not without paying a heavy price. Now that he was temporarily safe, he quickly approached the mother bear in labor. As he approached, he immediately sensed that something seemed seriously wrong. Normally, animals can deliver on their own, but this mother bear had completely lost her strength due to the immense internal pain. If this continued, both the mother bear and her cub would be lost. Realizing this, Yang Lin panicked. Holy shit, what should I do? I don't know how to deliver babies. Moreover, given its current condition, it seems to need a C-section. Forget it, might as well try anything when facing desperate situations. As he spoke, he unleashed a beam of penetrating insight. However, to his surprise, two talent panels now appeared before him. Asian black bear. Brute strength, green talent, activation requires 1 talent point. Super ferocity, blue talent, activation requires 2 talent points. Bear strength, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Mutant bear cub. Mutation, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Since some abilities are already activated, only 1 talent point is needed this time. Bear's might, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Superior brute force, golden talent, activation requires 5 talent points. Battle roar, legendary talent, activation requires 10 talent points. Rebirth, mysterious talent, has been activated. Currently on second life. Looking at the 2 talent panels before him, Yang Lin immediately understood. Needless to say, the top panel belonged to the mother bear, while the bottom one was the cub's. The unborn cub's innate talent was so remarkably strong that it caught Yang Lin completely off guard. But this was clearly not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Without hesitation, he activated 1 talent each for this mother and child pair. Mother bear awakened brute strength, while the cub awakened mutation. As their talents awakened, the previously lethargic and weak mother bear quickly regained her vitality. Meanwhile, movement gradually stirred within her belly. Soon, a tiny head emerged from beneath mother bear's belly. Without another thought, Yang Lin immediately reached out to catch it. The next second, a round, chubby little creature with faint traces of blood was scooped into his arms. This scene was quickly witnessed by visitors outside the enclosure. In an instant, waves of enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the zoo. The director really lives up to the title, even knows how to deliver babies. Oh my god, is this the newborn bear cub? I take back what I said earlier, this is absolutely adorable. Right? It looks just like a little puppy. Never thought we'd get to witness the birth of a new life right when we arrived today. What incredible luck. Cute as it may be, why do I feel something's not quite right? Now that you mention it, its color. As Yang Lin lifted the newborn creature high overhead, all eyes in the room instantly focused on the little one. This time, what captured everyone's attention wasn't the adorable appearance of the little fellow, but rather its pure white coat. Apart from the not yet dry bloodstains on its body, the newborn cub was completely white from head to toe. While not completely different from its parents, it didn't bear much resemblance either. Yang Lin had naturally noticed this fact early on. Unconsciously, his gaze shifted toward the male black bear nearby, who was looking at his mate with loving eyes. This poor fellow's head. Yang Lin wasn't the only one thinking this way. The tourists couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances toward the bear father in the cage either. 666. What a mess. How can two black bears give birth to a white bear? Damn, even the animal world isn't pure anymore. No wonder the city zoo has such a bad reputation. Look at these tangled relationships. I remember there was a polar bear in that city zoo. Could it be? Just as everyone was lost in their imaginations, Yang Lin seemed to notice their thoughts and quickly explained. Don't overthink it, everyone. This little bear likely has albinism. It's not what you're imagining. Director, you should say that to the bear's father. Explaining it to us won't help. Ha ha ha, I still believe the director. After all, this little cub still looks like an Asian black bear, just a bit paler. It's no use just us believing it. Just as the tourists erupted in jeers, the little polar bear held high by Yang Lin suddenly opened its eyes. In the next second, a playful, milk-fed roar echoed through the bear enclosure. In an instant, the entire zoo fell silent. Guaranteed 6 updates minimum. First update sent. Chapter 69, the nation's new favorite. With a single adorable, milk-like whimper from the little white bear, both the black bear couple and the visitors instantly turned all their attention toward it. Its cry seemed to hold some kind of magic capable of soothing all unrest. Even the noisy little brats outside the bear enclosure gradually quieted down when confronted with this actual bear cub. It took a full few seconds before the crowd on site finally snapped out of their daze. My goodness, my ancient maiden heart, how can anything in this world be so adorable? Even though both parents look rough and tough, how did their offspring turn out this cute? Sweetheart, come to auntie over here. What kind of household gets to adopt such an adorable little thing? I don't think adoption is reliable, but I believe I could apply to be a caretaker at Shihong Zoo instead. Let's team up to kidnap it instead. I'll handle the zoo director while you deal with its parents. I have a feeling this little guy is going to become the new star attraction of Shihong Zoo, so want to give him a little squeeze. At this moment, the tourists on site were practically itching to rush into the bear enclosure and make off with the little one. Not just them, even Yang Lin himself was utterly melted by the adorable creature before his eyes. Unlike the previous two palace's cats, this newborn cub doesn't need to deliberately act cute, just the natural movement of its tiny limbs radiates an innate adorableness. After carefully cleaning the bloodstains from the little white bear cub using his own clothes, Yang Lin gently placed it in the mother bear's embrace. Soon after opening its eyes, the little one began searching everywhere for milk. But perhaps due to premature birth, the mother bear currently had no milk to offer. The black bear couple immediately became somewhat at a loss. Seeing this, Yang Lin instantly realized the problem. He promptly picked up the little one again. The previously restless and anxious cub instantly calmed down as soon as it nestled into Yang Lin's embrace. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin couldn't help but show a gentle smile. Looks like we really are fated. Guess I'm destined to be its caretaker. As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to the black bear couple. Here's what I'll do, I'll take it back to feed it first, then bring it back afterwards. Perhaps because of what had just happened, the black bear couple now trusted Yang Lin implicitly, nodding without a second thought. The male black bear nearby also cast a grateful glance at Yang Lin. Let's go, time for some milk. Having obtained the black bear couple's consent, Yang Lin immediately carried the little white bear curled up in a ball and walked out of the bear enclosure. The moment the gates opened, the eager visitors immediately surged forward in a crowd. Zoo director, I've got forgotten child milk here, will it drink this? Forget it, there's no actual milk in your so-called forgotten child drink. Have it drink mine, I just mixed this for my son this morning. Missing one meal won't hurt him. I've got pure milk here. Let's see if the little fellow wants some. I've got baby formula here. I've got a baby bottle here. Do you need a diaper? I've got one here. Holy shit, the little guy's checking us out. As Yang Lin walked out of the bear enclosure, more and more visitors began to notice the little creature in his arms. Wow, what animal is the director holding? It's so cute. It must be a polar bear. Look how white it is. But Shihong Zoo doesn't have polar bears? Oh, this is a baby bear cub born to the black bear couple in the park. It seems to have albinism, that's why it's white. In that case, we definitely can't let those overly compassionate folks from the animal protection organizations find out. That albino brown bear from before had already been sent back to the Arctic several times. Ha ha, I'm dying laughing, just thinking about it now. That poor brown bear from before really had it rough. It was peacefully hibernating when it got dug up, only to wake up and find itself in the icy wilderness of the Arctic. This little bear cub shouldn't be like this, after all. The zoo director is here to protect it. Not only is the director protecting it, I'll protect it too. Amidst the enthusiastic following of the visitors, Yang Lin carried the little white bear all the way to the caretaker's office. Before long, he found the goat milk powder and small syringe previously used to feed other animal cubs. Just as he was earnestly feeding the little one with milk powder, this heartwarming scene was captured by visitors through the glass barrier and uploaded online along with everything that had happened earlier. Meanwhile, the opening ceremony of Shihong Zoo had just reached its peak in popularity. When those who couldn't attend in person were uniformly expressing their envy, videos of the baby polar bear's birth and moments appeared before their eyes. Why did this have to appear on my feed when I'm all the way in the capital? I've already gone through my jealous phase. Exactly, missing the opening ceremony was bad enough. But now I didn't even get tickets for today. Well, I'm different. Not only did I catch the opening ceremony, but I also managed to grab several animal plushies. That little white bear is just so adorable. Next time, definitely next time, I'm setting an alarm tonight to grab tickets for next week. What a heartwarming zoo. We've got polite little monkeys, a henpecked tiger, and now a director who personally delivers baby animals. Indeed, two negatives make a positive. Two black ones gave birth to a pure white one. I'm currently in a full-blown Empress Wu Zetian losing her husband's state, completely irrational. Why isn't school on break yet? Once vacation starts, I'm definitely making a trip to Ningnan. Speaking of which, what kind of name will this little one get? Missed the last naming contest, but this time I'm taking back everything I lost. I say this little polar bear is the cutest animal on the entire internet, no objections, right? Too bad it's white. Looks like it didn't inherit the family trade, won't be stealing any monk's robes in the future. At least it can be a poster child for cola then. As the video's popularity skyrocketed, this little one, barely an hour old, was already trending across the entire web. Any video featuring the little one quickly gains massive traffic, its popularity even surpassing certain celebrities at its peak. Just as netizens were focusing their attention on the newborn albino bear cub, Shihong Zoo officially announced another delightful piece of news. The naming contest for the albino bear cub is about to officially begin. Chapter 70, The Naming Ceremony. As the first animal cub naturally born in Shihong Zoo, Yang Lin held the little white bear in particularly high regard. Naturally, the visitors currently in the park felt the same way. For many visitors, they had witnessed this little one being born from its mother's womb. The emotion they felt during that moment of new life's arrival still lingered in their hearts. So when they heard Yang Lin was soliciting names for the little white bear, these visitors instantly became enthusiastic. Given the circumstances this time, Yang Lin purposely brought the little fellow to a lawn in the middle of the zoo. Once he placed the little one on the ground, this curious cub wobbled around exploring the world with unsteady steps. Every now and then it would even tumble over from not having enough strength to stay upright. To everyone's surprise, after just a few stumbles, this newborn little fellow was already able to walk normally. Whether it was an illusion or not, the crowd even felt the little one had grown slightly since its birth. Yang Lin naturally noticed this too, but he wasn't the least bit concerned. For a mutated animal that awakened its talents even before birth, it would be strange if it behaved exactly like an ordinary animal's offspring. Seeing that enough visitors had gathered, Yang Lin immediately gave a nod to a nearby zoo staff member. The next second, the employee turned on the live streaming equipment placed nearby. Soon after, the live stream from Shihong Zoo went live. In the blink of an eye, over 100,000 viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, and that number continued skyrocketing at an insane pace. When the live stream audience stabilized at 500,000 viewers, Yang Lin picked up the microphone from the side. Hello everyone, visitors and online fans alike. Just a short while ago, our Shihong Zoo has welcomed a new member. It's the baby bear cub behind me. With that, Yang Lin turned his head to look behind him. But to his surprise, the bear cub that had just been playing in the dirt behind him had now vanished without a trace. As his gaze swept around, a small figure about to climb a neighboring tree immediately caught his attention. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lin, who was just about to speak, tossed aside the microphone in his hand and dashed beneath the tree. The next second, a little fleshy lump landed squarely on his back. The crowd, initially shocked by the dangerous-looking scene, burst into laughter moments later. Meanwhile, the little fellow who had just fallen from the tree seemed to have learned absolutely nothing. After rolling around on Yang Lin's back, it immediately attempted to climb the nearby tree again. Just then, a large hand firmly grabbed the scruff of its neck. The successfully captured cub immediately began flailing its four stubby little legs while letting out intermittent dinging whimpers. "Oh my little ancestor, please stop climbing already. You're a black bear, not the neighbor's panda. What are you trying to imitate them for?" With a resigned expression, Yang Lin placed the little fellow on his shoulder and picked up the microphone from the ground once more. Before he could speak again, the baby bear planted its hind paws on his nose and mouth. With a push from its four stubby legs, its round, plush body clambered straight onto Yang Lin's head. Instantly, it looked as though Yang Lin was wearing a fluffy white hat on his head. Seeing this scene, both the visitors on site and the audience in the livestream couldn't help but lose their composure. "Haha, I'm dying. Now I finally understand the saying given an inch, take a mile." Literally stepping on someone's nose to climb onto their face. I think the zoo director is a bit ungrateful. Some of us would kill for the chance to have the little guy step on our noses and faces. I'm totally smitten by this little guy. If he were to cling onto me right now, I'd probably die from cuteness overload. While the visitors were all utterly charmed by the little one's antics, Yang Lin, still struggling with the tiny creature tugging at his hair, managed to say with difficulty, "The rules for today's naming contest are simple. Everyone in the livestream can suggest names they think fit this little fellow. If you see a name you like, give it a thumbs up. I'll pick the name with the most likes to officially name our little friend." While speaking, Yang Lin had to occasionally ward off the little one's enthusiastic invitations to sample bare paws. Of course, even if your suggestion isn't ultimately selected, the park will randomly gift plush animal toys to the top 50 participants with the most likes. They'll also get priority naming rights for any newborn animals in the park later on. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the visitors present and fans in the livestream instantly grew excited. Especially those fans who couldn't make it to the scene. They'd been coveting the plush animal toys produced by Shihong Zoo for a long time. Especially the viral shit delivery man doll with its cheeky little stare, uniquely bald design, and poop launching hand. It was practically a landslide of chaos in the world of plush toys. And yet, this very same chaotic plush sold out in less than an hour after the zoo opened. Rumor has it that on second-hand platforms, a feces delivery man figurine has been resold for over 1,000 yuan. Dear daddies, please make sure to hit that like button for me later. If you like this, you're my daddy. Selling 95% new feces delivery man figurine. The poop accessory is lost, minor flaws. Not aiming for first place, just gunning for 10th. Please, those who already have the plushie, don't snatch more, have some pity on the kids. My roommate is in late-stage cancer, and her dying wish is just to get a Chocho round plushie. First, let's give this little guy a name. Since he's so pale, I think we should call him Li Hei, Black Li. That's not proper. I think we should name him Li Ji, Wisdom Li, because I have no sense, no Li Ji. Let's just call him Li Boai, Endure Wavesley, instead. How about we call it Chomo? Shom Chomo, Bear Chomo, sounds pretty good. Everyone please like this suggestion. I'm begging you daddies. Since he's the eldest in the family, why don't we just call him Xiongde, Big Bear? Then if we get a second cub later, we can directly name it Xiong'er, Little Bear. As netizens kept brainstorming wildly, increasingly bizarre names kept appearing in the live stream comments. Their enthusiasm kept growing exponentially throughout this process. At first they might have been putting serious thought into naming, but as time went on, the style started taking wild turns. Fortunately, they remained serious about the voting process. Soon the top vote-getting names were finalized. The finalists were Li Hei, Black Li, Li Amo, Inkli, Li Ji, Wisdom Li, Li Badian, Li Who Dominates the Skies, Li Tama, Li Horse Rider, and Li Chumo, Li First Ink. Yang Lin's heart nearly leapt to his throat as Li Tama was about to claim the top spot. If that name got chosen, he'd never be able to say it aloud with a straight face. Fortunately, Li Hei overtook Li Tama by a narrow margin at the last moment. Without hesitation, Yang Lin finalized the name right then and there. And just as the zoo's naming contest was in full swing, a young girl came rushing to the gate of Shihong Zoo, carrying a cage with an urgent expression on her face. Chapter 71, The Ninth Escaped Animal. With the name Li Hei officially confirmed, the newborn cub was returned to its parents by Yang Lin. The bear enclosure's popularity instantly skyrocketed to the top of the entire zoo, drawing massive crowds eager to catch a glimpse of the internet-famous little star. Just as Yang Lin was about to take a break during this lull, Chen Kurson approached him with a young woman in tow. "Cousin, I think there's something I need to tell you." Looking at Chen Kurson's unusually serious expression, Yang Lin's eyes immediately filled with puzzlement. "What is it? Did something go wrong with the accounts?" As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Chen Kurson shook her head. "No, our zoo's financial records have never looked this good. I wanted to bring up something else. I have a classmate." Before she could finish speaking, Yang Lin noticed the moderately attractive girl standing beside her. "Are you here for a job?" "No. Could this be the blind date you set me up with?" "That doesn't seem quite right. If she's your classmate, then your cousin would be several years older than her. But actually, it's not a big problem. You go on out first, let your cousin and your friend here get to know each other properly." Seeing that Yang Lin had misunderstood, the girl brought in by Chen Kurson quickly produced a cage from behind her. "Director Yang, I'm here to ask for your help. This is a silver tabby I found in my neighborhood a few days ago. I've been taking care of it for several days now, but I've noticed it only drinks milk and refuses to eat cat food. Its condition has been getting worse over the past 2 days. I read online that you're an expert with animals, and since you're Kurson's cousin, I thought you might be able to help." After hearing the girl's explanation, Yang Lin still felt somewhat disappointed. If it won't eat cat food, then the problem might be a bit complicated. "Let me see what's going on with this silver-shaded cat now." As he spoke, Yang Lin took the cage from the girl's hands. But the next second when he opened the cage and saw what was inside, he was utterly dumbfounded. Following his gaze, what came into view was a little creature weighing about 6 or 7 pounds with black and white markings, staring at him with wide eyes. At first glance, it didn't look much like a silver-shaded cat, but rather resembled an American short-haired tabby, except for its somewhat unusual face. Say that again, where exactly did you find it? Staring in disbelief at the little creature before him, Yang Lin turned to the girl beside him and asked. It was in the residential compound, less than a week ago. At the time, it was being bullied by a group of stray cats, so I rescued it. The girl replied with earnest sincerity. Curson majors in the same field as you, I believe you're both studying veterinary medicine. After the girl answered, Yang Lin suddenly turned to Chen Curson beside him and asked. Of course. Then I bet she must have had poor grades in school. As he said this, Yang Lin's tone carried a hint of teasing. Cousin, how did you know? She's always been at the bottom of the class, even worse than me. Chen Curson clearly didn't expect Yang Lin to guess correctly. Her face instantly filled with astonishment. The girl beside them had already turned red with embarrassment. Curson, why are you bringing this up? What does my academic performance have to do with this little kitten? But just as she finished speaking, Yang Lin immediately added. Of course it's related. If you'd studied harder and paid more attention in class, you wouldn't have mistaken a white tiger cub for a silver tabby. Ha! As Yang Lin finished speaking, both Chen Curson and the other girl simultaneously showed expressions of surprise. Cousin, did you say it's a little white tiger? I didn't hear wrong, did I? As she spoke, Chen Curson immediately picked up the white tiger cub and began examining it carefully. Seeing her like this, Yang Lin instantly revealed a hint of helplessness on his face. So after all that time, Chen Curson couldn't even tell herself she probably didn't do too well in school either. Look closely, its legs are so thick, its face is big and square, how does that look like a cat at all? But it really does look like a little kitty. Watch, when I rub its belly, it even purrs. Almost unwilling to accept that the little cat she'd been raising for days was actually a tiger cub, the girl quickly reached out to scratch the little white tiger's chin. The next second, this little guy comfortably flopped onto its back, exposing its white belly while producing a rumbling purr like an engine from its throat. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lin's expression froze momentarily. That really is a tiger. If you keep it for a couple more days, someone in your neighborhood will probably call the police. At that point, it won't be you thinking it's cute, it'll be the tiger thinking you look delicious. Alright then, first tell me specifically on which day you found it and the exact location. Perhaps because of Yang Lin's rather serious expression, the girl couldn't help but feel a slight doubt about the little creature's identity. After some thought, she immediately informed Yang Lin of the time and place where she had discovered the little creature. Upon hearing her answer, Yang Lin, who had been full of confusion, suddenly felt a sense of clarity. As he took another look at the little white tiger before him, the answer became clear. This small white tiger bore unmistakable traces of Bengal tiger characteristics. Could this be the offspring of those two Bengal tigers from before? The ninth missing animal, perhaps. Ever since the 8 escaped animals were recaptured, Yang Lin had been searching tirelessly for clues about the ninth runaway. But no matter how hard he searched, there wasn't even the slightest clue. There were no reports of wild animal sightings, nor did any zoo claim to have lost an animal. He even began to suspect that the ninth animal didn't actually exist, and that the system had made a mistake. Now that he saw this little white tiger, everything suddenly became clear. The female Bengal tiger must have given birth during transportation at that time, so no one knew about it. Later, when the truck overturned, this little cub also escaped into a nearby residential area and was adopted by people who thought it was a silver tabby cat. As for why the zoo staff didn't notice anything unusual, they most likely assumed the female Bengal tiger had miscarried during transit and eaten the stillborn cub. It never crossed their minds that a newborn tiger cub could have also escaped. Seek and you shall find, when least expected. After searching for so many days without a clue, today it actually came to me on its own. Just as Yang Lin was marveling at the wonders of fate, the system notification sound arrived right on schedule. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing the ninth escaped animal. Reward, talent point *1, talent treasure chest fragment *1. As the system notification sounded, the escaped animal series task was finally completely accomplished, and all 9 fragments had been successfully collected. However, Yang Lin wasn't focusing on the treasure chest at the moment, his attention was entirely on the little white tiger before him. Without a doubt, Shihong Zoo was about to welcome another adorable member to its ranks. Chapter 72, The Attack of the Cute Tiger. Don't worry about it. Even though you can't keep raising it, you can still come visit whenever you're free. In the office, looking at the visibly distressed girl, Yang Lin kindly offered comfort and said. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the girl burst into tears with a loud wail. Clearly, a week of caring for them has already fostered genuine affection. Seeing her like this, Yang Lin hastily changed his approach. How about this, why don't you consider working here? That way, you can see Dammy while also earning money from the job. Perhaps hearing the name Dammy, the little white tiger, who had been rolling on its back, immediately dashed over and nuzzled Yang Lin's calf with its tiny head. Yang Lin stood unmoved, while the little critter wound up plopping straight onto its rear. Initially planning to rename the cub, Yang Lin immediately abandoned the idea upon seeing such a reaction, but the thought of a majestic tiger being called Big Kitty almost made him burst out laughing. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the girl instantly switched from tears to laughter. Really? I can really work here? As she spoke these words, an expression of disbelief still lingered on the girl's face. God knows how many people want to work at Shihong Zoo right now. Yet Shihong Zoo has never publicly advertised any job openings, breaking the hearts of countless netizens who dream of earning cash while cuddling adorable animals. Of course, our nearby gift shop is booming right now and needs another sales assistant. The salary would be $3,800 per month, with weekends off, full social insurance contributions, plus year-round free entry for your entire family whenever you want. What do you think? Before Yang Lin could finish speaking, the girl immediately accepted the offer. In her heart, there was simply no job more suited to her than this one. Seeing the girl's emotions stabilizing, Yang Lin turned to Chen Kurson beside him and said, "Kurson, take your classmate to complete the onboarding procedures." "Ha, isn't that HR's job? You'll have to pay extra for this. More. As Chen Kurson and the other person left, the office was soon left with just Yang Lin and the little white tiger once again. Looking at the adorably clumsy little tiger before him, Yang Lin couldn't begin to imagine how majestic and awe-inspiring it would become among the beasts in the future. However, the thought of having acquired such an incredibly rare white tiger for free brought a faint smile to his face. In just one day, 2 new members have joined the park. Could there be anything more joyous than this? Come on, let's go meet your 2 elders. Consider this an introduction. From now on, you're all one tiger family. As he spoke, Yang Lin scooped up the little cub that had been playing with a ball on the ground. The moment he carried the young tiger cub into the park, it instantly drew the attention of countless visitors. There's no helping it, the little creature in Yang Lin's arms was simply too adorable. Wow, zoo director, you got a cat. What breed is this little kitten? I never expected the zoo director, at such a young age, to already have both cats and dogs. But this kitten looks a bit odd, doesn't it? The head-to-body proportion seems a little strange. I can feel it too. Holy shit, that's not a cat, that's a damn tiger. Tiger, where's the tiger? Hearing there was a tiger, some of the tourists on the scene immediately panicked. They thought it was the male Siberian tiger in the cage fleeing from domestic abuse. Did a tiger escape? I didn't see anything. Under the crowd's searching gazes, the little creature in Yang Lin's arms quickly became the focus of countless eyes. Holy shit, there really is a tiger, and it's huge. It's seriously huge and fierce. Where did this little tiger come from? It's absolutely adorable. Was it born from Lady Flower? Are you out of your mind? That male tiger just arrived. You think it could get pregnant and give birth in a single day? Moreover, this little white tiger should be a variant of a Bengal tiger. How could 2 Siberian tigers give birth to a Bengal tiger? So you must know a lot about this, huh? I'm totally an expert, okay? What kind of day is this? First, we saw a little bear, and now here comes a little tiger. Uncle Director, can we pet this little tiger? A little girl holding candied hawthorn suddenly made a timid request. Everyone assumed Yang Lin wouldn't agree to her request, but to their surprise, he simply nodded and placed the little white tiger down from his arms. Clearly, after spending so much time around humans, this little fellow still hadn't realized his identity as a tiger. He truly thought of himself as just a cat. The moment it landed, it instantly blended in with the surrounding tourists. When this adorable little tiger dashed into the crowd, the visitors erupted in gasps of amazement. The commotion quickly drew more and more tourists, and when they spotted the little white tiger named Dammy, their faces lit up with delight and surprise. No one had ever imagined they would get the chance to get up close with a top predator like a tiger. Among the visitors, some spontaneously started live broadcasts, streaming their interactions with the little white tiger. Hey guys, watch this, today I'll perform Wusong Beats the Tiger for you. As he spoke, the live-streaming visitor gently stroked the little tiger's chin, and in the next second, the cub flopped onto its back playfully. Her live broadcast quickly drew massive attention from netizens. Which zoo is this? Do they just let tigers roam free outside? The real Wusong fights the tiger. I seriously suspect this was the kind of tiger Wusong fought back in the day. LMAO, I could knock out one of these tigers with a single punch. Give them another year to grow and see, then they'll slap you dead with one hand. I'm a tough guy, I just love little animals like this. Where can I pet them? No need to guess, this must be Shihong Zoo, though I've no idea where they got that little tiger from. Well, seems like Shuaishuai's family rank is destined to be third from now on. Why does it feel like the whole world has visited Shihong Zoo except me? I hadn't even finished admiring that baby bear when another tiger cub shows up. A bear cub, a tiger cub, might as well add a piglet next and we can film a live-action Winnie the Pooh. Yet just as visitors were happily interacting with the tiger cub Dammy, Yang Lin suddenly reached out and picked it up. Alright, that concludes Big Me's interaction with everyone today. If you'd like to play with it again later, you can visit the Tiger Zone. With these words, Yang Lin carried the little creature toward the direction of the Tiger Zone. But before he could get close, piercing screams suddenly erupted from within the Tiger Zone. Chapter 73, Future Plans, Targeted by Someone. Listening to the screams coming from the tiger enclosure, Yang Lin didn't need much thought to imagine exactly what was happening inside. And when he arrived at the tiger enclosure, the scene before his eyes confirmed exactly what he had envisioned. Inside the enclosure, Sister Flower appeared every bit the fierce matriarch, while Shui Shui had been backed into a small corner by her. Clearly, the newcomer had once again fallen victim to Sister Flower's domestic abuse. Just as Hua Dajie was about to give Shui Shui another big slap, Yang Lin's voice suddenly came from behind. Stop fighting for now, I've brought a new member for you guys. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the previously furious Hua Dajie turned around with a puzzled look. When her bulb-sized tiger eyes caught sight of the little white tiger in Yang Lin's hands, her expression instantly changed. It was a tenderness unlike any other he had seen before. Before Yang Lin could react, it lumbered over to the edge of the cage with heavy steps. At this moment, the little white tiger cub in Yang Lin's arms also caught sight of the colossal figure before them. Perhaps due to their shared species, the tiny creature exhibited an unprecedented sense of familiarity from the very first encounter. Boss, is this little one for me? How did you know I needed a child? This is wonderful. I can finally be a mom. Hurry, and bring it in. Ha! Upon hearing Sister Hua's words, Yang Lin first felt puzzled, but quickly understood. It turns out Lady Hua wasn't so eager to find a male tiger for that purpose, but rather to breed offspring. Seeing Lady Hua's motherly gaze overflowing with affection, Yang Lin, who'd initially been slightly worried, immediately set his mind at ease. He'd originally been concerned that Lady Hua might not get along with this little one. It seems he was overthinking it. Without hesitation, he opened the tiger enclosure's gate and released the little fellow inside. Once inside the enclosure, the little creature acted as if returning home, eagerly looking around in all directions. When it approached the big tiger's side, the striking contrast instantly drew gasps of amazement from visitors waiting outside the tiger exhibit. One was a forest tiger king over 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, while the other was a naturally clueless little cutie standing only 20 centimeters tall and less than 40 centimeters in length. This made the usually irritable and carefree flowery elder sister somewhat hesitant, afraid she might accidentally crush the tiny creature before her with a single misstep. The scene instantly became heartwarming with a touch of hilarity. It was practically identical to the family of 3 black bears on the other side. The arrival of the 2 little ones brought not just laughter but also warmth to Shihong Zoo. Of course, the biggest gain was still popularity. By the time the zoo closed in the evening, all sorts of data had landed on Yang Lin's desk. Looking at each entry on the report before him, he could hardly close his mouth from grinning. On the first day of reopening, ticket sales alone brought in nearly 1 million, not even counting online ticket sales. Revenue from surrounding stores and other shops also approached 500,000. This means that in just one day, the zoo's total revenue had already reached 1.5 million. This already surpassed the entire previous year's income. In addition to actual cash flow, the official social media accounts of Shihong Zoo across various platforms also saw varying degrees of follower growth within this single day. The Douyin, TikTok, account experienced the most significant surge, gaining nearly 3 million followers, which propelled the official Shihong Zoo account's total follower count to nearly 20 million. This has firmly established it as the zoo official account with the highest number of followers, leaving the second-ranked Beijing Betaling Zoo with less than 1/10 of its follower count. Moreover, Shihong Zoo's ranking among tourist attractions in Ningnan and across the entire Guangxi region soared to first place within a single day, surpassing numerous competitors. This ranking will undoubtedly soon translate into actual revenue for the zoo. At this moment, Yang Lin could practically see endless stacks of cash flying toward him. When I earn a bit more money, I'll upgrade the park again, then introduce more animals, focusing exclusively on rare species. Within 3 years, my goal is to transform Shihong Zoo into a massive animal kingdom integrating sightseeing tours, entertainment, leisure activities, and film/TV intellectual properties. Within 10 years, I'll open branches across the country and establish my own animal kingdom. At this moment, Yang Lin admitted he was getting carried away, but upon closer thought, it didn't seem particularly difficult to achieve. When it came to film and TV IPs, the current animals in his zoo posed absolutely no problem. After all, every single animal in Shihong Zoo had its own remarkable story. Just that little white tiger alone could be the star of dozens of episodes of Little Tiger Returns Home. Of course, he also knew that his top priority right now was to focus on the zoo's core business. Other projects could be developed gradually later. Just as Yang Lin was mapping out the future of Shihong Zoo, some unfavorable rhetoric began to emerge online. The whole affair started with an investigative article published by a certain online self-media platform. The article is titled Behind Animal Performances, Torture, Exploitation, and the Eradication of Animal Nature. The piece extensively documents investigations into animal performances and sternly condemns unscrupulous zoos that force animals to perform. While never explicitly mentioning Shihong Zoo, numerous accompanying photos make it immediately obvious they were taken inside Shihong Zoo. Moreover, people in the comments section were deliberately fanning the flames of controversy. I can tell, this must be that super popular zoo everyone's talking about lately. Those animals are all so impressive. They must have put in a ton of effort training them. Right from the start, I felt something wasn't quite right. Normal animals couldn't possibly have such abilities, they must have endured considerable torment and training. Indeed, it may look glamorous on the surface, but who knows what shady methods they're using on the animals behind closed doors. Moreover, every animal in this zoo seems a bit mentally unstable, severely suspecting they develop stress disorders after enduring training. He already has over 20 million fans, watch what you say or his fanbase will come after you. Though anyone with clear eyes could tell these were probably paid trolls, some less informed people still got stirred up by them. Gradually, a flood of unfavorable rumors about Shihong Zoo began circulating online. Some even pointed to videos of animals performing tricks in the zoo as supposed evidence. By the time Yang Lin learned about all this, it was already close to dawn. The moment he saw these posts attacking Shihong Zoo, he basically understood what was going on. Obviously, someone had grown jealous after seeing him making money, and most likely, it was done by someone in the same industry. After a moment's thought, the answer came to his mind. TSK, even this can be targeted. It seems that when interests are involved, nothing remains simple. Just as Yang Lin was pondering a solution, his phone rang. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, his eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 74, The TV Crew Arrives. As the night passed, the negative online comments about Shihong Zoo continued to ferment. While most were clearly hired detractors, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Some even appeared to be posted by suspected overseas animal rights organizations. With the combined efforts of these individuals, they barely managed to hold their own against the fans of Shihong Zoo in the heated online debate. Cousin, should we really not come out and clarify this? In the office, Chen Kurson and the rest of the zoo staff looked at Yang Lin with expressions filled with concern. Yet Yang Lin remained entirely unfazed by this. What's there to clarify? Just some hired trolls, and the mastermind behind them hasn't even shown themselves yet. Let's not rush into anything. As he spoke, Yang Lin took a sip of tea from the large enamel mug on the table. Oh, one more thing, the TV crew might visit our zoo for an interview later today. Everyone should spruce up their appearance. Just answer whatever questions they ask honestly. Hearing Yang Lin's words, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Why is the TV station coming to interview us again? Yeah, didn't they just come a few days ago? Yang Lin quickly provided an answer to their confusion. This time the TV station came mainly to see how those animals that moved to Shihong Zoo are doing. It's also to promote follow-up activities. Yet his explanation clearly left everyone even more puzzled. What activities? Are they related to our zoo? Of course it matters. Ningnan City is preparing to participate in the selection for National Civilized City. This time, Ningnan is planning to brand itself as a city of tourism and ecological wildlife. So for this event, we'll need to put in a major effort, but don't worry, there'll be plenty of benefits for us down the line. As he spoke, Yang Lin recalled the phone call from last night. According to Director Nian on the phone, Ningnan was planning to promote Shihong Zoo as the city's new landmark attraction. If nothing unexpected happens, the Shihong Zoo will become a prominent landmark for Ningnan in the future. This is precisely why he couldn't care less about all the negative publicity online. With official backing, those critics are nothing but clowns. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the city TV station's interview team stepped into the zoo. Meanwhile, Nanning City's Ningnan online platform, broadcasting to a national audience, also went live simultaneously on the internet. Due to the TV station's advanced promotion, a massive influx of viewers from across the country had already flooded in by this point. This episode is about Shihong Zoo. I've heard the animals there aren't doing so well. Don't fall for the trolls' narrative. The videos others posted online show those animals living just fine. What you usually see is what others want you to see. Seeing isn't always believing. Exactly. Those could just be influencers and marketing accounts paid by the zoo. This time it's from the official TV station's perspective. Surely that can't be questionable. Animal performances definitely exist there. I heard they even make animals smoke to attract visitors. That's straight up animal abuse. You didn't see the gibbon preening and posing all day long. No way I'd believe someone hasn't been coaching it behind the scenes. Can you trolls use your brains for once? I can't even be bothered to argue with you. Enough talk, just watch the live broadcast, it tells the story best. Just as netizens in the live stream were buzzing with discussions, the interview team had already found Zoo Director Yang Lin. Director Yang, hello. I'm Zhang Meng, a reporter from City TV Station. Today, I'm here on behalf of the general public and our viewers to visit the animals that have relocated to Shihong Zoo. I was wondering if it would be convenient for you to give us a tour around the zoo. Hearing the female reporter introduce herself, Yang Lin nodded without hesitation. Of course, let's start from the front then. With that, Yang Lin led the female reporter toward the chimpanzee enclosure. Before they had even fully entered the chimpanzee area, one little monkey after another came darting out from every corner of the enclosure. These little monkeys were the first batch relocated from the city zoo, and they've already completely adapted to their new life here. As he spoke, one of the small monkeys leaped onto Yang Lin's shoulder. Yang Lin casually pulled a handful of peanuts from his pocket and handed them to it. Judging by this little monkey's behavior, it showed absolutely no fear of humans. The female reporter watching nearby marveled at the scene, vividly recalling her unfortunate experience at the city zoo where a monkey had snatched her microphone. Yet beneath this heartwarming scene, some viewers immediately started hurling insults. Look at this, just look, is this even a monkey anymore? All its wildness is gone. Since when do monkeys become so obedient? What on earth has it been through? Of course, this comment was instantly met with a barrage of counterattacks from other netizens. 666, I absolutely didn't expect this. People can actually nitpick this? Weren't you the one cursing those rowdy monkeys from other places with a completely different attitude before? LMAO, famous for double standards. You call those who snatch things rowdy monkeys, but when the little monkeys at Shihong Zoo don't snatch things, you say they lack wildness. LMAO, isn't this just a 50-cent troll? No middleman skimming off the profits. What was supposed to be $500,000 now sits at just $50 in your hands. But even after being blasted like this, the trolls still refuse to back down. Even if these monkeys are fine, I've heard that the tiger from the city zoo gets beaten every day. Care to explain that? Exactly, other animals also get bullied by the old-timers at Shihong Zoo. But just as this question was raised, Yang Lin led the female journalist through the chimpanzee enclosure, the monkey exhibit, the tiger habitat, and the bear den in succession. Upon arriving at the chimpanzee enclosure, they found Li Wei the chimpanzee needing mud to build a house. When they reached the monkey exhibit, Li Chang the gibbon was leading a troop of monkeys through Tai Chi movements. At the tiger habitat, Sister Hua was teaching various skills to the little white tiger Demi while Shui Shui lay nearby, belly up, basking in the sunshine. Meanwhile, in the bear enclosure, Li Hei's family of 3 was also enjoying quality bonding time, a scene so heartwarming that even the female journalist couldn't help but be moved. At this point, the online trolls who had been relentlessly stirring the pot suddenly fell silent. Clearly, there was absolutely nothing left to smear. Though Yang Lin hadn't issued any official response at this moment, these unfolding scenes already served as the most eloquent rebuttal. Just as everyone thought the matter had concluded, reporter Zhang Meng suddenly spoke up again. Director Yang, all the animals at Shihong Zoo possess extraordinary skills. Could you share some stories about their past with us? Upon hearing this question, the livestream audience immediately perked up with interest. Having witnessed the animals' extraordinary performances, they were eager to learn how these creatures had developed their current abilities. Chapter 75, Shihong Zoo's past, a zoo with a conscience. Yang Lin wasn't surprised by the female reporter's question, so he merely thought for a moment before nodding. When talking about this first batch of animals at Shihong Zoo, they should all be considered my elders. Some of them even watched me grow up. Take the chimpanzee at the entrance for example. Don't let its eccentric behavior fool you. When my grandfather rescued it from the circus, it was nearly dead. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but grow curious. They never expected that the usually eccentric-looking chimpanzee actually had a circus history. It was about 30 years ago when my grandfather bought great-uncle from a small circus for 300 yuan. At that time, he was covered in wounds, but even so, he would occasionally strike cycling poses. To ease his pain, my grandfather gave him a cigarette. At this point, everyone finally understood how that perpetually odd-acting chimpanzee had developed his smoking habit. Holy crap, I didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder it learned how to smoke. Many animals develop lifelong stereotypical behaviors after being enslaved and trained by humans. For this chimpanzee to recover to its current state is truly remarkable. If I were locked up and subjected to training and abuse every day, I'd probably go even crazier than it did. Honestly, it's a miracle this chimpanzee is still willing to interact with humans at all. So great uncle has had it so rough. Next time I visit the zoo, I'll make sure to bring him a premium pack of cigarettes. If it's been here since 30 years ago, that means it must be decades old now. At that age, having a smoke now and then isn't such a big deal. After finishing the story about the chimpanzee, Yang Lin continued sharing anecdotes about the other animals. Without exception, each animal's backstory was a heartbreaking tale of hardship and sorrow. Some were enslaved in circuses, some were abandoned by humans, and some were trafficked by poachers. Some were about to end up on dining tables, some were about to be skinned, and some even faced live bile extraction. Even the Woof Woof team, Wang Wang DUI, was rescued by old Yang from a truck bound for a dog meat restaurant. As she listened, journalist Zhang Meng's eyes gradually reddened. Just hearing Yang Lin's description was heartbreaking enough. It's hard to imagine what these animals must have felt when they first endured those hardships. As for the viewers in the live stream, they fell into an immediate silence. Damn, I'm such a jerk. When I visited Shihong Zoo before, I actually complained about their small number of animals and how unattractive they looked. I truly never realized all these animals were rescued by Grandpa Yang and Dad Yang. I always thought the animals in this zoo looked a bit unusual. Turns out they were all poor, unfortunate creatures. For decades, 3 generations of their family worked tirelessly just to keep these animals fed. That's truly remarkable dedication. So their entire family income went into keeping this zoo running? The moment I saw that pig, I knew this wasn't your ordinary zoo. Other zoos receive government subsidies, but not Shihong Zoo. In those days when even people struggled to get enough to eat, they managed to keep such a large group of animals alive. As a local of Ningnan, I can say I remember this zoo existing since my childhood. It was the first zoo in Ningnan, and back then, every animal inside seemed to have injuries. Grandpa Yang's family apparently lived right inside the zoo. Grandpa Yang was practically a saint. I used to think 50 yuan for a ticket was a bit expensive, but now it doesn't seem expensive at all. Think about how these animals used to look, and then see how they look now. No one could raise animals like this unless they truly loved them. As if to prove his point, Yang Lin brought out an old photo album from the office. Flipping through the album, pictures of animals appeared one by one. Some were in black and white, others in color. The earliest one even dates back 40 years. Among these photos, you can see tourists posing with the animals at that time. As time progresses, the number of photos dwindles, but the animals' conditions visibly improve. Looking through this photo album documenting the history of Shihong Zoo, many viewers suddenly felt their eyes welling up. It's no exaggeration to say that Shihong Zoo is the last sanctuary for these animals within this concrete jungle. It's Shihong Zoo that has preserved these animals' final shred of trust in humanity, despite the suffering they've endured at human hands. Even I, a grown man, was moved to tears. Though I'm not a staunch animal rights activist, if I ever have children, I'll definitely teach them to protect and care for animals. For so many years, Grandpa Yang's family never publicized this matter, yet they've passed down this essentially unprofitable zoo from generation to generation. Don't those people who claim Shihong Zoo profits from animal performances feel any pang of conscience? I think the animals at Shihong Zoo are now in their most authentic state. Those saying why not just release them should use their brains a little. These human domesticated animals would just die if set free in the wild. Their own kind wouldn't even accept them. Right, for them, this place has already become just like home. I was originally planning to visit Shihong Zoo during winter break, but now I've decided to buy a ticket and go right away. How about the zoo director opening a donation channel? Let everyone chip in to support these animals. It shouldn't just be on one family to shoulder the burden. I truly don't feel any envy about them making money now. If they don't make money, what will happen to these animals? I suggest the zoo director could set up a 24-hour live stream in the park. They'd also get some live streaming tips that way. Exactly, each animal enclosure could have its own live stream, just broadcasting the daily lives of the animals. I'd love to watch that. I'll make time to go on a wild shopping spree at Shihong Zoo. The only shame is there aren't enough retail spots inside the park. At this moment, after learning the truth, netizens expressed not just amazement but even stronger support for Shihong Zoo. Soon after, events from the Ningnan online livestream were spontaneously shared by netizens across all major video platforms. More and more netizens soon learned about the past and history of Shihong Zoo, as well as the untold story of how 3 generations of the Young family had silently dedicated themselves to these animals. Instantly, the internet erupted in an uproar, and Shihong Zoo was branded as the most conscientious zoo in history. Chapter 76, Hiring the Animals as Spokesmodels. As the remarkable stories about Shihong Zoo spread widely online, all the previous negative public opinion was instantly swept away, and those hired trolls immediately deleted their posts and comments before fleeing. Are you kidding? You're claiming that a charity zoo abuses animals and profits from animal performances. Of course, besides having all negative publicity wiped clean, Shihong Zoo once again experienced a surge in popularity. Some netizens who hadn't paid much attention to Shihong Zoo before gradually began noticing such an unusual zoo. Many even wanted to show support for Shihong Zoo through wild, impulsive spending. However, they soon realized there seemed to be absolutely nowhere to indulge in such reckless consumption. Currently, only 2 options existed to support the zoo: purchasing tickets or buying animal-themed merchandise from the park. The former's reservation queue was already booked solid through the year after next, while the latter was completely impossible to snag due to instant sellouts. The zoo's merchandise was already selling out before online shoppers could even start their crazy buying spree. Upon learning this, netizens couldn't help but shower Shihong Zoo with another wave of praise. Only the zoo director Yang Lin looked at the report before him with utter speechlessness. You're saying our entire merchandise inventory sold out? Not a single item left? Hearing Yang Lin's inquiry, Chun Kerson nodded helplessly. Yes, all our stock just sold out. What about the suppliers? When will their shipment arrive? Cousin, wake up. Where would we get suppliers? Didn't you previously have me custom order everything online? We don't have regular suppliers at all. That makes sense, I guess. Realizing this, Yang Lin couldn't help but smack his own forehead. Then don't we have anything else to sell? Once this wave of popularity passes, it'll be gone for good. At this moment, Yang Lin felt as if he was watching piles upon piles of cash slip right through his fingers. What else is there left to sell? It's not like we can sell the animals. Selling the animals? At this point, Yang Lin seemed to suddenly remember something. And just at that moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. His eyes immediately lit up when he answered the phone and heard the introduction on the other end. So you're saying you want the Paw Patrol to endorse your dog food? An endorsement fee of 5 million? Is it legitimate dog food? No problem. When are you coming over? As the call ended, Yang Lin suddenly felt everything was somewhat surreal. Just moments ago he'd been worrying about how to generate revenue for the zoo, and now advertisers were knocking on his door. But before he could even catch his breath, another call came through. You want to use Lee Hei's image as your down jacket trademark? But it's not a polar bear? Whether it's a polar bear doesn't matter. Fine then. Want to collaborate with Stafford on toy merchandise? 2 million for the licensing fee? Seriously? Want the official production rights for Shihong Zoo merchandise? That's not possible. Official merchandise stays with us, but you could become our authorized manufacturer. As the calls kept pouring in, Yang Lin felt completely overwhelmed. He had never imagined that advertisers would come knocking on his door so quickly. There were partnership requests, trademark licensing offers, brand authorization inquiries, and even endorsement opportunities. You had to admit these businesses were truly smart, with Shihong Zoo's animals trending at peak popularity right now. Each one has exceptionally high popularity and a massive fan base. This has also given them tremendous commercial value, essentially making them equivalent to celebrities. Moreover, there's an enormous advantage to having these animals as endorsers. They'll never have a career-ending scandal. Brands are truly wary these days. Every celebrity they sign seems to end up in scandal. Once a celebrity endorser falls from grace, the brand suffers alongside them. But with animal stars, it's different. Barring accidents, these animals won't have personal scandals in their lifetime. Even so, after calming down, Yang Lin decided to carefully consider the matter first. After all, while the animals won't falter, if the partnered businesses collapse, it might bring trouble to the zoo animals by association. Speaking of which, why isn't anyone approaching me for endorsements? After all, I've got tens of millions of followers. These merchants really have no eye for talent. Mumbling to himself, Yang Lin turned to Chen Kursen beside him and said, "By the way, go contact this toy manufacturer. I heard they used to produce Ultraman figures. They want to make merchandise based on our animals. Once the deal is settled, place the order as soon as possible. We can't keep our fans waiting, right?" "Oh, do I have to do this too?" Chen Kursen said with obvious reluctance. "An extra 5,000 yuan raise. I'll promote you to deputy director by year-end." "Great. I'll get right on it. We'll have it done today." With that, Chen Kursen immediately grabbed the documents and ran off to contact the manufacturer. Just as Yang Lin was about to carefully consider which commercial activities to accept and which to decline, another phone call came in. He initially thought it might be another business offer like the previous ones, but upon answering, he realized it wasn't. "Director Yang, this is Director Lee from the Municipal Office of Civilized City Development. We've spoken before. It's like this. We're planning to organize a special sports event in the near future and would like to invite you to participate." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin was momentarily stunned before responding with surprise. "A sports event? I'm not very good at sports myself." No, I didn't explain clearly earlier. We're actually inviting the animals from Shihong Zoo. Animals participating in a sports competition? Did I hear that right? Director Yang, you heard right. This time, we're doing it to showcase to the entire nation how Ningnan exemplifies harmony between humanity and nature. The competitors include not just animals, but also provincial and national level athletes, even Olympic champions. After listening to Director Lee's explanation, Yang Lin suddenly realized that this might also be a great opportunity to showcase their capabilities. Humans and animals competing on the same field, now that's a great gimmick, bound to attract nationwide, even global attention. Additionally, we plan to select one animal from your park as the mascot and representative of Ningnan City, likely through online voting. We hope Director Yang can fully support this initiative. Yang Lin never expected this twist. A mischievous smile immediately played across his face. Others might not know, but he was well aware of internet users' quirky tastes. If they were really going to select a city mascot from the animals in Shihong Zoo, who knows what absurd choice they might vote for. He couldn't help but feel growing anticipation for the upcoming mascot voting. Chapter 77, Nationwide Voting Campaign. The moment Ningnan City announced its plans to select a city mascot from Shihong Zoo, netizens instantly erupted in excitement. After all, this was the first time a city chose an animal as its mascot and official representative. Shortly after the announcement, Shihong simultaneously launched an online voting platform. They also released photos and videos of the animal candidates in their daily lives. There's the majestic and domineering Lion King, the maternally overflowing ladybug, the adorably silly Palace's cat, and the recently born bear cub and little white tiger. They basically cover all the animals in Shihong Zoo. Even the working dog squad and those little monkeys, being staff members, were no exception. With a whopping 100 options available, these choices immediately caused a sensation online as soon as they appeared. Wow, there's my favorite flower lady, but I have a feeling she's in trouble this time. After all, the other animals are quite popular too. Ha ha, this is hilarious. I can already predict this voting round is going to be extremely entertaining. Anyway, the animal I support won't get chosen for sure. Might as well vote for the monkey then. Makes sense. If you don't know what to pick, just go with the monkeys. I refuse, I'm voting for Paws Patrol. I'm from Ningnan, for God's sake have some humanity, I refuse to let a monkey be our city's mascot. Exactly, you outsiders shouldn't stir up trouble just for amusement. Everyone's voting for the little tiger, but I want people to think of Ningnan first when they hear tiger, not connect Ningnan with just a monkey. No one picking the elephant? I think it's great. Didn't Guangxi used to be called Shangjuan, Elephant Commandery? But that elephant doesn't have much popularity though. Shidifu, it has to be Shidifu. I'm making my whole family vote for Shidifu. Golden eagles, why doesn't anyone choose golden eagles? A big raptor is seriously cool, okay? The palace's cat would work too. Is no one going to speak up for my piggy? Doesn't my piggy count as an animal too? LOL, no way for the piggy, I'm voting for Big Brother now. The event had only been launched for one morning, yet millions had already participated in the voting. And this was just the beginning. As time passed, what started as a campaign to select a mascot for Ningnan City gradually evolved into a nationwide event across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Vote polling messages could be seen everywhere on Douyin, blogs, forums, and all major social media platforms. Especially among Ningnan natives living elsewhere, they were practically mobilizing every possible connection they could. And the funniest thing was when a netizen went to a certain A-list male celebrity's blog and left a comment. The original blog post was promoting his latest single, but after this netizen's comment, the whole vibe of the post instantly changed. Y'all are Brothers fans, please vote for the Lion King. I'll treat everyone to snail mixed noodles if you come to Ningnan. Lion City is super cool, okay? As soon as this comment dropped, it instantly sparked wild creativity among other netizens. The messages that originally supported the pigeon immediately turned into, "Don't listen to him, everyone, he's just a tourist in Ningnan. We love monkeys the most, vote for the lil monkey. I'm from Ningnan and I can confirm his pronunciation of Luosifen is off, so he's not a real local. Everyone vote for the big tiger. Please give pigeon some face, everyone vote for the shit deliverer. Love brother dove? Then vote for sister flower, please. Your vote, my vote, piggy debuts tomorrow. Having a pig as a mascot is super cool, okay? No votes from you, no votes from me. When will Brother Eagle ever rise? Just because he's unpopular doesn't mean we shouldn't vote for him. Please buff the tiger in the next update and fix the damage loss issue after switching forms. Sorry, wrong chat. I think we could buff the crocodile a bit, it feels kinda weak early game. Get solo killed too easily when crossing paths with the goose in the river. As increasingly skewed comments flooded in, everyone gradually forgot the original content of the blog post. New song? What new song? And clearly, this A-list actor isn't an isolated case. When the number of voters exceeded 10 million, campaign squads could be seen practically everywhere online where netizens gathered. This move instantly threw off celebrities who had been planning major publicity stunts of their own. Whether it was releasing new songs, accepting awards, or shipping couples, none of it could elicit any reaction from netizens. Still, some were quick on the uptake. Realizing they couldn't beat them, several celebrities immediately joined in the campaign instead. Before long, these celebrities began posting blogs campaigning for votes for the animals. And this tactic truly worked, the stagnant popularity instantly surged. Seeing this, other celebrities who missed the hype quickly followed suit. Soon, the vote for Ningnan City's unofficial mascot was trending everywhere online. Such a grand spectacle might have surprised even the Ningnan City Civic Development Office staff. By that evening, the number of voters had already exceeded 50 million people. Shihongzu's official website crashed multiple times, and had it not been for the officials dispatched to maintain it, the site might still be unrepaired. By this point, the rankings of the mascot votes had gradually widened the gap. The top 10 spots were basically all taken by the old residents of Shihongzu, with just one exception among the animals. When Yang Lin saw these results, a knowing smile couldn't help but appear on his face. 1. Puppy, chimpanzee, 8,450,600 votes. 2. Monkey King, Yunnan Golden Monkey, 7,904,500 votes. 3. Li Hei, albino black bear, 7,800,370 votes. For a demi, mutant Bengal tiger, 6,450,000 votes. 5 Chocho and Yuan, Palace's cat, 5,400,000 votes. 6 Li Hua, Siberian tiger, 3,200,000 votes. 7 Lion King, African lion, 2.8 million votes. 8 Li Shuangying, golden eagle, 1.5 million votes. 9 Li Xiaopang, saltwater crocodile, 1.3 million votes. 10 Li Bao, leopard, 980,000 votes. However, one thing Yang Lin hadn't anticipated was that the usually most popular trio, Little Bear, Little Tiger, and the Palace's cat only ranked 345th. For quite some time now, their popularity had consistently been the top 3 in the entire park. What surprised him even more was that the top 2 spots were completely dominated by 2 monkeys, one of them being the newly arrived golden snub-nosed monkey Li Kong. This little guy managed to gather quite a bit of popularity when the park first opened, but it still couldn't compare to those veteran employees. This time, its unexpected rise as a dark horse to break into the top 3 was largely thanks to the support from out-of-town netizens. It kind of felt like tearing someone else's umbrella after getting caught in the rain yourself. Of course, Yang Lin knew this definitely wasn't the final result. There were still 2 days left before the voting closed. And indeed, just as he had anticipated, a shocking reversal occurred the very next day. The black snub-nosed monkey Li Kong's reputation came crashing down. Chapter 78, The Most Frustrating Incident. Thanks to receiving over 8 million votes, Li Kong, who had previously been an obscure figure at Shihong Zoo, suddenly saw his popularity skyrocket. However, it almost suffered cyberbullying from netizens just 1 day later. The incident originated from a video taken by a visitor. This visitor happened to be a graduate student specializing in animal-related studies, and his chosen topic was the interaction patterns between animals and their mates. For this research, he spent several consecutive days at Shihong Zoo. On the first day, he captured footage of Li Kong interacting with a female macaque. Just when he thought this was Li Kong's mate, Li Kong then flirted with another female langur. Of course, this seemed completely normal to him. After all, he's the Monkey King, having multiple mates is perfectly understandable. But when he came back the next day, he discovered Li Kong engaging in inappropriate behavior with several other female monkeys in succession. Just when he thought this was already the limit, on the third day, Li Kong switched targets again. Over 3 consecutive days, he had recorded Li Kong interacting with no fewer than 10 female monkeys. While feeling shocked, he casually posted this discovery of his online, with an extremely eye-catching headline. Shocking, male zoo official exposed for abusing his position to maintain improper relationships with over 10 female subordinates. This official has nearly 10 million followers online. The moment the video was posted, it immediately drew massive attention from netizens. There was no helping it, the headline was simply too explosive. Netizens instantly thought of a certain someone. After all, across the entire internet, there was only one male zoo leader with nearly 10 million followers. Netizens were even ready to start criticizing right away. Yet when they clicked through and saw, they were immediately dumbfounded. Damn, you big-ass liar, wasting my data. This editor is fucking talented. How the hell did you come up with such a bullshit headline? I fucking thought someone dug up dirt on the zoo director, turns out it's just a damn monkey. No shit, it really is the zoo's male leadership. I knew it. How could the zoo director have that kind of capability? Besides, there aren't many young members of the opposite sex working at Shihong Zoo anyway. There was just one ticket-selling girl before, plus a few aunties who feed the animals. I was starting to think the director had no standards and was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Editor, come out here so I can beat you up. Damn, I nearly went to the director's account to curse him out. It's too late, I've already scolded them, can't take it back now. I was still too naive, falling for such a clickbait title. No way I'm suffering alone, I've got to share this with others. Yeah, pass it on. As this group of netizens who felt duped began sharing, the casually posted video quickly spread across various social media platforms. And when people saw the title of this video, their initial reaction was obviously the same as that of the previous group of netizens. No way, has Director Yang's reputation collapsed? Looking so respectable on the outside, how could he do something like this? Over 10 of them, damn impressive. I'm dying. Please watch the whole thing before commenting. I can't stop laughing. Oh my god, so this is what a zoo's male leader looks like. Of course the Monkey King is the leader. I actually voted for this Kong yesterday, never thought he'd turn out to be such a monkey. A real-time management master here, dating over a dozen in just 3 days. My idol's reputation is ruined. The star I supported turned out to be this kind of monkey. This zoo's got issues, how could a monkey pull this off? Director should strip him of that alpha male title immediately. Can we take back our votes? I suddenly don't want to vote for this monkey messing around with gender relations anymore. I also demand a re-vote. Even though it's just a monkey, Ningnan City absolutely cannot let a scandal-ridden artist monkey become its mascot. As the video spread and gained traction, Li Kong's downfall became known to more and more people. You can hear discussions about it even when walking through streets and alleys, though the message got slightly distorted as it spread. Did you hear? A male idol named Lee Kong had a scandal exposed. Really? But who's Lee Kong? Never heard of him. That recently trending young heartthrob male celebrity. Oh, I think I've heard of him. Debuted through a talent show, right? I heard he has several million fans, and he's simultaneously dating over a dozen women. That's outrageous. He's practically the king of playboys. I heard about someone named Lee Kong whose house collapsed, killing over a dozen people, all women. What kind of house fits that many people? Must have been a rented property. That Lee Kong will probably get sentenced. There are too many unscrupulous landlords these days. At this moment, the crowd, solely focused on enjoying the drama, has completely stopped caring about where the gossip originated. But they've also remembered one thing: they must not vote for Lee Kong. Originally, the vast majority of netizens voted for Lee Kong just for fun and to stir up chaos. And now, knowing about his scandal, they naturally changed their voting target immediately. Before long, the vote rankings saw new changes. Lee Hae, originally in third place, surged straight to second, narrowing the gap with the top-ranked Shidafu. Clearly, the final mascot role would be decided between these two. One was the notorious first-generation internet celebrity of Shihongzu, famous for being eccentric. The other was the new reigning cuteness king of Shihongzu, adored for his clueless charm. Just as all netizens were eagerly anticipating the final outcome, Yang Lin in his office stared at his phone screen with an utterly incredulous expression. What the hell is this? Since when have I had inappropriate relationships with over a dozen female subordinates? This is slander. Pure and simple slander. I haven't even had a girlfriend before. How did I suddenly become a womanizing playboy? He didn't exhale a long sigh of relief until he finished watching the video. Scared me to death. I thought it was because I'd gotten too popular that people started spreading rumors about me. That Lee Kong nearly ruined me. Tomorrow I'll strip you of your Monkey King title. Young and already misbehaving, now you've become the first animal in Shihongzu with a scandal. That's just ruining your own future. Just as Yang Lin was rendered speechless by the absurd situation before him, Ningnan City began promoting its inaugural Special Olympics Games. Perhaps due to the mascot selection incident, the announcement immediately garnered widespread attention, especially when netizens noticed the animal-related events listed in the program. Chapter 79, Rigged, Absolutely Rigged. It has been nearly 3 days since the launch of the Ningnan City online mascot voting campaign, and the final results are about to be announced. On the same day as the results announcement, Ningnan City simultaneously revealed the sporting events for this special athletic competition. The moment the events were announced, they immediately attracted the attention of countless curious onlookers. Wow, this is really the first time I've seen a sports competition where humans and animals compete on the same field. Is Ningnan's government being serious or just pulling a publicity stunt? The co-organizer is Shihongzu, so it's probably serious. Pretty interesting, humans competing alongside animals. How can I sign up too? Want to sign up? Of course you can. Didn't the official announcement say they've opened online registration? Anyone who wants to register can do so. Holy crap, it actually works. I just signed up for the 3,000-meter race. I'm not concerned about which events we can enter, but rather which events the animals should compete in. Exactly. What if they sent a cheetah to compete in sprinting or an elephant for weightlifting? That'd be game over before it even started. Not necessarily. While animals may have innate advantages in certain aspects, they can't receive formal training like humans do, so humans might not necessarily lose for sure. Yeah, and for some events like archery, table tennis, and basketball, how could animals possibly compete against humans? Whatever, I'm signing up first anyway. I think it sounds pretty fun regardless. I'll sign up too. This time I'm determined to arm wrestle a tiger. I won't bully the animals either, I'll just casually play some basketball with them. As the registration channel opened, countless curious and novelty-seeking netizens immediately flooded in for online signups. At first, it was limited to local netizens in Ningnan and Guangxi, but as the hype around the special sports event grew, gradually, participants from all over the country joined in. In less than an hour, all event slots were completely filled. As for this result, Yang Lin wasn't the least bit surprised. He could already envision the explosive scene when the tournament officially kicked off in a few days. Curson, have all those merchandise plush toys arrived? These items of ours aren't just going to be products, they'll also serve as prizes for the athletes. All done. The last batch of stuffed animals has just been sent to the warehouse, and now it's completely packed full. As she spoke, Chen Curson lifted her little face with an unmistakable pride. That's good. Also, are the custom-made clothes for those animals ready yet? Almost everything's ready. Apart from some trouble with the larger animals' outfits, all the costumes for the other animals are done. Perfect. This time we must let audiences from across the country witness the charm of our Shihongzu's animals. Just as the cousins were discussing the details of the upcoming sports event, a zoo employee suddenly rushed into the office with a frantic expression. Here it is, here it comes. What's come out now? Another animal birth. Hearing the employees shout, Yang Lin's first thought was that Shihongzu had another new arrival. No, it's the mascot voting results that are out? Oh. Almost simultaneously, Yang Lin and Shen Kursen craned their necks to look at the phone screen. The next second, the official announcement of the results from Ningnan City appeared before their eyes. Looking at the final results above, the two immediately felt a sense of something being both expected and unexpected. It was expected because the one who ultimately became the mascot was one of the two, Shi Difu or Li He. The unexpected part was that their vote counts were only one vote apart. Shi Difu, 13,057,846. Li He 13,057,847. That's right, the albino cub Li He narrowly won by a single vote to become this year's official mascot for Ningnan City. However, Yang Lin couldn't help feeling there was something fishy about this result. He wasn't the only one who thought so, the fans of Shit Defender felt exactly the same way. The announcement immediately sent netizens into a frenzy. No way, absolutely no way. Our entire class voted for Shit Difu, how could Shit Difu possibly lose? This is rigged, 100% rigged. I even registered my 98-year-old grandpa's ID to vote for Shit Difu. There's no chance Shit Difu didn't win, right? I was about to hack the system to stuff ballots for Shit Difu, there's no freaking way he could lose. It must be that little Bears fans pulling an all-nighter to bot the votes. Damn it, they stole the tower right at the critical moment. If Mr. Shitoff didn't get elected, every single one of you here is responsible. I can testify, everyone I know voted for Mr. Shitoff, there's no way he could have lost. You're just looking down on Steve, looking down on my brother Ape. Is there a possibility that the folks from Ningnan gave it a push? No way, Ningnan only has a population of just over 8 million. How could they possibly cast that many votes unless they got their buddies from Liuzhou to help? I'm convinced Ningnan officials must be pulling strings behind the scenes. If they don't give us a reasonable explanation for this wave, we loyal Steve fans won't stand for it. The fan club name is Shidifu? Who the hell allowed this naming? Next time it's forbidden. That's right, you must give us a proper explanation, or we'll never accept this. The Ningnan authorities are really going too far. We in Taiwan totally want a gorilla as our mascot, okay? Just as online netizens were collectively venting their anger, shortly afterward the Ningnan authorities released an official announcement. Thank you all for your attention to the city mascot event. We can see everyone's affection for the animals. At the same time, we also feel regret for the animals that weren't chosen. Considering Shidifu's final vote count, we've decided to name Shidifu as the mascot for this first special games. All participating contestants and audience members attending will receive a limited edition Shidifu plush toy. Additionally, Shihongzu's online store is now open. Everyone who participates in this voting event will get a one-time 10% discount on all animal merchandise purchases. The notice had just been posted when the previously enraged netizens instantly calmed down. Oh, it's fine, losing is losing. We Steve fans are still very magnanimous. Exactly, and being the mascot for the sports meet isn't bad either. I accept it. It's clear that Ningnan officials put a lot of sincerity into this. I'm very satisfied with the voting results, 5 cents per comment, delete content in parentheses. Damn, since I'm both a participant and a spectator, does that mean I can get to that day? Book tickets, book tickets. I declare that despite its defeat, Shit Delivery has emerged victorious. Truly irresistible. May I ask if this huge 9.8 discount was set by the zoo director himself? I'd like to send him something. With this, the mascot of Ningnan City was officially finalized. The image of an adorably clumsy little bear soon appeared on streets and alleys across Ningnan City. The name Bear Market gradually spread, with the only possibly unhappy folks being the stock investors in Ningnan. Chapter 80, Animals Training. Time flashed by, and now 3 days had passed since the mascot voting campaign concluded. During these 3 days, Yang Lin had been continuously preparing for the upcoming sports event. To save rewards as much as possible and prevent them from falling into outsiders' hands, he decided to send out all available animals this time. Great master, remember to aim this thing at the target later, definitely not at people. Inside the chimpanzee enclosure, a black chimp named Shidifu, dressed in overalls with a thick gold chain around his neck and sunglasses on his face, was aiming a slingshot he had crafted himself. Beside him, Yang Lin watched with a pounding heart, terrified that if he blinked, Shidifu might turn the slingshot toward the visitors outside. However, Shidifu displayed a look of total disregard for his warning. You still don't believe in Uncle Me? Let me show you what precision targeting really means. No sooner had he spoken than Shidifu accurately struck the bullseye over 30 meters away with a small pebble. Witnessing this, Yang Lin's face instantly revealed a trace of satisfaction, and the visitors outside the chimpanzee enclosure couldn't help but cheer at the sight. Holy shit, judging by the director's stance, he's not actually planning to have Shitthrow compete in his shooting contest, is he? It's pretty much confirmed. Who knew Shitthrow wasn't just accurate with his dun throwing, but he's also amazing at shooting? Is it possible that he's actually been practicing his aim by using us as moving targets? While the visitors were still astonished by Shidafu's exceptional precision, Yang Lin had already made his way to the primate enclosure. Originally, he had planned to involve Li Kong in the high-altitude activities, but due to the earlier collapse incident, he shifted his focus to the magnificent Uncle Chang instead. No sooner had Yang Lin stepped into the primate enclosure than Uncle Chang, dressed in full hip-hop attire, appeared before him. "Xiaoyang, this outfit you picked for me is just what I like, but I just can't seem to pull up these pants no matter what." As he spoke, Uncle Chang tried to pull up his pants that had sagged to his knees. "Uncle Chang, never mind the clothes for now. Have you practiced on the parallel and horizontal bars I set up for you? You mean these two things here? They're way too easy. Watch me give you a little demonstration." As soon as the words were spoken, the gibbon powerful grandpa vaulted onto the parallel bars nearby with a single leap. A pair of arms substantially longer than its body immediately began performing dazzling tricks on the bar. At one moment executing a one-arm giant swing, the next soaring through the air with a 1080-degree rotation. In no time at all, it flawlessly performed every complex gymnastics routine Yang Lin had instructed it to master. He even managed to perform a perfect bow upon landing. All Yang Lin could do was give a thumbs up in admiration. Although he had anticipated that these moves wouldn't stump Big Strong, he never expected the creature to master such elaborate tricks after just watching the video playback a few times. Naturally, this was Yang Lin's perspective. Outside the enclosure, visitors who witnessed the spectacle were utterly dumbfounded by Big Strong's series of astonishing acrobatics. Damn, this isn't even a competition anymore. It's over, humanity is about to get completely wrecked. I wouldn't be surprised if Grandpa Chang could take a dump mid-air. Just goes to show age ain't nothing but a number. Even with all his teeth gone, the old man's still kicking ass. Didn't you notice all the moves Grandpa Chang used are the ones banned by the Olympic Committee? Why does it feel like Grandpa Chang performs these moves more effortlessly than drinking water? Just when everyone thought it was over, the subsequent performances by other animals made them feel like they were in some surreal dream. A black bear clean and jerking 300 kilograms, a cheetah sprinting 100 meters in under 6 seconds. If such achievements were placed among humans, they would be considered godlike. Yet on these animals, it appears utterly commonplace. While marveling at this, the visitors immediately posted videos of the animals' training sessions online. Without any surprise, these videos caused an immediate sensation as soon as they were released. Especially those athletes who signed up for these relevant events were howling in despair. It's over. I registered for the 100-meter dash, there's no way I can compete against this. Don't worry, if we put the leopard right behind you, you might not outrun it, but you'd definitely break the world record. If that really happened, I bet your adrenaline would go through the roof. Old Man Chang's gymnastics moves are truly unmatched. Honestly, how did we humans lose these skills during evolution? Pfft, just different stat allocations. They maxed out agility while we went all in on intelligence. Why worry? Even an Olympic champion would meet the same fate. Losing to them isn't embarrassing at all. Luckily I signed up for different events this time, shouldn't be a problem for me. Exactly, I reckon these are pretty much the only exceptional animals in the entire animal kingdom. I refuse to believe Director Yang can produce more animals for other events. Right, not all animals are athletically gifted anyway. Before long, these online comments caught Yang Lin's attention. They make a fair point, but no worries, who needs logic when you've got cheats? A smug smile played at the corners of Yang Lin's lips as he slipped into the zoo grounds during closing hours. He wanted to prove to everyone that just because other animals couldn't, it didn't mean the creatures of Shihong Zoo couldn't either. As Yang Lin meticulously prepared for the competition, time swiftly carried them to the day of Ningnan City's inaugural Special Sports Games. On this single day, countless tourists and competitors from across the nation descended upon Ningnan through every conceivable mode of transportation. According to incomplete official statistics, nearly 200,000 tourists had flooded in by the day before the competition began. The traffic in Ningnan City nearly came to a complete standstill. Meanwhile, major transportation hubs were practically buckling under the pressure. Yet even this couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of out-of-town visitors. When the time officially arrived for the sports competition's opening ceremony, the Ningnan City Center Stadium, serving as the main venue, immediately erupted into a scene of extraordinary liveliness. As streaks of colorful fireworks soared into the sky, the athletes participating in this sports meet began entering the stadium one after another. The first group entering the arena were the human athletes, including Olympic champions, provincial team members, and some sports enthusiasts from the general public. On every one of these athletes, the unmistakable logo of Shidafu could be seen. Even the plush toys they held were grinning Shidafu mascots. Without exaggeration, the entire venue was brimming with Shidafu-related elements from floor to ceiling. As these athletes entered the arena, the tens of thousands of spectators erupted into thunderous, earth-shaking cheers. But before their shouts could even fade, an array of figures each with distinct and varied forms emerged right behind the human athletes. Instantly, the crowd exploded into cheers even more deafening and fervent than before. amplifying the excitement exponentially. Chapter 81, the match begins, divine lineup. The only ones that could evoke such cheers from the audience were, of course, the animals from Shihong Zoo. Just as the audience erupted in cheers, the host's voice once again echoed throughout the venue. Next up is the animal delegation representing Shihong Zoo. This time, Shihong Zoo has sent a total of 78 animal athletes, who will participate in 18 competitive events. We can see ahead, serving as our flag bearer is the African elephant, also the largest contestant in this competition. As the host finished speaking, the African elephant holding Shihong Zoo's flag with its trunk let out a resounding trumpet. Seeing this, the other animals following behind all began voicing their own calls to announce their presence. It was precisely these animal calls that truly brought the opening ceremony to its climax. Even the official live stream of the sports event was bursting with excitement at this moment. It's actually real, they really made those animals compete as athletes. I thought it was just a gimmick before. Now this is what you call an all-star lineup: elephants, tigers, lions, cheetahs, black bears, and even giant crocodiles. They even have their own uniforms, even the elephant. This is absolutely hilarious. I can understand all those animals in front, but what's the deal with those two black swans? What event could they possibly compete in? Did you not see the pig over there? What's a pig supposed to do? Is there an eating competition in this event? Then can you explain to me what those two raccoons are here for? This is hilarious. Even the way these animals are taking everything so seriously is adorable. Just watching this opening ceremony alone would have been worth the ticket price, no matter what events they're competing in. Suddenly I'm feeling rather excited. When the opening ceremony concluded, the event host announced the competition schedule for the coming days. The audience's eyes lit up the moment they heard about the first event. The upcoming event is the 50-meter rifle shooting competition. First-round participants include Lin Feng, captain of Ningnan City's Criminal Investigation Brigade; Sun Chang, firearms instructor from the Armed Police; Yu Yang, former Olympic shooting champion; retired sniper Ma Chao; and our animal contestant, Li Wei from Shihong Zoo. The crowd truly hadn't anticipated such an intense matchup right from the opening event. A police captain, firearms instructor, Olympic champion, retired sniper, what legendary competitors these were. If not for this unique special sports meet, people would never have had the chance to see these competitors gathered together like this. Holy crap, this is insane, absolutely insane. I've always wondered who's better between professional snipers and Olympic athletes. Now we'll finally find out. I just thought it'd be a bit of fun, but I never expected so many big shots would actually show up. Previously watching Weidai's training videos made me think he was a sure bet, but now it seems that might not be the case after all. Exactly, no matter how accurate a slingshot is, it's still just an animal. How could it possibly compare to a professional sniper? I feel among these contestants, the retired sniper should be the most reliable, followed by the shooting instructor. After all, they're professionals in this field. Don't underestimate Olympic athletes, they've been training for this since childhood. It must be that their focus is different. Olympic champions train with one type of firearm year after year. They've long since developed muscle memory. So none of you believe in Great Master anymore, is that it? This move by Grandpa Wei might be a bit too daring. With the announcement of the contestants, the audience's opinions immediately began to diverge. Before long, the competition officially commenced. The rules differ slightly from the Olympics. Each competitor gets 10 shooting attempts, with victory awarded to whoever achieves the highest total ring count. And 5 minutes before the match began, all the contestants had already started their pre-game preparations. The live camera lenses also focused on these competitors. Hello everyone, I'm Chin Ping, the commentator for this match. As we can see now, all the contestants are diligently making their final preparations. Captain Lin from the Criminal Police Squad is warming up, while Instructor Sun appears particularly intrigued by the firearms used for shooting. And our sniper Ma Chao seems to be sensing the wind speed at the scene. In the live broadcast, a bespectacled male commentator was passionately narrating the on-site situation. But as the camera panned to Shitflinker, he froze instantly. Following the camera's focus, one could see Shitflinker reaching into his chest pocket and pulling out a pack of red Jinlong cigarettes. After tapping the bottom of the cigarette pack twice, a slightly crumpled cigarette tumbled out. The next second, it deftly clenched the cigarette between its lips and, to the astonishment of countless spectators, retrieved a 1-yuan lighter from the cap on its head. Plop! With a flicker of pale yellow flame, the cigarette dangling from its lips was promptly lit. Hiss! After taking a long drag, a look of sheer contentment instantly spread across Shitafu's face. At that moment, both the onlookers at the scene and the livestream audience were utterly dumbfounded. They truly hadn't expected Shitafu to pull such a stunt. While others were preparing for the competition, it was over their smoking. Before long, the scent of tobacco had filled the entire shooting range. A solid half-minute passed before the commentator's voice sounded again. Ahaha, it's fine, it's fine. It's understandable for contestants to relax a bit before the competition. Moreover, there aren't any explicit rules prohibiting contestants from smoking in the arena. so everyone, let's not make a big deal out of it. Also, kids, don't try to imitate this. Mr. Shidofu was just demonstrating how smoking is harmful to health. The commentator burst out laughing before even finishing the sentence. The commentators were like this, and the audience was practically rolling with laughter. See, I knew it, your grandpa's still the OG. Can't even skip his smoke break at an event like this. Credit where it's due, Gramps has manners. Didn't flick ash everywhere. Judging by how smoothly he handled it, that pack's been stashed away for ages. I swear that old man is running ads. Real Dragon pay up. This has to be sponsored content. Uncle used to smoke Double Happiness and Yushi before. How come he switched to Jinlong now? The commentator makes a good point. There's no explicit rule prohibiting contestants from smoking on the field, so it doesn't count as a foul. Old man, you've got to remember your status. You're the mascot for the sports meet now. Uncle has been very careful. Normally at the zoo, he smokes 3 cigarettes at once. Hope Uncle can achieve good results in the competition. Just as the audience was nearly bursting with laughter, Yang Lin's face in the stands turned ashen. He distinctly remembered confiscating all the cigarettes from Shidofu before entering. Never imagined there would still be one that slipped through the net. Chapter 82 Final Scores. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Although Steal the Chimp's smoking act attracted widespread attention from the audience, it didn't provoke any dislike. After all, in everyone's eyes he was just an animal. It would be too much to hold him to human standards. But soon, people stopped thinking that way. Percent. As the referee announced the start of the competition, all the present contestants quickly made their preparations. Shit Deliverer, who was smoking a cigarette, was no exception. Between occasional puffs, it pulled out that specially made slingshot. Given its circumstances, the organizing committee had granted it special permission to use the slingshot in the contest, so this didn't draw much attention from the crowd. The only thing that surprised everyone was that despite the shooting about to begin, Shit Deliverer was still wearing its sunglasses. What's the old man planning to do? Surely he's not going to keep those sunglasses on for the whole competition. But this is 50 meters, can he even see the target clearly with sunglasses on? Exactly. The old man's really pushing his luck this time. Not a big deal. A slingshot can't match the accuracy of those contestants' rifles anyway. He's probably just here for the fun of it. That's right. At any rate, this old fellow is definitely coming in last place. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the marksmen began their first round of shooting. With a series of sharp gunshots, bullet marks began appearing on the targets opposite each shooter. Before long, the referees on site announced the scores. Lin Feng, 7 rings. Sun Chang, 8 rings. Yu Yang, 10 rings. Ma Chao, 9 rings. No one was surprised by the previous scores, but when they heard the next announcement, they couldn't sit still anymore. Li Wei, 10 points. No one expected that Shidofu, who looked completely slovenly holding a slingshot with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, would actually score a perfect 10 points in the first round of the competition. How is this possible? Hitting a bullseye from 50 meters away with a slingshot that has no scope. Is this old man some kind of god? And he's wearing sunglasses too. How did he manage that? It's a fluke. It has to be. I don't believe he can land another bullseye. Just as everyone was expressing their unwillingness to believe, Shidofu's performance in the next few rounds completely stunned them. Second round of shooting, 10 points. Third round of shooting, 10 points. Fourth round of shooting, 10 points. Until the 9th round, its score remained consistently at 10 points, without the slightest variation. This scene left not just the audience dumbfounded, but even the competitors on site found it somewhat unbelievable. Especially Olympic champion Yu Yang. Watching Shidofu, who kept a cigarette in his mouth the whole time, he even began to suspect whether there was some performance-enhancing substance in that cigarette. However, even performance-enhancing drugs would have minimal impact on such shooting events. After practicing so hard for all these years, I'm actually worse than a chimpanzee? Just as Yu Yang began to question himself, Lin Feng on the other side also wore a bitter smile. Netizens were right after all, there isn't a single ordinary animal in Shihong Zoo. If only it could teach those police officers its shark shooting skills. It seems I'll have to pay another visit to Director Yang when I have the time. By this point, the few remaining contestants had essentially given up. They knew perfectly well that, barring any accidents, this shooting championship would undoubtedly go to Shidofu. So far, Shidofu has achieved a total score of 90 rings. Without exaggeration, he could easily secure first place even with a casual final shot. With this thought, the group decided to pause their last attempt and instead turned their gazes unanimously toward Shidofu. Unaware that everyone's eyes were now fixed on him, Shidofu remained composed, taking a deep, deliberate drag from his cigarette. Only when half the filter of his last cigarette had burned away did he reluctantly flick it aside with his fingers. Just as this spark was still in the air, a smoke ring puffed from its mouth, while its other hand moved. With a casual flick, it picked up a specially crafted pellet, lightly drew the slingshot, and in the next second, the pellet traced a long arc through the air. After piercing through the smoke ring, it struck fiercely against the already half-burned cigarette butt, and in the high-speed camera's captured footage, the crowd faintly glimpsed a red dot flying toward the bullseye. When the half-smoked cigarette butt had completely burned out, the bullet precisely struck the bullseye. Countless viewers gasped in awe as they watched this moment unfold through the camera lens. Holy shit! Damn! That's insane! That's 3 direct hits in a row, pure showmanship, absolutely showing off. Bullseye, another bullseye, this old man is absolutely legendary. He could have won in the simplest way, yet the old man chose to put on a show at the last moment. Sign this old man up for the army, he'd make a killer sniper. Though we all saw his victory coming, nobody expected him to pull it off like this. Ha ha ha, I wonder what the contestants on site are feeling right now. What else could they be feeling? Probably racking their brains and still not figuring it out. Yu Yang will probably go back and study how to smoke, then spend the whole night smoking and still not understand. They'd scratch their heads bald and still not get it. Although the final outcome was already determined, the competitors still completed their last round of shooting. And with the exception of Shit Defu, the final rankings turned out exactly as netizens had predicted. Olympic champion Yu Yang took second place, retired sniper Ma Chao came in third, shooting instructor Sun Cheng secured fourth, while Lin Feng, captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, ranked last. Yet despite this, not a trace of discouragement could be seen among the contestants present. After all, they hadn't come for trophies in the first place. As soon as the rankings were determined, the awards ceremony quickly commenced on site. With the host announcing the final results, Shidafu promptly stepped onto the highest podium, while the other human contestants stood by. Just as everyone expected the next moment to involve hostesses presenting medals and prizes to the contestants, several small monkeys dressed in outfits came bouncing out to the participants. And in their little hands, these monkeys were unmistakably holding medals and certificates. The audience burst into laughter at the sight. A monkey presenting an award to a gorilla, there's something inherently hilarious about it. But when the medals and trophies appeared, they finally lost it. As the camera zoomed in tightly, everyone could clearly see the medal engraved with the grinning face of shit driver's name / untranslatable plastered across it. Not only was the medal designed this way, but even the trophy featured Shitifo holding a pile of poop. Without a doubt, this would become the most absurd yet most collectible medals and trophies in the entire history of sports. Even Lin Feng, who came in last place, couldn't stop grinning when he saw such medals and trophies.